Unjustly accused, Uehara Mori's plight surpasses even that of Do-e. Just graduated, having committed no wrongdoings, he was expelled from his master's tutelage by Might Dai. Even his junior, Might Kai, could not intercede on his behalf. With a sense of grievance, Uehara Mori inquired, "Master, why?" Might Dai, his expression a tapestry of complexity, responded, "Within you lies a bloodthirsty dinosaur. I fear your reckless nature may embroil both Kai and me in calamity." This only deepened Uehara's sense of injustice. He thought, "What resides within me is more akin to a pufferfish, toxic yet adorably naive." He refrained from countering his master, sensing that Might Dai was not one to shy away from repercussions. He suspected there was more to the story. Later, during his inaugural ninja mission, he found himself under the command of a malign presence. Chapter 1. You Are Too Dangerous. On October 18th, in the 45th year of Konoha, beneath the serene moonlight in a nearby grove, Uehara Mori, a trim figure clad in black sportswear, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing thoughtfully at the luminous orb above. Yesterday, he received a summons from his master, Might Dai, instructing him to arrive at this location at 4:30 a.m. for an important announcement. As he awaited his mentor's arrival, Uehara pondered a pressing dilemma. How should I incapacitate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fool? At the tender age of 12, he was merely a commoner from Konoha, having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yesterday, he had unwittingly made an enemy of the third Hokage in the wake of countless casualties during the Third Shinobi World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen had ordered the academy to conduct graduation exams 2 months ahead of schedule. Desiring to avoid a premature demise, Uehara intentionally flunked his exam, confident that no one would suspect this typically lackluster student of any foul play. Yet, to his astonishment, he was informed of his successful graduation. The instructors claimed that the third Hokage, in a moment of pity, had granted him the opportunity to become a proud ninja of Konoha. In truth, the third Hokage's intention was to employ Uehara as cannon fodder. While most ordinary citizens of Konoha might have accepted such a fate, perhaps even indoctrinated by the will of fire to embrace their sacrifice, Uehara was no ordinary individual, a transmigrator. He felt little allegiance to Konoha and was utterly indifferent to the will of fire. Realizing he was being treated as expendable, his ire ignited. Moreover, Uehara possessed an extraordinary advantage, a premium-grade cheat code. Having survived for 12 years, his prowess was commendable. An honest soul, Uehara would neither bully others nor fear being bullied himself. He believed in retribution and naturally sought vengeance against the third Hokage. Acknowledging Konoha's nurturing, he resolved that incapacitating the third Hokage would suffice to settle the score. Before he could devise a plan for revenge, Might Dai and Might Kai approached. Both sported watermelon hairstyles and thick eyebrows, clad in green spandex, unmistakably father and son. "Good morning, Master and Kai," Uehara greeted warmly. This duo was destined to become legendary ninjas. Might Dai, a perennial genin, possessed terrifying strength, having nearly decimated the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist single-handedly. Might Kai was even more formidable, nearly incapacitating the legendary Uchiha Madara with a single kick. "Morning, Mori," Might Kai replied, his bloodshot eyes betraying a deeper concern. Might Dai's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Uehara Mori, his proudest disciple and the most gifted taijutsu ninja he had ever encountered. Uehara felt a tingle of unease under his master's intense scrutiny and asked, "Master, is something amiss? You seem different today." Might Dai hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He turned away from Uehara, steeling himself before declaring, "Mori, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my disciple." His voice trembled, betraying the weight of his words. Uehara, bewildered, responded, "Master, have you finally decided to betray me?" Might Dai, unable to contain himself, swiftly retorted, "No, do not tarnish my name with such accusations." Then why the sudden madness and nonsensical words? Uehara scoffed, perplexed by his master's erratic behavior. Might Dai, with a complex expression, took a deep breath and stated, "Mori, you are too dangerous. I am not the Nine Tails. What makes you perceive me as a threat?" Uehara huffed. Today, Might Dai was decidedly off-kilter. Over the past 6 months, Dai had repeatedly hinted at expelling him. Yet each time, Uehara would inquire, and Dai would divert the conversation without following through. Uehara could not fathom what was truly on Might Dai's mind. Regardless, he was resolute in his decision to remain by his master's side. At the tender age of 5, having lost his parents and lacking kin, it was Might Dai who had cared for him, ultimately taking him as his disciple and imparting the S-rank technique. Of the 8 gates, undeniably, Might Dai's affection for Uehara surpassed that for his own son, Might Kai. Without Might Dai, Uehara would not exist as he was. He firmly believed that Dai would never truly cast him aside, and if he did, it must surely be for a compelling reason. Might Dai's eyes bore into Uehara's. Mori, within you lurks a bloodthirsty beast. A mere provocation could lead to deadly consequences. Uehara mused silently. I am not that kind of person. Even when provoked by the 3rd Hokage, I never contemplated his death. I merely wished to incapacitate him. Aware of Might Dai's resolute stance, he chose not to oppose him and coughed lightly to ease the tension, stating, Old Dai, let us celebrate my graduation tonight. I shall treat you both. He intended to maintain their camaraderie, indulging in food and drink as they always had. Hearing the informal address of Old Dai ignited a flush of anger in Might Dai, who bellowed, Rebellious disciple, have you long wished to renounce our teacher-student bond? He had always regarded Uehara as a son. Uehara feigned a comforting pat on Might Dai's shoulder. Laughing, Old Dai, if we cannot be master and disciple, we can still be brothers. He then playfully draped an arm around Might Kai's shoulders, proclaiming, from now on, Kai shall be my nephew. I shall take good care of him. Might Kai, utterly taken aback, hastily pushed Uehara away, exclaiming, Mori, you ungrateful soul. I consider you a brother, and you wish to be my uncle? Uehara shot a glare at Might Kai, thinking, this fellow appears innocent. Yet he must have anticipated my expulsion from the master's tutelage. How dare he feign ignorance while remaining silent? Following Uehara's antics, the atmosphere transformed from somber to jovial. Might Dai, still simmering with indignation, turned to Might Kai and instructed, Kai, you ought to give Mori a good thrashing. Though he yearned to strike Uehara, he hesitated. Uehara was a peculiar individual. While he had only mastered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, Uehara excelled at overcoming stronger opponents, and Might Dai feared a disastrous outcome. Moreover, having just expelled Uehara from his tutelage, it would be exceedingly cruel to then personally assault him. Ah, Might Kai exclaimed, astonished, Father, you do not wish to strike Mori. You mean to strike me, don't you? Whether or not to strike him is irrelevant. Not strike. As a father, Might Dai naturally possessed an instinctual authority over his son, yet Might Kai vehemently disagreed. Though not particularly astute and prone to impulsive behavior, he was not foolish. Uehara's strength was formidable. Even when sparring against his eternal rival, Kakashi, Might Kai had emerged victorious on several occasions. Yet against Uehara, he had never won, always finding himself on the receiving end of a beating. Uehara, eager to deliver a sound thrashing to Might Kai, began a plot, his mind racing as he cunningly persuaded Might Kai. Kai, you were promoted to Chunin just the other day. You have grown stronger. I am merely a lowly genin. No, I have not even obtained a forehead protector. I'm not even a true genin. You will surely prevail. Might Kai remained unfazed, contemplating silently. This fellow, son, harbors ulterior motives. He surely intends to give me a thorough beating to vent his frustrations. I must not fall for his trickery. Uehara, son muttered softly. Surprisingly, Kai has become quite astute after half a year on the battlefield. It is truly a miracle. Chapter 2. Battling with blindfolded eyes. Uehara Sen's mind raced, employing the tactic of provocation. Kai, where is your fervor? Where is your youthful spirit? Ignite it. Might Kai regarded Uehara-san as if he were a fool. This tactic had long since lost its effectiveness. Left with no alternative, Uehara-san resorted to his ultimate gambit. Very well, during our match, I will only open the first of the 8 gates of Bodo. I recall that your 8 gates can be opened to the 3rd. Defeating one who opens only the first gate should be a certainty. Having spent 6 months on the battlefield, your battle experience must have greatly enriched. You have a significant chance to defeat me this time. This is your only opportunity to triumph over me in your lifetime. Do not let it slip by. Might Kai felt a stir of excitement. Fortunately, I have just returned from the battlefield and have yet to engage with Sun. He would never suspect that I have already opened the 4th gate. Haha. Uehara-san, like him, was devoted to the path of physical prowess. The 8 gates of Bodo constituted their most formidable combat strategy. It was uncertain whether 3 gates could defeat one, but 4 gates would guarantee victory. Seeing Might Guy still hesitating, Uehara's son pressed further. How about this? I'm a year older than you. I will blindfold myself and fight you. What do you say? You stand to gain immensely. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed. There's no backing out. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating a thorough thrashing of Uehara's son. He intended to return every blow he had ever received throughout his life, plus interest. Ideally, he would make Uehara's son weep. Observing the excited Might Guy, Uehara's son's gaze turned fierce. Kai has undoubtedly developed a rebellious spirit. It seems I have not been harsh enough in the past. Might Guy watched with great anticipation as the two prepared for battle. This time, I shall not be defeated by you, Might Guy declared, his thick eyebrows raised, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the crew-cut Uehara's son. As he spoke, chakra surged within him, his aura expanding like a ferocious beast awakening. Open the first gate, open the second gate, open the third gate. With a whoosh, he shot forth like an arrow, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Now blindfolded, Uehara's son could not see Might Guy, yet he could sense his movements. He possessed an exceptionally rare perception ability, allowing him to battle without sight. Upon sensing his junior's speed, a hint of satisfaction crossed his face as he reflected. Truly, Kai is remarkable. At just 11 years old, he is faster than many jonin. Indeed, one cannot be forged without hardship. My training has proven effective. S thought swirled. He opened the first gate of the 8 gates of Bodo. With the cerebral limits lifted, he could unleash his physical power fully, feeling a sudden lightness in his body, his nerves sharpening, and his chakra surging. However, unlike Might Guy, who was as conspicuous as a bright bulb, Uehara's son emitted no trace of presence, his existence almost imperceptible. Might Guy, observing from the sidelines, perceived the difference clearly. If he closed his eyes, he could only feel Might Guy's presence, entirely oblivious to Uehara's son. If Uehara's son engaged in assassination, he would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of stealth. Might Guy appeared suddenly before the blindfolded Uehara's son, a smirk spreading across his face as he delivered a side kick. Son, prepare to weep. With a swift pivot, Uehara's son evaded the axe-like kick. Boom! A foot struck the ground, causing fissures to spiderweb across the earth. The force of the strike rivaled that of a B-rank jutsu. Undeterred by the miss, Might Guy continued, pivoting around his axis to unleash a powerful kick toward Uehara's son, only to feel a sudden, brutal pain in his abdomen as he was sent flying by a punch. While still airborne, he felt his insides twist painfully, spitting out a mouthful of blood before regaining some composure. Uehara's son, like a bolt of lightning, pursued Might Guy, delivering 2 punishing blows that left him with dark rings under his eyes. Might Guy, like a mere punching bag, was hurled further away by the strikes. Uehara's son refrained from pursuing further. It was far too uninteresting to simply lay Might Guy flat with a single blow. As he landed, Might Guy steadied himself with his hands, performing a backflip to regain his stance, his head spinning. Before him, Uehara's son appeared as a double image, and he extended a finger to threaten, uncertain of which was the real body. Shaking his head vigorously, he regained some clarity. With a fiery spirit igniting within, Might Guy bellowed. Son, I'm no longer the Might Guy of old. I am the spirited, youthful Super Kai. Open the 4th gate, the Gate of Wounds. In an instant his chakra doubled, the energy radiating outward causing his spiky hair to stand on end. The true battle has only just begun. With unwavering determination, Might Guy stepped forward, creating a crater in the ground beneath him. His body shot forth like a missile, charging at the crew-cut Uehara's son, his terrifying speed rivaling that of elite jonin well-versed in physical combat. Fists, palms, claws, legs, Might Guy's strikes transformed into countless afterimages that enveloped Uehara's son, akin to a ferocious beast pouncing upon a frail rabbit. This was the essence gleaned from his life-and-death struggles on the battlefield. He had simplified his previously intricate techniques into more devastatingly powerful forms. Uehara's son maintained his state with only the first gate opened. His demeanor remained relaxed, his form fluidly dancing like a butterfly or a nimble swallow, always evading the brutal onslaught. In the midst of dodging, he found the energy to offer advice. Kai, your power is too fragmented. You must consolidate it into a singular force. When attacking, Do not expend all your strength. Reserve a portion. As the saying goes, there is softness within hardness, and hardness within softness. There remains ample room for your improvement. In the face of Uehara-sen's words, Might Guy exhibited no signs of panic, steadfastly adhering to his own rhythm, seeking out Uehara-sen's vulnerabilities. Seemingly struck by a pang of conscience, Uehara-san decided it was time to end the playful banter. He leaped backward, distancing himself from Might Guy, his aura shifting dramatically, an overwhelming murderous intent surging forth from his robust frame. Might Guy could not help but shudder, a chill running down his spine, his body stiffening as if confronted by a fearsome deity emerging from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. Even on the battlefield, he had never encountered such terrifying killing intent. Might Guy sighed quietly, reflecting. Son, this is why I say you harbor a bloodthirsty dragon within. You have yet to take a life, yet your killing intent is more fearsome than that of the white fang of Konoha, by tenfold. Should you ever slay someone, you would undoubtedly become the most notorious villain. Uehara-san did not seize the opportunity to strike, while Might Guy was momentarily disoriented. After a brief interval, as Might Guy regained his composure, Uehara-san flashed a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Kai, it is time for me to attack. No sooner had he spoken than Uehara-san vanished silently from Might Guy's sight. Chapter 3. Gains and losses. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within Might Guy, causing his scalp to nearly erupt. He had just caught a glimpse of Uehara Mori's indistinct figure approaching from his side when, before he could react, a piercing pain gripped his chest, and his body was sent flying. Thud! Might Guy crashed to the ground, rolling several times, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and abruptly exited the eight-gate state. Might Day, observing Uehara Mori, was taken aback, contemplating the vast disparity between Guy and Mori. Particularly striking was the explosive speed displayed by Uehara Mori, which seemed unparalleled. If he was not mistaken, Mori must have employed a technique akin to the body flicker technique, yet such techniques typically lacked such velocity. He understood all too well that if Might Guy, a jonin, were to face Uehara Mori as an adversary, he would likely perish within 3 exchanges. Even with the 4th gate activated, the outcome would remain unchanged. The gulf between them was undeniable. It took Might Guy quite some time to regain his composure. Kneeling upon the ground, he propped himself up with trembling hands, sweat pouring from him, and his labored breaths suggesting his lungs were near rupture. Raising his head, he fixed his pale gaze upon Uehara Mori, confusion evident in his eyes, and asked, Mori, why can't I defeat you? His tone carried a hint of grievance, as though his worldview was being challenged. The 4th gate failing to overpower the 1st gate was unfathomable, especially as he realized that Uehara Mori had acquired new techniques. The ability to perfectly conceal his presence was something Mori had never previously exhibited. During combat, he had to focus intently on Mori, not daring to relax for even a moment. A moment of inattention, and Mori would vanish from sight, leaving him vulnerable to a flurry of attacks. The speed was astonishing. He couldn't comprehend whether it was his own mindset that lagged, or if Mori had merely become exceedingly cunning. Uehara Mori, brushing off his spotless black tracksuit, quipped, Guy? It's because you didn't eat breakfast this morning, you're famished. Then how is it that I, having opened the 4th gate, cannot defeat you with your 1st gate? 6 months ago, you had to open the 2nd gate just to overcome me. This defies logic. Uehara Mori chuckled internally. It's because I've paid to enhance my abilities. A moment of indulgence brings momentary joy, but continuous indulgence brings perpetual delight. Though he thought this, he consoled Guy. Young Guy, it's simply because I am a year older than you, which grants me an edge. When you surpass me in age, you shall be stronger. Might Guy scratched his head, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it, turning to his father, Might Day, for assistance. Guy, Mori's statement holds truth. When you surpass him by a year, you will indeed be stronger. Might Day, though also sensing something off in Mori's words, was too simple-minded to ponder further. He quickly embraced Might Guy, tears streaming down his face. Guy, do not squander your youth. Since you lost today, you shall perform 5,000 push-ups. All right, Dad. Observing the emotional exchange between the father and son, Uehara Mori sighed, realizing they were indeed 2 peas in a pod, sharing the same temperament and intellect. Before long, Might Guy began his push-ups, while Might Day approached Uehara Mori, feeling a surge of emotions. With a warm smile, he gave a thumbs up, revealing a radiant smile, and exclaimed, Young man, You are about to embark on the grand journey of the ninja world. Welcome. I offer you a piece of advice. Uehara Mori stood straight, his demeanor serious as he attentively listened, showing utmost respect. Know when to advance and retreat. Understand gains and losses, and learn to make choices. Upon hearing these 9 words, Uehara Mori bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, old day. Might Day's words solidified a long-held thought in Mori's mind, a decision he had mulled over for quite some time. He resolved to sell his house. Those who had lost their parents often acted with reckless abandon, relishing their freedom. There was no choice. His enhancements required financial investment, akin to a voracious beast consuming gold. He, Uehara Mori, was a third-generation heir to poverty. Though he didn't fully grasp his master's words, he understood the essence of gains and losses. By relinquishing his house, he would acquire wealth. With that wealth, he could enhance his abilities, thus increasing his chances of survival in the Third Ninja World War. In the increasingly perilous climate of the Third Ninja World War, even with formidable strength, Uehara Mori would encounter numerous dangers. Therefore, amassing substantial wealth to strengthen himself was imperative. He was a decisive individual. Having resolved to sell his house, he set his plan into motion. With firm steps, Uehara Mori bid farewell to Might Day and made his way to the sole real estate agency in Konoha, Sarutobi Realty. Upon his arrival, an agent named Sarutobi Kinpo immediately approached him. Uehara Mori, looking at the rosy-cheeked Kinpo, shared his intentions. Kinpo, upon hearing this, felt a rush of excitement. Young man, if you are in urgent need of funds, I can represent the agency and purchase your property. Soon after, Uehara Mori led Sarutobi Kinpo to his home. Kinpo assessed the property, estimating its value. Your house is worth approximately 1 million ryo. Uehara Mori smiled knowingly, maintaining silence as he stared at Kinpo. The agent felt as though he was being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, his mind momentarily blank, his speech trembling. I am a professional agent, with 2 decades of experience. I would never deceive you. Although just an ordinary person, he had encountered a multitude of individuals, over 1 million in total, and possessed a keen eye. In an instant, he recognized that the flat-headed youth before him was far from ordinary. He would swear that even the most powerful jonin in his family lacked such a daunting gaze. A gaze reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang, a man renowned for countless slayings. Sarutobi Kinpo cautiously glanced at Uehara Mori, steeling himself, and continued. How about this? I will add another 1 million, as a gesture of friendship. This price is exceptionally fair, almost tearfully generous. Typically, he would exploit his family's influence to make outrageous offers, but Uehara Mori's eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul, causing his heart to race with trepidation. I am a gentleman, one who understands the times and would never deceive you, rest assured. Uehara Mori, feeling rather exasperated, thought, I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you being so courteous? He considered himself a pure-hearted youth, the successor of the Will of Fire. The chilling aura of dread dissipated in an instant. If you insist on being polite, then it's settled. He was quite satisfied with the 2 million ryo sale of his house. The two swiftly finalized the transaction, agreeing that Uehara Mori would vacate the premises in a month. Kinpo was equally agreeable, handing over 2 million ryo on the spot and inviting him to partake in adult activities that evening. Uehara Mori, however, firmly declined. He held a romanticized view of love, wishing to reserve his first experience for his first love. Yet, Uehara Mori was not devoid of compassion. He decided to include his master and Might Guy in this venture. He merely adjusted the timeline to the following evening. Why? Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, where we receive our ninja headbands, marking our entry into society. Today, I am still a student. It is well known that Uehara Mori was an honest person, unlikely to engage in illicit activities. Moreover, he planned to confront the third Hokage directly the next day, while also finding an opportunity to outsmart the rather foolish Might Day. Chapter 4. The previous batch of cannon fodder is scarce. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Kinpo, Uehara Mori activated his enhancement system. He intended to first recharge 1 million ryo, leaving the remaining million for later use. With one hand resting on the stack of notes, he recited, "Recharge 1 million." In an instant, the 1 million ryo vanished, and a transparent panel materialized before him. Name, Uehara Shin. Gender, male. Age, 12 years. Wealth value, 1,000,000. Chakra, 1,000. Constitution, B. Jonin. Spirit, B. Jonin. Perception range, 500 meters ninjutsu S-class. 8 gates. First gate. Open. Perfect. Second gate. Rest. Perfect. Third gate. Life. Advanced. D-class. Body flicker technique. Perfect. E-class. Shadow clone technique. Perfect. Substitution technique. Perfect. Transformation technique. Perfect. Function 1. Training space function 2. Unlocked. Function 3. Unlocked. Function 4. Unlocked. Uehara Shin gazed at the translucent panel, filled with astonishment. 1,000 Ryo can be exchanged for 1 point of wealth value. I just recharged 1 million Ryo and obtained 1 million wealth value. This house is truly worth it. Previously, I had never accumulated such wealth value through in-game purchases. His gaze was instantly drawn to the S-class taijutsu, the 8 gates. Within the entire Hidden Leaf Village, few possess S-class ninjutsu, and Uehara, an unassuming commoner, is among them. Moreover, the 8 gates is a technique of boundless potential, one that aligns remarkably well with Uehara's abilities. The perfect cultivation of the first 2 gates significantly enhanced his chakra control, allowing him to perform ninjutsu even in the 8 gates state, alongside doubling his chakra after opening a gate. He wondered if achieving perfection in the 3rd gate would yield similar results. Each time Uehara perfected a ninjutsu, its power underwent a qualitative transformation. The perfected D-class body flicker technique rendered Uehara's speed unparalleled among the elite. When all 8 gates are perfected, their power amplifies even further. Opening 1 gate doubles chakra, and with all 8 gates opened, it becomes a staggering 256 times. In contrast, even Might Guy and Might Die, who opened the 8th gate, only experienced a several-fold increase in chakra. Uehara's gaze shifted to the only unlocked ability, the training space. As the name suggests, it allows training within a designated area. With a mere thought, a fragment of Uehara's spirit manifested within a luxurious palace. With 90,000 wealth value remaining, he could train within the space for 90 days. The daily consumption of wealth value in the training space equaled Uehara's chakra amount, which was 1,000. Thus, the daily expenditure also stood at 1,000. Although Uehara's chakra was only at the level of an average chunin, this misfortune had inadvertently led to a significant reduction in wealth value consumption. A prompt echoed, "Please select combat mode or meditation mode." Combat mode involves training ninjutsu in battle, while meditation mode allows for solitary practice. Uehara opted for combat mode. To become the strongest ninja, one must exert maximum effort and grow in the harshest of environments. Inside the training space, the setting sun bled crimson against the chilling winds. As 100 formidable ninjas confronted Uehara, they were about to engage in the most brutal of skirmishes. The air was thick with a murderous aura that could tear the heavens apart. As these 100 elite warriors charged toward Uehara, he activated the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd gates of the 8 gates, feeling his chakra roar within him. The body flicker technique propelled him into the fray, where he thrived in battle. Amidst the cries of agony, a chilling laughter erupted, raising suspicions of a great demon among them. In the blink of an eye, 90 days within the training space had elapsed. Uehara opened his eyes, brimming with a murderous intent, and took a moment to regain his composure, suppressing the bloodlust that had surged within him. "Master, I am but a law-abiding citizen. How could I transform into a bloodthirsty tyrant?" Although he had vanquished 30,000 jonin within the training space, he remained pure and untainted in reality. Indeed, it was true. Sometimes, the lingering bloodlust could lead to misunderstandings, especially if encountered by Might Guy. Uehara had never taken a life in reality, yet his presence exuded an aura that made him appear as a natural-born killer, a gem walking the path of darkness. This was precisely why Might Guy spoke of the bloodthirsty dragon residing within Uehara's heart. During this training, Uehara not only honed his combat experience and techniques, but also perfected the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. Within the training space, he could only carry forth the insights gained, as physical and spiritual enhancements could not be brought back. He estimated that he would need to wait for the panel to upgrade and unlock new features before being able to achieve this. Looking at the 910,000 wealth value remaining on the panel, he felt both joy and concern. Today, he dared not enter the training space for further battles, fearing he might truly become a bloodthirsty dragon. As for practicing other ninjutsu, being a commoner, he lacked the means to learn new techniques. It seemed he needed to embark on missions sooner to earn merits for ninjutsu. Tomorrow marked the graduation ceremony, where ninja headbands would be distributed. 3 days after graduation, teams would be assigned, and then Uehara could start earning merits. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even learn a new ninjutsu directly from his team leader. The playground of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy was densely packed with graduating students. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the podium, eloquently imparting the essence of the will of fire. The youth represent the hope of the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. October heralded the arrival of winter in the Hidden Leaf, and although snow had yet to fall, the biting wind sent shivers through many. Yet, no chill could match the fervor in Uehara's heart and that of his fellow ninja students. As a time traveler, Uehara was privy to future events. What a splendid speech. If I were not aware of your actions, I might have been swayed. To his knowledge, the previous cohort of expendables had mostly perished. This year's students were supposed to graduate by mid-December, but their graduation had been hastened by 2 months. It was rumored that the front lines were in desperate need of personnel, prompting this early graduation. It was said that this year's students were unlike their predecessors, excelling with an unprecedented graduation rate, 100, with no failing grades preventing graduation. Whispers suggested that this year's instructors differed significantly from those of the past. They were exceptionally kind and understanding, unlikely to send unqualified students back for further grueling training. The ninja students were well informed, acutely aware of the excitement on the front lines. The risks were immense. Many went to battle, only to return as mere ashes, as if performing a magic trick. Listening to the third Hokage extol the will of fire, Uehara felt a deep-seated revulsion. The most devoid of the will of fire was undoubtedly the seemingly benevolent third Hokage. The suicide of White Fang, spurred by public opinion, could not be divorced from the Hokage's intentional orchestration. Sending academy students to the battlefield stood in stark contrast to the very essence of the will of fire, which calls for the older generation to protect the younger. Yet here was the Hokage, a towering figure capable of shifting the tides of battle, remaining aloof while sending children as young as 11 or 12 to face the horrors of war. What disgusted Uehara the most was his ability to sense that at least 5,000 ninja from the Sarutobi clan lay hidden within the Hidden Leaf, unwilling to take to the battlefield. How could he possibly endure such a sight? Anger surged within him, and Uehara rose from the sea of seated graduates. He was determined to confront the third Hokage. He was the only student standing, drawing countless curious gazes toward him. Chapter 5. The Will of Fire. The third Hokage reluctantly concluded his speech, reflecting, I am getting old. Today's performance was subpar, and I have only spoken for 7 hours. At that moment, he noticed a buzz-cut youth standing up, thinking, surely, this must be one of my admirers. Uehara Mori gazed intently at the benevolent smile of the third Hokage and calmly inquired, May I ask, Hokage-sama, why is it that while the third Raikage, fourth Kazekage, and third Tsuchikage have all taken to the battlefield, you have yet to do so? He was unafraid of the third Hokage seeking retribution against him. Indeed, he was confident in his ability to evade any potential threats from even the mightiest of shadow-level adversaries. Moreover, he was certain that the third Hokage would hesitate to retaliate against him in the short term. This audacious question sent ripples through the audience. The students expressed their indignation at Uehara Mori's audacity to openly challenge the esteemed Hokage. The teachers and ninjas present exchanged troubled glances. This topic had been fervently discussed in hushed tones, yet was strictly forbidden in open discourse. The recent defeats suffered by Konoha in the war against Tsunagakure had been attributed to the insufficient number of shadow-level ninjas sent into battle, leading some to blame the Hokage's cowardice for their losses. Even the most brazen members of the Uchiha clan would not dare to confront the third Hokage in public. Here was Uehara Mori, a mere commoner ninja with no backing, boldly questioning the Hokage. Did he not fear retribution? Such thoughts crossed many minds. The third Hokage's smile faltered, feeling as though his heart had been stabbed. He replied, It is imperative that Konoha has a shadow-level ninja present to prevent any surprise attacks from the enemy. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Danzo Shimura seethed with rage, thinking to himself, Am I not a shadow-level force? How can he speak such nonsense? Fortunately, he resolved to give the Hokage some face and refrained from undermining him. Uehara Mori was not prepared to relent, pressing on with, as freshly graduated students. Our abilities are limited. Are we to be sent to the battlefield immediately? Once again, he posed a piercing question. The third Hokage felt as if his heart had been pierced anew, barely maintaining a strained smile as cold sweat trickled down his back, muttering, "Konoha is in a difficult position. We must all work together and contribute our strength." Some students' expressions changed as they whispered among themselves. Graduates are assigned jobs, bound by a lifetime of servitude. To the battlefield we go, to face death. Others gazed at Uehara Mori with admiration, voicing sentiments they had long suppressed. Alas, they were cowards, unwilling to stand and openly criticize the third Hokage. Uehara Mori continued his relentless questioning, determined to make the Hokage feel the weight of his words. "Hokage-sama, I have heard that the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan on the battlefield are indulging in corruption and bribery under your protection. Is this true?" The third Hokage had delivered a speech for 7 hours, yet Uehara Mori had been questioning him for 70 minutes. The audience could not help but marvel at him. A true warrior, speaking the words they dared not utter. Truly, he was a man bold enough to shave his head, deserving of the title Bald Brother. However, Uehara Mori might soon find himself in dire straits. Without the third Hokage's involvement, others would undoubtedly seek to silence him. As Uehara Mori's provocative inquiries concluded, the third Hokage exhaled a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. "Uehara Mori, I have high hopes for you," he declared, giving him a thumbs up. In order to maintain his own dignity, he was compelled to publicly commend Uehara Mori. With a flush of pride, Uehara Mori settled back down, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, feeling as though he had just enjoyed a lavish massage. Indeed, confronting others is utterly exhilarating. The speech finally drew to a close, and the students responded with enthusiastic applause and cheerful smiles. The students from the ninja clan also applauded fervently, their hands turning red from the effort. Though they were young, they understood the nuances of social interactions. They could harbor their critiques internally, but they knew to maintain appearances. This was political correctness. Of course, there was also genuine emotion behind their applause. They were hungry after the lengthy event and eager to depart. The third Hokage hurriedly descended from the stage and slipped into the shadows. An Umbu member made a throat-cutting gesture, signaling an intent to eliminate Uehara Mori. The third Hokage shot a glare at the Umbu operative. "Ninju, inform everyone that Uehara Mori is not to be touched." "Understood," replied the Umbu, adorned with a bull-headed mask. As he turned to leave, secretly admiring Uehara Mori's good fortune. The third Hokage could not afford to harm Uehara Mori and was compelled to protect him. Should Uehara Mori suffer injury or worse, many would likely perceive it as a reflection of the Hokage's narrow-mindedness and vindictiveness. Once the storm had passed, the Hokage could then teach Uehara Mori that some words carry consequences beyond imagination. After the Hokage's departure, the vice principal of the school took the stage to continue his address. He too was astute in the ways of social decorum and, after a few words, announced the distribution of ninja headbands. He also revealed an important piece of news. In 3 days, teams would be assigned. The teachers of the Ninja Academy deftly executed their task, tossing headbands into the crowd, each landing precisely in the hands of eager students. Their practiced efficiency indicated that they had honed this skill through considerable practice. After all, the third Hokage had spoken for hours on end. Any delay would mean missing dinner. The students were jubilant, each beaming with joy. The commoners among them engaged in animated discussions, dreaming of bright futures. Among them, Uehara Mori's class representative, Fujiwara Daisho, stood out, his voice booming. "Today, I, Fujiwara Daisho, have finally become a full-fledged ninja. This is but a small step for me, yet a monumental leap in the annals of Konoha's history. For I, Fujiwara Daisho, shall undoubtedly be the future Hokage. Today marks a special day that will be recorded in the history books of Konoha, as we turn a new page." Though his words might come across as arrogant and presumptuous, some viewed them as points in his favor. With a stroke of luck, he might catch the attention of significant figures, thus altering his fate. This was a small insight into the wisdom of the common folk. Though it was indeed modest and humble, Uehara Mori did not scorn Fujiwara Daisho's declarations. Rather, he felt a sense of admiration. This was a person of resolve, unafraid of drawing the gaze of the Hokage. Any who dared to covet the position of Hokage were his adversaries. Who was Danzo? His true name was Shimura Danzo, a malignant presence second only to the third Hokage, the nightmare of countless Konoha ninjas, a madman who longed to become Hokage himself. The students of the ninja clan observed Fujiwara Daisho's earnest performance with detached amusement, akin to watching a monkey entertain. Many spoke of their dreams of becoming Hokage, yet none had the audacity to proclaim it as boldly as Fujiwara Daisho. These commoners were often lost in daydreams, unaware of the vast chasm that separated them from the ninja clan. The ninjas of the clan possessed powerful mentors to guide their training, a plethora of jutsu to choose from, superior training environments, and precious medicinal baths to strengthen their bodies. Most importantly, they had connections and relationships that ensured they would not be easily discarded as cannon fodder. Although Uehara Mori had the support of his mentor, Might Guy, his circumstances were still far better than those of the common ninjas, yet still fell short compared to those of the clan students. Were it not for his own determination and external assistance, he would not have achieved his current strength. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a well-known, diligent, and hard-working leader, often referred to as the King of Konoha. He labored late into the night, often until 1 in the morning, only to rise at 6 to commence his duties, never arriving late or leaving early. At this moment, he sat at his desk, puffing incessantly on his pipe, burdened with worry. The Umbu members in the shadows were deeply moved by the sight of the third Hokage's distress, silently acknowledging. The Hokage is surely contemplating how to guide Konoha through the trials of the Third Shinobi World War. Only he knew how tirelessly the great third Hokage labored, sacrificing sleep and leisure for the village. He had exhausted himself for Konoha, once capable of slaying a ferocious tiger with a single blow. Now his hair had turned gray and was thinning. Unbeknownst to him, he was misunderstood. He was contemplating whether or not to return home that evening. Having already completed the work for the following day, he pondered, "What shall I do now? Is it truly necessary to return home and confront that weary-faced woman?" Alas, a woman of 50 is in the prime of her life, while a man of the same age is merely a custodian of warmth, mingling goji berries in his thermos. It is unbearable. Tears threatened to spill. Suddenly, a man with a mane of thick black hair, clad in a white kimono, and bearing a cruciform scar on his chin, forcefully kicked open the door to the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo has always scorned the use of doorknobs, for this is not his Hokage office. The third Hokage's eyes sparkled. A savior had arrived, affording him a momentary reprieve. "Hizashi, my ranks are dwindling swiftly. Promptly deliver all the graduates to me." The third Hokage's gaze dimmed. The arrival of these young saplings was less than welcome. They are the tender shoots of Konoha. You are the roots buried in the earth. What do you propose to do with these tender shoots? He deemed the allocation of these young individuals to Shimura Danzo a flagrant waste of resources. Danzo remained unfazed and remarked, "Burying them in the ground serves as fertilizer, nurturing the roots to flourish." Danzo lowered his demands. "Give me half. The teams had already been assigned yesterday. A quarter, then. There truly are none available. Provide me with some ordinary ninjas." Very well. Danzo understood the third Hokage's psyche. He would first propose an impossible target, which would be outright rejected, then feign gradual concession, leading the third Hokage to slowly acquiesce. His true aim was those ordinary ninjas, unaffiliated and easily manipulated. First with intimidation, then with temptation, slowly indoctrinating them, a loyal pawn of root would be molded. It is a straightforward yet effective method. The third Hokage extracted a portion of the mountain of documents on his desk, handing them to Danzo. The top file belonged to Uehara Mori, which Danzo discarded without a glance. The three fools of Konoha, Might Guy, Might Die, and Uehara Mori. In Danzo's eyes, someone like Uehara Mori was akin to waste and fertilizer, an accidental byproduct, a fool en route. Danzo continued to sift through the files, pleased, for he wanted them all. Particularly one named Fujiwara Daikaku, who dared to covet the position of Hokage, exhibiting a certain gravitas. After reviewing the information, he caught the third Hokage's gaze, which was intensely fixated on him, filled with a peculiar obsession. Danzo instinctively tightened his grip. He had long suspected that this old man harbored thoughts about him, though he had never caught him in the act. "You gaze at me, and I gaze back." Danzo scrutinized the Hokage's uniform, yearning to don it himself. Had he not hesitated when the second Hokage sought someone to cover their retreat, he would surely be Hokage now. Such bitterness. A member of the Umbu, sensing the odd atmosphere, wisely closed his eyes. Sometimes, one must learn to assess the situation, observing less and acting more. The third Hokage regained his composure, feeling Danzo's unabashed scrutiny, and coughed awkwardly. He had unknowingly become entranced by Danzo's lustrous black hair. He had intended to inquire about the secret to maintaining such a head of hair at 50, but the glimmer of desire in Danzo's eyes extinguished his curiosity. Danzo, lost in thought, clicked his tongue, seemingly pondering something, and then departed with the documents in hand, his demeanor clouded. The third Hokage glanced at the door and addressed the still closed-eyed Umbu. Next time, let us install a more secure door, one made of pure steel. Understood, came a resolute reply from the air. The third Hokage picked up Uehara Mori's file. Today, after concluding a speech, he had arranged for all of Uehara Mori's information to be compiled from childhood to present. Initially, he suspected Uehara Mori was an adversary sent to undermine his authority, only to arrive at an unexpected conclusion. Uehara Mori was a true bearer of the will of fire, albeit lacking in intellect. Yet, this seemingly dim-witted individual had consistently scored full marks in the theory class on the will of fire. The third Hokage's resentment towards Uehara Mori dissipated, transforming into profound admiration. Konoha requires both scoundrels like Shimura Danzo and upright individuals like Uehara Mori to thrive. Originally, he intended to integrate Uehara into Root to influence those cold-hearted individuals. Now he could only lament that Root was unworthy of such a man. He pondered which team would best suit him. Being well-versed in the affairs of Konoha, he immediately thought of one person, Uchiha Tsukiyaki, the granddaughter of the former Uchiha clan leader, said to be shunned by her kin and even targeted for assassination multiple times. Currently, she happened to be alone, with all her comrades perished. Perhaps Uehara Mori could be assigned to enlighten her, instilling in her the greatness of the will of fire. After further contemplation, he added another name, Mizuki, who could serve as the team leader. Mizuki was no ordinary individual. He was Danzo's son. Having perfectly inherited his father's ninja prowess, with strength rivaling elite jonin at a tender age. Many years ago, Danzo had fathered Mizuki. Perhaps it was the consequence of his wrongdoings that led to his son's unfortunate condition at birth. Mizuki was born without an anus. Heaven knows how devastated Danzo was at that moment. With enemies emerging everywhere, Danzo made a bold decision. He swapped his son with the child of a commoner, protecting the newly born Mizuki from harm. Danzo believed he had orchestrated an immaculate scheme, known only to himself, yet the third Hokage was aware. Furthermore, the third Hokage knew that Danzo had never acknowledged Mizuki, who still believed he was an ordinary child. The third Hokage had also heard that Mizuki was engaged to a beautiful fiancée from the Shimura clan, with the wedding set for January 1st next year. He could only say that Danzo had never triumphed over him in life, except perhaps in this matter regarding his son. Reflecting on his own son, he considered his disappointing eldest, Sarutobi Shinzo, who, despite possessing considerable strength, was cruel and often engaged in misdeeds, showing no trace of the will of fire. Were it not for his Hokage father frequently cleaning up after him, he would have been met with a far worse fate. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Choosing to dismiss the thoughts, he held a favorable view of Mizuki, especially regarding the will of fire. Mizuki had consistently scored full marks in the theory class. Uehara Mori and Mizuki, both embodiments of the will of fire, would surely be able to influence Uchiha Tsukiyaki. Excellent, this decision stands. If more members like Uchiha Shursui, who uphold the will of fire, emerge from the Uchiha clan, they will undoubtedly fall entirely under control, unable to rebel. Chapter 6. The critic captain. As the third Hokage was assigning teams to Uehara Mori, he, along with intermediaries Sarutobi Kinpo, Might Dai, and Might Guy, arrived at a dire location. The inhabitants here were exceedingly impoverished, unable to afford winter clothing, resorting to scant and thin fabrics as garments. They are truly pitiable. Might Guy felt an overwhelming compassion for these individuals. Uehara Mori had never visited such a place before. He had only gazed upon it from a distance. Today, witnessing it firsthand, he exclaimed, "This place is nothing short of paradise." Might Dai and Sarutobi Kinpo, both adults, exchanged knowing smiles. Observing the blissful expression on Might Guy's face, Uehara Mori silently thought, "Master, forgive me. Let us conclude matters here today. What use is it for me to speak of expulsion from the master's tutelage if the entire village of Konoha is not made aware?" Though Uehara Mori was unaware of the true reason for Might Dai's severance of ties with him, he was more than willing to cooperate unconditionally. The following day, a shocking piece of news reverberated through Konoha. A certain small-headed boy had been expelled from his master's tutelage and maliciously retaliated. Luring his mentor and fellow disciples into misconduct, only to be apprehended on the spot by the Konoha police. It is said that the Konoha police were summoned by the small-headed boy himself. Truly a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 losses oneself. The news of the small-headed boy's complete severance from Might Dai and Might Guy spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, eliciting laughter from all. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The classroom clock ticked away the seconds. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor, holding a form in hand. The students were exuberant, unable to contain their excitement. The allocation of ninja teams was imminent, and they were about to embark on quests, slay monsters, amass wealth, wield power, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Uehara Mori was particularly agitated, as was Fujiwara Daiko. Uehara's excitement stemmed from the prospect of becoming a ninja, completing missions for monetary rewards and earning accolades. He preferred undertaking assignments in the Hidden Leaf Village, where he could catch cats and dogs with ease, yielding a decent income and, most importantly, safety. The most lucrative and honorable endeavors lay on the battlefield, where riches and renown were abundant and swift. Yet, being young, he yearned for a beautiful wife, akin to Tsunade, and envisioned living for millennia. Thus he resolutely extinguished such thoughts. Modesty, he believed, was the key to longevity. With longevity would come beauty, opulent estates, wealth, and power. Fujiwara Daiko's exhilaration was due to having garnered the attention of significant figures. On the very first day following his graduation speech, he received a notification for an evaluation from the Umbu. I, Fujiwara Daiko, am a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, soaring to greatness the moment I left the Ninja Academy. Now, if I can pass this assessment, I shall join the elite Umbu Special Forces, becoming one of the chosen few. Although the name Root was somewhat unappealing, he dismissed it, determined to ascend from the ground up. The first step was to join a team and complete the evaluation tasks. The students began to speculate about which teams they would be assigned to, and who among them would have the best captains. Much of the discussion revolved around Uehara Mori. Uehara is doomed. He has offended the Hokage, who is known for his keen insight, they whispered. A brave warrior is admirable, yet one cannot escape making enemies. Survival is paramount. Fujiwara Daiko, being the class representative, turned to Uehara with a mocking tone. You, with that buzz cut, will surely be assigned to a mid-level ninja captain. Those who can only excel in physical prowess are destined to dwell in a realm far removed from a genius like me. Uehara, feeling the weight of Daiko's taunts, was not surprised by his antics. Fujiwara Daiko was a self-proclaimed genius who often provoked Uehara, only to be met with Uehara's retaliatory measures later on. This cycle of conflict was relentless, akin to a foolhardy endeavor. The homeroom teacher, waiting for the students' chatter to subside, finally raised the allocation forms and declared, this time, the best teams in our class are Uehara Mori and Fujiwara Daiko. They will be on the same team, led by the formidable elite jonin, Mizuya. The teacher's tone rose significantly by the end of the announcement, casting an envious gaze towards Uehara. Had he had an elite jonin captain back in his day, he mused, he would not have been reduced to a mere mediocre chunin instructor. The classmates looked at Uehara in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. Those who had previously mocked him now glared with jealousy and resentment, murmuring, it's merely a stroke of luck, a brighter future, and being favored for special training. Their voices dwindled to silence. Meanwhile, Uehara and Fujiwara did not share in the joy of the teacher's announcement. They exchanged glances, silently conveying the same sentiment, misfortune. I cannot believe I am on the same team as this fool, Uehara. I cannot believe I am on the same team as this arrogant brat, Fujiwara. As Uehara and Fujiwara exited the classroom amidst a chorus of congratulations and applause, they encountered a striking young man clad in a green jonin vest, bearing twin blades, Mizuya, Uehara's first captain. Mizuya beckoned them forward, but, without a word, swiftly turned and departed, leaving no room for conversation. Fujiwara relished this demeanor, believing that true masters ought to emanate an air of aloofness. His excitement surged, prompting him to hastily follow suit, with Uehara trailing behind. Mizuya, noticing their pursuit, accelerated without regard for whether they could keep pace. Fujiwara, exerting himself to the fullest, found himself harboring resentment as he watched the distance between them stretch. How dare he ignore me, a prodigious talent? He thought indignantly. He yelled back to Uehara, keep up, Uehara, don't fall behind. Uehara, relaxed and unperturbed, bore no sign of sweat and replied, certainly, you must stay close to our captain. You know my abilities are lacking. My graduation was purely fortuitous. He was unhurried, aware that this captain was testing them while simultaneously establishing his authority, a common tactic. Before long, Mizuya's figure vanished entirely. Fujiwara, after much struggle and mental strain, finally emerged from a forest into a meadow just outside the Hidden Leaf village, where he spotted the elusive captain and an exceptionally graceful young woman, along with the inexplicably punctual Uehara. Damn it, how could Uehara arrive before me? Wasn't he the underperformer? Surely, it must have been luck. He had stumbled upon a fortunate encounter. Fujiwara had thought Uehara lost when he had vanished mid-journey, only to discover Uehara had arrived first, leaving him with a sense of defeat. Mizuya regarded the perspiring Fujiwara with disappointment, taunting, "The future of the Hidden Leaf is in your hands? It's doomed. That kid beside you has better stamina and a precious sensibility." Fujiwara felt foolish for equating a mere loudmouth with a master, realizing he had failed to see his worth. Has the homeroom teacher ever spoken of me in such a manner? He pondered. Was Mizuya to be the first antagonist on his path to greatness? After chastising Fujiwara, Mizuya turned his attention to Uehara, finding him intriguing for daring to confront the third Hokage directly. He would never have the audacity to do so. However, Mizuya was not inclined to spare Uehara either. Launching into an attack, the three fools of the leaf, Might Guy, Might Die, and you, the biggest fool among them. A pure waste of potential. If only I possessed your sensory ability, I would have long ascended to the position of Umbu leader. But here you are, failing at everything, the last in your class. You should just end it all. Your existence is a mere blight on the air and a pollution to the environment. In death, you could return to dust, enriching nature and nourishing all. Uehara remained unfazed, even taking a step back to avoid the spittle flying from Mizuya's mouth, contemplating. Our captain is rather volatile and possesses a sharp tongue, even daring to insult my mentor and Might Guy. Should I retaliate? Uehara hesitated. That might not be wise, considering I will likely encounter him frequently in the future. He pondered the burlap sack he carried, secretly devising a plan for a surprise attack, an ambush to subdue him without being recognized, ensuring future encounters would pose no issue. Uehara commended his clever scheme. Might Guy had been the first benefactor in his life, guiding him through the most challenging and vulnerable periods. Even for him, both he and Might Guy have endured considerable hardship. Although Might Die expelled him from the dojo, Uehara Mori still regards him as a master and will not tolerate any insults directed at Might Die. Moreover, Uehara Mori practices for at least 18 hours a day. What is the purpose of such diligence? To be ridiculed, to be bullied, and to cower in silence? Nonsense. In the face of injustice and humiliation, one must strike back with force. As a recently returned jonin from the front lines, Shuein holds both Fujiwara Daiji and Uehara Mori in contempt, believing his presence here to be a mere waste of time. My theoretical course on the will of fire received a perfect score. Does that old fool, the third Hokage, genuinely believe that my practical application of the will of fire would also be flawless? Does he think I would benevolently guide two freshly graduated cannon fodder? What a joke. In battle, they could serve as bait or a shield, which should prove quite useful. Thinking of this, Shuein's tone softened as he introduced himself. I am Shuein, a commoner and a jonin. Remember, everything in this team must adhere to my commands. My word is law, and it must be executed with utmost diligence. A terrifying aura emanated from him. One cannot possess such a dreadful presence without having taken the lives of thousands. Fujiwara Daiji had never encountered such a menacing aura before. His face turned pale, feeling as if a sharp blade was poised at his heart, ready to claim his life. Why yes, Captain, Fujiwara Daiji stammered, fear consuming him. Indeed, the captain was the first formidable adversary he had encountered, truly terrifying. Uehara Mori quietly observed Shuein, his nasal tone indifferent as he remarked, This murderous intent is barely 1% of my strength, a mere novice. Within the training space, Uehara Mori had dispatched not less than 99,000 ninjas. When he unleashed his full murderous intent, even special jonin would tremble in fear, far surpassing Shuein's intensity. Shuein, suppressing his killing intent, felt dissatisfaction towards Uehara Mori's lack of social awareness, thinking, even if my intimidation failed, he should at least pretend to be afraid. Clearly, he is nothing but a stubborn brat. Shuein contemplated how to deal with this little rascal. Should he deduct Uehara Mori's mission achievements, report him to the Hokage, or assign him the most perilous tasks to ensure his demise. Within the team, Shuein perceived himself as a deity, capable of manipulating the fates of his subordinates at will. Not long after, he turned to the silent, elegant young woman beside him and said, "Let us begin our self-introductions. Starting with you." The girl, with her high ponytail and long, glossy black hair reminiscent of the finest satin, bore an indifferent gaze and a countenance as cold as ice. "I am Uchiha Tsukihime, a Chunin." Her statement was brief and quintessentially Uchiha. Uchiha Tsukihime regarded her two teammates and captain with indifference, deeming them too weak. Even Shuein, possessing elite Jonin strength, did not impress her. Internally, she mused, "The captain might last 5 seconds under my hand. No, it should be 2 seconds. This cursed talent has made me stronger yet again, never allowing me to experience the sensation of weakness. How vexing." Hee hee. Chapter 7. The eccentric female teammate at merely 12 years of age. Uchiha Tsukihime had inherited her clan leader grandfather's formidable training talent and had already become a remarkably powerful kunoichi. She harbored an ambitious long-term goal, to become the first female Hokage of Konoha. Her midterm objective was to defeat the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, thus becoming the first female leader in Uchiha history. In the short term, she aimed to lay low, remain inconspicuous, and develop her strength in secrecy. With numerous enemies lurking, any exposure of her true prowess could result in a fate akin to those historical prodigies, who were envied by the heavens and met their demise through illness. As for the nature of this illness, it would merely serve as a cover story for their untimely deaths at the hands of their enemies. Therefore, any unfamiliar ninja who discovered her formidable abilities became her target for elimination to prevent exposure. Uchiha Tsukihime had switched squads several times, with many teammates perishing due to their knowledge of her capabilities. For instance, all her previous teammates were officially reported to have been killed by Sand Ninja. She was aware of Uehara Mori's sensing abilities, thus maintaining a cautious distance, pondering, "Uehara Mori, I wonder about your luck. I hope you remain oblivious." As for Fujiwara Daiji, she paid him no mind. Fujiwara Daiji gazed at the exquisitely beautiful, porcelain-skinned Uchiha Tsukihime and thought, "Is this the target of the assessment mission? How lovely. I truly cannot bear to harm her. I do not even know what crime she has committed." His mission, issued by Root, was to eliminate Uchiha Tsukihime. Success would grant him entry into Root, followed by rigorous training to officially become a member of this elite covert unit. Surely, they must be formidable, necessitating the sacrifice of her life. Fujiwara Daiji internally shed crocodile tears, though he found the idea of killing a teammate perplexing. He believed that since it was a mission sanctioned by the Umbu, there must be a valid reason behind it. Uchiha Tsukihime must have done something to jeopardize Konoha. The more beautiful a woman, the more malevolent she is, his mother's words echoed true. After being reprimanded and intimidated by Shuein, Fujiwara Daiji became considerably more subdued, quietly stating, "I am Fujiwara Daiji, a recent graduate, proficient in swordsmanship." At this point, his voice grew louder. "I can perform 5 elemental ninjutsu." His abilities ranked among the best in his graduating class, having amassed numerous awards throughout his life. Uehara Mori's homeroom teacher once remarked, "If Fujiwara Daiji were not a commoner who started late and lacked resources, he would undoubtedly be the strongest student in this cohort." His arrogance was certainly well-founded. Therefore, he was eager to align himself with influential figures in Konoha, hoping to gain access to various ninjutsu and resources to enhance his own strength. After hearing the introductions from the two, Uehara Mori stated, "I am Uehara Mori, barely graduated, a genin. I possess a modicum of taijutsu and a smattering of sensing ability. I hope to survive the Third Great Ninja War." He aimed to maintain a low profile. After all, the greater one's strength, the more perilous missions Konoha would assign. Should his abilities be revealed, he could find himself imprisoned for investigation, subsequently assigned to S-rank missions as an overburdened beast of burden. His previous life as such had been miserable enough. In this life, he merely sought to earn a modest living and support his master in retirement. Of course, if his strength were to be exposed, it would not matter. He could simply slack off. He held a negative impression of his team. Captain Shuei and was oblivious to camaraderie, instantly earning disdain upon their first meeting. Teammate Fujiwara Daiji was a mere novice, arrogant yet ignorant. Teammate Uchiha Tsukihime exhibited inexplicable hostility towards him from the onset. Though faint, it was detectable by his senses. They were teammates, partners whose lives would intertwine. What sane individual harbors murderous intent upon first meeting a teammate? Moreover, while Uchiha Tsukihime seemed indifferent to him, never once meeting his gaze, she was clearly wary. Likely another eccentric. The Konoha led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had become utterly rotten. The once optimistic will of fire had morphed into a malevolent spirit. Impatiently, Shuein listened to the 3 introductions before delivering a significant announcement. Today, we shall embark on a mission to the front lines. You have 4 hours to prepare. Assemble here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dismissed. Before the 3 could inquire about mission details, he transformed into an arrow, darting into the forest. Had Konoha truly reached such a critical juncture so soon after forming this team? Uehara Mori pondered quietly, contemplating the forthcoming arrangements. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to defeat the third Hokage, and was immediately filled with frustration, cursing inwardly. Damn that old bitting, lacking martial virtue. Abusing his power for personal gain, utterly shameless. The 3 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts and suspicions, exchanged no words as they departed from the grassy field, returning to their respective homes and families. After leaving, Uehara Mori returned to the original spot. He swiftly followed the trail left by Shuein, his body seemingly weightless as he glided over the grass, akin to a dragonfly skimming water or footsteps in the snow, leaving no trace. 2 minutes later, Uehara Mori discovered Shuein, who was still advancing through a serene bamboo grove. He first suppressed all his presence, revealing not a hint of his approach, and then scattered scent-masking powder over himself. The teachings from the ninja school were rather lacking. Only the skills of poisoning, concealment, and assassination were somewhat commendable. Grateful for his teacher's diligent guidance, Uehara Mori reflected, as he moved like a specter behind Shuein and was humming a tune, which upon closer inspection, was about a mere pawn advancing towards defeating the Hokage. He was in quite a good mood, having just acquired 3 new laborers. Tasks such as washing clothes, cooking, and purchasing ninja tools, time-consuming chores, could now be delegated to these new recruits. Especially Uehara Mori, who seemed exceptionally resilient and capable of working tirelessly for 20 hours straight. Suddenly, a sharp pain pulsed in Shuein's temple, and he instinctively sensed danger. Could it be that his enemies from Konoha had come to ambush him? He had returned to Konoha stealthily, without revealing himself, and now he was traversing the forest. How could they possibly find him? Or perhaps he had inadvertently stumbled upon an enemy. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he prepared to activate the body flicker technique to evade the area. Then, without warning, a searing pain struck his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Uehara Mori frowned as he gazed at the unconscious Shuein, now wrapped in a burlap sack, pondering, is my strength too formidable? Or has Shuein, this elite jonin, been overestimated? He quickly dismissed his doubts, delivering 2 swift punches to Shuein's eye sockets through the sack, followed by a series of controlled strikes across his body, ensuring that the damage would be minimal, leaving only a few days of pain. Shuein, in the throes of agony, let out an involuntary scream. Uehara Mori, noticing that the captain was about to regain consciousness, delivered a decisive kick to his neck, rendering him unconscious once more. He continued to hum a makeshift tune. You are iron, I am the hammer. Iron must become steel, forged through countless strikes. After several hundred affectionate blows, Uehara Mori removed the sack, only to be startled by the sight of Shuein's battered visage. My goodness, have I gone too far? I've left him unrecognizable. Recalling Shuein's insults towards himself and Might Guy, both of whom were known as the Konoha 3 Fools, Uehara Mori's anger surged. Bang! A devastating strike. He had immense confidence in the medical ninjas of Konoha Hospital, assured that when next he encountered Shuein, he would indeed have 2 fine eggs. Within moments, Shuein was painfully roused from his unconscious state. Instinctively curling his body, he shielded his lower regions with his hands, angrily exclaiming, "Who is so wicked?" After cursing for a while, and seeing no sign of an enemy, Shuein struggled to rise, his legs trembling. He was an exceptionally strong man, capable of creating a semblance of strength despite being born without certain attributes. His willpower was harder than steel, and his vitality surpassed that of a cockroach. He was well versed in various survival techniques, including medical ninjutsu, with the vibrant green chakra of life manifesting in his hands. He gently enveloped the assurance of a future filled with happiness. As his injuries gradually healed, Shuein began to suspect his numerous enemies from Konoha. Having risen from a mere commoner to an elite jonin, Coupled with his brutal and bloodthirsty nature, he had made enemies across the 5 great nations, including the land of fire and Konoha itself. However, with so many foes, families such as the Nara, Sarutobi, and Akimichi clans had poor relations with him, making them all potential adversaries. The name Sarutobi Shinjiro flashed through his mind. Indeed, it must be you piece of filth. Shuein recalled the deep enmity he bore towards Sarutobi Shinjiro, who nearly stole his fiancée from him, their grudge running deep. Most importantly, the only one among his enemies capable of silently incapacitating him was the elite shinobi Sarutobi Shinjiro. Unbeknownst to Shuein, the one who had truly beaten him was none other than the recently encountered Uehara Mori. Shortly thereafter, Uehara Mori, equipped with merely a shield and weighted gear, assembled with his team. This mission was a joint operation involving 5 Jonin teams, comprising 20 ninjas and 100 civilians, tasked with escorting 20 carts of supplies to the battlefield frontline located in the Land of Rivers. After a brief exchange among the 5 Jonin leaders, they set off. The convoy soon began its journey, gradually distancing itself from Konoha. Dressed in traditional attire, Shimura Danzo stood alone atop a large tree, gazing through binoculars at the departing convoy, a hint of a cold smile forming on his face. Shuein was his son, yet Shimura Danzo had never acknowledged him. Watching Shuein leave Konoha on a mission in silence was his greatest pleasure. Only in this manner could his icy heart feel a semblance of warmth. My son, I await your return. January 1st of next year will be your wedding day, and I shall preside over your ceremony. On that day, I will reveal myself to you as your father. However, he noticed his son shrouded in a black cloak, displaying a puzzled expression. Has my son's taste in clothing changed? Has he adopted a penchant for the mysterious? Alas, I am growing old and cannot keep up with the trends. Above the Hokage rock, Might Guy and Might Dai gazed towards the direction Uehara Mori had departed from Konoha. Father, why did you drive Mori away? I don't understand, Might Kai lamented. From childhood, Uehara Mori had been his best friend, not merely a friend, but akin to family. The bond between Uehara Mori and Might Dai was equally harmonious, resembling that of a father and son. Moreover, he did not perceive Might Dai as a timid person. Fearing that Uehara Mori might cause trouble and implicate him was merely an excuse. Tears streamed down Might Dai's face. Mori is destined to be extraordinary, with grand ideals and aspirations to transform Konoha and the shinobi world. His enemies will inevitably be formidable. Our presence would only serve as a constraint. To liberate him from these shackles will allow him to soar higher and venture further. Since childhood, Uehara Mori had often spoken to Might Dai about reform, peace, equality, oppression, and establishing a new order. As Uehara Mori matured, he had grown more reticent. But it was clear to Might Dai that his silence was not due to a lack of expression, but rather a simmering discontent, like a volcano accumulating energy. One day, that volcano would either devastate the land or create a more fertile one. As a mentor, he felt immense pride for Uehara Mori's lofty ambitions. Uehara Mori was bound to face numerous and powerful foes. All Might Dai could do was ensure he did not become a burden, that he would not be a weakness for Uehara Mori. Might Kai laughed heartily. I knew my father was not the cowardly type. Chapter 8. The Headshot Expert. Chizuru the transport team had been on the road for 3 hours since departing from Konoha. With the wheels of the supply cart rolling incessantly, Uehara Mori exerted himself, pulling the primitive 4-wheeled cart laden with 500 pounds of weight. The cart also bore a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide alloy shield, which served as Uehara Mori's weapon. Heaven rewards diligence had always been Uehara Mori's motto, and he strived to embody it. Even while on a mission, he seized every opportunity for training. Hey, little cow, come sit with me. Fujiwara Deo, lounging on the front of another cart, mockingly called out, his tone laced with a subtle blend of admiration and jealousy. He genuinely found it amusing that even during a mission, Uehara Mori was still intent on working out. Such a waste of energy. Was he not afraid of death? All ninjas are well aware that maintaining peak physical condition during missions is paramount to ward off any impending threats. Some ninjas even take breaks every hour to recuperate. Among the ninjas executing this mission, all were seated in the carriage, except for Uehara Mori. Fujiwara Daisho cast a disdainful glance at Uehara Mori, thinking, he truly lacks even the most basic ninja knowledge. But that is to be expected from a poor student. Captain Mizuyasu overheard Fujiwara Daisho's remarks and felt his regard for him diminish. A lazy individual should never ridicule a diligent and ambitious youth. Mizuyasu disapproved of Uehara Mori's actions, but had no intention of correcting him. He secretly admired Uehara's physique and strength. A heavily laden four-wheeled cart requires 3 horses to pull it, yet Uehara Mori could match the strength of 3 horses alone. While the horses grew weary, he remained unfazed. Truly a marvel. The other ninjas in the team regarded Uehara Mori with curiosity, some hurling insults, others looking down upon him. No one reminded him to conserve his energy. Why should they intervene when even their captain Mizuyasu chose not to? Each should tend to their own affairs. Uehara Mori, suppressing his rising anger, thought, "Ba. I shall be patient. Today, they have insulted me, yet I have spared their lives. Surely that counts as saving a life." He recalled what Might Guy had said about the bloodthirsty dinosaur within him and thought, "Master, you are mistaken. I am, in fact, a paragon of virtue, having saved the lives of many today." At that moment, the beautiful Uchiha Tsukuha noticed Uehara Mori's unwavering determination and felt a pang of regret. It is truly a consequence of habitual thinking. I am already so strong. Even with great physical exertion, I could evade danger. Why did I not think to train diligently during missions? She chastised herself for wasting her youth. Uchiha Tsukuha leaped from the cart, ordered the laborers to lead the horses away, and began to pull the cart herself. Remarkably, her efforts proved effective. Tsukuha was also a training enthusiast, capable of clashing with the most elite fighters in the ninja world at just 12 years of age. Yet she remained humble, aware that there are always those stronger than oneself. She would never reveal her true strength unless absolutely necessary. As the others witnessed Uchiha Tsukuha pulling the cart, they began to mock her. Tsukuha paid them no mind. Uehara Mori, seeing the poised and striking Uchiha Tsukuha join him in pulling the cart, smiled in her direction, earning her admiration in return. Those who toil with diligence often find mutual respect. While pulling the cart, Uehara Mori's thoughts wandered to a true story he had heard. He had learned of the Sarutobi clan's warehouse ninja, who transformed into a gluttonous rat, greedily pilfering. When inspections loomed, they disguised themselves as enemies, setting fire to the warehouse to cover their tracks and profit simultaneously. As he pondered this, a blush-inducing thought crossed his mind: embezzlement. If the powerful could flout rules for personal gain, why should a mere nobody like him adhere to them? He too desired wealth. The supplies in the transport convoy were of considerable value. Acquiring them could yield substantial profits for Uehara Mori. As the saying goes, the bolder one is, the greater the rewards. In times of war, Konoha offered no monetary compensation for missions, only merit, alongside a meager monthly stipend. As a low-ranking ninja, Uehara Mori received a mere 10,000 ryo a month, just enough to stave off hunger. Moreover, he held little affection for Konoha, caring only for his own well-being and that of his friends. What became of Konoha was of no concern to him. Was it not evident that the greatest parasite of Konoha was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, tirelessly draining resources while expanding his clan from a mere handful to a formidable force of thousands of ninjas? Thus, Uehara Mori began to contemplate the supplies. Furthermore, he possessed a unique ability. The items he could recharge extended beyond mere currency to encompass various supplies. By merely placing his hands upon these items and silently chanting a mantra, they would vanish, converting into wealth. It was an utterly discreet and convenient process, provided the items were either his own or unclaimed. However, even if the goods were indeed unclaimed, stealthily appropriating them posed a significant challenge. Among the 5 ninja squads, there were 5 jonin, 2 Byakugan users, and 1 sensory ninja, himself, while the others were also elite. The most formidable adversaries were the 2 Byakugan users, Hyuga Aotori and Hyuga Banjin, who could effortlessly detect any subtle movements. If only an unwary enemy would attempt a surprise attack, Uehara Mori could take advantage of the chaos. Perhaps fate was unkind, for the following days were marked by clear skies and a distinct lack of any troublemakers. With only a day and a half remaining until they reached the front lines, Uehara Mori felt disheartened. "Where is my opportunity?" he lamented. "Is it not said that a traveler from another world shines like a beacon in the night, attracting enemies like moths to a flame? Why have I waited in vain for so many days?" Perched atop a mountain 15 kilometers away stood 32 ninjas clad in black armor, their faces obscured by masks and armed to the teeth, resembling harbingers of death. Despite the biting cold and howling winds, they stood in perfect formation, unwavering. Each one was a battle-hardened veteran, fully equipped, having emerged bloodied from countless skirmishes. They would likely struggle with commerce or agriculture, but when it came to killing, they were unparalleled experts. Leading them was the deputy head of the sand village's Umbu, codenamed Senju, known as the Hundred-Handed Uehara, a master of various hidden weapons. He was also one of the culprits behind the collapse of Konoha's defenses in the Land of Rivers, with a bounty of 60 million ryo on his head, equivalent to 2 asumas. Senju was tall, his physique sculpted like a marble statue of a mythical hero, equipped with 15 weapon pouches at his waist and a large sword on his back. At that moment, he delighted in handling a finely crafted telescope, seemingly enchanted by its allure. Rumor had it that it was a product of cutting-edge technology. What that entailed he did not know, but he had a strong sense that the boss's heart was indeed dark. The price of 500,000 ryo for a telescope was exorbitant, surpassing that of an entire house. Senju noticed the elite Jonin Kazekage Sayun beside him, using the telescope to survey Konoha's transport convoy, and sought to boast. "How does your telescope compare to this one, Kazekage Sayun? Can it see as clearly from 15 kilometers away?" Kazekage Sayun paid him no mind, engrossed in his observations, muttering, "Let me see which Konoha unfortunate souls are out today. 2 Hyuga branch family slaves, and wait, what? 2 fools are pulling the cart." Upon hearing the term fools, Senju's interest piqued, and he seized his precious telescope. "What? Kazekage Sayun, you are mistaken. Those are not mere beasts of burden. They are, in fact, diligent and aspiring youths." He noted their commendable appearances, but alas, they were about to meet their demise at his hands. "I am truly ruthless," he cackled, his laughter echoing like that of a twisted killer. A man of extreme dedication, his well-defined muscles bore testament to his relentless training. He admired those who worked hard, such as Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukaha. Hearing his sinister laughter, the group of killers on site became alert. Even the elite Jonin, Kazama Ayun, is no exception. Chizuru is certainly not a benevolent individual. To be precise, he is a capricious tyrant, possessing an overwhelmingly dreadful prowess. Last month, the Sand Shinobi launched a massive assault on the Konoha defense line. Among the participating shadow-level warriors, there were no fewer than 5, including Orochimaru and Chiobaba, yet Chizuru, this elite Jonin, claimed the highest number of slain foes. Generally speaking, shadow-level warriors are said to be able to take on 1,000 troops single-handedly. But few can truly achieve such feats. In a grand battle, slaying 300 or 400 shinobi would be considered a commendable achievement. However, Chizuru managed to vanquish over 600 Konoha ninjas, instantly earning notoriety in the shinobi world. After surveying the situation of the transport convoy, Chizuru turned to address everyone involved in the operation, outlining the status of the Konoha transport team and assigning tasks. Though the strength of the Konoha transport team may not match ours, caution is imperative. Engage the numerous with the few, and the strong against the weak. The utmost priority is those supplies. Take as much as possible, and destroy what cannot be taken. In unison, the Sand Shinobi responded affirmatively. They brimmed with confidence in this mission, bolstered by a team comprising 7 formidable Jonin, alongside the enigmatic Chizuru. With such power, they would even dare to assault weaker shinobi villages. A mere 20 Konoha ninjas would be easily subdued. Chizuru bellowed, "What is our operational directive? Burn it all. Kill them all. Seize it all." The Sand Shinobi shouted with fervor. The weather was splendid today, heralding a bountiful harvest. Satisfied by the morale of his comrades, Chizuru nodded approvingly. He played with his binoculars, as if toying with the delicate hands of a goddess. Jonin Kazama Ayun approached Chizuru respectfully and said, "Lord Chizuru, during the assault, please refrain from exploding the heads of the Konoha ninjas. The intelligence unit requires the information contained within their minds." Aware of Chizuru's formidable strength, he also knew of his rather unfortunate habit, his cruelty towards enemies. As each victim met a gruesome fate, their heads shattered. A flicker of impatience crossed Chizuru's face. While safety is paramount during a mission, how can one ascertain if an enemy is dead without such thoroughness? Naturally, he would never confess that the act of decapitation was his greatest delight. "Enough, do not disturb my enjoyment of the scenery," he replied absently. Kazama Ayun fell silent. Chizuru appeared to be a typical individual, yet he was a tyrant at heart. A single additional word might invite a severe beating. Kazama Ayun was merely a hired hand. Why should he toil so relentlessly? Chapter 9. The weak do not deserve to exist within the Konoha transport team. Fujiwara Daisho felt a twinge of boredom. He had envisioned an exhilarating task, battling formidable foes and rescuing teammates from peril. The reality, however, was a monotonous affair, requiring constant vigilance, with every rustle of grass demanding his attention, yet he had yet to catch sight of a single enemy. He now felt somewhat neurotic. Fujiwara cast an envious glance at Uehara Mori, who, possessing sensory abilities, remained effortlessly composed. "Hey, Uehara Mori, what is your sensory range?" Uehara Mori pulled the cart to the side of the road, wiped the sweat from his brow, and feigned fatigue, stating, 50 meters, it's of little use. In truth, his actual range was 500 meters, but he chose to conceal his abilities. "Come, you all take a turn at pulling the cart. I shall rest for a moment." Several laborers promptly stepped forward to harness the horses to the cart, initiating their journey, while Uehara Mori sat atop, gripping the edge of his shield. A few days prior, he had toiled at the front, and now it was their turn to pull. The cart he occupied was the third to last in the convoy, but due to his delay, it had now fallen to the very end. The cart rumbled onward. Fujiwara, feeling restless, continued to engage Uehara Mori in conversation when suddenly he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, a thick fog is rising up ahead." A dense cloud of mist swiftly enveloped the convoy, swallowing several carts within moments. The fog was so thick that visibility was utterly compromised. In mere seconds, the entire convoy was encased, and the mist continued to expand, soon covering a radius of 1 kilometer and still growing. Fujiwara and Uehara were only a few meters apart, yet could not see one another. Even the cart beneath them was reduced to a mere indistinct silhouette. "Uehara Mori, Captain, where are you? Have we been ambushed by the mist shinobi? What are those Hyuga doing, blind as bats?" The captain, Mizuen, remained silent, when suddenly, Uchiha Tsukihime's cool voice cut through the tension. "This is the hidden mist technique, but it may not necessarily be the work of the mist shinobi. It is more likely the sand shinobi. Protect the supplies, remain calm." The shinobi were indoctrinated by Konoha's higher-ups to view themselves as mere tools, brainwashed to abandon comrades, but never the mission. No one dared to refute Uchiha Tsukihime's words. Uehara remained unperturbed, even displaying a hint of delight. He was exceptionally sensitive to killing intent. Even from a kilometer away, he could detect it, akin to a human killing intent detection apparatus, effective and precise. Mere moments prior, he had sensed the ominous aura, prompting him to cease pulling the cart and grasp his shield. Outside the fog at the front of the convoy, Chizuru strode alone, laden with an array of ninja tools, ready to initiate a bloody feast. Kazama Ayun intercepted a robust shinobi eager to prove himself. The muscular shinobi, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't Lord Chizuru say to engage the few with the many, and the strong against the weak? Why do you stop me when others are not entering?" Kazama Ayun sighed, realizing the fellow had clearly not been paying attention. He must have been a poor student. Engaging the few means all of Konoha's transport team against Lord Chizuru alone. Engaging the strong against the weak means Lord Chizuru is strong, while the Konoha transport team is weak. Can you comprehend human speech? The robust shinobi scratched his head, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, thinking to himself, "It sounds peculiar, what Lord Kazama is saying. Although I still don't quite understand. I cannot express my confusion, lest I be ridiculed by others." Within the dense fog, Chizuru, utilizing his formidable sensory skills, swiftly approached the prepared Konoha shinobi. At the forefront of their ranks, Hinata always stood atop a cart, straining his Byakugan to its limits, veins bulging ominously on his forehead. He anxiously queried his companion. "Hinata-ban, how far can you see?" The fog's density far exceeded that of an ordinary hidden mist technique, and it was uncertain whether it had been modified or enhanced by other means. "It is impacting my Byakugan's clarity. I can only see less than 100 meters. Hinata-ban replied gravely. "We must proceed with caution." Before Hinata-ban could finish his warning, he witnessed Always' head explode, blood erupting from his body, as he was mercilessly perforated by an unseen force. In that instant, a searing pain gripped his chest, and he was knocked to the ground. Rolling aside, he sought refuge behind the cart's supplies to shield himself from further assault. As he felt his chest, he discovered several steel pellets embedded in his armor. He considered himself fortunate. Had he not been wearing protective gear and had Always' body not provided a barrier, he might have perished. Clinging desperately to the cart's side, he remained utterly still, the cacophony of screams around him sending his heart racing. He was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but he thought he even heard the captain's cries of agony. Hinata-ban was a seasoned shinobi, experienced in many battles. Yet this was his first encounter with such carnage. If his instincts were correct, it seemed the enemy was but a single individual, the last in the transport convoy. Uehara Mori and his companions also came under attack. A steel pellet whizzed through the air, grazing Fujiwara Daisho's scalp. Feeling the warmth of blood trickle down, he was stripped of his prior eagerness for an enemy encounter. Another pellet shot forth from the mist. Though Uchiha Tsukihime lacks sensory abilities, she possesses the Sharingan. And not just any, but the 3-tomo variant. It is widely acknowledged that a 3-tomo Sharingan signifies a formidable elite jonin among the Uchiha clan. Yet, at that moment, she appeared incongruous in the eyes of the young girl. Uchiha Tsukihime hastily turned her head away. The sound of thuds echoed nearby, likely the result of steel balls piercing through several large trees. The reputation of Senkaku, the 100-handed Azura, was indeed well-deserved. Such rapid projectiles would be difficult for even an average jonin to evade, explaining the ease with which he reaped lives. Whoosh! The third steel ball hurtled towards the final card of the transport team. A hand, ensconced in calluses as if it could foresee the trajectory of the steel ball, extended and deftly intercepted it. The steel ball, capable of effortlessly piercing steel and shattering skulls, was caught. Uehara Mori, feeling the scorching heat from the steel ball's friction with the air, discarded it. Thud, thud, thud. The trees cried out in agony, chastising a certain buzzcut for his lack of civic duty. Uehara Mori remarked, "It seems our captain has vanished. Should we seek refuge elsewhere?" Fujiwara Daisho trembled in fear, yearning to flee, yet his mouth betrayed him. "Buzzcut, coward. Summon your courage to confront the Hokage and spare me the disgrace here." The icy maiden remained silent. Uehara Mori continued, "Then I shall take my leave first, conceal the supplies, and return for you." Sensing the murderous intent ahead, he urged the horses onward, retreating in the opposite direction from the transport team. Why was he driving the carriage? Because a laborer possesses the ancient wisdom of farmers. This mist was evidently no ordinary phenomenon. It was undoubtedly a dreadful ninjutsu, and the ninjas were likely in peril. If they did not depart now, when would they? No one was willing to perish for a meager sum of money. The sounds of bodies colliding resonated incessantly. Hyuga Banjuan cautiously peeked out, only to witness a colossal figure and a brawny man engaged in a relentless clash as the fierce wind ripped through the mist. He recognized the giant as Akimichi Zabe, an elder of the Akimichi clan, a formidable warrior who had thrived since the Second Shinobi World War, now battling an adversary who seemed evenly matched with him, if not stronger. How terrifying! Hyuga Banjuan retreated, clutching the steel ball that had nearly claimed his life. Surely, those struck by such projectiles must be dead. How cursed he felt to encounter such a ruthless opponent. The aftermath of the battle between Senkaku and Akimichi Zabe dispersed some of the mist, allowing Konoha ninjas to surge forth and mount an assault. At that moment, a clone of Senkaku stood amidst the fog, arms swirling as countless steel balls were unleashed. Due to the clone's astonishing speed, numerous afterimages of arms surrounded him. A multitude of steel balls shattered the mist, each exploding the heads of Konoha ninjas, resulting in a significant number of casualties. Senkaku laughed maniacally, embodying the reason he was dubbed the 100-handed Azura. Had it been his true self in action, the devastation would have been even more pronounced. As he observed the crimson and white splatter in the air, Senkaku recalled the words of Kazuma Ayun, dismissing them with disdain. He would not heed her counsel. Without exploding heads, who would recognize his renown? Without such devastation, who would fear him? Once more, Senkaku and Akimichi Zabe exchanged blows before retreating into the mist, intent on checking the rear of the transport team for more heads to explode. Poor souls of Konoha. Savor your dread. Protect your heads well. Just then, Mijuin arrived at the battlefield, exclaiming, "A bunch of fools. Don't you know to use wind release to disperse the mist? Your deaths are unjust." A ninja stepped forward, angrily retorting, "6 of us have already tried using wind release, and it was futile." The mist quickly reformed. Mijuin shook his head. The weak truly do not deserve to exist. Chapter 10. Enjoying the subtle chaos with a wave of his hand, he ordered the crowd to part. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A terrifying whirlwind erupted from Mijuin's mouth, instantly clearing an 800-meter radius of dense fog, finally allowing sunlight to stream through. Akimichi Zabe narrowed his eyes, silently acknowledging the formidable skill of Mijuin's wind release. This mere B-rank jutsu exhibited a potency surpassing many A-rank wind techniques. surveying the surroundings. He noticed warm corpses still bleeding, including the headless body of a Jonin captain among them. There were only 17 carts, and Uehara Mori's cart had vanished. The earlier adversary had also disappeared. Moreover, Akimichi Zabe and all Konoha ninjas gazed at the ever-expanding fog, their brows furrowing in concern. The previously potent wind release had failed to disperse all the mist. How vast must its extent be? Akimichi Zabe implored Mijuin. Could you use wind release once more at the edge of the mist? Mijuin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While he could unleash such a powerful technique several more times, he was unwilling to waste further energy on this group. His own life was paramount. He had survived the brutal battlefield not just due to his formidable strength, but also because of his ruthlessness. Having shed unnecessary ties, he had transcended, his vision extending beyond the confines of the small village of Konoha. Mijuin waved his hand in refusal, stating, "I am merely an ordinary Jonin, not a formidable monster like Lord Orochimaru. Using a jutsu leaves me nearly breathless." Akimichi Zabe observed Mijuin's exaggerated claims with skepticism, yet found himself powerless to counter them. Although this was a joint mission, theoretically necessitating mutual support, in practice, no one could truly impose upon another. Even after the mission's conclusion, complaints against Mijuin would likely yield minimal repercussions, for many ninjas in Konoha were akin to Mijuin, and his strength was particularly formidable. Outside the mist, 10 Sand Village ninjas relentlessly employed water release, hidden mist technique. They had come prepared, selecting 10 individuals skilled in the technique to create a thick fog to assist Senkaku in maximizing his combat prowess. The sound of wheels rolling echoed clearly through the mist. Senkaku, having moved from the front of the convoy to the rear, listened to the rumbling sound, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Which Konoha ninja had the audacity to present themselves as a target? Though he possessed sensory abilities, they were significantly diminished in the mist, limiting his range to 60 meters. Yet, that was sufficient. He retrieved a steel ball from his ninja tool pouch, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! A colossal boulder shattered the air, tearing through the mist and colliding head-on. Senkaku quickly sidestepped, only to find a strikingly beautiful girl with a high ponytail and an overwhelming presence suddenly appear, her porcelain fist landing mercilessly upon his sculpted abs. Bang! A deep impression marked his hard muscles, the knuckles clearly defined. Senkaku flicked his wrist, intending to hurl the steel ball to crush the girl's skull. Yet, as if foreseeing his move, she deftly seized his arm, twisting it, dislocating his joint and forcing his body to lean forward. Despite Senkaku's extensive combat experience and his muscular build, he remained remarkably agile. With a scorpion's tail maneuver, he kicked sharply towards the girl's head. She disregarded his kick, as her own movements were swifter. Her firm thigh launched an attack, striking Senkaku's head with precision. Bang! His head exploded, yet no blood or brain matter emerged. Instead, his body transformed into a mound of earth, an earth clone. The girl scratched her head, seemingly unfazed. Probably just a minor character, she mused, clever but too slow and lacking in battle awareness. She turned around, morphing into a buzz-cut boy. It was then revealed that it was Uehara Mori, disguised as Uchiha Tsukihime, striving to conceal his true strength. Uchiha Tsuki's murderous intent towards him was firmly etched in his memory. This could be considered a minor setback for Uchiha Tsuki. The sound of wheels rolling echoed through the thick fog, seemingly beckoning. Come quickly, there is a foolish one here. Chizuru received the memories transmitted from his shadow clone, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized the girl. She was a member of the Uchiha clan. Initially thought to be a minor character, he was taken aback by her formidable taijutsu skills, which left him with little room for resistance. Furthermore, it seemed that every one of her attacks was anticipated. Clearly, he needed to exercise caution. If this girl survived, he would certainly report her strength back to the village. Konoha had records of all the talented individuals, and the fact that someone so strong was not documented suggested she was a rare gem, covertly stirring up trouble. After some contemplation, Chizuru ceased to dwell on the girl. He had merely been caught off guard earlier. And since the strength of the Earth clone paled in comparison to his true self, he believed he could likely defeat her if they crossed paths again. With his heightened senses, Chizuru swiftly navigated through the fog. Soon, he spotted his target again, a boy with a buzz cut. Exercising caution, he once more employed his Earth clone for a surprise attack, while his true self quickly sought another target. Moments later, He found himself perplexed, seated on a rock. Utterly baffled. How could his Earth clone have been dispatched so swiftly? Was he truly that weak to encounter two Konoha prodigies, both possessing terrifying strength? Fortunately, he soon encountered another Konoha ninja, and this time, his Earth clone easily dispatched the foe. It seemed he was not at fault. They were simply too powerful. Unbeknownst to Chizuru, after his Earth clone was eliminated by the buzzcut boy, the boy confidently patted his bulging chest and said, "Uehara Shin, I'm sorry, but I cannot expose myself. I must assume your appearance. However, your pectorals are impressively large, even larger than mine." The boy's voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark, and it unmistakably echoed Uchiha Tsuki's tone. Any guilt Tsuki felt towards the boy quickly dissipated. She was a person of great ambition, with a broad heart, never allowing trivial matters to occupy her thoughts. Gazing at the supplies on the cart beside her, her ebony eyes sparkled as her heart raced. Oh no, this was the sensation of excitement. Orphaned at a young age, Tsuki had lost her father and mother, and her closest grandfather had passed away during her childhood. While she had never met her grandmother, the rest of her relatives treated her poorly, not only regarding her coldly, but also seizing her inheritance. Only one guardian and mentor, Uchiha Kuin, had been kind to her. Thus, she had grown self-reliant from an early age, learning to earn her own living. 2 years prior, while guarding a warehouse on the borders of the Land of Fire, she discreetly amassed a substantial sum, successfully lifting herself out of poverty. Ever since, she had developed a good habit of collecting items others discarded to sell and support her living expenses, earning praise from her mentor for being a good girl. Chapter 11. 2 large rats. Uehara Shin secured the cart and supplies and arranged for a shadow clone to guard them. He was indeed a competent Konoha ninja, viewing the mission as more important than the lives of his comrades, embodying the will of fire. Delivering this cart of supplies to the front lines of the Land of Rivers was his mission, and he would never allow it to be lost. The idea of stealing from his own mission was merely a fleeting thought. He would never act on it. His mentor had taught him to recognize when to advance and retreat, understanding gains and losses. Uehara had absorbed this lesson well, intending to keep the supplies to exchange for merits and ninjutsu at the front lines. Losing the supplies would likely result in severe punishment, even imprisonment and interrogation. After addressing the mission, he rubbed his hands together. With such thick fog, those 2 Byakugan users must have turned into blind ninjas. Surely, the fallen comrades had left behind many precious legacies that had gone unclaimed. Most importantly, if the supplies were left here, Konoha would likely have abandoned them. Otherwise, why would no one have come to collect them? Uehara smacked his forehead, convinced of the correctness of his thoughts, and decisively moved forward with his shield. Before long, he encountered the first cart, belonging to Captain Mizuya. He carefully sensed his surroundings. Excellent, there was no one. The horse had also been slain, presumably by the despicable enemies. How cruel. Since the captain no longer needed it, he would reluctantly accept it. Uehara placed his hand on the cart and quietly murmured, "Recharge. Financial fortune value, 5 million. Oh yes, war profits truly are the easiest to earn, a veritable bonanza." Uehara pressed onward, and, after a few steps, came across the second cart, belonging to Uchiha Tsuki. The coast was clear. She wouldn't have fled, would she? What a coward. To become wealthy, one must first muster courage. He once again tearfully murmured, "Recharge. Financial fortune value, 4 million. Chunin are indeed chunin. The value of their transported supplies is somewhat less. Nonetheless, my cart's supplies are worth at least 10 million. Alas, greater ability brings greater responsibility. There's no escaping it." Feeling quite pleased, Uehara proceeded a few more steps and encountered the third cart, belonging to Fujiwara Daisho. This was not good. Fujiwara was still present. "Captain, how can you be so dedicated? How much did Konoha pay you to guard these supplies so fiercely? Who goes there?" Fujiwara Daisho, sensing a vague silhouette approaching, felt a rush of tension, excitement, and fear. Was it an enemy? Should he flee in terror or bravely confront them? How thrilling. Was this the second villain on his path to greatness? "Captain, it's me." Upon hearing Uehara's voice, Fujiwara's fantasies were abruptly interrupted. "Uehara Shin, you owe me a merit." Uehara was left puzzled, wondering what madness had overtaken this large man. Had he been frightened into insanity? He had heard that killing the insane wasn't a crime. Was that true? "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to guard the supplies?" Fujiwara Daisho questioned, perplexed. Uehara grinned foolishly, feigning concern as he replied, "I hid the supplies, I was worried about you all. So I came to check. Check. What you really mean is that you're scared and came seeking safety. Fujiwara looked down on Uehara with disdain. Get away from here. Your presence only distracts me. Uehara obediently left. Fujiwara extended a hand to stop him, regretting it deeply. Brother, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? As a man, can't you show a little more composure? Fujiwara wished to say, I'm scared too. Please stay and hold me. But as the captain, he could not bear to lose face. Watching Uehara's figure slowly fade away, he slapped himself across the face. That is for being so glib. He glanced around, and then used earth release to dig a large hole, burying himself while inserting a straw to breathe. Fujiwara Daisho reassured himself. Life is not merely poetry in distant lands. There is also the harshness of the present. Endure for now, and the future will be bright. He continually hypnotized himself. And indeed, his spirits improved significantly. Uehara encountered another abandoned cart and decisively recharged. Financial fortune value, 6 million. Instead of pressing forward, he turned back. The captain truly lived up to his title, being so considerate as to bury himself for my sake. Meanwhile, Fujiwara, hidden underground, became more attuned to his surroundings. The faint vibrations of footsteps reached him, causing him to hold his breath. This must be the enemy's footsteps. For the sake of a brighter future, I shall endure. It's a pity for Uehara. The enemy is so ruthless, he must have perished. Though he may be foolish and of little strength. He has been my classmate for 6 years. Rest assured, Uehara, I shall not seek vengeance for you. I will carry your regrets and live well. Years from now, when I achieve success, you will surely be proud from the depths of the underworld to have had such a remarkable teammate. Soon, the faint vibrations of footsteps gradually faded. The enemy must have departed. Upholding a resilient spirit, Fujiwara Daishiang reflected on the precariousness of his existence, grateful that he had not succumbed to despair. Uehara Mori gazed at the panel, which displayed an astonishing wealth value of 20 million, his heart racing with excitement. He had never encountered such fortune before. It felt like a dream. The abundance left him pondering how to allocate such riches, a delightful dilemma indeed. Regrettably, his ninjutsu options were already maximized, leaving him with no avenues to explore. It seemed imperative for him to acquire new ninjutsu swiftly, as the wealth value demanded diligence. With purpose, Uehara Mori strode towards the 5th carriage, only to find its contents mysteriously absent. Where have the supplies gone? Did the enemy take them? He refrained from attributing the disappearance to the Leaf Ninja, recognizing that having a bearer of the will of fire like himself among them was already a stroke of misfortune. The thought of another such individual appearing was enough to trigger catastrophic consequences. Approaching the 6th carriage yielded similar results: emptiness. Who could be so despicable as to leave me with nothing? He muttered, continuing his search until he reached the 7th carriage, where he found a single hair, a remnant of what had once been winter clothing. He picked up the hair, murmuring, recharge. Despite his frustrations, Uehara Mori was not one to be miserly. He approached the 8th carriage, where he greeted Uchiha Suki with polite acknowledgement. His surprise was palpable. What brings you here? Could she be a mere scavenger? Yet, the supplies in the 8th carriage remained untouched, which suggested that she was not the culprit. Moreover, her exquisite appearance and lavish attire indicated that she was not in need of funds. Hello, Uehara Mori, Suki replied awkwardly. A wave of unease washed over her. If he had seen her scavenging, she would have been compelled to eliminate him. She noted that he was observing her sealing scroll, her suspicions rising once again. Could he doubt my intentions? In an instant, her murderous intent surged anew, as Uehara Mori noticed the bulge at Suki's waist, resembling a sealing scroll. He felt compelled to address it. I meant no offense. I was merely curious about what you carry. Calmly, Suki produced a small yet valuable sealing scroll. It's worth surpassing the supplies she had scavenged. Unlike ordinary scrolls, which were bulky and limited in capacity, hers was compact yet expansive, a cherished heirloom passed down from her clan leader. Unfamiliar with such high-caliber items, Uehara Mori's suspicions faded. My apologies. I walked past and noticed only the supplies from Fujiwara Daishiang's carriage remained. All others have vanished. Upon encountering you, I assumed you had stored them in your scroll. Suki's heart raced at his words, her suspicions intensifying. What transpired that caused all the supplies to disappear? Could this short-haired boy be involved? She scrutinized Uehara Mori, who obligingly turned to reveal that he possessed nothing but a solitary shield, devoid of even a ninja tool pouch. Her murderous intent dissipated replaced by guilt. How could I suspect such an innocent soul? She thought, bending down to sincerely apologize. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Both pondered the character of the true culprit behind the theft, their thoughts aligning on the enemy. Uehara Mori remained vigilant, sensing danger nearby. It must be the enemy's doing. They are likely still in the vicinity. Suki narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Indeed, they are cunning and cautious, possessing sensory abilities that allowed them to escape before our meeting. Uehara Mori felt a wave of self-doubt. Alas, my skills are insufficient if I am to feel such trepidation. I must train harder. Suki suggested, let us seek out Fujiwara Daishiang. Agreed. They made their way to where Daishiang was located, only to find it deserted, the carriage gone. Suki gasped, the enemy is ruthless, they've left not a trace. Daishiang suddenly emerged from the ground, exclaiming, I am unharmed, but I was nearly killed. You cannot fathom the cruelty of that enemy. They were like a human-shaped tyrant. Had I not cleverly used my clones to distract them, I might not be standing here. They dismissed Daishiang's embellished tale, and Suki recounted their findings, inquiring, what should we do now? Her gaze shifted towards the direction away from the caravan. Daishiang feigned concern, stating, since both Suki and I have lost our supplies, we must ensure Uehara Mori's remain safe. Let us proceed. Uehara Mori wholeheartedly agreed, and the trio sprinted onward, smiles inadvertently gracing their faces. Let those formidable jonin handle the battles. They reached Uehara Mori's supply cart and swiftly departed. As they escaped the fog-laden area, an imposing figure, bloodied and wounded, arched through the air from behind the cart. It was Hayakushu Shura Chiharu, seemingly battered by an unseen foe. Uehara Mori and Suki exchanged glances, a flicker of guilt passing between them. Uehara thought, forgive me, Suki, I have implicated you. Suki, too, felt remorse, wishing Uehara would remain oblivious to the truth, lest she be compelled to eliminate him. Without hesitation, they acted in unison. Uehara hurled his shield, while Suki unleashed a flurry of poisoned shurikens. Chiharu, mid-spin, caught sight of the two leaf prodigies and realized the peril he faced. Alas, trapped between two threats. Before he could devise an escape, the duo launched their assault. When he reached for his ninja tools, a cold smirk crossed his face. Using hidden weapons in my presence is a grave miscalculation. Little do they know I've mastered them since childhood. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered his arsenal depleted. Despair engulfed him as shurikens pierced his vital points. Before a scream could escape his lips, a colossal shield descended upon him with a resounding crack, akin to a watermelon splitting open. Chiharu could scarcely believe his fate, falling at the hands of two leaf youths. Emerging from the mist was Mizuan, who had just dealt Chiharu a grievous blow. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of Chiharu's demise, he seethed with frustration. Those two should have perished long ago. Why are they still alive, stealing my glory? Slaying Chiharu would have been monumental for my career. A nefarious thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I shall seize their accomplishment for myself. They are but fledgling ninjas. Surely they will not resist. Shuein approached Uehara Mori and the others with a menacing demeanor, threateningly declaring, I am the one who eliminated him. Did you all hear that? He was plotting to take all the credit for himself. As he spoke, he produced a ninjutsu scroll as a form of hush money. Uehara Mori and the others did not contest this and readily acquiesced. Fujiwara Daisho was still in a state of confusion, having no familiarity with Chizuru and, intimidated by Shuein's overwhelming aura of murderous intent, he agreed without hesitation. Uehara Mori felt little remorse about Chizuru's demise, considering him merely a minor character. Moreover, Shuein was prepared to offer him a ninjutsu scroll. Uchiha Tsukihime preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention, thus she consented as well. Shuein sealed Chizuru's body within a sealing scroll and tossed the ninjutsu scroll to the trio before turning back into the dense fog. He was not a man devoid of reason. Given the precarious circumstances, Uehara Mori and his companions were the perfect bait. Calming them was essential to ensnaring the real prey, which were the sand shinobi who had yet to make their move. This ninjutsu scroll served not only as hush money, but as a means of preserving their lives. Two birds with one stone. Shuein secretly reveled in his cleverness, thinking, what a frugal man I am. Shinyan must feel incredibly proud to have me as her fiancé. Uehara Mori retrieved the shield, shaking off the bloodstains. This item was no trifling possession, valued at 1,000,000 ryo. Oh, what's this? A telescope? He picked it up, cleaned it, and tested it. Wow, this is impressive. Uehara Mori deduced that the telescope could see at least 40 kilometers away. It was a remarkable treasure, undoubtedly worth a significant sum. He had never encountered a telescope in the ninja world capable of such distance. Maintaining a composed expression, he naturally tucked it away. Uchiha Tsukihime glanced over, but paid it no mind. Fujiwara Daisho scoffed, "It's just a telescope. You're scavenging the belongings of the dead." Uehara Mori ignored him, inwardly laughing with glee. Fujiwara Daisho disdainfully tossed the ninjutsu scroll Shuei and had given him to Uehara Mori. "This garbage is yours." Both he and Uchiha Tsukihime had perused it, finding it to be a peculiar sword technique that barely scraped by as C rank. This technique, known as the Uehara blade, had once gained notoriety. A powerful individual had even risen to the rank of Kage through its use. However, on the very day he achieved that status, he was brutally slain, more accurately, reduced to a pulp. Although termed a sword technique, the Uehara blade was essentially a method that fused killing intent with chakra. The more one killed, the stronger the technique became. The former Kage had slain too many, inciting public outrage and ultimately being overwhelmed and eliminated. Over time, many ninja villages attempted to practice the Uehara blade, but they soon abandoned it. Killing too few rendered it ineffective, while killing too many led to being branded a terrorist. Some attempted to substitute fish or dogs for human kills, but found it utterly ineffective. Thus, the Uehara blade gradually fell out of favor. According to Fujiwara Daisho, it was a technique that not even a dog would practice. Uehara Mori was unconcerned about whether it was worthless. He intended to keep it for later practice. His current fortune was astonishingly abundant. Uchiha Tsukihime observed Uehara Mori's delighted expression and doused him with cold water, saying, "Little flathead, you were just severely duped by Shuei, and killing Chizuru, the deputy minister of the Sand Ninja Zanbu, is a monumental achievement. No mere ninjutsu can compare." Upon hearing Chizuru's name, Fujiwara Daisho shrieked, "That person is the famed Chizuru, the 100-handed Uehara?" He was momentarily struck with shock, envisioning the bright future that would have awaited him had he been the one to slay Chizuru. "Little flathead, you've truly been taken for a ride. If Konoha knew you had blown Chizuru's head off, you'd be hailed as a hero across the village. Beauty, wealth, status, all within your grasp." The ninjutsu offered by Shuein, the Uehara blade, was nothing more than a sinister technique that grew stronger through killing. Unfortunately, those who took lives would ultimately meet a grim fate. It was a completely worthless ninjutsu. A thought struck Uehara Mori. The stronger the killing intent, the greater the power of the Uehara blade. This is a ninjutsu that can be upgraded. My killing intent is already formidable. In the training space, I can further enhance it. The Uehara blade was not a worthless technique. It was clearly a divine skill. He decided not to disclose his newfound secret to anyone, preferring to quietly amass wealth. Fujiwara Daisho noticed Uehara Mori lost in thought and cautioned, "Uehara Mori, don't do anything foolish. The captain is extraordinarily powerful, more monstrous than a monster. He is not someone you can provoke. I suggest you hide your neck and play the part of a turtle." Initially, Uehara Mori thought Fujiwara Daisho was genuinely looking out for him. But after listening, he realized it was merely a provocation to incite him to confront Shuein. Uehara Mori stroked his chin, pondering, 3 days without a beating makes a house fall apart. It seems I need to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, I cannot let Shuein off the hook so easily. Though I have not suffered a loss, he intended to exploit me, and that deserves retribution. I must have been too lenient last time. His precious jewels seem to have healed. This time, I shall reduce them to dust. Uehara Mori was taken aback by his own malicious thoughts. When did I become so ruthless? Is there truly a raging dragon within me? No, it is Shuein's wickedness that has provoked me. The ninja world is rife with villains. I can only combat violence with violence, subduing others through strength. Meanwhile, Shuein felt a sudden chill in the fog. Who is attempting to harm me again? Chapter 13. The secret to escaping danger outside the fog. 31 Sand Shinobi awaited news of Chizuru. At that moment, the perceptive ninja Harano Saiko anxiously reported to Kazama Ayam, "This is bad. Lord Chizuru has been killed by the Konoha ninja." Kazama Ayam immediately urged him to elaborate. As Harano Saiko recounted the details of Chizuru's demise, the Sand Shinobi were left in shock. How could this be? He was the deputy minister of the Umbu, known as the 100-handed Uehara, the man who was to lead us to prosperity. How could he perish in such a farcical manner? Some cursed. This is what you get for being arrogant. Now look where that has led you. Eventually, They began to accept this shocking news and strategized on how to eliminate the remaining Konoha ninja. Based on Harano Saiku's earlier observations when Shuei and had dispersed the fog, it was evident that the Konoha ninja had suffered significant casualties. Thus, they still held a considerable advantage. With Chizuru gone, the second in command of the Sand Shinobi, Kazama Ayum, easily ascended to the top position. Their immediate plan was to wait for the fog to dissipate, then catch their enemies unawares. Chizuru continued issuing commands. Kazuki, Chiba Hana. You two go eliminate those 3 Konoha ninja outside. Understood. The 2 Sand Shinobi set off swiftly. Kazuki and his companion quickly located Uehara Mori and the others, who were not far from the fog's edge, racing towards the fog in their carriage. Quickly pursue them. They're trying to escape. Fujiwara Daisho, seeing Uehara Mori recklessly drive the carriage into the fog, urgently shouted, "Are you mad? Stop immediately." Stop for what? 2 enemies are approaching. It's safer in the fog. Outside. It was still broad daylight. If Uehara Mori were to engage those 2 enemies, his strength would be completely exposed. Hearing this, Fujiwara Daisho's heart skipped a beat. Why is my feeble heart so afraid? His mouth, however, was resolute and defiant. It's just 2 enemies. What is there to fear? Once they arrive, they will all submit beneath me. Uchiha Tsukihime remained aloof, saying nothing, but internally she commended Uehara Mori. The reason her previous squad had been completely annihilated was their stubbornness in facing strong enemies instead of fleeing. Reluctantly, she had to eliminate the enemies before dealing with her own teammates. However, such occurrences shall cease in a few years, for by then, her prowess will undoubtedly have ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja realm, allowing her to confront any peril without the necessity of concealing her strength. The carriage thundered forward, while the 2, Kozo and Chiba, galloped ahead. At last, Fujiwara Daisho caught sight of the enemy and breathed a sigh of relief. The momentum of these 2 was not as formidable as that of the previous chickage. Fujiwara Daisho gestured to Uchiha Tsukihime, and the 2 charged towards Kozo and Chiba. In an instant, shurikens, poison needles, and various concealed weapons flashed and clashed in a dazzling display. For figures entwined in a fierce embrace. The imagined ninja battle is filled with a cacophony of ninjutsu, shaking mountains and splitting rivers. Yet, the reality of ninja combat involves stealthy ambushes and the exchange of cold steel, with ninjutsu seldom utilized. After all, low-level ninjutsu is not only sluggish but also weak, incapable of delivering fatal blows. High-level ninjutsu, while powerful, consumes too much chakra and is often exhausted quickly. Thus, the battles of Jinin, Chunin, and even many Jonin primarily revolve around physical techniques and concealed weapons, with ninjutsu serving merely as a supplementary method. When elite Jonin and shadow-level warriors engage, the earth trembles and mountains shatter, employing potent ninjutsu as their primary offensive means, sweeping all before them. Uehara Mori continued to steer the carriage, skillfully navigating through the thick fog with the support of Uchiha Tsukihime and her companion. Excellent. Now I can fight with all my might without fear of being detected. Outside the fog, Kozo and Chiba wore grim expressions as they observed the 2 retreating into the mist, their minds filled with uncertainty. Let us pursue, suggested Chiba. But if danger arises, we shall retreat swiftly. Agreed, Kozo nodded. To return like this would be most embarrassing, and given the apparent weakness of the 3, the risk seemed minimal. The clear sound of wheels echoed through the impenetrable fog. The unharmed Uchiha Tsukihime and Fujiwara Daisho, who had been wounded in the thigh, hastily approached the source of the sound. Uehara Mori halted the carriage, silencing it. He was but a shadow. His true self had ventured forth to eliminate those 2 Sand Shinobi. Fujiwara Daisho, relieved by the sudden silence, pondered whether the enemy would still pursue. Peering through the fog, he observed the indistinct figure of Uehara Mori, feeling for the first time that this younger brother possessed a sense of maturity. He contemplated taking him as his first subordinate once this mission concluded. Kozo and Chiba cautiously traversed the fog, feeling a twinge of regret. Had they known visibility would be so compromised, they would not have entered. They had been careless. Chiba, Kozo whispered, let us return. At worst, we shall be mocked. But our lives are paramount. Just as Chiba was about to reply, a stealthy hand grasped his neck. Crack! His spine shattered under the pressure. Kozo, highly attuned to the instincts of battle, did not pause to check on Chiba. Instead, he executed the body flicker technique, propelling himself several dozen meters away. In his final moments, Chiba's dazed eyes dimly beheld a shaven-headed boy, brandishing his own ninja blade, shadowing Kozo as he departed. Gasping for breath, Kozo halted, turning his head to survey the surroundings with heightened vigilance. His sixth sense warned him that danger still lurked, though its source remained elusive. Without hesitation, years of ninja experience instilled within him the secret to evading peril: run. The thought ignited within him, like a wild stallion unleashed. Chakra surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Kozo did not believe any enemy could match the velocity of his 30 years as a pure young youth. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. His body had surged ahead, yet his head remained detached, blood gushing forth. He glimpsed the boy with the ninja blade smiling radiantly at him. As Kozo's consciousness began to fade, he comprehended for the first time the sensation of decapitation. The legend that a swift blade could render one pain-free was indeed true. In a fit of rage, he widened his eyes in disbelief, witnessing the boy rummaging through his wallet. Within lay his life savings. How dare this scoundrel commit such an unconscionable act? Even in death, he had never felt such anger. Unforgivable. He longed to unleash a torrent of insults, but the absence of his body rendered him mute. After pillaging the corpse, Uehara Mori observed Kozo's unblinking gaze for 3 seconds, silently mourning while expressing gratitude for the fortune bestowed upon him. He carried Kozo's body and head to Chiba's lifeless form, quickly amassing another 500,000 in fortune. Uehara Mori dragged the 2 bodies away, discreetly disposing of them. By next spring, the flora would undoubtedly flourish in this place. Chapter 14. It turns out I am not the only coward. After maintaining a defensive stance for some time, without any sign of the Sand Shinobi's pursuit, Fujiwara Daisher painfully clutched his injured thigh and inquired, "Do you think they will not return? Shall we seek out the captain?" Although Captain Mizuho was fierce and not a benevolent man, his broad chest and powerful muscles provided an undeniable sense of security. In just a brief interval, he found himself yearning for the captain's presence. Uchiha Tsukihime remained aloof and taciturn, typically refraining from speaking. Uehara Mori reminisced about his fallen comrades from Konohagakure. Although he had only spent a few days with them and could not recall each of their names, he was someone easily moved by others, harboring deep feelings for each individual and recalling every detail of their equipment. Moreover, he felt a pang of longing for the discarded supplies, prompting him to speak. Very well. The sound of the rolling wheels echoed through the still fog. Hinata Itoru heard the noise, swallowed hard, held his breath, and strained to widen his dry Byakugan. He hoped it was not the enemy. Recalling the gruesome fate that befell Hinata Aoi, his heart tightened. Although the terrifying Baisher Shurachikage had been vanquished by Captain Mizuho and the formidable Aikido Zobii, his sense of impending danger had not diminished in the slightest. Moments ago, he had risked everything to scout beyond the mist and discovered 29 formidable Sand Shinobi remaining. Now, the forces of Konohagakure had dwindled to a mere 6. Himself, Aikido Zobii, Mizuho, and Uehara Mori. Indeed, 14 elite shinobi had fallen to Chikage's onslaught. Hinata Itoru recalled Chikage's brutal fighting style, his calves now cramping painfully. Had it not been for Mizuho's overwhelming display of power, surpassing that of an ordinary jonin, they would all have met their doom. "Who goes there?" Hinata Itoru queried warily. "It is I, Fujiwara Daisher," came the resounding reply. He felt a sense of reassurance from the tremor in Hinata Itoru's voice, realizing he was not the only coward among them. Soon, after mutual introductions and confirmations, the group convened in a circle. Aikido Zobii, a seasoned warrior of over 20 years in the ninja world, rubbed his round chin and transformed his demeanor, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. "We cannot remain idle. We must break through. What of the supplies?" Mizuho raised the crucial question. He wished to abandon the supplies, yet feared the responsibility of voicing such a notion. Uehara Mori and the others listened silently as the 2 jonin deliberated. "Discard them," Aikido Zobii declared decisively. As a commoner, Mizuho hesitated to utter such words, but as an elder of the Aikido clan, he could shoulder this responsibility. "Very well," Mizuho acquiesced. He continued, "It is now 4 o'clock. In an hour and a half, darkness will descend. Given the fog's dissipation rate, we should manage until then. At 5:30, we will initiate our breakout. I will lead Uehara Mori and the others." These 3 exquisite baits are indelibly etched in his memory. Akiyato Zobii nodded in agreement and said, "I will take Hinata Banzai with me." He produced a scroll and meticulously documented every detail of the events, requesting everyone to sign and leave their fingerprints. Thereafter dispatching a spirit beast to deliver it to the frontline commander, Orochimaru. Once all was completed, the six of them exchanged silent glances, ensnared in a moment of contemplation. It was unclear who initiated the gathering of supplies, but soon everyone followed suit. Having decided to abandon the items, they resolved to repurpose them. Uehara Mori remained indifferent to the actions of the other five. After all, they all possessed but two hands and could not carry away much. Once everyone had departed, his true form would retrieve the remaining items. Uehara Mori rummaged through a supply cart, selecting two finely crafted ninja blades. Slowly, Fujiwara Daisho approached and discreetly pulled him aside. Whispering, "Uehara Mori, could you carry me while we run?" His leg was injured, hindering his speed. Fujiwara Daisho's expression was somber. Just moments ago, Mizuan had cast him an eerie glance, reminiscent of a worm used for fishing bait, an image that would haunt him forever. He had initially thought he would find solace under the captain's leadership, only to discover that the captain was a voracious shark, merciless and unforgiving. Fujiwara Daisho was not a fool. He understood the harsh, unspoken rules among ninjas. In such a predicament, a compassionate captain would have ensured his safety, but encountering someone like Mizuan would lead to a grim fate. He had even heard tales of wounded comrades being used as human bombs, subsequently mocked by their teammates with the title of Unlucky One. He could not rely on Uchiha Tsukihime for assistance. The only person who could help him was Uehara Mori. Yet he was filled with trepidation, deeply regretting his previous mockery of Uehara Mori, wishing he could tear his own mouth apart in remorse. "Ah, what did you just call me?" Uehara Mori teased him. Fujiwara Daisho gritted his teeth, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, and exclaimed, "Big brother, I implore you to assist me. I shall never forget your kindness." All his pride and dignity were cast aside, as his sole focus was on survival. Seeing that Uehara Mori did not immediately respond, his heart raced, and he lost his footing, hastily kneeling on the ground. He who had been so arrogant before was now rendered utterly humble. Uehara Mori clicked his tongue in astonishment. He had merely been surprised by the drastic shift in Fujiwara Daisho's demeanor and was momentarily taken aback by the even more shocking transformation that followed. The complexity of human nature is indeed profound. One can never predict how a person will change in the blink of an eye. Uehara Mori, with an inscrutable expression, said, "Very well, I agree. Please rise." Fujiwara Daisho immediately stood up, dutifully producing 200,000 ryo as a form of protection fee. This was all he possessed. Uehara Mori accepted the money, feeling as though the old Fujiwara Daisho had vanished. The current Fujiwara Daisho seemed to undergo an astonishing transformation in a short span of time, displaying signs of a darkening disposition. After rising, Fujiwara Daisho wore a sullen expression, his head bowed in silence, inwardly cursing. "Damn Mizuan, damn the will of fire." Cursed Uehara Mori, "It was merely a request to carry me, yet you demand 200,000. Once I become successful, I shall ensure your demise." He harbored resentment not only towards Mizuan but also towards Uehara Mori, entirely forgetting the offenses he had committed against Uehara along the way. The fact that Uehara Mori had agreed to save his life was an act of remarkable generosity. As time ticked away, everyone exerted themselves to regain their strength. The sand ninjas outside the fog displayed remarkable patience, refraining from recklessly entering or attempting to disperse the mist with wind techniques. They maintained a positive mindset, fully aware that the Konoha ninjas would inevitably act first. Mizuan, checking the time, stood up and reminded, "It is 5:30, let us depart." The six exchanged glances, uncertain of the peril that awaited them. With a swift motion, they split into two teams, launching their escape in entirely opposite directions. Uehara Mori supported the resentful Fujiwara Daisho, who harbored grievances and lamented in silence, controlling his speed to remain closely behind Captain Mizuan. He had entrusted the shield and heavy load to Uchiha Tsukihime for safekeeping, intending to reclaim them once they were out of danger. Within the fog, Uehara Mori's true form emerged from concealment after the others had distanced themselves. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. Chapter 15. Weakness as the greatest sin. Uehara Mori approached a supply cart, silently murmuring, "Recharge." His fortune value increased by 10 million. Quite splendid, a fortuitous start. Before long, Uehara Mori had recharged all the supplies. Regrettably, the bodies of his fallen comrades had been collected by Akiyato Zobiai. Gazing at the fortune value that had reached 70 million, Uehara Mori was elated. Throughout his life, he had accumulated less than 3 million in fortune. Having been on the battlefield for less than a week, he had amassed 20 times the total amount of his previous years. It was truly remarkable. I have been too cautious. I should have graduated and joined the battlefield sooner. After reflecting on this, he noted the solitary perfect label next to a few jutsu on his panel, truly understanding the meaning of having money to use, but no means to spend it. Uehara Mori's yearning for new jutsu intensified. Yet, he recognized that now was not the time for such thoughts. His clone had already joined Mizu, and the others, and to avoid revealing his true identity, he too must make his way there. Outside the thick mist, the Sand Ninja's sensory ninja, Harunoaki, was reporting the situation of the Konoha ninjas to the newly appointed leader, Kazekage Kaido. Kaido issued brief commands, instructing 2 elite ninja teams to pursue Akiato Zobii and his companion. He himself led 3 elite teams to hunt down Uehara Mori and his group, leaving the remaining 9 to stay behind and destroy supplies. The 3 groups proceeded to act independently. However, the 9 left behind could never have imagined that a benevolent soul had already completed their task. The pursuit had been ongoing for 3 hours, and Mizuan found himself in a dire predicament. The earlier battle with Chio had left him somewhat injured, and under the relentless pursuit of 12 sand ninjas, his condition deteriorated rapidly. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Mizuan sensed it was a crucial moment for his 3 subordinates to shine. Without realizing it, his gaze drifted towards Uchiha Tsukihime, 30 meters to his right. This young girl hailed from the illustrious Uchiha clan, being the granddaughter of the previous clan leader, with a formidable background that made her difficult to handle. He then glanced to his left, spotting Fujiwara Daisho and Uehara Mori 30 meters away, his eyes glinting with malice. These 2 youngsters were mere commoners, without any connections, making them easier to manipulate. However, the question remained, just what kind of monstrous physique did Uehara Mori possess? Effortlessly keeping pace while carrying another? He suspected Uehara was concealing his true strength. It appeared that Fujiwara Daisho would be the one he would target. After some contemplation, Mizuan commanded Fujiwara Daisho, in the name of the captain, I order you to set traps to hinder the sand ninjas. Fujiwara Daisho remained silent, feigning death. As long as he did not respond, he could pretend he had not heard the order, thus avoiding disobedience. He was acutely aware that the captain's words carried a hidden meaning. He was being sent to his demise to delay the sand ninjas. However, Mizuan would not let him off so easily, bellowing, You, Fujiwara Daisho, I am the captain now. According to the Konoha Ninja Code, during missions, team members must obey their captain's orders. You are defying my command, and I have the right to deal with you. Mizuan then turned to Uehara Mori and commanded, Put down Fujiwara Daisho. Fujiwara Daisho, anxiously watching Uehara Mori, felt a surge of murderous intent within him, thinking, Uehara Mori, if you abandon me, I will be the first to kill you. After the earlier kneeling, Fujiwara Daisho was consumed by a desire for destruction, becoming exceedingly radical. Anyone he perceived as a potential threat would be met with retribution. However, seeing that Uehara Mori did not act, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shuei and did not hesitate. With decisive action, he activated the body flicker technique, swiftly appearing behind Uehara Mori. He seized the terrified Fujiwara Daisho and flung him behind him. Uehara Mori did not intervene, allowing Fujiwara Daisho to be taken. Turning to glance at the fallen Fujiwara Daisho, he mused, If you hadn't harbored murderous intent towards me, I might have saved you for the sake of money. Alas, this is all due to your own feebleness. Weakness is the greatest original sin. Fujiwara Daisho met Uehara Mori's gaze, cursing with a chilling intensity. I shall await you on the road to the afterlife. He blamed Shuei for attempting to end his life, but even more so, he cursed Uehara Mori for abandoning him. Uehara Mori, perplexed, thought, What does this have to do with me? You brought this upon yourself. I have carried you all this way, and you have continuously exuded murderous intent towards me. Do you take me for a fool? Moreover, it is Shuei who wishes to harm you. He is the true culprit. Why do you blame me? Shuei caught up, revealing a cruel smile directed at Uehara Mori, threatening, This is the fate of those who do not heed my commands. Uehara Mori's heart ignited with murderous intent. Such scum do not deserve to exist in this world. Moments later, a horrifying explosion echoed from behind. Turning to observe, he saw flames erupting into the night sky. It must have been Fujiwara Daisho launching a suicide attack. The sound of the explosion quickly faded. and Fujiwara Daisho departed from this world forever. In empathetic reflection, Uehara Mori recalled his previous life, where he was overworked and often blamed at the company. He confronted Shuein. "Captain, what are we, your team members, to you? Mere expendable cannon fodder?" The flames of anger within him had been ignited by Shuein. Shuein smiled calmly at Uehara Mori. "I am a commoner, and so are you. In Konoha, our lives hold little value. We are all mere cannon fodder. It is only because my strength surpasses yours, and my fists are mightier, that you must obey me. If I command you to die, then you must comply." The world of ninjas is filled with warmth and emotion, yet it is predominantly shrouded in darkness and bloodshed. Shuein gazed at the still youthful Uehara Mori, laughing maniacally, akin to a madman. Their eyes locked, both brimming with murderous intent, nearly sparking with intensity. "Uehara Mori, soon it will be your turn to embody the will of fire and make sacrifices. Do you have any final words? I am willing to listen, but I will not fulfill your unfinished wishes." Uehara Mori retorted. "Who is to say who will die? I am not the original, merely a shadow clone. Shuein truly believed he could easily manipulate me. Let him await his downfall." With this thought, Uehara Mori felt a wave of relief. Simultaneously, he began to strategize how to eliminate Shuein and retaliate against the Sand Ninja. Shuein let out a cold laugh, perhaps sensing Uehara Mori's impending demise. He felt no fear in revealing his own information. Perhaps the pressure was too great, and he felt stifled. He tore off his disguise, baring his soul. "You should be able to discern the type of person I am. I can clearly state that I have caused the demise of numerous Konoha comrades. The exact number is beyond counting. I do not wish to act in such a manner, yet I desire to survive." He fixed his gaze on Uehara Mori, as if attempting to extract anger and fury from that handsome face. After a lengthy silence, Shuein expressed disappointment, erupting further. "Therefore, you shall die in my stead. When I return to Konoha, I will tell your foolish master Might Guy that you met a gruesome end, dismembered into pieces. Then, I will revel in watching your master grieve, consumed by sorrow, and mock him. No, I misspoke. He is no longer your master. He no longer wants you. You are a fool whom even a fool would reject." Shuein rambled on. As he noticed Uehara Mori's lack of response, he grew bored and fell silent. Unbeknownst to Shuein, Uehara Mori's original self had quietly approached nearby, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Shuein. The October night was frigid, compounded by the biting wind that rushed against him as he sped forward. Half an hour had passed since Fujiwara Daisho's heroic sacrifice, and Shuein's condition had deteriorated further. The Sand Ninja were now merely 200 meters away. Shuein's gaze darkened with malice. He observed Uehara Mori, who was distanced from him, thinking, "Little brat, it is now your time to embody the will of fire." Without hesitation, he initiated the body flicker technique again, rapidly closing the distance to Uehara Mori. On the other side, Uchiha Tsukihime cast a detached glance at Uehara Mori, accelerating her pace. She knew that this Uehara Mori was bound for misfortune, likely to meet the same fate as Fujiwara Daisho. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Shuein approaching Uehara Mori's back. Uchiha Tsukihime turned away, unable to bear witnessing Uehara Mori's tragic fate. She held a fondness for this hard-working, unassuming boy with the buzz cut. It was a pity that he lacked talent, strength, and was merely a commoner. She had secretly observed Uehara Mori with her Sharingan and found his chakra levels to be merely that of an average chunin. In contrast, a Jonin's chakra levels were several times greater than his. Utilizing the chakra growth data collected by the Uchiha clan from ninjas of all ages, she deduced that even when Uehara Mori matured, his chakra would barely reach the threshold of a Jonin. In times of peace, his chakra levels would have allowed him to fare decently. However, these were brutal times of war, even for someone as gifted as she, whose chakra was 100 times that of Uehara Mori. Survival demanded utmost caution and careful development. Damn it, how is this possible? Uchiha Tsukihime turned to see Shuein and scream. She did not see Uehara Mori's figure, only a cloud of smoke. Intelligent as she was, she immediately grasped the truth. This Uehara Mori was a clone. This realization startled her even more. When did he cast the shadow clone technique? He was within my line of sight the entire time. There should have been no opportunity to perform the technique. The girl widened her beautiful eyes, scanning her surroundings in search of Uehara Mori's original self. None. It seems I underestimated him. She recalled Uehara Mori's earnest face and clear eyes. Reflecting, One should not judge by appearances. Fujihara Daisho was truly foolish, but Uehara Mori was the one feigning ignorance. Chapter 16. What merit do I have? Shuein was furious, seething with rage, realizing he had been outsmarted. Drawing upon years of experience, he instantly deduced that Uehara Mori had used the shadow clone technique amidst the fog, allowing the clone to depart while the original remained hidden. How could that foolish might guy have raised such a cunning little brat? Shuein recalled Uehara Mori's consistent, honest demeanor since their departure from Konoha and ultimately cursed. Damn it, may you, such a scoundrel, be subjected to 1,000 cuts by the sand ninja. Picking up soap every day? Shuein ceased to dwell on Uehara Mori, shifting his focus to the beautiful girl with the high ponytail. She was the only expendable asset left. He once again employed the body flicker technique, swiftly advancing. The girl, dismissive in her heart, also executed the body flicker technique, propelling herself forward. Within mere seconds, she left Shuein far behind, her proficiency and speed in the technique surpassing that of the formidable Jonin. What the hell? Captain Shuein has been breached. Uchiha Tsukihime should not be a delicate and weak chunin, yet she appeared so powerful. Even at his peak, he could not match such speed. Damn it, Uchiha Tsukihime is also a seasoned veteran. What merit do I possess to gather two prodigious talents? In the midst of his reflections, Shuein glanced back. The damned sand ninja were hot on his heels. Am I a bun? Allowing this pack of dogs to relentlessly chase me? Shouldn't your targets be those supplies? The mission should have been accomplished by now. He was unaware that the sand ninja pursued him with the intention of reclaiming the corpse of Chizuru, sealed within his scroll. Chizuru, a deputy minister of the Umbu, had rendered immense service to the sand village. It was inconceivable that Konoha would be allowed to abscond with her remains. Furthermore, the sand ninja feared that Konoha might extract vital intelligence from Chizuru's corpse. Shuein realized that he could rely on no one but himself. Resolutely, he decided to carve a bloody path through his adversaries. Victory would bring him renown and an opportunity to eliminate Kamiyama Mori and Uchiha Tsuki. Defeat, however, would mean saying farewell to his life and his fiancée. With this thought, Shuein retrieved an exquisitely crafted box of rosewood from his clothing. He opened it to extract a pungent pill, a rare and prohibited substance gifted by his fiancée, Shimizu Chinyan. This legendary pill was said to have been crafted by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and no one in the present day possessed the knowledge to create such a remedy. The pill could significantly enhance one's potential and rapidly restore chakra, serving as a life-saving elixir, albeit with severe side effects. Taking a deep breath, Shuein swallowed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. In an instant, he felt his body ablaze, his temperature soaring like a furnace. A powerful force erupted from the depths of his being. He sensed that his current strength exceeded even his peak form, and this power continued to swell. With his skin flushed and a primal roar escaping his lips, he drew twin blades from his back and turned to face the 12 approaching sand ninja, charging forth with an unstoppable, terrifying momentum. 300 meters away, Uchiha Tsuki heard his roar and glanced back, but chose not to dwell on it, for she noticed a diminutive figure far ahead. She activated her Sharingan, enhancing her vision akin to a telescope, clarifying the previously indistinct silhouette. It was a buzzcut boy, Kamiyama Mori. Had he already positioned himself ahead of her? Was he waiting specifically for her arrival? Could it be that he was merely a shadow clone? Uchiha Tsuki quickened her pace, rapidly closing the distance to Kamiyama Mori. Moments later, she stood before the panting boy, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, "Uchiha Tsuki, I thought that unscrupulous captain had doomed you. How did you escape?" Equally breathless and flushed with anger, Uchiha Tsuki retorted, "If it weren't for my quick wit in noticing his treachery and fleeing with all my might, I would have surely fallen victim to him." Kamiyama Mori stifled a chuckle at the sight of the typically aloof girl breaking her composure. Had he not observed her ease with his telescope, he might have been deceived. I had already discerned that Shuein was no good, which is why I resorted to a shadow clone in the mist to trick him. One must always remain cautious, for the heart of the wicked knows no bounds. Thankfully, my instincts proved correct. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Exchanging glances, the young man and woman recognized a shared apprehension within each other's eyes, a silent understanding of the uncertainty that loomed. At that moment, a thunderous explosion seized their attention. It was Shuein clashing with the sand ninja. A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Uchiha Tsuki's starry eyes. It must be the captain battling the sand ninja. What shall we do? Uehara Mori hesitated before fabricating a small lie. Let us distance ourselves from the battlefield. We are far too weak to intervene. I possess a telescope, and once the battle concludes, we can gather intelligence. Uchiha Suki's lips parted slightly. Very well. Together, they pressed onward, Suki feigning exhaustion as she trailed behind Uehara Mori. As they ran, her mind churned with thoughts. Oh, Uehara Mori had indeed acquired a telescope. Had he seen the speed I displayed when I eluded Shuein? Should I eliminate him? He appears earnest, yet he may harbor deeper intentions. Could he be perpetually deceiving me? The girl was vexed, tempted to take Uehara Mori's life. But her conscience reminded her that he might only be partially aware of her capabilities. It would be unjust to slaughter the innocent based on mere speculation. Meanwhile, Uehara Mori sprinted ahead, feeling an unsettling chill along his spine, oblivious to the storm brewing in Uchiha Suki's mind. A seasoned warrior. He recognized that her presence behind him was not a sign of weakness, but a strategic positioning for a potential lethal strike. He was now certain that Uchiha Suki was a capricious and unpredictable individual. Moreover, he sensed her formidable strength. Far surpassing that of an average chunin, she likely possessed the cunning of a seasoned tactician. Determined to maintain his distance from Uchiha Suki, Uehara Mori resolved to steer clear of her, fearing he might succumb to the urge to slay her. His understanding of the will of fire doctrine was impeccable. He would never kill a Konoha ninja unless absolutely necessary, a circumstance defined by the moment he sensed murderous intent. As they distanced themselves from Shuein and the battlefield, another figure observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Uehara Mori's original self. The one accompanying Uchiha Suki was merely a shadow clone. Mori had resolved to eliminate Shuein. Despite being unaware of Shuein's connection to Shimura Danzo, he would not hesitate to strike if he did know. Might Guy's assertion that he harbored a bloodthirsty dragon within him was not entirely unfounded. Typically, Konoha ninjas encountering a captain like Shuein would report him, leading to his reassignment and severe reprimand. Only a select few, such as Uehara Mori, would take matters into their own hands and attempt to eliminate the captain directly. Uehara Mori's true self awaited several hundred meters from the battlefield, concealed within the embrace of a great tree, biding his time until the clash reached its conclusion. Should Shuein emerge victorious, he would deliver the fatal blow. If Shuein were to fall, that would be even better. No effort would be required on his part. Mori harbored a small hope that both sides would perish, allowing him to scavenge the battlefield, perhaps uncovering valuable scrolls of ninjutsu. Watching Shuein, now empowered to effortlessly dispatch the sand ninja, he murmured, "Captain, I offer you this parting wisdom. The weak have no right to exist in this world." Though Shuein's prowess had surged significantly, it was merely relative to the sand ninja. To Uehara Mori, Shuein was weak. Indeed, exceedingly so. Chapter 17. The terrifying buzzcut sand ninja are formidable and well-coordinated, yet I have ultimately triumphed, Shuein declared victoriously, gazing down at Kazekage Sayuri, who was propped against a tree, blood oozing from her severed limbs. Surrounding them lay countless dismembered bodies, a river of blood flowing freely. Not a single form remained whole. Of the 12 sand ninja, only Kazekage Sayuri still drew breath. With great effort, she lifted her eyelids, her vision blurred by the blood trickling from her forehead. She managed a pained smile. "I had believed your strength lay in wind-style ninjutsu, yet your taijutsu and swordsmanship are far superior. What a loss. A mission that should have been foolproof has crumbled due to this man." Shuein, his body radiant with crimson vitality, stood at the pinnacle of his combat prowess. However, this newfound strength had come at a grievous cost. He bore numerous bleeding wounds, and both of his exquisitely crafted ninja swords lay shattered. Yet, he deemed every sacrifice worthwhile. This battle promised not only a trove of spoils, but also an extraordinary reputation. Once word of his achievements spread, his standing within Konoha would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. It was a rare feat for a commoner to achieve such distinction, and Shuein felt a profound sense of self-satisfaction. Shuein, previously entangled with Wanaka Mori and the others, fought for mere survival. Now, however, he aspires to loftier ambitions, not only to endure, but to thrive in elegance and freedom, to drink at the beauty's knee and awaken to wield the power of the world. This encapsulates his newfound aspiration. Suddenly, Kazamachi Ayun glimpses a seemingly ordinary, crew-cut youth emerging behind Shuein. the naive puller of carts. Yet, he recognizes the boy's extraordinary nature, even perceiving an aura of terror surrounding him. Despite standing directly behind Shuein, the latter remains utterly oblivious. With Kazamachi only able to discern the boy's presence with keen eyes, closing them renders him invisible. Kazamachi, well versed in the lore of formidable warriors, is aware that only a handful of legendary ninjas possess such mastery in concealing their presence. Yet, those titans tower above the boy in age and prowess. He even suspects the boy might be a guise for an ancient monster. A flicker of pity arises within Kazamachi for Shuein. His sixth sense warns him that the boy's sudden appearance is not a prelude to a friendly meeting, but rather a harbinger of death for Shuein. With such a terrifying ability to conceal his aura, even if the boy is weak in strength, he undoubtedly embodies the essence of a supreme assassin. The boy could easily snuff out Shuein's life. Uehara Mori, gripping a steel ball the size of a loquat, gestures for silence with a finger to his lips towards Kazamachi. Observing Kazamachi's compliance, he reveals a chilling smile laced with malice. Kazamachi exchanges a knowing glance with Uehara Mori before addressing Shuein. Do you know the sensation of death? With a cruel glint in his eyes, Shuein grins and replies, I do not. But you shall soon understand what it feels like. He raises his dagger high, aiming for his neck. Oblivious to Uehara Mori poised to throw the steel ball behind him, Kazamachi, unperturbed, smirks with cunning. You have fallen into my trap. Before his words can fully resonate, his head is cleaved in two. In his final moments, Kazamachi chooses to align with Uehara Mori's actions, even concealing the boy's presence. He anticipates the chaos this ruthless youth will unleash upon Konoha. Meanwhile, Shuein suddenly experiences excruciating pain in his heart, transforming what should have been a clean cut to his neck into a fatal blow to his head. Looking down, he sees a loquat-sized hole in his chest. Struck by a malevolent hidden weapon, his ninja blade slips from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. Turning around, he finds no adversary in sight. Reflecting on Kazamachi's last words, he wears an expression of disbelief as he poses his final question to Kazamachi's corpse. When did you set this trap? He does not suspect a lurking strongman. He instinctively attributes it to Kazamachi's treachery. His legs weaken, and he kneels, his life flashing before his eyes like a cinematic reel. Ultimately, his memories settle on a beautiful woman, his fiancée, Shimizu Qianyun. The immense power within him dwindles rapidly. With his remaining strength, he uses his finger as a quill, blood as ink, and his clothing as parchment to pen a blood letter to his beloved. Thus, burdened with regret and unfulfilled aspirations, he closes his eyes forever. Like all cinematic villains, just as he was poised to reach the pinnacle of his life, he falls dramatically into the abyss. Uehara Mori, concealed in a hidden corner, observes Shuein, waiting until he passes to examine the blood letter. After reading the sentimental missive, he reflects, Captain, it appears you are not merely a cold-hearted butcher. There lies a heart of iron and tenderness within you. As he speaks, his form dissipates in the cold wind. Uehara Mori refrains from disturbing the bodies, intending to await his clone and Uchiha Tsukihime to manage the aftermath. He hopes to utilize the corpses to navigate inquiries from Uchiha Tsukihime in the front lines. If he were to strip the bodies clean alone, it would imply to Uchiha Tsukihime that Shuein's demise harbors a significant mystery, orchestrated by a shadowy figure. On a mountaintop 10 kilometers away, a crew-cut youth gazes through an expensive telescope, witnessing the curtain fall on Captain Shuei, and turning to his companion, he announces, Let us depart. The captain and the sand shinobi have perished together, a note of relief in his voice. Shortly thereafter, the two arrive at a battlefield strewn with carnage, the acrid scent of blood overwhelming. After a brief discussion, they decide to split the spoils, with Uchiha Tsukihime tasked with transporting and selling the loot. Once their plans are settled, they begin the grim task of collecting the dead. Uehara Mori bends over, his back turned to Uchiha Tsukihime, projecting an air of trust and vulnerability. She glances at him, pondering, is he not wary of a surprise attack? Or is he luring me into a trap, waiting for me to strike so he can justify eliminating me? If he had witnessed her speed, he surely would not entertain such thoughts. After deliberation, Uchiha Tsukihime ultimately dismisses her suspicions of Uehara Mori, even feeling a twinge of guilt. What a diligent young man he is, exhausting all his resources to survive. Yet, I sometimes doubt him and test him. I truly am a bad girl. Uehara Mori continues his task, still unperturbed. As he nears the end of the collection without sensing any murderous intent, he thinks to himself, "It seems I have misjudged her character. Uchiha Tsukihime is likely a good girl, merely overly sensitive and distrustful of strangers. What a wretched world this is. Such a beautiful girl, in the prime of her youth, should be enjoying the love of her parents and the care of her friends, but is instead forced into a state of paranoia." In his mind, Uehara Mori conjures a 100-episode drama about this girl, weaving themes of love, family, ethics, darkness, bloodshed, and betrayal together. After thoroughly scavenging the battlefield, they package the bodies into sealing scrolls. When it comes to Captain Shuein, Uchiha Tsukihime gazes at his intact head, contemplating, "Will the intelligence department glean information about me from his mind?" After careful consideration, she resolves against destroying Shuein's head. The losses sustained by Konoha in this mission are staggering, with many powerful shinobi, including elite jonin like Shuein, perishing, alongside billions in resources. The intelligence department will undoubtedly pursue the truth, and it is quite possible they will extract information from the minds of her and Uehara Mori using their mind-reading techniques. Thus, to mitigate Konoha's scrutiny, she must proceed cautiously. Reassuring herself, Uchiha Tsukihime believes that Shuein only knew of her speed, with little of her true strength revealed. So there should be no issue. With all the bodies collected, they hastily make their way toward the front lines in the land of rivers. In the darkness of the night, Uehara Mori feels a blend of regret and anticipation. Regret for the absence of ninjutsu among the spoils. After all, such precious artifacts are typically retained at home as a foundation, with Shuein being an exception. Anticipation arises from the bounty that awaits at the front lines. He has heard that the battles there are frequent, with countless dead. Many corpses left to rot in the wilderness, unwanted by anyone. Chapter 18. The Cowardly Uchiha Tsukihime After a Long Day of Travel. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime finally catch sight of the Konoha camp from a distance. Contrary to their expectations of a sprawling tent city, the camp features wooden structures, arranged neatly and aesthetically pleasing. In addition to the buildings, there is a large battlefield hospital and an expansive training ground. Boom, boom, boom. Uehara Mori was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar, reminiscent of explosives being used for quarrying. The ground trembled violently, rivaling the intensity of an earthquake. Was Uchiha Tsukihime sensing an enemy attack? Surely, we could not be so unfortunate. Task failures, the loss of teammates, and now the camp was under siege. As he spoke, Uehara Mori lifted his binoculars to survey the scene. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the training grounds, evidently the source of the commotion. Uchiha Tsukihime, feeling the intensifying tremors beneath her, expressed her dissatisfaction, declaring, "It is that old fool Uchiha Sora engaged in his training." From her tone, Uehara Mori could discern her long-standing grievances against Uchiha Sora. The internal conflicts of the Uchiha clan were of little concern to him. His focus remained on the formidable Uchiha Sora. Back in Konoha, Might Guy had held Uchiha Sora in high esteem, not for his character, but for his relentless dedication. Uchiha Sora, the clan's elder, was a figure of immense power, a formidable shinobi whose reputation had soared since the First Shinobi World War. Now, in his 50s, he stood at the twilight of his life. Typically, a shinobi of such stature and age would indulge in a life of ease, akin to the third Hokage or Shimura Danzo, whose strengths had plateaued, leading them to pursue power and familial interests. Yet Uchiha Sora was different. While he too was concerned with these matters, he prioritized the enhancement of his own abilities. For 50 years, he had remained undeterred, leading a life of ascetic training. Whispers circulated in Konoha that the elder had once bested the third Hokage, his prowess rivaling that of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. At the entrance of the Konoha camp in the Land of Rivers, Uehara Mori was poised to report in when he stumbled upon a theatrical confrontation. Was that the timid Uchiha Tsukihime? Had her teammates perished once more? Uchiha Okita, fully armed, mocked the seemingly fragile Uchiha Tsukihime, surrounded by a dozen imposing Uchiha shinobi. Surely, she had not fled after a failed mission. What a disgrace. Her only value in survival appeared to be as a blemish on the Uchiha name. "Why don't you die out there?" taunted Uchiha Okita. Yet, he was no mere brainless antagonist. Although he derided Uchiha Tsukihime openly, he harbored a deep-seated interest in her, meticulously gathering intelligence. As a member of the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaka's faction, his aim was to extinguish Uchiha Tsukihime, the last remaining heir of the previous clan leader. thus posing a threat to Fugaka's lineage. The struggle for the leadership position within the Uchiha clan had always been brutal and dark, a one-way street with no retreat. Following the death of Uchiha Tsukihime's grandfather, the former clan leader, it was expected that her father would ascend to power. However, Uchiha Fugaku's rise to prominence altered that trajectory. After a fierce power struggle, Uchiha Tsukihime's father was defeated, and news of his subsequent demise soon followed. Over the years, other relatives of Uchiha Tsukihime mysteriously perished under various pretexts. Had it not been for the formidable Uchiha Akira's protection, she too would have likely succumbed to some unfortunate fate. With her head bowed, Uchiha Tsukihime braced herself against the barbs of ridicule, remaining silent and motionless, as though accustomed to such scorn. Internally, she lamented her misfortune. How could she return to the Konoha camp only to be accosted by such loathsome individuals? Today's humiliation would surely be avenged. Should she strike them down in secret, or perhaps deliver a more resounding blow? Uehara Mori, standing a few meters away, leaned against his shield, astonished. He thought to himself, "Brother, despite being from the same clan, must you engage in such foolishness in front of the Konoha camp? Is there no better venue for such petty squabbles? Furthermore, your chakra is only 1/10 of Uchiha Tsukihime's. Do you not value your life?" He watched as Uchiha Okita continued his tirade, while the other Uchiha present wore expressions of disdain and hostility towards the girl. Uehara Mori glanced back at Uchiha Tsukihime, who feigned helplessness, and felt a chill run down his spine. This individual had likely been masquerading in this guise for many years. Despite her strength, she was remarkably restrained, undoubtedly harboring a significant power within. Drawing upon his experiences from countless dramas, movies, and novels, he surmised that Uchiha Tsukihime was likely a darkly transformed antagonist, a beautiful yet unhinged figure. Regrettably, her future seemed devoid of her presence, suggesting she might perish before reaching her zenith. Resolving to remain patient, Uehara Mori reminded himself not to emulate Liu Bei, whose ambitions faltered mid-journey. Although he possessed formidable abilities, numerous vulnerabilities remained. The arcane techniques of ninjutsu, the enigmatic arts of genjutsu, and the profound mysteries of sealing techniques all posed a threat to him. The most critical flaw was his insufficient chakra, a natural defect that could not be remedied quickly. If only he could acquire some rare lightning release techniques to invigorate his body, perhaps he could rapidly augment his chakra and bolster his physical prowess. Thus, his immediate objectives were to continue amassing resources while broadening his arsenal of ninjutsu. Uchiha Okita had been berating Uchiha Tsukihime for several minutes, relishing his moment, yet her total lack of response left him feeling unfulfilled. His eyes caught sight of Uehara Mori, adorned with a shinobi forehead protector, and he mused, "Isn't that one of the three fools of Konoha? If such a simpleton can become a shinobi, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgment has faltered." Uchiha Okita approached Uehara Mori, towering over him as he inquired, "Dimwit, I saw you returning with Uchiha Tsukihime. Are you her teammate?" His imposing stature cast a large shadow over Uehara Mori, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Uehara Mori took a step back, waving his hand in front of his nose and retorted, "Uncle, your breath stinks. Haven't you brushed your teeth in half a month?" While he wished to maintain a low profile, he refused to be bullied without recourse. Onlookers stared incredulously at Uchiha Okita's dental hygiene, as if to say, "This giant has no sense of cleanliness." Uchiha Okita's expression froze. "Damn it, I'm in the middle of a confrontation. Who has time to brush their teeth?" A fellow shinobi, sensing his discomfort, flashed a set of gleaming white teeth, filled with disdain. Embarrassed, Uchiha Okita was about to unleash his fury on Uehara Mori, a mere genin daring to defy him. "Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukihime, come with me," commanded a voice imbued with authority, restoring Uchiha Okita's composure. Turning, he beheld a striking man with golden hair. It was Yamashita Hachi, the head of the Intelligence Division's analysis team. Upon Yamashita Hachi's arrival, the atmosphere fell silent. Even the sound of breathing grew conspicuous. Several individuals lowered their heads, retreating behind others, clearly having experienced Yamashita Hachi's prowess firsthand. Although he was merely an elite jonin, several Uchiha present surpassed him in strength. None dared to offend him. He belonged to the Intelligence Division, a department that instilled fear in nearly all Konoha shinobi, known for its high-profile, yet enigmatic nature. Each appearance of the Intelligence Division signified severe developments. Any shinobi summoned by them wished to avoid a second summons, as it was rumored that 1 in 5 never returned. A terrifying prospect. Yamashita Hachi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime before gesturing for them to follow, then turning to leave. The ramifications of the failed transport mission were profound, resulting not only in a shortage of supplies at the camp, but also the loss of numerous elite shinobi. The higher-ups of Konoha harbor suspicions of either a sand ninja spy or treachery from within their ranks colluding with the sand. Yamashiro Kaichi's mission is to uncover the identity of the spy or traitor. Uehara Mori, with a relaxed demeanor, mockingly raised his middle finger at Uchiha Okitaka, exclaiming loudly, "Fool! If you have the guts, come and hit me. Come at me." Uchiha Okitaka's handsome visage flushed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from confronting Uehara Mori. Fearing the repercussions, he mused aloud, "These two, even if they survive, will surely be in for some trouble." The Uchiha clan members, along with Okitaka, displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Typically, even in the event of a failed mission, the intelligence department would not intervene, let alone when someone of Yamashiro Kaichi's high standing personally arrives. Uehara Mori scoffed and, with a light step, followed Uchiha Tsukuha to catch up with Yamashiro Kaichi. Upon reaching the Konoha camp, they had anticipated this meeting, though they did not expect it to occur so swiftly. It seemed that Yamashiro Kaichi had already gathered some intelligence regarding the mission. As Uehara Mori entered a circular structure resembling an oversized fortress, he realized it was the intelligence department. He noted that the walls were constructed from high-strength concrete, remarkably solid, with a thickness exceeding 1 meter. A faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air, and traces of unclean blood were barely visible on the floor. Soon, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukuha parted ways. He was escorted to a pitch-black room and locked inside. He was neither searched nor had his chakra sealed. Yamashiro Kaichi did not interrogate him, nor did he indicate when the questioning would commence. Although Uehara Mori had not studied psychology extensively, he had learned some basic interrogation techniques at the Ninja Academy. Such methods are designed to create psychological pressure on the subject, facilitating the interrogation process. Most individuals would quickly spiral into anxious thoughts in such a dark setting, but Uehara Mori continued training with a heavy burden, wielding an alloy shield as if nothing were amiss. His talent for cultivation was not particularly remarkable. His current achievements were primarily due to his relentless effort. The darkness of the room was so profound that distinguishing day from night was impossible. Uehara Mori gauged the passage of time by the frequency of meal deliveries. Approximately 3 days later, he finally encountered Yamashiro Kaichi again. In the inky blackness, he could not discern Kaichi's expression, but he knew that the latter must have dispatched someone to investigate the mission site and had thus gathered most of the facts. Furthermore, 3 days was ample time for the analysis team to extract all pertinent information from the corpses of the sand ninjas and the water inn. Relate the details of the mission as you know them, Yamashiro Kaichi commanded, his voice imbued with authority and pressure. In the darkness, Uehara Mori felt a chilling gaze upon him. Unfazed, he began recounting the events in a steady voice, holding on to a hidden snack with a calm demeanor. He was not intimidated by Yamashiro Kaichi, as his suspicion of leaking mission details was minimal. When he eliminated the water inn, he deliberately left the head intact for this very moment. The intelligence department's mind-reading techniques could effortlessly glean the memories of water inn, revealing that he and Uchiha Tsukuha had dispatched Chikage, the deputy of the Umbu. Thus, his suspicion was significantly diminished. Uehara Mori remained unperturbed. Despite Konoha's darkness, there was still some semblance of reason. They would not falsely accuse a ninja without just cause. After listening, Yamashiro Kaichi posed a few more questions before departing the dim room. Outside, Yamashiro Kaichi inquired of a bandaged sensory ninja, "What is your assessment? Do you believe his words to be truthful?" The bandaged man, a top operative of the intelligence department, possessed an uncanny ability to see through deception. What he said aligns with Uchiha Tsukuha, Hyuga Banjin, and Akimichi Zobiai's accounts, he replied in a hoarse voice. Both Hyuga Banjin and Akimichi Zobiai were alive and had returned to the front lines before Uehara Mori. The bandaged man further reflected on the intelligence, advising, "Uehara Mori is an intriguing individual. You should keep a close watch on him. He is far from simple." Yamashiro Kaichi smiled in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Uehara Mori was released, with Yamashiro Kaichi escorting him out of the intelligence department. At that moment, a glum Uchiha Okitaka, head bowed, followed an intelligence ninja into the department's entrance. Uehara Mori approached him with enthusiasm, taunting, "Ah, Okataka-kun, you truly are hospitable. Did you come to fetch me? Much obliged." Uchiha Okataka turned green with rage, his anger palpable as he trembled, extending a finger and sputtering. "How did you get released? That's impossible." Uehara Mori raised an eyebrow, reveling in his triumph. "Because I'm innocent, of course. They let me go." He gestured toward Yamashiro Kaichi, who had come to fetch him. Observing Okataka rendered speechless with fury, Uehara Mori waved a cheerful farewell, goodbye, and best of luck. Not long after, Yamashiro Kaichi arranged for him to have a beautifully furnished single dormitory. Typically, lower-ranking ninjas reside in shared accommodations. As for Uehara Mori's future arrangements, no one had yet informed him. It was likely he would remain in the Konoha camp and be reassigned to a new team. In the afternoon, Uehara Mori prepared to explore the Konoha camp, familiarizing himself with the area. As he walked, he sensed something amiss. Why did every ninja appear so forlorn? What issue could possibly trouble the formidable forces of Konoha? It was essential to note that the camp was under the supervision of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, with the even mightier Uchiha Ko also present. Both were shadows of unparalleled strength, particularly Uchiha Ko, whose power rivaled that of the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. The strength of Konoha was vast and varied, with countless formidable warriors. Uncertain of the cause of this unease, Uehara Mori resolved to inquire further. By chance, he spotted a beautiful figure clad in red, Yuhi Kurenai. Uehara Mori approached her warmly, greeting, "Little beauty, long time no see." To his surprise, Yuhi Kurenai responded, "Mori, it's been a while. When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Uehara Mori and Yuhi Kurenai shared a good rapport. During his time in Konoha, he often sought her out to train his resistance to genjutsu, and she welcomed the opportunity to have a willing volunteer. Over time, their relationship had flourished. With a sigh, Uehara Mori replied, "Let us not get into it. When I arrived at the Konoha camp, I was seized by that cold-faced Yamashiro Kaichi and locked in a dark room for several days. Thankfully, I'm unharmed and just got released today." After a casual exchange of updates, Uehara Mori broached the subject of the Konoha camp's atmosphere. "Kurenai, I've noticed everyone seems off, faces pale and grim. Has something happened?" Yuhi Kurenai glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "Konoha faced defeat. The Sand Ninja breached our defenses recently, and many lives were lost." She paused to add, "At least a quarter of the elite ninja in the camp perished, and Lord Orochimaru sustained severe injuries, nearly losing his life." Intrigued, Uehara Mori inquired, "Which Sand Ninja managed to injure Orochimaru?" "Hirako, the second in command of the Sand Ninja camp," Yuhi Kurenai revealed, providing an answer that surprised Uehara Mori. In his memory, Hirako was rather low profile and lacked significant achievements. In reality, he was an exceptionally powerful adversary. "What is so impressive about Hirako? He can't possibly compare to my brother." Sarutobi Asuma interjected unexpectedly. From the words of Yugao, he sensed a palpable fear towards Sarutobi Asuma, prompting him to offer immediate comfort. Uehara Mori observed the young Sarutobi Asuma, who was attempting to appear cool while smoking a cigarette, and found himself at a loss for words. This fellow was nothing but a shadow of Yugao, wherever she was. Asuma was sure to follow closely behind. Upon feeling Uehara Mori's gaze, Asuma shot him a glare, silently contemplating why this guy clung to Yugao incessantly. Both in Konoha and here, without reflecting on his own appearance, devoid of any semblance of masculinity, he provocatively scrutinized Uehara Mori's delicate features, stroking the deliberately grown stubble on his chin, fully satisfied with his own display of manliness. Upon hearing Asuma mention his brother, Sarutobi Shino, Yugao's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. "Asuma, refrain from bringing up your brother, Sarutobi Shino, in my presence. He is nothing but a scoundrel." Recently, during a mission with her father, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Shino had maliciously injured him, displaying a complete lack of resolve. Asuma, noticing Yugao's ire, could only chuckle sheepishly, his dissatisfaction with Shino's character evident. Yet, he could not deny his admiration, even jealousy, of Shino's talent and strength. Currently, Konoha's super geniuses, Kakashi Hatake and Shursui Uchiha, were mere shadows compared to Sarutobi Shino, who, at just over 20, possessed power rivaling that of seasoned elite shinobi. Furthermore, with the ability to summon the legendary Monkey King, his strength was truly fearsome. Uehara Mori harbored curiosity about Sarutobi Shino, reputed to be a formidable figure, although Yugao's words hinted at a less than admirable personality. He yearned for further insights into Shino, but the two seemed reluctant to elaborate. Not wanting to engage with Asuma, Yugao returned her focus to Uehara Mori. Mori, there is another individual worth noting, Chiharu Hyuga. He is the deputy leader of the Umbu from Sunagakure and has claimed the lives of hundreds of our comrades during assaults on our defenses. Asuma mocked Uehara Mori. You little novice, if you encounter him, you'll surely meet your end. Unlike me, who has faced Chiharu and lived to tell the tale. Yugao unceremoniously countered, indeed. You have seen Chiharu, but only narrowly escaped with your life. Asuma, rather than feeling shame, took pride in his survival, but I am still alive. Uehara Mori cleared his throat and interjected, in fact, I encountered Chiharu during a transport mission. Both Yugao and Asuma displayed interest. Asuma, with a loud sneer, teased. You didn't hide away, did you? Yugao scrutinized Uehara Mori for any signs of injury, her concern evident. How could that be? I killed Chiharu. A direct hit to his head. Just as Uehara Mori began to explain, Asuma erupted, impossible. You, merely a novice focused on physical training, could never defeat Chiharu. Yugao shot Asuma a piercing glance, asserting, I believe Mori-kun. Those words struck Asuma with the force of 1,000 tons. Seizing the opportunity, Uehara Mori added, Aren't you the Hokage's son? You could leverage your connections to investigate. Asuma dashed away, calling back, Just you wait, I will expose you. Yugao inquired, What exactly transpired? Uehara Mori recounted the entire mission in detail, lamenting that the nature of his task required confidentiality, preventing any grand proclamations. After listening to Uehara Mori's account, Yugao pondered, Mori-kun. I believe you should alter your approach, be more ostentatious and showcase your prowess. In the world of shinobi, strength commands respect. She regarded Uehara Mori intently, advising. Being treated as cannon fodder is entirely self-imposed. You are far too cautious. If you were a jonin, who would dare to disrespect you or regard you as expendable? Moreover, you should forge alliances with powerful individuals, forming a coalition that would deter any would-be aggressors. Upon absorbing Yugao's words, Uehara Mori had an epiphany. He realized he had been operating with a mindset from a past life, favoring caution. While some shinobi thrived on caution, they were not as overly reserved as he had been. With the ability to contend with elite shinobi, merely displaying the strength of a genin would invite bullying. Uehara Mori resolved to adopt a more assertive demeanor, intent on showcasing his abilities, contemplating, perhaps I could masquerade as a taijutsu prodigy of jonin caliber. I shall demonstrate this in my next mission, and who knows, I might even recruit my teammates as subordinates, potentially even the captain. Chapter 20. The most compatible ninjutsu. Uehara Mori procured a substantial supply of food to stockpile in his dormitory, preparing for an intensive training retreat. He retrieved a ninjutsu scroll, Shura Blade, and examined it closely, his excitement growing with each passing moment. Was this not the ninjutsu most aligned with my essence? Training with the Shura Blade involves merging killing intent with chakra to create a unique black Shura chakra. This chakra possesses no elemental affinity, rendering it unsuitable for executing various elemental ninjutsu, yet its quality is unparalleled. A single strand of Shura chakra is derived from the fusion of two strands of ordinary chakra with killing intent, capable of being absorbed back into the body for long-term storage, effectively doubling one's chakra capacity. As one progresses with the Shura Blade, the quality of this Shura chakra only improves. Remarkably, once a certain threshold is reached, this Shura chakra exhibits strong resistance to genjutsu. The legendary figure who wielded the Shura Blade attained the status of a Kage through Shura chakra, with a single strand formed by the fusion of 10 strands of ordinary chakra and killing intent, resulting in a tenfold increase in chakra capacity. This Kage demonstrated extraordinary resistance to genjutsu, rendering typical B-rank illusions nearly ineffective against him. The cultivation of the Shura Blade revolves around the act of taking lives. The more one kills, the stronger the killing intent, and consequently, the greater the power. Perhaps due to the high degree of compatibility, Uehara Mori grasped the technique swiftly, mastering the basics of the Shura Blade in no time. As he felt a strand of Shura chakra pulsating in his palm, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Could it be that I am this formidable? Having just begun to learn the Shura Blade, he was already able to synthesize one strand of Shura chakra from 20 strands of ordinary chakra. If I fill my body with Shura chakra, Wouldn't my chakra capacity increase 20-fold? I would surpass even the fallen Kaguya. Uehara Mori continued to revel in his newfound strength, pondering, what is my current resistance to Jinjutsu? At the very least, typical B-rank illusions should have no effect on me. Even A-rank and S-rank Jinjutsu may face some resistance. As long as I persist in honing the Shura blade, no Jinjutsu, including Tsukuyami or Kotoeme Tsukumi, will pose a threat to me. Henceforth, I shall no longer fear the menace of Jinjutsu. Oh joy! If that Uchiha Suki dares to harbor any ill intentions towards me, I shall not worry about her Jinjutsu. I will deliver a resounding defeat. After a period of exhilaration, Uehara Mori managed to contain his excitement, observing the dangerous aura emanating from the Shura chakra in his hand. He contemplated the reasons behind his ability to attain such formidable power. Soon enough, he reached a conclusion. Uehara Mori had slaughtered countless beings within the training space, resulting in a tremendous reservoir of killing intent. As Shura chakra is directly correlated with the strength of killing intent, if he continued to engage in slaying within the training space, he would not only avoid being labeled a monster, but might also cultivate Shura chakra, far surpassing the 8 gates technique. Furthermore, the 8 gates has its drawbacks. Each gate opened inflicts damage on the body, and reaching the 8th gate is fatal. Uehara Mori continued to delve into the formidable power of the Azura chakra. He felt that his mastery over the Azura chakra far exceeded that of ordinary chakra. Merging 10 strands of Azura chakra, Uehara Mori concentrated his thoughts. The sole drawback of Azura chakra was its inability to utilize elemental ninjutsu, restricting him to non-elemental techniques. Could I perhaps master the Rasengan through self-study? He spun the 10 strands of Azura chakra at high speed, forming a sphere. In an instant, a swiftly rotating black chakra sphere appeared in his palm, exuding an aura of danger. Oh, I've successfully formed the Rasengan. How simple it is. He attempted the same with ordinary chakra, but found it utterly impossible. The essence of killing intent is fundamentally a manifestation of my will. The fusion of chakra and killing intent has elevated my control over chakra to its zenith. Opening the panel, he saw the inscription, a rank, Rasengan, beginner, Azura blade, beginner. Observing the A rank on the panel, Uehara Mori pondered deeply, his smile radiant. It appears that I have truly mastered the Rasengan. To train in ninjutsu within the training space, he must first learn the technique himself for it to be displayed on the panel. Merely glancing at a ninjutsu would not result in its recording on the panel. Uehara Mori then looked at the Azura blade. The Azura blade is indeed a divine technique, advancing directly from C rank to A rank. I wonder what terrifying transformations await as it ascends to S rank or even beyond. Gazing at the staggering 70 million fortune points, he silently declared, 30 days of cultivation. The fortune points then swiftly rolled down, decreasing by 30,000. The fortune points consumed in a day are equivalent to the amount of chakra expended. Uehara Mori had very little chakra, only 1,000, so 30 days of training required just 30,000, a considerable bargain. Had he been a monster like Shacharanga, with a chakra reserve of 1 million, the situation would have been dire. In an instant, a fragment of Uehara Mori's consciousness materialized in the training space. Now, he was ready to commence his training with the Azura blade. A fresh battle began within the training space. In a secluded chamber beneath the roots of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, with a heart of stone and eyes swollen to the size of peaches, was unable to shed tears. He had received news of his son Mijuin's death the day before and was aware of the entire ordeal. Today, he remained ensnared in sorrow. Intelligence revealed that Mijuin had been treacherously slain by Kazama Ayam. Danzo was acutely aware of this, and now he sought vengeance, a means to vent his fury. With Kazama Ayam dead, his greatest enemy was no more. The hatred within him could not be unleashed, compelling him to seek substitutes. Otherwise, he feared he might descend into madness. Perhaps he was already mad, though he had yet to realize it. Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukihime, Hyuga Itachi, Akimichi Zabe, and Sunagakure, all of them are my foes. How could I afford to languish in idle despair? Rest assured, my son, I will ensure you find peace in the afterlife. Especially those two wretches, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime. I shall not let them escape my wrath. It is their supreme honor to sacrifice themselves at your command. How dare they resist? Fear not. They will soon accompany you in death. Patience, my dear. Half a month later, within his dormitory, Uehara Mori abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes. Gasping for breath. My goodness, The after effects of training the Uehara blade are quite intense. The redness in his eyes was not from sleepless nights, but rather from the overwhelming killing intent that had stimulated him. His method of training the Uehara blade was simple yet brutal, engaging in frenzied battles within the training space, ruthlessly killing. During this period, for reasons unknown, no new missions or teammates had arrived, granting him ample time to fervently practice the Uehara blade and Rasengan, yielding remarkable results. Name: Uehara Mori. Gender: male. Age: 12 fortune points, 60 million chakra, 1000 physique. B. Jonin. Spirit. BB. Jonin. Perception range: 500 to 600 meters. Ninjutsu. S rank: 8 gates of shock. First gate: opening, perfect. Second gate: rest, perfect. Third gate: life, perfect. Uehara blade: beginner, A rank. Rasengan: perfect. D rank. Body flicker technique: perfect. E rank. Shadow clone technique: perfect. Substitution technique: perfect. Transformation technique: perfect. Function 1. Training. Space function 2. Unlocked. Function 3. Unlocked. Function 4. Unlocked. First and foremost, the Rasengan has reached the pinnacle of perfection. It can now be executed instantaneously without the need for Uehara chakra. Moreover, the transformation of the Uehara blade is substantial. After being honed to perfection at A rank, it astonishingly upgraded to S rank ninjutsu. Although its level had reverted to beginner, its power surged dramatically. Now, a single strand of Uehara chakra could be synthesized from 50 strands of ordinary chakra combined with killing intent, resulting in a chakra increase by 50-fold. The quality of chakra had also amplified the potency of the body flicker technique. With crimson eyes ablaze, Uehara Mori ruffled his short hair with his hands. I can now single-handedly overpower my former self, who had yet to leave the village. My combat strength should far surpass that of my master at the 6th gate of the 8 gates of shock. I wonder how formidable he is at the 7th gate. The difference shouldn't be too vast, I assume. Indeed, the Uehara chakra is undeniably powerful. Uehara Mori approached the mirror, gazing into a pair of blood-red eyes, even more vivid than the Sharingan. This ocular enhancement possesses a certain allure, albeit slightly overwhelming. If I step outside now, it is likely that anyone who crosses me, even slightly, would ignite my fury, transforming me into a vengeful Uehara, wreaking havoc. Naturally, I might also manage to turn the tables on one of them. It seems I cannot continue training the Uehara blade for the time being. I must cultivate my spirit and nurture tranquility. In the days that followed, Uehara Mori secured the door and refrained from venturing outside, dedicating himself to intense training at home. Indeed, he did not dare to step outside, not even to the threshold of his door. There were always numerous individuals lingering outside, discussing him. Uehara Mori understood they were speaking of his emergence as the hero who defeated Chizuru, praising his diligence and lack of desire for fame. Each time he heard such remarks, the killing intent within him would ebb slightly, replaced by a sense of joy. Those who have never been revered or appreciated cannot fathom this peculiar sense of accomplishment and inexplicable mission. Uehara Mori now experienced it firsthand. It was utterly exhilarating. Another 10 days passed, and Uehara Mori's crimson-eyed affliction finally subsided, allowing him to exert good control over his killing intent. This experience instilled within him a sense of caution regarding the Uehara blade. It is a double-edged sword, one that can harm both others and oneself. On this day, Uehara Mori was finally prepared to step outside the dormitory and explore, having remained indoors for over half a month. His first destination was the supply department, a repository of vast resources for ninjas to exchange, including ninjutsu, ninja tools, food, and a plethora of other items. Uehara Mori had previously completed a transport mission with Uchiha Tsukihime, defeating Chizuru and returning with a multitude of enemy corpses, earning a significant amount of accolades. Regrettably, the merits and demerits balanced out, leaving him with only 4 A rank points. Uehara Mori had reason to suspect that the 3rd Hokage was sabotaging him. He had never encountered a situation where a mission failure resulted in a deduction of merits. Upon arriving at the supply department, Uehara Mori intended to see if he could exchange for some useful ninjutsu. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the supply department, where a disdainful duty ninja coldly inquired, "Name?" "Uehara Mori." The duty ninja perked up, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Are you the Uehara Mori who eliminated the deputy minister of the Sand Ninja Zanbu?" Uehara Mori nodded. "Indeed. But isn't the mission meant to remain confidential? How did you find out?" The duty ninja's face brightened with a smile. Your diligent training has not gone unnoticed. Lord Kakashi has publicized your feat of slaying Chizuru as a prime example. He has instructed the ninjas to refrain from disturbing you during your training. Who would have thought that you would practice for over half a month without showing your face? Many ninjas have sought to learn from you. Uehara Mori suddenly realized why so many had been loitering in front of his door, discussing him yet too timid to approach. It was all due to Nara Shikaku's instructions. He was grateful for Nara Shikaku's thoughtfulness, which had saved countless leaf ninjas. If anyone had dared to approach him during that time, he would have transformed into a fearsome force. By the way, I have 4 A-rank merits to exchange for ninjutsu. The duty ninja handed him the price list for ninjutsu. Uehara Mori glanced at it, his heart racing, nearly fleeing in despair. The highest ninjutsu available for exchange at the material department was merely B rank. And acquiring a single B rank ninjutsu required at least 10 A rank merits along with a substantial sum of money. It was utterly absurd. Shouldn't B rank ninjutsu be exchanged for B rank merits? Why was it A rank? Uehara Mori possessed only 4 A rank merits, practically useless. Moreover, it was not just about merits. He also needed a minimum exchange fee of 1 million ryo. The duty ninja, seemingly sensing Uehara Mori's predicament, remarked, Lord Shikaku has specifically instructed that you may exchange your 4 A-rank merits for 1 B-rank ninjutsu, a tremendous bargain indeed. Ordinary jonin would require 2 or 3 years to acquire a B-rank ninjutsu. Yet you, fresh from graduation, can obtain one after completing your first mission. If others were to find out, they would be immensely envious. Uehara Mori selected the Wind Shunshin technique, an upgraded version of the ordinary Shunshin technique. Known for its superior speed, speed had always been Uehara Mori's forte, and he was eager to enhance this strength further. The perfected D-rank Shunshin technique allowed him to maneuver with ease even among shadow-level ninjas. He looked forward to the surprises that the B-rank Wind Shunshin technique would bring him. After Uehara Mori left, the duty ninja couldn't help but reflect. Uehara Mori has a bright future ahead, reaping the benefits of war. Not only is he recognized by Lord Shikaku, but his own hard work has brought him success. As long as he survives, he is destined to become a significant figure, unlike someone like me, who merely drifts through the material department. Upon leaving the material department, Uehara Mori prepared to seek out the icy beauty, Uchiha Tsukihime. Although the Uchiha family had fallen on hard times, the friliest camel was still larger than the strongest horse. Uehara Mori hoped to procure some other ninjutsu from her. After extensive inquiries and evading several admirers, he finally located Uchiha Tsukihime at an arena. Chapter 21. Enchanting man-eating flower. Though ninjas are often regarded as mere instruments for executing tasks, they are still human. As humans, they harbor feelings of hatred and conflict. To prevent bloody confrontations among ninjas from the Leaf Village, a place known as the arena was established. Uehara Mori was curious as to why Uchiha Tsukihime had found herself in such a place. The arena resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, featuring a vast circular stage at its center surrounded by seating. At that moment, a stunning beauty wielding a ninja blade was engaged in fierce combat with 15 burly Uchiha men. Uehara Mori sat beside Uchiha Tsukihime and inquired, "Who is that beautiful woman in the arena? She's incredible." Before mastering the Shuro blade, he would have stood no chance against her. These 15 Uchiha were not mere pigs. Each possessed strength comparable to Jonin, with some even rivaling elite Jonin. With such a lineup, even a shadow-level powerhouse would suffer greatly. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Nevertheless, Uehara Mori was not intimidated by this woman. Uchiha Tsukihime remained calm, glancing at him as she replied, "That is Uchiha Katsu, teaching a lesson to those Uchiha who blocked me at the gate last time." Her heart felt warm. Uchiha Katsu had always been protective of her since childhood. Upon returning from a mission yesterday, Uchiha Katsu learned that her beloved disciple had been bullied and immediately took action to ensure those responsible paid dearly. To Uchiha Tsukihime, Uchiha Katsu was not only her guardian and mentor, but also her closest confidant, akin to an elder sister. As they conversed, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. Uchiha Katsu found herself surrounded by 15 formidable Uchiha, falling into an absolute disadvantage. Unless she could defeat them in one strike, defeat was inevitable. Uchiha Katsu's delicate face remained serene as an overwhelming chakra erupted around her, sending waves of white energy rippling outward. Her long hair danced in the air, and her enchanting figure radiated terrifying power, resembling a valkyrie descending from the heavens. Chakra surged like a torrent into her ninja blade, causing it to vibrate at a high frequency, emitting sounds sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Illusion, beast frenzy. The invisible chakra, perceivable only to the Sharingan, transformed into a horde of savage beasts, their gaping maws lunging at the 15 Uchiha ninjas. You are surrounded. The Crimson Sharingan eyes locked with one another, and the Uchiha ninjas sensed impending doom. Just as they attempted to turn and flee, their expressions froze in an instant. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the watching ninjas as the 15 Uchiha stood motionless, as if turned to wood. Such powerful Genjutsu had ensnared them in an instant. Wasn't the Sharingan supposed to counter Genjutsu? Why did it fail against this woman's illusion? Look, even those with 3 Tomo Sharingan were caught. Uchiha Katsu appeared as a stunning yet deadly flower. Anyone who dared to bully Uchiha Tsukihime became her enemy. Seizing the opportunity, she charged directly at her adversaries. In a flurry of movement, the arena sparkled with flashes of white blades, swiftly enveloping the 15. 15 simultaneous screams pierced the air. The Uchiha ninjas, still attempting to perform the release seals, were jolted awake by excruciating pain, only to find both their arms severed at the roots. The leader, Uchiha Koda, glared with his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, roaring in rage. If you have the ability, kill me. With a swift motion, 2 gleaming blades flashed. Another round of screams echoed. 2 legs were severed, blood gushing forth. Uchiha Katsu flicked the blood from her blade and calmly stated, I indeed lack the ability to kill you. Last time, it was Uchiha Koda who went too far, and thus the punishment is severe. Her gaze was icy as she surveyed the 15. Akin to scrutinizing a group of fattened pigs destined for slaughter, threateningly declaring, I do not wish to see a repeat of such incidents. Do you understand? The weight of her words hung heavily in the air, as if to imply that misunderstanding could cost them their heads. Under her oppressive gaze, the group averted their eyes in fear. Even the most obstinate Uchiha Koda, stifling his pain, dared not cry out, lowering his gaze and refraining from further provocation. They had never anticipated Uchiha Katsu's strength to be so formidable. They could not fathom why, when Uchiha Tsukihime was bullied in the past, she had not displayed such overwhelming power. Had they known how terrifying she truly was, they would never have dared to provoke Uchiha Tsukihime. The ruthless display left all present dumbfounded. After a brief silence, they began to chant praises for their goddess. Some men wishing to pursue Uchiha Katsu concealed their feelings deep within. Such a goddess was beyond their reach. Uchiha Katsu's gaze pierced through the crowd, compelling them to bow their heads, too fearful to meet her eyes. When her gaze fell upon Uchiha Tsukihime, it transformed into a gentle spring, brimming with affection. In a few graceful movements, she approached Uchiha Tsukihime. Tsukihime, if anyone bullies you in the future, you must tell me. Uchiha Tsukihime's display of formidable strength stemmed from her connection with Uehara Mori during their joint transportation mission. The repercussions of their mission's failure were far-reaching. Uchiha Tsukihime, along with Uehara Mori, had been promoted by Nara Shikaku as exemplary ninjas, receiving significant commendation. However, nearly a month has passed, and Uchiha Yuki and Uehara Mori have yet to receive any notification regarding the reorganization of their team. This is an exceedingly unusual occurrence. Logically, Uchiha Yuki and Uehara Mori should be prioritized for training, ideally led by an elite jonin. This situation alerted Uchiha Katsu to the looming crisis. Her actions, though seemingly extreme, were entirely justified, demonstrating formidable strength. Not only did she intimidate the restless members of the Uchiha clan, but she also conveyed a message to the higher-ups of Konoha. Uchiha Yuki is under protection and should not be targeted. Otherwise, she would retaliate with full force. Of course, Uchiha Katsu was not concerned about Uchiha Yuki's safety. No one understood the girl's terrifying capabilities better than she did. 2 years prior, most of her skills had been learned and surpassed by Uchiha Yuki, leaving only the illusion techniques for her to teach. A year and a half ago, their proficiency in illusion techniques had been equal, but a year ago, Uchiha Yuki had surpassed her. 6 months ago, Uchiha Yuki had created an S-rank illusion technique and taught it to her, enabling Katsu to break through to the level of a shadow master. Thus, she now had the standing to negotiate with Konoha's elite. Uchiha Yuki nestled against Uchiha Katsu like a small girl, embraced by the envious gazes of many. Her delicate waist held gently. The faint scent of a beautiful woman wafted into Uehara Mori's nostrils. though he was not one to be easily swayed by feminine charm. He found himself drawn to Uchiha Katsu's allure, unable to resist stealing a few glances. Uehara Mori was an ordinary man who immediately noticed her long, shapely legs, akin to exquisite jade, silently acknowledging their immense strength capable of snapping a stone pillar with ease. Soon, he regained his composure, suppressing his wandering thoughts. Uchiha Katsu released Uchiha Yuki, her beautiful eyes surveying the tall Uehara Mori, pondering. Ah, what a charming young man. Their eyes met, and she scrutinized him, reflecting. Such clear eyes, reminiscent of a little lamb. Uchiha Katsu was well informed about Uehara Mori, recognizing him as a diligent individual, and held a favorable impression of him. She inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Despite her ruthless demeanor, her upbringing instilled in her a sense of politeness. Uehara Mori stood upright. Amidst the envious gazes of those around, leaned in to whisper in Uchiha Yuki's ear, "I came to discuss the spoils of war with Uchiha Yuki." Uchiha Yuki readily replied, "No problem, let us find a more suitable place to discuss." Chapter 22. Gaining Uehara Mori's favor in the shared residence of Uchiha Yuki and Uchiha Katsu. Uehara Mori proposed the exchange of spoils for B-rank ninjutsu, which proceeded smoothly. Gazing at the 30 or so scrolls of various ninjutsu in front of him, he found himself in a delightful dilemma. While other commoners toiled for a single C-rank ninjutsu, he was torn among a plethora of B and A-rank techniques. Uehara Mori could select 3 B-rank ninjutsu or 1 A-rank. What astonished him the most was the presence of the lightning release chakra mode and shadow clone technique among them. Uchiha Katsu, with her cheerful and generous disposition, enthusiastically introduced each ninjutsu, her sweet voice resonating like a cat's paw caressing his heart. Konoha maintained strict oversight of ninjutsu. The shadow clone technique, in particular, had copyright issues and could only be practiced with the Hokage's consent. Unauthorized training would incur severe penalties. As she spoke, she cast a provocative glance at Uehara Mori. He dismissed her concern, stating, "Even if I were face to face with the Hokage, I would not hesitate to confront him. He wouldn't dare to blame me directly. Besides, what's wrong with secretly learning a ninjutsu?" Uchiha Katsu smiled sweetly. "Oh, charming young man. The lightning release chakra mode is even more remarkable. It is a secret technique passed down from the Reikage of Kimogakure. This mode enhances physical strength and potential, increasing chakra reserves. You see, Yuki's vast chakra is partly due to the lightning release chakra mode. In terms of combat, it significantly boosts speed, strength, and defense. The current third Reikage has mastered this technique to its peak, achieving unparalleled defense, earning him the title of the strongest shield in the ninja world. Anyone outside Kimogakure who learns this technique will be relentlessly hunted down by them. Training in this requires considerable courage. Upon hearing the benefits of the lightning release chakra mode, Uehara Mori's eyes widened with interest, thinking, "I've been struggling to enhance my physical strength and chakra. Katsu-san has conveniently presented this ninjutsu to me. Truly, divine providence. Am I destined for greatness, with fortune favoring me?" He looked at Uchiha Katsu and Uchiha Yuki and asked, "Can I choose 2 of these ninjutsu?" Uchiha Yuki crossed her arms, a hint of amusement gracing her exquisite face. "You may. However, there is a risk of being hunted." She cautioned that once learned, it should not be used in public. Uehara Mori laughed heartily, unafraid. "If I lacked this much courage, what kind of ninja would I be? I might as well return home to raise pigs. Besides, with my enhanced strength from mastering the Azura Blade, most would be courting their own demise by approaching me. Such an opportunity may never come again. The risk is entirely manageable." With that, he chose the shadow clone technique and the lightning release chakra mode. Uehara Mori was only adept at the basic D-rank clone technique, which he had cleverly utilized to deceive Uchiha Yuki on several occasions. The basic clone had no resistance to damage, whereas the shadow clone technique completely compensated for that flaw. After the transaction, the bond among the 3 grew stronger and more harmonious. Once Uehara Mori departed, Uchiha Yuki asked, "Katsu-san, why did you offer so many powerful ninjutsu?" Although Uehara Mori displayed a hint of cleverness, he lacked significant potential. Initially, she had opposed the idea of trading ninjutsu, considering the high risks. If Konoha discovered the transaction, it could lead to substantial trouble. It was only with Uchiha Katsu's agreement that she relented. Uchiha Katsu pressed her enticing red lips together, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. "This Uehara Mori is no ordinary person. You are inexperienced. Someone who dares to confront the third Hokage at the graduation ceremony is hardly a fool. Uchiha Yuki, with her hands crossed over her flat abdomen, patiently explained. In this recent transport mission, so many perished, yet you and he emerged unscathed. Your survival was due to your strength, but what about his? You must consider this carefully. Uchiha Yuki fell into contemplation, finding the reasoning compelling, and resolved not to underestimate Uehara Mori again. The stunning Uchiha Katsu continued. Uehara Mori's master, Might Guy, is also a formidable figure. Might Guy? Uchiha Yuki recalled this man. In her memory, he was a perennial low-ranking ninja, lacking potential. What could be so impressive about him? Uchiha Katsu slightly raised her fair chin and remarked, "He is a remarkably humble man. Many years ago, by chance, I witnessed him practicing the S-rank taijutsu, 8 gates. At that time, he had opened the 7th gate, the gate of shock." Her beautiful eyes grew distant, momentarily lost in reflection. At that time, Might Guy exuded an overwhelming presence, one that most shadow-level figures could not match. It felt as if even a mountain could be shattered before him. Uchiha Yuki inquired urgently, "Why have I never heard of his accomplishments?" She found it perplexing that such a powerful individual should not be celebrated and surrounded by admirers. Yet, Might Guy seemed to endure ridicule daily without retorting. Uchiha Katsu smiled gently. The after-effects of the 8 gates are significant. That kind of power comes at the expense of physical well-being. Aware of his limitations, and given his seemingly passionate yet disinterested attitude towards fame, his true strength remains unknown. She stood confidently with her hands clasped behind her back, declaring, "Let us extend some favors to Uehara Mori, allowing him to feel gratitude and fostering his growth. This will also facilitate our future approach to Might Guy. Their support may unexpectedly aid your aspirations of becoming Hokage." Uchiha Suki's countenance revealed a contemplative expression. Becoming Hokage was her loftiest ambition. Yet the path ahead was still long and fraught with challenges. Strategic planning must commence without delay. Uchiha Katsu observed the young girl with a tender gaze. The helpless girl of years past had transformed into a formidable ninja, well aware that her current display of genjutsu, while impressive, was merely on par with the girl before her. The girl, possessing a resolute and mature spirit, was wise enough to understand that revealing her true strength would only invite suppression. Thus, she quietly amassed her power, biding her time for an opportunity to soar to great heights. In the land of rivers, not far from the Konoha encampment, within a subterranean laboratory, Orochimaru donned a white lab coat, standing beside an operating table. Bloodstains speckled his pallid face as he wielded a scalpel, conducting experiments on a subject covered in white scales. The golden serpent-like pupils reflected the anguish, despair, and madness etched on the subject's face. Shortly thereafter, a straight line appeared on the monitor, signifying the cessation of the subject's heartbeat. Orochimaru had endured countless such occurrences, displaying indifference towards the subject's demise as he meticulously examined a specimen under a microscope. His unnaturally elongated tongue, dripping with saliva, flicked out like a serpent tasting the air. A grotesque sight that would likely incite screams of alarm if witnessed by others. A deranged scientist conducting forbidden experiments. Apprehend him at once. The laboratory was replete with high-tech instruments adorned with blinking lights, alongside innumerable jars and vials containing various specimens, predominantly of serpentine origin. The most conspicuous was an old bottle housing a small white snake, its paint long since chipped away, a testament to Orochimaru's frequent handling. After diligently recording the experiment's data, he stretched lazily, feeling quite pleased. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 1 in the morning. He was a remarkably diligent individual, having learned from a young age that diligence is rewarded. Only through extraordinary effort could one reap extraordinary rewards. Through unimaginable toil, he had acquired immense power, ascending to the rank of a formidable shadow. Now, he was striving for a grand endeavor far more arduous than merely becoming a shadow, a quest for immortality. Unless interrupted, he typically concluded his experiments by 3 in the morning, resulting in the inescapable presence of dark circles under his eyes. However, being a man of refinement, he adorned his eyes with purple eyeshadow, adding an air of mystery to his demeanor. As the hour hand approached 1, he reluctantly departed the laboratory, heading towards the Konoha encampment to address some bothersome worldly matters. Orochimaru wished to disregard these trivial concerns, perceiving them as a waste of his precious time, further constraining his already limited lifespan. Yet, He had a lifelong ambition to fulfill, becoming Hokage. This endeavor was not solely for the dreams of his youth, the expectations of his mentor, or the support of his comrades. It was also to facilitate his exploration of immortality. Researching immortality was an expensive and labor-intensive pursuit, and he was, by nature, a miser. Should he ascend to the position of Hokage, all would be resolved. Thus, Orochimaru was compelled to pursue this goal, necessitating numerous endeavors, establishing significant achievements, garnering support, eliminating adversaries, and ensuring his ascendance to Hokage. Typically, Orochimaru would dispatch a shadow clone to handle such tasks. But this particular matter was anything but ordinary. Chapter 23. The nemesis of teammates in the Konoha encampment's command center. Orochimaru sat upon the cold command throne, resembling a heartless machine as he perused a report detailing how Uchiha Katsu effortlessly overpowered 15 Uchiha clan members. A rare smile flickered across his pale visage. It seemed the Uchiha had produced an extraordinary woman. Quickly discerning Katsu's intentions, he understood that her actions were merely meant to deter those who might wish to harm Uchiha Suki. Miss Katsu, do not fault me for lacking regard. Your arrogance is simply too pronounced. Without your visit or offerings, how am I to protect Uchiha Suki? Shimura Danzo had been generous, compelling Orochimaru to assist in eliminating Uchiha Suki. Reflecting on Shimura Danzo, he recalled a man who evoked a sense of danger, both in strength and temperament. Just days prior, Danzo had solicited his aid in orchestrating the demise of Uehara Mori, Uchiha Suki, Hyuga Hanabi, and Akimichi Zosuke. Such a blatant transgression of the will of fire was met with Orochimaru's staunch refusal. As the disciple of the third Hokage and a prime candidate for the fourth, he could never engage in villainy. Danzo, understanding Orochimaru's principles, offered an exorbitant sum of 40 million, proposing that Orochimaru arrange for the four to undertake particularly challenging tasks. Under the guise of cultivating talent through tribulation, honing wills, and contributing to Konoha, Orochimaru readily acquiesced. As a ninja with over 30 years of experience and a stellar reputation, he excelled in his field. Veteran Jonin Akimichi Zosuke met an unfortunate fate during a mission involving the Sand Ninja's scorching techniques, leaving only Uehara Mori and the remaining two. Orochimaru had already devised a plan to discreetly orchestrate their accidents. The moonlight at 1 in the morning was not solely observable by Orochimaru. Uehara Mori, too, beheld it. Having just concluded his training, he emerged wearily from the enclosed training ground number 30. Today, he had mastered 3 jutsu, successfully grasping the fundamentals of the shadow clone technique. His rapid progress was largely attributed to his Shura chakra, which, devoid of elemental properties, significantly enhanced his chakra control. The shadow clone technique, being an attribute-less jutsu, fell within his grasp after only a few attempts. The second technique he was cultivating, the wind body flicker technique, was also beginning to take shape. Uehara Mori estimated that with a few more days, he would achieve proficiency in both the wind body flicker technique and lightning release chakra mode, thereby enabling him to expedite his training. As he approached training ground number 20, he unexpectedly encountered a splendid figure, Uchiha Suki, engaged in swordsmanship practice. The girl was drenched in sweat, the ground beneath her testament to her prolonged exertion. Despite the tremors coursing through her body, her grip on the sword remained impeccable, each swing executed with unwavering focus and lethal intent. For the first time, he recognized the presence of such a diligent talent within Konoha. Even the prodigious Kakashi Hatake typically concluded his training by 11:30 at night. Among Konoha's ranks, only Might Guy and Might Lee exhibited comparable dedication worthy of competition. Now, he had a new contender. No one could surpass my determination. Uehara Mori entered training ground number 20, donning weighted attire as he commenced push-ups and sit-ups. Time flew by, and the girl took note of the boy's fervor, her eyes flickering with a hint of disdain. While my talent is unrivaled, I shall also be the most diligent. Their rivalry ignited, neither willing to concede. If Orochimaru's efforts could only last until 3 in the morning, the two of them could persist until 5. In winter, even the sun slumbers, and at 5 o'clock, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, Uehara Mori and his companion persevered until the morning hour. Soaked to the skin, they exchanged glances, each recognizing the respect mirrored in the other's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, they exited the training ground side by side in a silence imbued with unspoken understanding. As they passed through a meadow, they observed a young man, clad in a ninja vest, fervently kneeling upon the ground, utterly motionless. Uehara Mori found this curious. Could he be a person of faith? Yet, what religion could a tool of assassination subscribe to? Perhaps a cult of the malevolent? Uchiha Suki, do you recognize him? Uchiha Suki glanced at the young man and replied softly, he is indeed peculiar. Every morning at 5 o'clock, he kneels here for half an hour, regardless of the weather. She had taken the time to learn about him. His name was Kato Heian, a well-versed individual with a broad network of friends in Konoha. It was said he knelt daily in mourning for his fallen comrades. While in Konoha, he would kneel at the martyr cemetery, and now, here at the Konoha camp. Uehara Mori regarded Kato Heian with a flicker of fondness. Most ninjas were devoid of empathy, their years of bloodshed and partings leaving them emotionally detached from their comrades. Many viewed their teammates merely as tools, to be discarded when broken. Yet, Uehara Mori felt a strange anomaly, even for someone deeply affectionate towards their peers. It was rare to mourn them daily. He speculated that this man was either a profoundly sentimental soul or a cunning opportunist seeking attention through such displays. What about those comrades? How many did he lose? Uchiha Suki looked at the young man with a hint of pity. Kato Heian is cursed with misfortune. Over 70 of his comrades have perished. Uehara Mori gasped and quickly took a few steps back, pulling Uchiha Suki away. What a harbinger of doom. At this rate, he must lose at least one comrade per mission, if not several in a single day. Uehara Mori harbored a deep aversion to such ill-fated individuals. Reminiscent of the tale of Shun Gongbao, whose mere words annihilated the Jies sect, truly terrifying. Chapter 24. The Man Living Beside the Grim Reaper on the evening of December 10th. 45th year of Konoha. At 8 o'clock, Uehara Mori did not engage in rigorous training. Instead, he gathered with Uchiha Suki and Uchiha Katsu for a grand feast. These two would become pivotal in his future acquisition of ninjutsu, and it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with them. Moreover, he sensed both possessed immense potential. Forging alliances with them could yield great benefits in the future. Furthermore, his true motive for treating them to dinner was to reward himself. He had mastered the Wind Shunshin technique, Shadow Clone technique, and Lightning Release Chakra mode today, resulting in a substantial increase in his abilities. This called for celebration. Sister Katsu, are you leaving on a mission again? Why the haste? You just informed us you'll depart at 9 o'clock. Uehara Mori inquired curiously. A ninja had just rushed in, instructing Uchiha Katsu to prepare for an urgent mission. Generally, such last-minute notifications indicated a matter of great urgency. Uchiha Katsu, casually twirling a strand of hair, replied nonchalantly. It's nothing serious, just a covert operation. Quite common. Uchiha Suki felt a twinge of unease and pressed further. What is it about? Uchiha Katsu playfully tapped Uchiha Suki's fair forehead and affectionately draped an arm over her shoulder. I already mentioned, it's a secret mission. I don't yet know the specifics. We'll find out once we gather. Her experience in missions was extensive, having encountered various tasks. Typically, such last-minute assignments were of significant importance, demanding immediate action. This particular mission was a joint operation involving over 100 ninjas, ample manpower for a small-scale conflict. Time passed swiftly, and after bidding farewell to Uchiha Katsu, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Suki made their way to the training ground. At that moment, a masked ninja summoned her to the command center. Upon entering, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Suki were taken aback to find Hyuga Banzhuang inside, along with the ill-fated Kato Heian. Orochimaru sat in an ornately carved pearwood chair, fingers interlaced, hands resting on the desk. This was Uehara Mori's first encounter with Orochimaru at the Konoha camp. Observing the pallid, bloodless visage, he mused, though Orochimaru is undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Shadow Realm, his physical condition appears to be quite lacking, surely a consequence of some deficiency. How else could one explain such sluggish vitality? His thoughts drifted to the absence of women in Orochimaru's life, leading him to a startling revelation. He must indulge excessively. The habit has likely ensnared him. Orochimaru glanced at the four of them and declared, now that everyone is present, I announce that you four will form a small team. Kato Heian will serve as the captain, with Uchiha Suki, Uehara Mori, and Hyuga Banzhuang as team members. The ill-fated Kato Heian greeted the three with a gentle smile. Greetings, I am Kato Heian. I look forward to working with you. They each reciprocated the introduction to their new captain. Uehara Mori silently lamented, what bad luck. My first team is already gone. Surely my second will meet the same fate. His instincts warned him not to underestimate the ill fortune that Kato Heian carried. He exchanged glances with Uchiha Suki, both sensing that this team's existence would be fleeting. Hyuga Banzhuang, unaware of Kato Heian's ominous reputation, remained blissfully ignorant, smiling foolishly as if oblivious to the Grim Reaper's beckoning. Once greetings concluded, Orochimaru continued, "You have an urgent A-rank mission to undertake." Upon hearing this, the four members stood at attention, focused and attentive. Currently, there is a defensive vulnerability at the Sand Ninja front lines, and your task is to seize a Sand Ninja outpost at 2 o'clock in the morning. Orochimaru then handed a mission scroll to Captain Kato Heian, which contained detailed intelligence. Kato Heian cast a wary glance at Orochimaru, his heart tightening. Is the timing really that strict? Indeed, came the response, and the four accepted the mission before promptly departing the command center. Outside the command center, Kato Heian addressed his new teammates. "We will gather at the camp entrance in 20 minutes. Time is of the essence. We must hurry." Dismissed. After Uehara Mori took his leave, Kato Heian proceeded directly to the Konoha gate to register with the duty ninja. All entries and exits of ninjas from the camp required meticulous documentation. The duty ninja observed Kato Heian recording the names of his 3 companions and offered them condolences. They have unfortunately fallen into the misfortune of being associated with Kato Heian, the man living next to the Grim Reaper. The duty ninja even speculated that Kato Heian possessed some peculiar trait that absorbed the luck of his comrades, explaining why, in every mission, only his teammates perished while he remained unscathed. Not long after, Uehara Mori arrived with a metal shield, joining his 3 companions as they vanished into the night. Kato Heian, well-versed in the terrain of the Land of Rivers, led the way. The route for this mission was clearly marked on the intelligence scroll, requiring them to adhere to a specific path. The chill of December was palpable, yet Kato Heian, clad in scant attire, felt a fervent fire within. This is my chance. After 2 decades as a spy in Konoha, I have stumbled upon such immense wealth. Lord Chiyo had proclaimed that whoever could slay Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki in vengeance for Senka would be handsomely rewarded. However, a pang of sorrow struck Kato Heian as he reflected. 3 years and 3 years. The 7th year is nearly upon me, yet I still cannot return to my homeland. How long has it been since I savored the roasted flatbreads of my village? If I could eliminate these 2 youngsters, would it grant me passage back to my village? The possibility seems quite high. As an individual well-versed in information, Kato Heian recalled a piece of intelligence he was privy to. Uehara Shin, Uchiha Tsuki, and Hyuga Itazura are the sole survivors of a significant transport mission that took place a month ago. He has come to a realization. These 3 individuals are merely expendable pawns in this operation, destined for demise. This revelation brings him a sense of joy. Even should he eliminate Uehara Shin and Uchiha Tsuki, Konoha would not initiate an investigation. Truly, fortune is on his side. The 3 individuals behind Kato Heian are not fools. When Orochimaru announced that the trio would form a single team, they recognized the underlying deception of this mission. However, none voiced their suspicions, choosing instead to await the unfolding of events. Following a designated route, they finally arrived at a location known as Huangmu Mountain at the stroke of 1 in the morning. 10 kilometers ahead lay a small outpost of the Sand Shinobi. The objective of their mission. The Sand Shinobi had constructed a formidable defense in the Land of Rivers, comprising both large and small outposts. Typically, a small outpost consists of 4 individuals, while larger ones can house anywhere from dozens to hundreds. Uehara Shin's team was tasked with assaulting a standard small outpost, albeit one with the peculiar circumstance of a major outpost situated just 10 kilometers directly behind it. The 4 of them stood atop a small hill. Captain Kato Heian gazed at the seemingly simple-minded Hyuga Itazura and inquired, "Itazura, you and I will proceed to scout the situation. What is the range of your Byakugan?" Hyuga Itazura respectfully replied, 2 kilometers. In truth, it was 3 kilometers, but he chose to withhold that detail. Kato Heian then turned to Uehara Shin and Uchiha Tsuki, instructing, "You 2 will remain here for the time being, protecting yourselves and awaiting our return." Uehara Shin nodded. "I have no objections." He was now quite curious as to how events would unfold and what unexpected surprises awaited him. Remaining in the Konoha camp yielded no rewards. Only on the battlefield could one amass wealth. Just as in previous missions, he had acquired a considerable amount of resources. Perhaps this time would also bring substantial gains. Coupled with the 3 jutsu he had perfected under Uchiha Tsuki's tutelage, his strength had significantly increased. Now brimming with confidence, he feared no danger. Uchiha Tsukihime nodded coldly, sensing that tonight might very well be a night of bloodshed. Chapter 25. The handsome man is the master of deceit. With Kato Heian and Hyuga Idaizura moving away, Uehara Shin produced a treasured telescope worth 5 million. This was indeed a remarkable item. Peering through the lens, he quickly spotted the two captains in the distance, along with the 4 sand shinobi within the small outpost. He leapt to the top of a tree towering over 500 meters high. One must admit, the ninja world possesses extraordinary capabilities, with even the flora reaching impressive heights. Uehara Shin had even witnessed trees exceeding 800 meters in height and bamboo with diameters of 10 meters, showcasing an impressive length and girth. From his vantage point, he gazed further at the larger outpost. Excellent. The terrain here is flat and visibility is superb. He could even see clearly. The main outpost was ablaze with light. With all personnel awake, busily preparing their armor and weapons, seemingly gearing up for battle. How curious. What could they possibly be doing at such a late hour? Suddenly, his eyes brightened as they fell upon the word warehouse. Something within was drawing his attention. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he gazed further afield. To his astonishment, he spotted a vast congregation of sand shinobi, densely packed on a distant mountain, approximately 20 kilometers away. The exact number eluded Uehara Shin's sight, obscured by the darkness of night. Had it not been for the faint sparks of fire in their vicinity, he might have overlooked them entirely. Uehara Shin continued to observe through the telescope, and when the captains were about 9 kilometers away, he descended from the tree. Uchiha Tsukihime, I need to relieve myself. Would you care to join me? He gestured towards the aloof girl. Uchiha Tsukihime, lost in contemplation, paid him no heed. Ever since their chance encounter at Training Ground 20, he had taken it upon himself to persistently engage her. As long as she remained at the training ground, he would not depart. But Uchiha Tsukihime was a woman of lofty aspirations and unwavering resolve. Her innate pride from the Uchiha lineage forbade her from being outdone by anyone. Thus, she had engaged in a silent rivalry with this boy, practicing together until 3 in the morning. The outcome, however, had not been in her favor. Instead of conquering him, she found herself suffering from dry skin, heavy dark circles, and lackluster hair. Nevertheless, after such a costly battle, there must be a resolution. Hence, she was determined to see this through, refusing to yield. Now, every glance she cast toward Uehara Shin was tinged with disdain. Don't you dare peek, or you might get a sty, Uehara Shin quipped as he walked away. He was perplexed. Was this girl truly as frigid as she appeared? Shouldn't a typical girl be incensed by such remarks? Then he could swiftly close the gap between them, followed by a series of cunning schemes to acquire some jutsu from her. Alas, it seemed this plan had faltered before it even began. Uehara Shin ventured approximately 200 meters away, concealing himself behind a colossal tree. Without the need for hand seals, he directly summoned a shadow clone. The perfected shadow clone technique was indeed remarkable. It required no hand seals, and the clone's resilience far surpassed that of ordinary shadow clones. Perhaps he was the most adept at wielding shadow clones in the ninja world. The shadow clone retraced its steps towards the original, while the true Uehara Shin vanished silently into the night, akin to a panther weaving through the darkness, drawn towards the alluring scent of wealth emanating from the larger outpost. As Uehara Shin moved further away, Uchiha Tsukihime felt a subtle vibration within her embrace, abruptly opening her eyes. She sprinted in the opposite direction from Uehara Shin. After running for about 2 kilometers, she finally halted. From her pocket, she retrieved a signal receiver blinking with a red light. Uchiha Akane possessed one as well. This was a trinket they had procured from a scientist. As long as they remained within 10 kilometers of each other, the receiver would illuminate. The device featured 8 small lights arranged in a circular pattern. Whichever light illuminated indicated the direction of the other. Akane is behind me, she mused. Is her mission connected to mine? She recalled that the small outpost was situated directly behind the larger one. Uchiha Tsukihime dispatched a shadow clone to return in her stead. The original, cautious and wary, opted not to seek out Uchiha Akane, but instead circled towards the direction of the larger outpost. Excitement surged within her. Tonight truly promised to be a sleepless night. The shadow clone of Uehara Shin observed as the cold-hearted girl emerged from the forest, her chakra noticeably diminished by half, indicating to him that this was merely a clone. Did you also need to relieve yourself? He inquired, noting her increasingly frigid demeanor. She was perplexed by Uehara Shin's sudden boldness. Uchiha Tsukihime recalled Uchiha Akane's advice. Some boys, upon reaching puberty, become frisky, seeking to tease girls they fancy to garner attention. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the boy, suppressing the urge to coldly retort, "You're far too immature. I'm not interested in your type." Yet, her upbringing held her back from expressing such thoughts outright. Nevertheless, the notion that Uehara Shin might harbor feelings for her instilled a sense of superiority within her. After all, it was only natural for someone of her beauty to attract admirers. I must maintain a more aloof demeanor to ward off those lustful boys. Her thoughts drifted back to Uchiha Akane's words. The more handsome a man is, the more he enjoys deceiving women. Uchiha Tsukihime regarded Uehara Shin's strikingly chiseled features and shifted her stance. "Keep your distance," she cautioned. This fellow was undeniably a master of deceit. 9.5 out of every 10 words he uttered were likely falsehoods. Around 1:30, Kato Heian and Hinata Itaru returned. Kato Heian observed Uehara Mori and felt an unusual tension in the atmosphere between them. Ignoring it, he proceeded to explain the situation within the small outpost. There were 4 individuals, 1 jonin and 3 chunin. The jonin and 1 chunin were already asleep, while the remaining 2 chunin were on guard duty. When the time comes, we will strike together, first eliminating the 2 guarding chunin. I will confront the jonin, while the 3 of you take on the last chunin. Hinata Itaru nodded in agreement. The plan was quite reasonable. During the reconnaissance with Kato Heian, he had noticed the opponent's skilled techniques, which revealed no trace of flaw, a true veteran. This reminded him of another seasoned warrior, Akimichi Zabuai, who had once led him to escape through an underground river, narrowly evading a life-threatening pursuit. Unfortunately, he had heard that Akimichi Zabuai had encountered a terrifyingly powerful foe, Yakura, adept in scorch release, and had met a grisly fate. He hoped that Kato Heian would guide him through this mission successfully. Heaven help us. Uchiha Tsuki, cold and taciturn, slightly nodded in agreement, while Uehara Mori concurred. However, he sensed a faint and concealed aura of murderous intent emanating from Kato Heian, directed towards himself and his fellow teammates. Were it not for his training with the Shura blade, coupled with countless kills that had heightened his sensitivity to such intentions, he might have remained oblivious. Uehara Mori felt a surge of frustration. How could I be so unfortunate as to encounter 2 bizarre captains consecutively? If Kato Heian were to perish on this mission, would I be subjected to scrutiny by Konoha? Is there a divine retribution in the ninja world that targets those who traverse between realms? He became wary of this captain, who seemed to harbor deep emotions and often mourned fallen comrades. Reflecting further, Uehara Mori perceived an oddity in the current mission. It was not as straightforward as it appeared, and perhaps a grand spectacle awaited them. At that moment, they could profit immensely from the chaos. 10 minutes later, the quartet commenced their mission, heading toward the small outpost to carry out the assassination. Chapter 26. We have been deceived just as Uehara Mori and his team approached the small outpost. Over 100 heavily armed Konoha ninjas materialized like specters at the rendezvous point. Leading them was an elderly figure clad in black layered armor, adorned with the red and white flame fan crest on his back, appearing to be around 50 years of age, with a commanding presence akin to a lion surveying its domain. He was Uchiha Sora, the elder of the Uchiha clan. Turning towards the assembled ninjas, his eyes gleamed with intensity. Wherever his gaze fell, each ninja stood tall, their spirits ignited with fervor. Though he did not vocalize words of encouragement, the collective resolve of the ninjas surged, eager for battle. As they believed in this formidable figure who had earned his renown since the first great ninja war, certain he would lead them to victory. Countless bloody conflicts over the decades had attested to the terror he inspired. Only one Kunoichi, her demeanor as striking as a snow-laden plum blossom, dared to meet his gaze, Uchiha Katsu. Uchiha Sora was the commander of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, overseeing all clan members. Simultaneously, he was an adversary of Uchiha Tsuki, having made numerous attempts on her life. According to Uchiha Katsu, this elder was likely connected to the demise of Tsuki's parents. She was deeply concerned that he might seize the opportunity to strike against Tsuki. Furthermore, she sensed something amiss with the personnel arrangement for tonight's mission. 2/3 of those present were Uchiha, while the remainder were ninjas who had committed grave offenses. Coupled with Uchiha Tsuki's sudden appearance on the Sand Ninja's defensive line, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped her, raising the hair on her arms. She thought, could Tsuki and I be entangled in Konoha's political strife? Hinata Shin, A jonin of the Hyuga clan, reported respectfully to Uchiha Sora, Lord Sora. The traitor has arrived at the Sand Ninja outpost. Naturally, the traitor referred to Kato Heian. What kind of luck allows someone to have teammates perish repeatedly while remaining unscathed? Following thorough investigations by Konoha's intelligence department, it was confirmed that Kato Heian was indeed a spy for the Sand Ninja. The information regarding the transport mission assigned to Uehara Mori had been leaked to Sunagakure. Their current mission was to eliminate a significant stronghold of Sunagakure as an act of vengeance. When shall we strike? Hinata Shin cautiously stole a glance at Uchiha Sora, posing the most pressing question. Despite being a jonin from the Hyuga clan with considerable background and strength, he dared not display any dissatisfaction in front of this formidable figure. Uchiha Sora, famed since the first Great Ninja War, was particularly adept at manipulating ninjas through genjutsu. Those ensnared by his illusions appeared to act as they normally would, even thinking and behaving according to their usual logic, utterly unaware of their control. Yet, at a critical moment, those manipulated would lose their sanity, acting as puppets, self-destructing, or poisoning others. It was a cruel and terrifying technique that instilled dread in countless individuals. He could not afford to offend Uchiha Sora, lest he be silently controlled and driven to suicide. Uchiha Sora, hands clasped behind his back, gazed distantly, speaking calmly. There is no rush. We will wait until the traitor reaches the stronghold before we proceed. He had already determined that Uehara Mori and his companions would perish. The traitor, Kato Heian, who had fallen prey to his genjutsu, would head to the stronghold to report. Once Kato Heian arrived at the stronghold, the genjutsu would activate, allowing him to ambush the stronghold's powerful defenders, releasing poison and triggering explosions. To be fair, Kato Heian was indeed strong, ranking among the top in Konoha's camp within the Land of Rivers. He estimated that Kato Heian would likely take down dozens of sand ninjas with him while inflicting substantial injuries. Uchiha Sora ceased speaking, and silence enveloped the scene. Uchiha Katsu exchanged a gesture with him, and they discreetly withdrew to a concealed location. Elder, are we being led astray by Orochimaru in this operation? Uchiha Katsu kindly inquired. Despite their adversarial relationship, they would unite against external threats. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Indeed, we have been deceived. Uchiha Katsu's face paled instantly upon receiving this confirmation, her mind swirling as she struggled to process the implications. Was Orochimaru truly this reckless? No, it could not solely be Orochimaru. Other high-ranking members of Konoha must also be involved. Uchiha Sora glanced at Uchiha Katsu, his tone turning grave. However, this may turn out to be a fortuitous event. The individuals I have brought are the most elite and emotionally invested Uchiha. In this inevitably brutal war, I hope they can achieve transcendence. Perhaps one among them will harness the power of the divine. He was a rational, yet dangerously fervent individual. More than any number of Tomo, one pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan held far greater significance. After much deliberation, Uchiha Katsu regarded Uchiha Sora, recognizing her inability to sway him. With a resigned sigh, she turned away, her heart heavy with concern. Uchiha Sora watched the silhouette of this remarkable junior, his lips curling into a cruel arc. I wonder if Suki's death will awaken your eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. As long as the clan could prosper, he harbored no objections to fostering a formidable adversary, for no matter how powerful, none could surpass him. Uchiha Sora had long anticipated that Uchiha Suki would join Kato Heian's team, and this operation provided the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. As for Uehara Mori, he hardly regarded him, merely a minor character, unworthy of mention. Little did he know that Uehara Mori was not a mere insect, but rather a bloodthirsty behemoth with a fiery rage. 200 meters ahead of the small outpost, the quartet held their breath, their senses heightened. Hinata Itaru's face was a tapestry of strained veins, his Byakugan activated, intently scanning the movements at the Sand Ninja outpost. The upper and middle ninjas were still in slumber, while the other two middle ninjas stood vigil without noticing our presence. Kato Heian lowered his voice, whispering instructions. Let us stealthily approach together, then strike simultaneously. With that, he grasped a shuriken and advanced cautiously. The other three followed suit, weapons in hand. Only Uehara Mori appeared peculiar, bearing two ninja blades on his back. A metal shield in his left hand held protectively before him, and a steel ball in his right, as if preparing for defense rather than offense. Hinata Banzai cast a disdainful glance at the buzzcut youth, thinking to himself, indeed, The commoner is timid and fearful. How could a turtle ever hope to thrive and grow strong? The most ludicrous aspect was that the shield he wielded was of the heaviest variety. Everyone knows that in battle, a shield is not only ineffective but also obstructive, hampering one's agility. Chapter 27. The fat sheep arrives. The two sand ninjas on duty appeared relaxed, yet their hearts were taut with anxiety. Not long ago, the captain had awakened from his slumber, stating he received intelligence from a spy embedded within Konoha. He would deliver 3 Konoha ninjas directly to them. They were to collaborate with the spy to eliminate those Konoha ninjas, maintaining a facade of normalcy to avoid exposure. The appointed time was drawing near. This was the first time for the two sand ninjas to engage in such a task, and they felt a thrill of excitement. Though their heads remained still, their eyes darted around eagerly. Where were the Konoha ninjas? One of the sand ninjas, catching a glimpse in his peripheral vision, noticed a shadow had grown slightly larger. He realized that the Konoha sheep had indeed presented itself. Remaining silent, he maintained his position. Quietude was the path to prosperity. Closer now, closer still. Hinata Banzai had crept within 10 meters of the two sand ninjas on duty. This distance was but a single step away. Cautiously, he avoided staring directly at the sand ninjas, fearing detection. Some ninjas possessed acute sensory abilities, capable of sensing even a glance from hundreds of meters away. At some point, Captain Kato Heian had moved from in front of him to behind. Kato Heian was likewise cautious, despite his desire to eliminate the 3 Konoha ninjas as he had before. He exuded no trace of murderous intent. Instead, he smiled at Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime, gesturing for them to ensure their safety. Hinata Banzai glanced back at the captain, signaling that it was time to strike. Kato Heian nodded in agreement. With a rush, Hinata Banzai hurled a shuriken, exclaiming internally, "With the merit from this mission, I shall exchange for the shadow clone technique at the supplies department." Heaven knows the hardships he had endured over the years to acquire the shadow clone technique. Fortunately, after today, all his efforts would bear the sweetest fruit. In a flash, Kato Heian surged forward, his sharp shuriken glinting ominously. Uchiha Tsukihime likewise charged forth, shouting kill. Uehara Mori remained as steadfast as a rock, unyielding and unperturbed. The two sand ninjas, fully prepared, heard the commotion and swiftly dodged to the sides, simultaneously emitting a shrill cry to alert their comrades still feigning slumber within their stronghold. Hinata Banzai maintained a steady mindset, pursuing the sand ninja fleeing to the left. He felt confident that even if he could not eliminate this sand ninja himself, the captain would surely coordinate with him to corner and swiftly dispatch the target. The pursued sand ninja, however, was equally confident, recognizing that the Konoha ninja following behind was none other than the spy. No, he must be an ally. He smirked mockingly at the ignorant Hinata ninja. Hinata Banzai was perplexed by the sand ninja's laughter. Why is he smiling? My coordination with the captain is unbeatable. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Damn it. Why did my cervical issue flare up at such a critical moment? His neck twisted. It was over. His head fell away. As Hinata Banzai's head spun in the air, he caught sight of Captain Kato Heian, shuriken stained with blood, turning to assault Uchiha Tsukihime without even a glance back at him. He understood then that he had been betrayed and killed by his own captain. Alas, was this the lament of the weak? With regret, Hinata Banzai departed the world. Immediately after slaying Hinata Banzai, Kato Heian felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, the imminent threat of death nearly suffocating him. Suddenly, he was attacked by Uchiha Tsukihime, a shuriken piercing directly through his chest. Had he not evaded swiftly, his heart would have been shattered. How could this be? Wasn't Uchiha Tsukihime merely a middle ninja? How could she react so swiftly, seizing the perfect moment, defying the expectations of a mere 12-year-old girl? Wounded and unable to ponder further, he exerted all his strength to use the body flicker technique to distance himself from the battlefield. At that moment, the two sand ninjas also charged toward Uchiha Tsukihime, launching shurikens with explosive tags from unexpected angles to disrupt her advance on Kato Heian. Just as Kato Heian took refuge in the woods, secretly relieved to believe he had escaped unscathed, Uehara Mori had set his sights on him. Seeing the unsuspecting prey before him, he reveled in delight. I knew Kato Heian had a significant flaw. My cleverness has prevailed. I shall reluctantly accept the treasures you possess. Though Uehara Mori was but a shadow clone, his strength was still formidable. Utilizing his sensory abilities to lock onto the recently escaped Kato Heian, he pivoted at the waist, unleashing a powerful strike with his arm. A whip-like motion. The end of the whip burst forth with terrifying speed and force. A steel ball, comparable in power to a sniper's bullet, shot forth, narrowly avoiding the tree trunk, tearing through thick foliage, and penetrating his brain. The steel ball continued its trajectory, piercing another large tree before vanishing into the night, leaving no trace behind. The delayed sonic boom resonated through the area, startling a flock of sleeping birds, which erupted from their nests in a cacophony of indignation. Kato Heian faced a fate far worse than Hinata Banzai. He encountered an even more formidable adversary. Until the very end, he remained unaware of how he met his demise. Uehara Mori, clutching the shield, carefully navigated the scattered remnants of red and white before deftly approaching Kato Heian from behind. Before his body succumbed to gravity, Uehara Mori seized him by the collar and departed. As for Uchiha Tsukihime, he held no concern. Humming a merry tune, Uehara Mori exited happily. Uchiha Tsukihime, hearing the cheerful melody, struggled to maintain her icy demeanor. The predicament of the mantis capturing the cicada while the yellow sparrow lurked behind had befallen her. A furious blaze surged within her, flushing her delicate face crimson. Until now, she had always reaped the benefits of others' misfortunes. Today, however, she found herself outmaneuvered by an inconspicuous buzzcut youth. Unforgivable, the rage surged swiftly, but just as quickly faded. Reason dictated that she must flee. If she lingered, her powers would be exposed. Evading the attacks of the two sand ninjas, she swiftly departed, carrying Hinata Banzai's head. The two sand ninjas hastily pursued her, while the two who had just emerged from the small stronghold chased after Uehara Mori. Yet, before long, they had lost track of the boy and girl. At that moment, they finally realized that it was not a mere sheep that had arrived, but rather a wolf come to seize the little lambs. Chapter 28. Mutual scheming. The upper ninja Hinata Makoto, who had been observing Kato Heian's movements with his Byakugan, could not help but express astonishment upon witnessing the traitor Kato Heian felled by an inconspicuous lowly ninja. He had seen countless instances of upper ninjas effortlessly dispatching lower ones. Yet, this was the first time he had witnessed a lower ninja eliminate an upper ninja, especially an elite one. Of course, he did not believe that Uehara Mori had solely relied on luck to defeat Kato Heian. Skill played a significant role. The mere fact that Uehara Mori, with only a smidgen of chakra, could slay the notorious Kato Heian was indeed terrifying. Hinata Makoto quickly relayed the information he had gathered to Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora revealed an expression of surprise. He had not anticipated that a pivotal step in his scheme would be thwarted by a mere rookie. No, not a mere rookie. Someone capable of slaying elite shinobi could undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable warrior, regardless of the means employed. Hinata's voice betrayed no hint of concealment, leaving all the ninjas present in a state of shock. Goodness, they say there's a king of survival among the lower ranks of Konoha. And it appears to be true. Uehara Mori's ability to kill Chizuru seems not to be mere luck. This little buzzcut is destined for greatness. Many expressed their admiration, while the Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Chiyo, remained unconvinced. What achievements can be gleaned from merely practicing physical techniques? It is merely a stroke of fortune. Before the Sharingan, all physical techniques are nothing but trash, easily rendered useless by a genjutsu. Uchiha Sora raised a hand, and silence enveloped the area. He was not angry but rather composed as he spoke. I shall proceed first. You all must follow swiftly. We shall regroup at the small stronghold. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like the wind. In less than a minute, he traversed 10 kilometers, appearing spectrally behind the Suna Jonin, who had just lost track of Uehara Mori. His blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan flared to life, and a formidable chakra erupted from within him. Genjutsu, puppet technique. The chakra infiltrated the mind of the Wind Sand Eagle, instantaneously transforming him into Sora's puppet. To Sora, an ordinary Jonin was hardly more formidable than a child. He had affixed numerous explosive tags to the Wind Sand Eagle, amplifying his lethality. The Wind Sand Eagle felt a slight dizziness in his head before returning to normalcy. Dismissing the sensation, frustrated, he gazed in the direction where Uehara Mori had vanished, then turned back. The demise of a crucial spy cultivated over many years was indeed a troublesome affair. He had to report back to the main stronghold personally. Watching the departing Wind Sand Eagle, a faint smile crept across Uchiha Sora's face. The minor disruption caused by Kato Hira did not alter the grand scheme. The plan would proceed unabated. By the time the Konoha shinobi arrived, 3 Suna Chunin had already perished, and the Wind Sand Eagle was nearing the main stronghold. Amidst the awe and admiration of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Sora gestured grandly towards Hinata, instructing, "Continue to investigate the situation of that Suna Jonin. Once he engages with the Suna ninjas at the main stronghold, we shall commence our assault." "Understood," Hinata replied, standing upright as he activated his Byakugan to survey the conditions within the stronghold. While Hinata focused on the stronghold, others were also monitoring it. The first was Uchiha Tsukiheim, positioned to the west of the main stronghold, while the Konoha ninjas were located to the south. Her rise to fortune stemmed from a warehouse, and naturally, she had set her sights on the stronghold storeroom. Rubbing her hands together, she prepared herself, aware that the outcome would depend on her speed. The second was Uehara Mori, perched upon a massive tree 8 kilometers east of the stronghold, closely observing the situation through a telescope. At this moment, he had refined his ordinary chakra into a high-quality Shura chakra, his combat prowess reaching unprecedented heights, surpassing even his strength when he had opened the third gate of the 8 gates. He observed the Wind Sand Eagle arrive at the stronghold and enter a large building. Uehara adjusted his telescope, focusing on the small stronghold. "Goodness, the Konoha ninjas have all arrived. Quite the impressive assembly." To his surprise, Uchiha Katsu was also among them. He pressed the telescope to his left eye, witnessing the stunning beauty of a woman, her hand resting on her chest, displaying a hint of worry. After tiring his left eye, he switched to his right. He was not peeping. Rather, he was experiencing the myriad wonders of the world, savoring the intricacies of life. However, his ambitions were lofty. He held no desire for worldly pleasures. After briefly observing his acquaintances, he turned his gaze towards the Suna ninjas situated 23 kilometers north of the stronghold. "Ah, they have quite a number as well. Let me count. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Goodness, there are 200 Suna ninjas. It seems the Konoha ninjas are in for a rough time." To his astonishment, he spotted a strikingly beautiful kunoichi standing atop a mountain, her tall stature accentuated by a round bun hairstyle, her cheeks adorned with cute bangs dyed a shade of yellow, adding a touch of charm. Most striking was her bare, snow-white back, alluringly seductive, almost tempting one to commit a crime. Uehara gazed a moment longer, rubbing his stiff, frozen hands, muttering softly, "Women truly love beauty. Wearing so little in this cold, her skin is turning red." Judging by her appearance, she was likely the hero of Suna, the Scorch Release user, Yakura. Soon, his interest peaked further when he witnessed Yakura, an individual of legendary strength, bowing respectfully to an elder clad in a headscarf. Uehara surmised that this elder must also be a figure of considerable power. He observed Yakura and her Suna companions, then glanced back at the Konoha ninjas poised to ambush the main stronghold, relishing in their misfortune. It was evident that Yakura and her comrades were well prepared. They had undoubtedly come to ambush the Konoha shinobi. It appeared that Konoha harbored numerous traitors, as such a significant task had been compromised. Uehara did not intend to assist the Konoha ninjas in eliminating the Suna forces. Though he could not read minds, he understood that Konoha had little regard for him. Clearly, this mission was designed to be a death sentence. "Not my concern. It's a matter for others," was a lesson he had learned in his past life, now serving as his guiding principle. On the mountain, Yakura respectfully addressed the elderly Horai, stating, "We have just received news from the Ninja Eagle. We have detected the presence of Konoha ninjas, numbering 120. Horai had long overseen Suna's intelligence operations, dedicating himself tirelessly to the village's development, earning deep respect. Though he typically operated in the shadows, rarely engaging directly, Yakura knew that he was an exceptionally formidable figure, even more powerful than herself. Furthermore, Horai was a rare existence who had achieved the rank of Kage through physical prowess alone. Horai clapped his hands together in delight, chuckling softly. "This promises to be a bountiful harvest." Yakura, curious, inquired, "Which intelligence officer is so remarkable as to acquire such classified information?" She confidently asserted, "It must be one of your prized protégés." Such intelligence was notoriously difficult to obtain, and its accuracy was remarkable. Typically, only a select few high-ranking officials in Konoha would be privy to such details. She could hardly fathom who possessed such capability. Horai revealed a mysterious smile, offering a hint of information. That intelligence officer's code name is White Phosphorus. Generally, he would not disclose information regarding intelligence operatives, but White Phosphorus was an exceptional case, requiring no secrecy. White Phosphorus, Yakura echoed, memorizing the code name. The 200 Suna ninjas perked up, interest gleaming in their eyes. Horai continued. Konoha is a vast and unwieldy village. While it appears sunny on the surface, the darkness lurking beneath is unfathomable. He chuckled, reflecting. This white phosphorus is not one of our Suna villagers. He paused, observing the curious gazes of the Suna ninjas before delivering a jaw-dropping revelation. He is part of Konoha's upper echelon. The Suna ninjas erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the news. Since the onset of hostilities with Konoha, they had not experienced a day as joyous as this one. Someone shouted, "Victory is ours." And the others joined in, chanting, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" Yakura joined in the cheer, yet a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Though hailed as a hero within Suna and occupying a position of authority, her standing among the higher-ups was precarious. As a representative of the common folk, she had once campaigned for the position of the 4th Kazekage but had suffered defeat. That alone would not have been so dire, as she had a substantial following. However, now, her supporters had been swayed by the 4th Kazekage, Risata, betraying her. Thus, she found herself isolated and defeated in the ongoing power struggle. Will the higher-ups of the Sand Ninjas eventually abandon their own, just as they have cast aside the Leaf Ninjas today? Chapter 29. The Path to Wealth begins today. Boom. The air reverberated with the sound of violent explosions emanating from the stronghold, shaking the very earth. Even 8 kilometers away, Uehara Mori felt the tremor beneath his feet. The sky above the stronghold was illuminated by fiery explosions, a sight he could hardly ignore. Hastily, he seized his binoculars to survey the scene. Fortunately, his warehouse remained intact. He had long regarded the Sand Ninja storage as his own treasure trove. Within the stronghold, 3 gaping craters, each exceeding 20 meters in diameter, bore witness to the devastating power of the explosions. The force was so tremendous that everything within the craters returned to nature, bypassing even the stage of incineration. Surrounding these pits lay a multitude of corpses, many missing limbs, while a few still managed to move, bleeding from their orifices, racked with pain from the shockwave. The few survivors harbored intense resentment towards those who designed the stronghold, lamenting its flat layout that offered no cover when the explosion struck. Uehara Mori felt a pang of sorrow. He could only imagine how many detonating tags had been employed to achieve such destruction. If only it were in his hands. Realizing the dwindling number of survivors within the stronghold brought him a surge of elation. He swiftly concealed his shield, 2 ninja blades, and the captain's corpse, masking his face with cloth before setting off. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, traversing hundreds of meters in mere moments. The scenery around him blurred as if he had pressed fast forward, a whirlwind trailing in his wake, moving faster than even Uchiha Ko had previously demonstrated. His speed surpassed even that of sound, producing a deafening sonic boom that echoed across the landscape, visible to both distant Leaf and Sand Ninjas. At that moment, the Leaf Ninjas were on the verge of departure when they were startled by the tremendous noise. Hinata Makoto opened his Byakugan, tracing the sound to a fleeting shadow that vanished in an instant, only to be spotted again a kilometer away. A primal fear akin to an ant facing a dragon surged within him. He gulped, having lived long enough to witness such speed in merely 3 individuals: the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the future 4th Hokage, the current 3rd Raikage, renowned for his unmatched prowess, and the son of the 3rd Raikage, destined to become the 4th. Each of them represented the most formidable forces in the ninja world. Yet today, he beheld a figure whose speed left even his Byakugan struggling to keep pace, rendering their features indistinguishable. The dark, malevolent chakra surrounding this entity evoked an unforgettable sense of mortality. The only comfort lay in the realization that this dark presence possessed a mere fraction of chakra, hardly commensurate with such terrifying velocity. As Hinata Makoto strained to assess the situation, he reported back to the commanding officer, Uchiha Ko. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Ko smiled confidently, declaring, "No matter. Let us confront this mysterious individual." With a wave of his hand, he led the ninjas into action. Simultaneously, 200 Sand Ninjas on the mountainside began their advance. The shadowy figures of the elite, Kairo and Yakura, sped towards the battlefield, swiftly distancing themselves from the lagging Sand Ninjas. The damage to the stronghold was beyond imagination, and the number of surviving ninjas was scant. Holding off the 120 elite Leaf Ninjas was an unrealistic task. Thus, they aimed to delay the Leaf forces until the Sand reinforcements could arrive, planning to annihilate them in one fell swoop. The three factions raced towards the stronghold, with Uehara Mori arriving first, although he found no surviving sand ninjas. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the warehouse doors, revealing a treasure trove of weapons, detonating tags, food supplies, and even winter clothing. The stronghold served as the nexus for over 20 smaller outposts, facilitating timely support and stockpiling abundant resources. Now, it all belonged to Uehara Mori. Rubbing his hands together, he gleefully remarked, "Indeed, one cannot amass great wealth through a meager salary." With a wealth of 35 million in luck points, he had previously spent 5 million on 3 B-rank jutsus, leaving him with 5 million. This windfall propelled his luck points to a new pinnacle of 90 million. After collecting his spoils, he swiftly departed, for the sand ninja corpses bore nothing of value, having been stripped bare. Moreover, he feared being recognized by the Byakugan-wielding ninjas from the Leaf. As for his chakra, he felt no concern. The Shura chakra was black, while ordinary chakra was blue. Their colors and essence were entirely distinct. The surviving 20 or so sand ninjas were fleeing, tending to their wounds, laden with valuables scavenged from the deceased. They were all Chunin, unaware of the impending ambush from the Leaf ninjas, a truth only known to the Jonin, all of whom had perished in the explosion unleashed by the Wind Sand Eagle. Before the explosion, the sand ninjas had wondered why they were roused at such a late hour to prepare for battle. Now, they understood. The Leaf ninjas had launched an attack. Initially, they were torn between self-sacrifice for the sand village and selfish retreat. Yet, a spark of wisdom ignited within one, who shouted, "Run." Glory and honor belonged to the martyrs. One's own life was paramount. With a leader emerging, the others quickly followed suit, feeling a newfound lightness in their bodies. Joyfully, they sprinted towards the northern part of the stronghold, the direction of the sand ninja camp, blissfully unaware that the village's higher-ups were headed their way. Among those who witnessed the fleeing sand ninjas were only Hinata Makoto and Uchiha Tsukihime, who had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Observing the sand ninjas' retreat, with the Leaf ninjas yet to arrive, her youthful heart raced with excitement. Without much hesitation, she transformed into a gust of wind, traversing forests and mountains to reach the stronghold. When she eagerly gazed upon the warehouse, her excitement turned to fury, her pale face flushed with indignation. This was the second time such an occurrence had transpired in a short span. Narrowing her eyes, she scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the insufferable thief. Her mind raced with suspicions, the first being Uehara Mori, the short-haired boy whose innocent smile appeared remarkably disingenuous in her eyes. The treasures within the warehouse must be immense. Only a supersized sealing scroll could contain such bounty. Alternatively, perhaps he possessed one of those precious small sealing scrolls like hers. Yet, Uehara Mori was etched in her memory as a penniless fool, possessing nothing of value except for a reinforced shield and 2 ninja blades. With no ninja tools to conceal the scrolls, even his projectiles were mere steel balls scavenged from the battlefield, stashed in his pouch. Quickly, she dismissed the notion of Uehara Mori as the thief. A pauper could not seize a treasury. Even if he attempted, he would lack the means to transport it. Moreover, one must possess a substantial economic foundation to procure a large-capacity sealing scroll. The young woman could never fathom that Uehara Mori required no such scrolls at all. Chapter 30. The terrifying Uchiha elder Uchiha Tsukihime's aspirations for great wealth were dashed. At that moment, she noticed a fresh, clear trail outside the stronghold, resembling the chaotic path of a rampaging dragon through the forest. Numerous trees lay shattered, and the grass had been uprooted from the ground. Her expression turned grave as she deduced that the thief's rapid approach had caused the destruction. Yet, upon leaving, the thief had left no trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. How cunning! I see, this must be a deliberate attempt to conceal their identity, fearing discovery. This individual is undoubtedly a renowned powerhouse. Could it possibly be Orochimaru? It is said that he delights in stealing funds for his experiments. She yearned to venture into the forest to investigate further, but after contemplating the matter, she prudently refrained from doing so. I endure. Uchiha Tsukihime cursed silently, ultimately feeling helpless. Just as she pondered her next move, she sensed a growing tremor within her embrace, signaling that Uchiha Katsu was rapidly approaching. Unwilling to encounter those Konoha ninjas, she vanished from the stronghold in the blink of an eye. Uehara Mori, having made a swift escape, found himself several kilometers away when he felt the earth tremble violently. Stones leapt from the ground, and towering trees swayed, shedding their sparse leaves. Looking back, Uehara Mori exclaimed, "What in the world is that?" It was as if a scene from a primordial myth was unfolding before his eyes. A colossal blue eagle soared, its expansive wings obscuring the sun, and with a mere flap, shattered the clouds for miles. The luminous moonlight illuminated the magnificent sight, as the majestic giant eagle appeared to have emerged from legend, leaving an indelible impression. Engaged in battle with the eagle was an even more formidable and fearsome flaming lion, its body composed of searing red-hot rock, with flames forming its fur. This powerful beast towered above, exhaling tongues of fire at every moment. The inferno illuminated half the sky, igniting the dry forest and ushering in doom upon this ancient land. They exuded an astonishing chakra, a terrifying pressure that nearly rendered one breathless. With a thunderous roar, the lion leaped into the sky, clashing with the giant eagle. The resulting shockwave was palpable, crashing into the forest and flattening vast areas. The lion and the blue eagle engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat, scattering countless fragments of stone, fire, and feathers. Their slightest movements were capable of tearing the earth asunder, awakening every creature within miles, who mistook it for an earthquake and fled in panic. Uehara Mori observed the majestic eagle and the flaming lion, igniting a fierce resolve within him. The lion must be a creation born from a hybrid ninjutsu combining S-rank earth release and S-rank fire release. And what of the giant eagle? It felt as though it embodied an extraordinarily powerful body technique. Could there truly be masters of physique that I am unaware of in this world? The earlier battle was undoubtedly a life-and-death struggle among shadow-level powers. Uehara Mori resolved to witness this spectacle, for such a grand performance surpassed even the finest American science fiction films, and he could not bear to miss his chance to partake. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he was suddenly struck by what could be described as a falling meteor, or more accurately, a massive boulder descending from the sky. Moments ago, the two colossal beasts had collided atop a great mountain, akin to the explosion of two warhead missiles. The immense force sent countless stones, dirt, and trees soaring into the air. Following a deafening explosion, the blue giant eagle was vanquished, dissipating into the ether. The flaming lion roared heavenward before also slowly fading away. Half of the mountain peak vanished in the process. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Uehara Mori braced himself with a metal shield, hearing the incessant thuds of the shield being struck. Goodness, Hozuki and Uchiha Sora. You two old demons possess an impressive amount of chakra, able to unleash such powerful techniques at will. I never expected Hozuki to be a master of physical techniques as well. With such formidable strength, even my master would likely have to fight to the death. Without opening the seventh gate, he wouldn't even qualify for a match. Uchiha Sora, who triumphed over Hozuki, was even more remarkable. Truly deserving of being the elder of the Uchiha clan, the most prestigious family in the ninja world. Comparing his own strength to theirs, Uehara Mori realized that each had their own strengths. He could not compete with their chakra or endurance, but when it came to speed, he could easily outpace them. If he were to utilize Ashura chakra, his destructive power would be equally formidable. In summary, while a direct confrontation was feasible, a prolonged battle was not in his favor. Victory could only be achieved through hit-and-run tactics or a decisive strike. Uehara Mori took out his binoculars, focusing on the standoff between Hozuki and Uchiha Sora, curious about the outcome. At that moment, on the battlefield, Uchiha Sora, with an air of unparalleled grace and imposing presence, held a bloodied severed arm, Hozuki's left arm. In a provocative gesture, he tossed the arm towards Hozuki. A fierce fire erupted from his palm, reducing the severed limb to ash. Clad in a battle-worn armor soaked with blood, Hozuki's eyes widened, his complexion pale, unperturbed by the destruction of his arm. Instead, he marveled. I never anticipated your mastery of fire release to be so profound that you could perform ninjutsu without hand seals. The earlier clash of the S-rank ninjutsu had already been astonishing, but this B-rank fire release performed without seals truly left him in awe. As ninjas train in ninjutsu, they gradually reduce the number of hand seals required. A select few can even perform seals with a single hand. Only the most exceptionally talented ninjas, after arduous training, can execute ninjutsu without seals, but this is typically limited to D-rank and C-rank techniques. Hozuki had never before witnessed a B-rank ninjutsu performed without seals. The ability to simplify the execution of a B-rank technique to such an extent speaks volumes about Uchiha Sora's extraordinary prowess in fire release. Uehara Mori also witnessed Uchiha Sora's display of unsignaled fire release and felt a twinge of disdain. I can release every ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora was indeed formidable. It was clear he had shown restraint during their previous encounter. Otherwise, with such a technique, had he launched a surprise attack, Hozuki would surely have met his demise. Immediately after, a beautiful young lady, impervious to the cold, known as Yakura, appeared in an instant, joining forces with Hozuki and Uchiha Sora in battle. Yakura formed hand seals, summoning several enormous fiery spheres. As they manifested, the intense heat warped the air, causing the earth's moisture to evaporate into white mist, leading to widespread cracks in the ground. The forest, already ablaze, erupted into an even fiercer inferno. Simultaneously, Yakura absorbed and utilized these flames, enlarging the fireballs even further. At that moment, 200 sand ninjas arrived as reinforcements. A new battle was imminent, and the dynamics of the battlefield were ever-shifting. Chapter 31. Reunion. Uehara Mori watched in astonishment as over 100 Konoha ninjas clashed with 200 sand ninjas. His eyes wide with curiosity. Suddenly, he sensed Uchiha Tsukihime approaching him rapidly from behind. When she was 100 meters away, she slowed her pace, cautiously drawing near. Hadn't this little buzzcut fled long ago? What brought her here? With narrowed eyes, she spotted a headless corpse. It was Kato Heian's. Instantly, her fury surged within her. This detestable buzzcut had taken advantage of her misfortune. How unexpected to encounter him now. However, Uchiha Tsukihime paid him no mind and first checked on Uchiha Katsu's safety. Taking a few steps to Uehara Mori's side, she retrieved a pair of binoculars to observe. Though her binoculars were not as fine as Uehara Mori's, they were still a rare quality. The flames ignited the battlefield, and the wind release of the sand ninjas further fueled the inferno, allowing Uchiha Tsukihime to see everything clearly in the darkness. Soon enough, she located her dear Uchiha Katsu. Seeing that Uchiha Katsu was unharmed and wreaking havoc upon the sand ninjas like a fierce heroine, her heart eased. While continuing to watch Uchiha Katsu, she inquired, "What brings you here as well?" She kicked Kato Heian's headless corpse and added, "Aren't you afraid of death?" The tone bore a hint of threat, emphasizing the word death. Uehara Mori grinned innocently. "I haven't touched anything belonging to the captain. We shall split it evenly." The girl's expression softened as she sensed that this little buzzcut still had some conscience. Uehara Mori shifted his tone. "You are merely a chunin. It was sheer luck that you managed to injure the captain before. Without my help, that traitor would have fled long ago. You ought to be grateful to me." Upon hearing these words, the girl's expression soured immediately, as if the dry and sweltering air had dropped a few degrees. She yearned to unleash her fury upon the insufferable face of the crew-cut boy. But the necessity of concealing her true strength restrained her from openly declaring that a mere jonin could be dispatched with ease. Thus, she simmered in silent frustration. Uehara Mori, undeterred by the tension, mischievously suggested, Come, let us swiftly stow away the captain. Mind his ghost might seek you out at night." This scenario mirrored the previous one. He was to sell the captain. Uchiha Suki, fuming, sealed Kato Heian into a scroll. No matter the adversary, one must never oppose wealth. Uehara Mori lightly tugged at the girl's garment, leaned closer, and whispered, "I have a lucrative venture. Would you partake?" "A lucrative venture?" The girl eyed Uehara Mori with suspicion. What significant enterprise could this impoverished fellow possibly propose? He gestured towards the battlefield, where numerous unclaimed corpses lay, and said, "How about we gather the bodies?" Uchiha Suki struck Uehara Mori on the head with a forceful punch, causing a noticeable bump to form, and exclaimed, "You despicable wretch! How could you contemplate profiting from the dead?" Glancing at the swelling on Uehara Mori's head, she mused, "Wait, this isn't just a shadow clone, it's the real deal." During Kato Heian and Hyuga Itaru's reconnaissance mission at a small outpost, Uehara Mori had previously excused himself, and at that moment, she had activated her Sharingan. Discovering that he had conjured a shadow clone while his true self vanished without a trace. The results of her probing had surprised her. Uehara Mori rubbed his head, speechless. He had evaded injury while being pursued by multiple sand ninjas during their first mission, yet here, he had been struck by Uchiha Suki. "Just tell me, will you do it or not? If you refuse, I'll handle it myself. I hold you in disdain." This implied refusal irked Uchiha Suki. "I will supervise you," Uehara Mori remarked, regarding the proud girl with a dismissive expression. "You're no different. Stop pretending to be aloof." Uchiha Suki placed her hands on her hips, leaning forward with a dangerous glint in her eyes. What did you say? Suddenly, the crew-cut boy charged forward, headbutting the girl on her smooth forehead. Ah, that hurts. Both clutched their injured heads, glaring at one another. Amidst their playful scuffle, 3 shadow-level powerhouses took a breather. After intense combat, Ebizo bore several fresh wounds, the most severe being a gaping hole in his chest. Yet, his demeanor remained calm as he gestured towards the battlefield of the Konoha and Sand Ninjas. Half of your Konoha comrades have perished, many of whom are Uchiha. Are you not concerned? Uchiha Sora, panting heavily, found the battle against 2 shadow-level opponents quite taxing. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, he observed the duo and revealed a slight smile. We Uchiha are no ordinary clan. The death of loved ones serves as a stepping stone to greater power. Their demise holds significance. Ebizo was taken aback by Uchiha Sora's ruthlessness, remarking, "What your second Hokage?" Senju Tobarama once said rings true, the wicked Uchiha. Leaf Kara felt a weight in her heart. Facing such a formidable and rationally unhinged adversary was a heavy burden. Mere minutes of combat with Uchiha Sora felt like an eternity. The chilling sense of impending death made every second feel like torture. Ebizo's penetrating wound had been incurred due to her inadvertent entrapment in Uchiha Sora's Jinjutsu. Previously, she had encountered several 3-tomo Sharingan wielders and had defeated them all. Yet, against Uchiha Sora, the threat level surged immensely. Just a glimpse of those 3-tomos could unwittingly ensnare one in illusion. No wonder the ninja world warns against gazing directly into the Sharingan. During her duel with Uchiha Sora, she dared not meet his gaze, often keeping her head lowered to avoid eye contact. Uchiha Sora observed the disheveled elite of the Sand Village and, out of the corner of his eye, glanced at his clansmen. He sighed internally, wondering when a Mangekyo would emerge. Must they truly face annihilation? Though he appeared unfeeling, many of the exceptional clan members on the battlefield had grown up under his watchful eye. It would be a lie to claim he felt no affection for them. Even his stony heart felt a tinge of sorrow. He noticed Uchiha Kuin, who was skillfully fending off multiple Sand Jonin, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He held high hopes for this promising junior. Uchiha Kuin had borne the weight of clan pressure for years, fiercely protecting Uchiha Suki, their bond undoubtedly profound. If Uchiha Suki were to perish, would she unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sora turned his gaze towards Uchiha Suki, who was furiously glaring at Uehara Mori, a smile spreading across his face. Both Ebizo and Leaf Kara perceived Uchiha Sora's momentary distraction and seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated assault against him. Uchiha Sora exchanged a few moves with them, feigning defeat while retreating strategically, swiftly closing the gap towards Uchiha Suki. He had not contemplated whether Uehara Mori would be caught in the crossfire. Even if he did, it mattered little. Anyone who dared oppose him would be crushed without mercy. Not even a skilled Jonin could stir a ripple against him. Uehara Mori, pointing at Uchiha Sora and exclaiming in frustration, said, "Is this old coot insane? Why is he coming our way?" Suddenly, he remembered that Uchiha Suki seemed to have a grudge against Uchiha Sora. "It's all your fault." In response to Uehara Mori's accusations, Uchiha Suki beamed with delight. "Crew cut, who told you to be blind and dare to oppose me? Even heaven disapproves of you." Ha. Chapter 32. The true power revealed as the 3 shadow-level figures approached at an alarming pace. The youthful duo instinctively retreated. Uehara Mori, burdened with a shield, panted and ran, hearing footsteps behind him. Upon glancing back, he saw Uchiha Suki. He waved his hand hastily and shouted, "The road is wide. Go your own way." "What do you mean by following me?" He suspected that the 3 shadow-level warriors were indeed drawn by Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Suki was not about to let him off easily. The moment Uchiha Sora had glanced her way, she realized that the old man had no good intentions. She looked back and, indeed, Uchiha Sora had altered his course, leading Ebizo and Leaf Kara towards her. "Don't come any closer." Hearing Uehara Mori's frantic cries, Uchiha Suki felt a pang of guilt but continued to pursue him. She intended to join forces with the enigmatic Uehara Mori against their foes. Uchiha Suki knew that if she were caught, she would be confronting not only Uchiha Sora, but also the 2 shadow-level warriors from the Sand Village. Though endowed with unparalleled talent and formidable strength, she was no fool. She was not made of iron and had no intention of confronting them head-on. Even the 3rd Hokage would likely fall against the onslaught of 3 shadow-level opponents. "I cannot perish." Uchiha Suki reminded herself, quickening her pace. Uehara Mori also accelerated, managing to keep ahead despite the burden of a heavy alloy shield. Behind Uchiha Suki, Uchiha Sora observed the panicked girl fleeing and sighed slightly. A proud Uchiha, forced to resort to such despicable tactics, made him flush with embarrassment. In truth, he could have directly eliminated Uchiha Suki. However, as a high-ranking elder of the Uchiha clan, he valued his reputation. Such an overt action would be beneath his dignity. Drawing Ebizo and Leaf Kara near, he intended to utilize their strength to eliminate Uchiha Suki, ensuring that even if anyone learned of the incident later, they would merely lament the misfortune of the girl. Uchiha Sora silently commended his own cunning. He accelerated forward, swiftly traversing hundreds of meters to approach Uchiha Suki. Upon hearing the piercing sound of wind slicing through the air behind her, Uchiha Suki unleashed a formidable force from her slender legs. With a single step, she surged 20 meters ahead, her legs whirling like a windmill, creating a gap between them. As she neared Uehara Mori, he turned around and shot her a fierce glare. He was now certain that Uchiha Suki had attracted Uchiha Sora's attention. Although he did not understand why Uchiha Sora wished to eliminate Uchiha Suki, it did not hinder him from blaming her. How foolish of me to have considered sharing the spoils from Kato Heian with you. Truly, adversity reveals one's true character. For the first time, Uchiha Suki displayed a look of remorse towards Uehara Mori and shouted, "Uehara Mori, I am truly sorry." Upon uttering those words, the weight of guilt in her heart lightened considerably. Before her words had fully dissipated, she accelerated once more, ready to overtake Uehara Mori. However, he was not foolish. Activating the body flicker technique, he swiftly distanced himself from her, widening the gap further. "Uchiha Suki, I graciously accept your apology. I shall take my leave first," he declared. Thus, the three commenced a spirited race, each pursuing the other. Meanwhile, the trailing Yakura and Ebizong halted and exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. They had refrained from engaging with Uchiha Sora, so why did he appear to be fleeing? Fixing their gaze on the two youthful figures at the forefront, whose speed far surpassed that of ordinary jonin, Yakura pondered aloud. Does Uchiha Sora intend to eliminate those two Konoha prodigies? Is there some grudge between them? Ebizong contemplated for a moment before jokingly suggesting, perhaps that girl and boy are in a secret romance, and Uchiha Sora, having discovered it, is furious, seeking to eliminate these two audacious youngsters. Yakura and Ebizong burst into laughter, turning their backs to Uchiha Sora and preparing to assist the Sand Shinobi in eliminating the remaining Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Sora began to dissipate, replaced by a broad smile. He had initially regarded Uchiha Suki, known for her timid demeanor and poor reputation within her clan and on the battlefield, as worthless. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover her true potential. Just moments ago, Uchiha Suki had unmasked her strength, displaying a speed that exceeded that of ordinary elite jonin, rivaling even the swiftest of Kaga-level shinobi. Her chakra was remarkably potent, far exceeding that of her peers at her age. Uchiha Sora estimated that once Uchiha Suki matured, even if she were to become complacent in her training, her formidable chakra would elevate her to Kaga-level status. Deciding to cease his pursuit, he no longer intended to take her life. The mystery behind Uchiha Suki's seemingly fragile exterior piqued his curiosity, igniting hopes of potential mentorship in the future. Even Uehara Mori, who appeared unremarkable, had shown remarkable prowess, warranting further acquaintance. Without further contemplation, Uchiha Sora prepared to return and rejoin Ebizong and Yakura in their skirmishes. Upon glancing back, he noticed that Uchiha Suki and Uehara Mori had ceased their flight. Yet, neither relaxed their guard. Instead, they remained intensely focused on one another. "What gives? Am I not handsome enough for you to gaze upon?" Uehara Mori jested, attempting to lighten the increasingly tense atmosphere, though his shield firmly guarded his front. The girl's murderous intent was no longer concealed. Uchiha Suki scrutinized Uehara Mori, inwardly acknowledging, this boy with the crew-cut hides his true depth. He is far from the naive rookie fresh out of the academy. He has glimpsed my true strength, and it seems I must eliminate him here. With that thought, Uchiha Suki unsheathed her gleaming kunai, inhaled deeply, and fixed her gaze on Uehara Mori. Just as she had dealt with her past teammates who had become aware of her abilities, she prepared to do away with Uehara Mori. At that moment, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a gentle light upon the world. With a swift motion, Uchiha Tsuki leaped forward, leaving behind an afterimage. And in an instant, she stood before Uehara Mori, their eyes locking. Her kunai, glimmering with cold light and enhanced by wind chakra, became the sharpest weapon imaginable, capable of cleaving even solid rock in two. The clash of metal resounded as sparks erupted upon contact with his shield. Countless reflections of her blade danced upon the alloy shield, which soon splintered into dozens of fragments, tumbling to the ground. Uchiha Tsuki elegantly passed by Uehara Mori, turning her back to him and boastfully declaring, "You see, little crew cut, you will never surpass my strength. Thus, why not become my subordinate?" With that, her cheeks flushed crimson, a wave of heat washing over her. She suddenly recalled that her concealment of strength was a protective measure against the lurking dangers of her clan. Now that her rival, Uchiha Sora, had discovered her abilities, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. Yet, she had only realized this in the moment of her attack, and it was too late to retract her actions. One's wisdom may be boundless, yet folly can strike at the most critical juncture. She now felt an acute sense of embarrassment, her toes curling in distress. As long as she refrained from voicing her embarrassment, no one would know. Chapter 33. Two old coins inflicting harm upon each other. Uehara Mori gazed at the once valuable alloy shield, now rendered scrap metal, and, discarding it, shouted in frustration. What a scam. He recalled how the amiable vendor had assured him of the shield's unparalleled durability, leading him to part with his hard-earned savings, believing it would accompany him to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Turning to face Uchiha Tsuki and her unblemished kunai, he felt a surge of envy and bitterness, his expression darkening as he glared at her and roared, "You insufferable washboard, seeking your own demise." Though he could not comprehend the girl's erratic emotions, one moment filled with malice, the next feigning nonchalance, this did not deter him from wanting to deliver a severe beating, followed by exorbitant reparations. Uchiha Tsuki, hearing Uehara Mori's furious shout, felt a tremor in her heart. She recalled his cherished sentiments towards the shield and felt a pang of guilt for her actions. Yet, upon hearing the term washboard, she turned, her expression as frigid as an unyielding glacier. No one is perfect. Uchiha Tsuki considered herself a powerful kunoichi, captivating countless hearts, yet she too possessed flaws. She envied the ample bosom of Tsunade and often reassured herself, "I am still young, with ample time to develop." She also believed in the adage, "Girls transform as they age, becoming increasingly beautiful." Locking her gaze on Uehara Mori, she tightened her grip on her gleaming kunai, gritting her teeth as she spat. "You little calf, impoverished fool, utter buffoon." As they exchanged barbs, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Uehara Mori appeared calm on the surface, but within, a tempest brewed. With a series of explosive sounds, he activated the 8 gates, sequentially unlocking the first 3, the opening, rest, and life gates. As the potential surged within him, chakra flooded his body like a torrential wave. He refrained from entering the Shura chakra mode, believing his current strength sufficient to vanquish Uchiha Tsuki, the deluded washboard. Step by step, he advanced toward Uchiha Tsuki, a dangerous aura enveloping the forest in silence. In stark contrast to Uehara Mori's unassuming exterior, Uchiha Tsuki felt her chakra surging wildly within her, honed by countless battles. From the boy's presence, she sensed an ominous threat, akin to a dragon unfurling its body, opening its gaping maw. She remained acutely aware that their proximity made utilizing ninjutsu tantamount to suicide. Thus, she prepared to engage in close-quarters combat. She held her breath, assuming a combat stance, fully concentrated, gathering strength to unleash a thunderous strike. Blue wind chakra entwined around her ninja sword, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Uehara Mori approached Uchiha Tsukuha step by step, unhurriedly. As the distance between them narrowed, the air seemed to thicken and almost solidify. 4 meters, 3.5 meters. 3 meters, 2.5 meters. The closer they got, the shorter the reaction time upon striking, and the more perilous the battle became. Uchiha Tsukuha was acutely aware of this. Observing Uehara Mori's calm demeanor, an immense pressure engulfed her, as if she had been cast into the depths of the ocean, crushed by an unfathomable weight. Ultimately, she could no longer hold back and launched her attack. Whoosh! The ninja sword sliced through the air, severing resistance and shattering the sharp sound of an explosion. Uehara Mori remained expressionless, slightly sidestepping to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his left fist coiled with air currents, crashing towards Uchiha Tsukuya's abdomen like a heavy hammer. If that punch landed, even steel would be pierced through. Before the fist reached its target, the wind pressure had already pressed a mark into the fabric of her clothing. Alarm bells rang in Uchiha Tsukuya's mind, her body moving like a willow in the breeze. The fierce ninja sword reversed direction, slashing upward towards Uehara Mori's chest with lethal intent, showing no mercy and poised to cleave him in two. Uehara Mori, undeterred by the missed punch, faced the incoming blade and did not retreat, delivering a powerful palm strike. The formidable ninja sword was met with his palm, nearly bending under the force, emitting a mournful buzz. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he kicked out, creating a shockwave that burst forth. Uchiha Tsukuya's arm, gripping the sword, went numb, and before she could recover, a deadly threat loomed. Chakra erupted from beneath her feet, sending dirt flying into Uehara Mori's eyes as she sprang to the side, unwilling to confront him head-on. Before her feet even touched the ground, Uehara Mori, with a cold expression, initiated his ultimate technique. Uchiha Tsukuya felt a handful of her hair brutally seized, yanked, threatening to tear her scalp. Uehara Mori, relishing the exquisite scream of the young maiden, felt a surge of delight, silently acknowledging, indeed, a woman's greatest vulnerability lies in her hair. Grabbing a woman's hair is akin to seizing a man's most sensitive spot. Both are equally excruciating. Uchiha Tsukuya, fueled by rage, swung her ninja sword towards that offending hand. Though she did not sever it, a significant portion of her high ponytail was cut away, cascading down like fallen petals. Her eyes blazed with fury, fixated on the crew cut, wishing to strip him of every hair on his head. Uehara Mori, the Sigma male, felt unnerved under her fierce gaze. Even he, in his obliviousness, recognized that Uchiha Tsukuya was furious. Yet, he continued his reckless taunts, letting her hair scatter like petals in the wind, mocking, "Oh dear. Who is it that wanted to recruit me as a subordinate? Not much perception, are we? He was never a good person." Uchiha Tsukuya had harbored murderous intent towards him multiple times, especially now, wishing to use him as cannon fodder. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he would have long been eliminated. With his character, others would have been dispatched by now. However, Uehara Mori was intent on continuing to gain powerful ninjutsu from Uchiha Tsukuya. Thus he bore with her. Uehara Mori pressed on. "You're not using your Sharingan. Why not open your eyes and perceive? Are you out of your mind?" Uchiha Tsukuya's slender figure was inflating with rage, her expression growing increasingly severe, her killing intent intensifying. Countless thoughts flickered through her mind, stirring her emotions. Uehara Mori, that crew cut, was a crafty opponent, possessing hidden depths of strength, likely aware of her partial abilities. The destruction of her meticulously maintained hair had infuriated her, but it was merely anger. Her true concern was Uchiha Ko. Her arch-nemesis, Uchiha Ko, discovering her concealed strength had her alarmed. Although he had not pursued her relentlessly for reasons unknown, he was undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. Despite both of them only having uncovered parts of their abilities, she sensed her secrets could no longer remain hidden, exposed before her adversaries. Uchiha Ko, Uchiha Fugaku, and even the scheming Shimura Danzo, along with the third Hokage, would surely take measures against her. Uchiha Tsukuya pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a bold resolution. She would eliminate Hozo, securing unparalleled merit and crafting a safeguard for herself. Furthermore, she would step into the limelight, cultivating her own influence. Since concealment was futile, she would act openly and with flair. With her thoughts resolved, Uchiha Tsukuya revealed a sweet smile. In that moment, her charm eclipsed even the luminous moon, and her murderous intent dissipated. She watched Uehara Mori perform with a serene smile, contemplating, perhaps I could recruit Uehara Mori as my first vassal. If I am to build a power base, then strong allies are indispensable. Uehara Mori, a capable ninja with a formidable mentor, became her primary target. However, there were pressing matters to attend to, and winning over Uehara Mori would have to wait. Uehara Mori felt a tingling at the back of his head, thinking, this girl is truly a mad woman. Just a moment ago, she wanted to kill me, and now she is smiling at me. He scrutinized Uchiha Tsukuya, hoping to glean some insight from her smile. What are you up to? I see blatant malice in your eyes. Uehara Mori crossed his arms, pausing before speaking. As long as you compensate me for my shield at its original value, we can let this matter go. He was a reasonable person. As long as Uchiha Tsukuya reimbursed him, the incident would be settled. Moreover, With the threat from the sand ninjas looming, engaging in a deadly conflict with Uchiha Tsukuha would not bode well for him either. He had always sensed that Uchiha Tsukuha was deeply concealed. Their recent physical confrontation had merely scratched the surface. Although he had won a round, he did not forget that Uchiha Tsukuha hailed from the Uchiha clan, likely proficient in Jinjutsu, which posed a significant challenge to his specialized taijutsu. Uehara Mori estimated that unless he activated his Ashura Chakra mode, leveraging its Jinjutsu-resisting properties, it would be difficult to defeat a fully powered Uchiha Tsukuha. Uchiha Tsukuha, usually cold-faced, was now perpetually smiling. All right, I recall it being 1 million, correct? It's 2 million. You miscalculated. Is that so? I am absolutely certain. Uchiha Tsukuha recognized that Uehara Mori had swindled her out of 100,000, but chose to overlook it. Fine, let us settle it when we return together. With that, she sheathed her ninja sword and dashed towards the battlefield between the Konoha ninjas and the sand ninjas. Uehara Mori observed her departing figure, utterly perplexed. Muttering under his breath, "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. My ancestors were right." Chapter 34. Hozo's battle against Uehara Mori. Uehara Mori trailed behind Uchiha Tsukuha, witnessing her join Uchiha Ko, Hozo, and Yakura on the battlefield. Hadn't he, the crew cut, been concealing her strength? What caused this sudden shift in behavior? Or had she truly lost her mind? Uchiha Ko and the others were taken aback by Uchiha Tsukuha's sudden intrusion into the fray. Hozo and Yakura believed the girl was impulsively rushing to her doom. Uchiha Ko, however, was intrigued. Previously, Uchiha Tsukuha had demonstrated speed rivaling that of Uchiha's most talented genius, Shunshin no Shido. Now, her willingness to engage in the Shadows battle, after years of hidden strength, signified her confidence. Soon enough, Hozo and Yakura would pay the price for their underestimation. Uchiha Tsukuha erupted with formidable chakra, her terrifying aura rivaling that of Hozo and Yakura. With a swift motion of her ninja sword, she transformed it into a high-frequency, vibrating cutting machine, emitting a piercing blade song, unleashing countless wind blades without forming seals. Each wind blade resembled a crescent moon, severing all in its path. Hozo and Yakura quickly dodged. Elder Izong, well-versed and knowledgeable, hurriedly dodged while swiftly explaining to the perplexed Yi-Tsong, "This is the A-ranked ninjutsu, vacuum blade, which requires no hand seals. The more chakra one possesses, the greater the number of wind blades, and the more formidable the power." Uchiha Sora stood across from Uchiha Tsukihime, his three-tomo Sharingan wide open, perceiving the scene with greater clarity than Izong and his companion. Is this an auditory illusion? On the battlefield, amidst a flurry of wind blades, invisible chakra from the illusion surged toward Izong, unnoticed by him. What astonished Uchiha Sora the most was that this was a hybrid ninjutsu, akin to the Inferno Lion he had previously unleashed by merging two S-ranked techniques. However, his method involved creating a shadow clone, with both his main body and the clone executing a ninjutsu. In contrast, Uchiha Tsukihime employed a dual focus, simultaneously executing two ninjutsu of differing natures, a feat requiring greater finesse. To his knowledge, only Uchiha Tsukihime in the current ninja world could achieve such a level of hybrid ninjutsu. As anticipated by Uchiha Sora, Izong fell prey to the attack, rendered motionless. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the wind blades, a massive fireball collided with them, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Seizing that fleeting moment, Izong dispelled the illusion, his body erupting with energy as he vanished from sight. Despite narrowly escaping disaster, his clothing was ignited by the remnants of the shattered fireball, leaving him with multiple burns and rendering his already weakened body even more feeble. At this juncture, Izong and Yi-Tsong were separated. Uchiha Sora instantaneously appeared before Yi-Tsong, engaging him in close combat, while Uchiha Tsukihime set her sights on Izong. Realizing the dire situation, Izong understood that continuing the fight would lead to his demise. Yet, Uchiha Tsukihime would not relent, forcing him into a frantic escape towards the direction of Uehara Mori. Uchiha Tsukihime pursued him at full speed. Izong consumed another potent drug to unleash his potential, rapidly restoring his chakra and surging with newfound vigor. Chakra coalesced into a towering column, piercing the heavens and shattering the clouds. He had previously ingested a pill that had severely damaged his body in his fight against Uchiha Sora, and taking another now would come at the cost of his life. The price of enhanced chakra was the swift consumption of his vitality. When his chakra dissipated, so too would his life. Aizong moved with astonishing speed, traversing thousands of meters in an instant, arriving at Uehara Mori's location. He intended to eliminate both the prodigies, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime, here. He had previously noted that Uehara Mori's chakra was relatively weak, surmising that his abilities were inferior to those of Uchiha Tsukihime. Thus, he aimed first at Uehara Mori, the softer target, before tackling the more formidable Uchiha Tsukihime. These two young men ascended like the sun at dawn, destined to become the pillars of Konoha. They must be eradicated. Uehara Mori, bewildered, stared at Aizong's ferocious visage, sensing the palpable aura of death. What is this old man doing? I haven't wronged him. Uchiha Tsukihime, anxiously pursuing Aizong, shouted, "Little flat top, run now. You cannot defeat him." Despite having exchanged a few blows with Uehara Mori and losing, Uchiha Tsukihime still regarded Uehara Mori's physical prowess as commendable. The scarcity of chakra limited Uehara Mori's offensive capabilities, rendering him incapable of unleashing earth-shattering attacks. Likewise, the meager chakra constrained his defensive potential, leaving him unable to withstand powerful ninjutsu strikes. She estimated that Uehara Mori might hold his ground against Aizong for a few exchanges. But upon witnessing Aizong's surging aura, she feared that he would unleash a devastating attack, likely overwhelming Uehara Mori. Her anxiety intensified as she observed Uehara Mori, undeterred, draw his ninja blade, twirling it in a flourish and assuming a combat stance. In that moment, she longed to chastise him, inwardly scolding. Is my future vassal truly this brainless? Sigh, Uehara Mori, I overestimated you. Elder Aizong, with his aged yet piercing gaze, looked upon the fearless young man before him, sneering. You little brat, I shall claim your life. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a torrent of chakra, channeling all his strength into his fist. The fabric of his upper garment burst apart under the overwhelming chakra, scattering into tatters. He delivered a powerful strike forward. A colossal eagle's beak enveloped Aizong, followed by its massive head, stout neck, and a body as broad as a plaza. Ultimately, enormous wings, unfathomable in size, unfurled, casting a vast shadow over the mountain peaks. If this great eagle were a summoning beast, it would undoubtedly be the largest in the world. With a flap of its wings, it surged forth like a divine blade, severing countless trees as if they were mere reeds. The eagle's talons embedded themselves into the mountainsides, cleaving through them with ease. The eagle's cry resonated through the air like thunder, reverberating in all directions. This was the ultimate technique, Heavenly Hunter Eagle. It represented Aizong's most powerful strike in his lifetime. Once, he had matched the third Kazekage, the strongest of Tsunegakure, to a standstill with this very technique. At this moment, Aizong focused intently, his gaze fixed solely on Uehara Mori's unwavering silhouette. To perish beneath my ultimate physical technique, you may die without regret. After dispatching Uehara Mori, he would turn to slay Uchiha Tsukihime. If he still had strength afterward, he would return to battle Uchiha Sora, dragging him down with his S-ranked forbidden technique. Just as he believed Uehara Mori was doomed, Uehara Mori fled. With a mischievous grin, Uehara Mori slipped, activating the third gate of the 8 gates, releasing a terrifying surge of chakra from his legs, propelling him forward like the wind. His speed was so extraordinary that even sound seemed to bow before him. In the blink of an eye, he covered hundreds of meters, leaving behind only a faint, blurred afterimage. This was the perfected wind body flicker technique, executed under the influence of the 8 gates, transforming Uehara Mori into a man of the wind. He was not the type to engage in reckless battles for the sake of bravado, breaking bones, and spitting blood. As Uchiha Tsukihime surmised, his limited chakra constrained his combat style. Uehara Mori had always preferred to achieve maximum results with minimal effort, ideally delivering a single, decisive blow. Much like when he had taken down Mizuin, he had stealthily approached from behind when his opponent was most relaxed, dispatching the elite Jonin with a single steel pellet. His current strategy was to exhaust Aizong's strength before delivering a fatal strike. Chapter 35. The crumbling Aizong. Aizong grinned menacingly, accelerating his body as the great eagle lunged forward. You can't escape, little brat. He unleashed a sonic boom, rapidly closing the distance between them. However, just as he was about to catch up to Uehara Mori, the latter accelerated once more, evading Aizong's grasp. This back and forth continued several times, leaving Aizong panting heavily. He was still employing the ultimate technique, Heavenly Hunter Eagle, and his physical strength was depleting rapidly. Izong thought to himself, what is with this brat's speed? My current velocity surpasses that of most shadows. Yet I cannot keep up with him. He realized Uehara Mori intended to wear him down. The girl had earlier risked herself to warn Uehara Mori, indicating a strong bond between them. If he pursued her, would Uehara Mori follow? Izong knew he could not maintain this ninjutsu for long, and Uehara Mori darted around him like a rabbit with 8 legs, proving impossible to catch. He decided to turn back and target Uchiha Tsukihime. Reflecting on the prodigies emerging from Konoha, Izong charged toward Uchiha Tsukihime. She had just been vigorously pursuing, lamenting Uehara Mori's cowardice, wondering how he could not stand firm, causing her unnecessary worry. In an instant, she beheld a massive blue eagle flapping its wings, extending its claws toward her. This is life-threatening, she thought, recalling the eagle's might. To defeat Izong in his current state, one either had to confront him head-on and overpower him or employ a strategy of retreat while engaging him, maintaining a strong defense. Alternatively, one could flee like Uehara Mori. The young girl yearned to emulate Uehara Mori's speed, yet deep down she knew she would be caught in mere seconds. She also aspired to master Uchiha Sora's overwhelming prowess, blending S-rank ninjutsu to devastating effect. However, her own skills fell short, unable to reach such heights. While her genjutsu was indeed S-rank, it differed fundamentally from conventional ninjutsu. It involved infiltrating an enemy's mind with chakra, inducing vivid illusions. Yet now, Irozak was enveloped in a massive chakra eagle, its dense energy forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted any foreign chakra from invading his mind. Thus, her genjutsu was rendered futile against him. If she were being pursued by Yakura, she could unleash her full potential, but faced with Irozak, a formidable opponent even among shadows, she could only utter, I am unable. Uchiha Tsukihime took a deep breath and sprinted into the depths of the forest, where the dense undergrowth could provide her a moment's respite from Irozak. If he were to dispel his manifested eagle, it would be her turn to counterattack. Tsukihime's thoughts were optimistic, yet Irozak had resolved to go all out. His life force burned with urgency, his aura swelling beyond its peak. Wherever the great eagle traversed, everything was obliterated. Tsukihime sent a shadow clone bearing explosive tags, potent enough to level the Hokage building, charging toward Irozak. Boom! The explosive tags detonated before Irozak, creating a massive fireball. Irozak, with overwhelming force, shattered the fireball, igniting several mountains, and continued his relentless pursuit of Tsukihime. The young girl found herself in the most perilous moment of her life. Her gaze was resolute, not a trace of fear to be seen. Her legs burst forth with unparalleled speed, capillaries bursting, as she executed the body flicker technique at its utmost. In mere seconds, her long, pale legs had swollen, turning a frightening crimson hue. The extreme velocity rendered even her quick-reacting nerves incapable of discerning the path ahead. Only by activating her 3-tomo Sharingan could she avoid colliding with the trees. Hearing the thunderous sounds behind her, she silently urged herself, faster, even faster. She dared not pause. A mere half-second of stillness would lead to her demise. Regret gnawed at her heart. She lamented her lack of composure, her impulsiveness in the face of danger. She regretted her miscalculation, failing to eliminate Yakura, and most of all, she regretted not bidding farewell to Uchiha Katsu. Boom! Irozak demolished a vast expanse of forest once more. Closing in on the girl, he sensed the imminent demise of this extraordinary maiden. Uehara Mori, observing from behind Irozak, relished the unfolding drama, laughing. Serves you right for dragging me into this. Suddenly, he felt a pang of realization. Damn it, my 2 million hasn't been collected yet. Hastily, Uehara Mori pursued Uchiha Tsukihime, shouting, die slowly. Just take your time. 2 million. Don't die before I get my money back. Activating his wind, instantaneous technique, Uehara soared forward as if wings had sprouted from his back, covering distances of hundreds of meters with each step, akin to compressing space. 1 times the speed of sound. 2 times, 3 times. This state placed immense strain on his body, typically avoided. Uehara could only envelop his body in chakra to alleviate the pressure. Amidst the tumult of sonic booms, he curved around Irozak, positioning himself behind the panicked girl, exclaiming, Princess Tsukihime, a dashing hero has come to your rescue. As he spoke, he scooped her up in a princess carry. Whoosh! He accelerated once more, gradually increasing the distance from Irozak. Ah! Tsukihime screamed. instinctively concealing her strength as she deactivated her Sharingan and prepared for a surprise attack. Thud! Before Uehara could recover from the swelling on his head, a third bump emerged. "You ungrateful wretch. Watch it, or I'll drop you," Uehara threatened in exasperation. Tsukihime's head rested against his well-built chest. Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes and haughtily declared, "Without you, I could still defeat him. Why did you interfere and complicate matters?" Noticing the silence from the buzzcut boy, she glanced at Uehara's profile, contemplating whether to soften her stance, fearing he might abandon her. "Rescuing you costs 20 million. Plus the 200,000 for my shield. A total of 22 million. Thank you for your patronage." Uehara's cheerful tone made Tsukihime seethe with irritation. The last transport mission had yielded her a mere 15 million, and this time, her rewards amounted to less than 1 million. How could she accept Uehara's exorbitant fee for just running errands? Not agreeing, are you? Uehara's voice held an implied threat. The situation dictated her response. Tsukihime, for reasons unbeknownst to her, pouted and sweetly pleaded, "Big brother, can you lower the price?" The saccharine tone sent her heart racing, her pulse quickening uncontrollably. Instantly regretting her words, she wished to vanish into the earth, thinking, "What am I doing, revealing such a side of myself? How embarrassing." Her face, initially flushed, deepened to her neck, her body aflame. Lost in her thoughts, she became paranoid, convinced that her previous utterance had been under the influence of Uehara's Jinjutsu. Yes, it had to be the despicable Uehara manipulating her mind. Meanwhile, Uehara was taken aback by her calling him big brother. It felt like he had been struck by a lightning technique, an electric current coursing through him, igniting his confidence. He mused, "Could it be that I have melted the Ice Queen's heart? Am I truly that charming?" Having never experienced love in either life, Uehara reveled in his elation, feeling invigorated, his speed reaching new heights. Clearing his throat, he advised, "Tsukihime, your figure isn't quite my type. I prefer someone like Lady Tsunade or Miss Katsu. So, let us not entertain any strange notions." Uehara felt it better to sever any possibility of unrequited affection from Tsukihime than to let her suffer in silence. Satisfied with his reasoning, he congratulated himself. Thud! A fourth bump swelled on Uehara's head. Tsukihime was amused by his narcissism, astonished that he could be so self-absorbed. Even if she were to fall for a pig, Uehara would never be her choice. Having been struck, Uehara sighed, realizing that the girl was now humiliated and furious. "Oh, my cunning plan has succeeded. Tsukihime will never fall for me now. I am truly a good person." Behind them, Irozak seethed with rage at their flirtation, feeling utterly ignored. Yet, as the distance between them widened, he found himself powerless. Curse it, that buzzcut brat is thwarting my plans. He correctly surmised that Uehara had indeed come to rescue Uchiha Tsukihime. However, the outcome was not as he desired. He lacked the power to exploit the situation for a lethal strike. With this in mind, he seized his ultimate technique, the Celestial Eagle, and bellowed, "Two cowards. I am right here, come and claim my head." In an instant, the swift Uehara Mori, unable to heed the words of the elderly Kaizo, dashed away with Uchiha Tsukihime in his grasp. It was only after he had traversed several thousand meters that he realized Kaizo had not followed. Releasing Tsukihime, he callously let her fall to the ground, the unforgiving surface leaving her in discomfort. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, glaring at Uehara Mori with fury. "Forget the 20 million. Do you not realize that this lady's leg is injured?" Hastily, Uehara Mori lifted the girl once more, apologizing profusely. "Please forgive my oversight, esteemed lady. It was thoughtless of me." He understood too well that one should never oppose wealth. Satisfied, Tsukihime nodded. This stubborn little fellow was indeed manageable, provided one wielded enough financial influence. Their brief exchange deepened her understanding of Uehara Mori's character. "How about we strike another deal?" she proposed. "What sort of deal?" he inquired. "We join forces to eliminate that old man. He is a high-ranking advisor of Sunagakure and is quite valuable." "And how much will you offer?" Uehara asked. 30 million. I shall forfeit any merit. You shall receive that along with an additional 10 million. Tsukihime contemplated briefly and replied, "Agreed." With the third great ninja war raging for over half a year, neither Konoha nor Sunagakure had lost a single Kage-level ninja. Killing Kaizo would undoubtedly elevate her status within her clan and attract other shinobi to her cause. Moreover, remnants of her grandfather's old faction were still alive, lacking leadership and suppressed by rival factions. Returning with such an extraordinary achievement would surely rally them to her side. The significance of eliminating Kaizo was immense. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Tsukihime's agreement, a grin crept onto Uehara's face. 20 million plus 30 million. Along with an additional 10 million, totaled 60 million. His expression shifted as he squinted and asked, "Do you possess such a sum, Tsukihime?" She shook her head slowly. "I do not have it on me, but my sister Kara does. Wealth should not be flaunted." She continued, "She could easily possess not just 60 million, but even 6 billion. When questioned about the source of such wealth, I can only say it is from my diligent efforts in gathering it from warehouses, transport teams, and battlefields. Opportunities abound." Uehara's face brightened. The boss truly is the boss. Wealth is abundant. Tsukihime sighed in relief. She had sensed danger when Uehara's expression had shifted. If she had claimed to possess 60 million, he might have turned hostile and attempted to seize it. Injured and unable to move freely, even with extraordinary power, she could not outmatch Uehara. After a brief 10-minute respite, Uehara consumed the food Tsukihime had provided to regain his strength. Meanwhile, she utilized her medical ninjutsu to tend to her leg, significantly alleviating her condition. She valued her life greatly and had invested considerable time learning healing techniques. "Let us proceed. 10 minutes is already our limit. Any longer, and we risk losing Kaizo," she urged. Uehara, carrying Tsukihime, retraced their steps, tracking the old man's trail, unaware that Kaizo awaited them. Kaizo, bare-chested and with disheveled white hair, appeared significantly weakened. Tsukihime, on Uehara's back, knew he could not perceive her activating her Sharingan and boldly regarded Kaizo. She noted that his chakra had dwindled to a low level, slightly above that of an average jonin. "Little flat top, his strength has diminished," she remarked. "Indeed, I have noticed," Uehara replied, sensing that Kaizo was nearing death. Even without their intervention, he would not survive the day. Gazing at the duo, Kaizo lamented, "Today, I am likely to perish at your hands. I bestow upon you the name of the celestial twins." Tsukihime, wielding a ninja blade, remained aloof, scanning the surroundings for potential threats, while Uehara shared her disregard. Neither believed anyone had the right to grant them titles. Unperturbed by their indifference, Kaizo gradually approached, breaking into a jog before launching himself at them with deadly intent. Despite his frail state, he refused to relent. Uehara felt a surge of alarm as Kaizo rushed towards them, his instincts screaming of impending danger. Activating the third gate of the 8 gates, he transformed his chakra into the ferocious Shura chakra. A torrent of chakra surged within him, merging into high-quality black chakra. Each strand of this black chakra was equivalent to 50 strands of ordinary chakra. As Kaizo drew nearer, Uehara's sense of urgency intensified. When Kaizo was within 10 meters, Uehara could hardly contain himself, instinctively taking a step back. With a malevolent grin, Kaizo executed a body flicker technique, creating an afterimage as he reached for Uehara with his remaining hand. Tsukihime unleashed a flurry of wind blades, enveloping Kaizo. She knew he could not evade this attack. His demise was inevitable. As anticipated, Kaizo was struck by the wind blades. First, his arm was severed, followed by his head. His body obliterated. Blood mist swirled, permeating the surroundings. Yet, Tsukihime felt a twinge of confusion. Kaizo had not attempted to evade, even smiling as he faced his fate. Chapter 37. Kaizo's last stand. Could it be that Kaizo sought death willingly? Soon, she received her answer. In the moment Kaizo's body shattered, his head, suspended in midair, formed a silent incantation, forbidden technique, devouring barrier. A terrifying chakra erupted from his abdomen, a force far exceeding the chakra he had burned through in his life. This passive ninjutsu would automatically activate upon his demise. Kaizo was the only one in Sunagakure who had mastered this technique. The devouring barrier absorbed chakra from shinobi over time, growing in power with prolonged cultivation. Kaizo had spent 30 years perfecting this technique, rendering its strength unimaginable. A black circular barrier rapidly expanded, heralding the end of all things. It spread across the earth, reducing it to dust. Even the most resilient rocks crumbled like soft tofu before the black barrier. As it ascended, wind blades met it without effect, swallowed whole. Trees vanished upon contact, as if evaporated. This was Kaizo's final, desperate act. Even in death, he sought to take his enemies with him. Had Uchiha Sora arrived to slay him, he would have dragged Sora into the abyss. With Uehara and Tsukihime present, He relinquished any resistance, inviting death to ensure they followed him into the afterlife. He calculated that Uehara's maximum speed was 3 times the speed of sound, a velocity from which escape was impossible. As for Tsukihime, her speed was even slower. Kaizo reckoned that only the third Reikage, renowned for his swiftness, and the Flying Thunder God technique master, Minato Namikaze, could hope to flee. Uehara, carrying Tsukihime, remained acutely aware of Kaizo, his instincts heightened. Upon witnessing the imminent wave of destructive energy, black chakra erupted from beneath him, propelling him forward without hesitation. His speed escalated, surpassing twice the speed of sound, then thrice, ultimately reaching 4 times that velocity. The rapid acceleration caused his shoes to explode, leaving him barefoot as he ran. In the Shura chakra mode, Uehara embodied his strongest form. In this state, his use of D-rank body flicker technique outpaced the B-rank wind body flicker technique. Had he been able to manipulate chakra nature and employ wind techniques, his speed would have been even greater. Despite the unparalleled speed of Uehara Mori, the black barrier relentlessly pursued him. A momentary pause would lead to dire consequences. In less than half a second, the black barrier, emanating from the center of Izo, expanded into a sphere with a diameter of 500 meters. Sensing the barrier's halt and expansion, Uehara glanced back. The black barrier loomed like an insatiable black hole. Uchiha Tsuki also turned to look, her heart racing with alarm. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that her ninja blade, along with half its sheath, had vanished, the cut smooth. This was the consequence of coming into contact with the black barrier. Uehara, too, was taken aback. Previously, this blade had sliced through his thick and robust alloy shield as easily as cutting tofu. It was undoubtedly a legendary sword. Yet, upon encountering the black barrier, it had been severed without resistance. Fortunately, his speed had saved him. Just then, the black barrier, having reached its maximum expansion, underwent a transformation. Bang! The barrier exploded. A terrifying shockwave cleaved the enormous tree that the three of them were embracing in half. Uehara and Uchiha Tsuki, 2,000 meters apart, felt their bodies being thrown back. As the shockwave dissipated, Uehara surveyed the terrain, completely altered within several thousand meters, and quelled his disdain for shadow-level powerhouses. The might of this forbidden technique far surpassed the explosive force of the 4-symbol seal that had claimed Shimura Danzo's life in the future. Shadow-level powerhouses were not to be trifled with. Each possessed extraordinary means, and their demise was seldom straightforward. He realized he was not yet strong enough. Uehara, carrying Uchiha Tsuki, hastened towards the battlefield, only to find that Izo's body had vanished, likely reduced to ashes. The two stood motionless for a prolonged moment, each reflecting on their performance in battle. They simultaneously arrived at 2 conclusions. First, their own strength was still insufficient. Second, they had become somewhat complacent, allowing a bit of power to inflate their egos. Uehara broke the oppressive silence, stating, "This mission was far too perilous. We need at least an additional 50 million. Uchiha Tsuki deactivated her 3-tomo Sharingan and replied, "You must understand the principle of a saturated meal. One should practice a little integrity. Seek me out for future collaborations." Seeing Uehara remain unmoved, she muttered a curse under her breath and added, "Consider this a personal favor I owe you." Her mind raced, and she proposed, "How about I redeem the house you sold and gift it back to you?" Uehara, recalling the house that held 12 years of memories, finally nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to depart, Uchiha Sora approached silently, his blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan activated. His attire was tattered, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. After engaging in a battle with Yakura, he had come to check on Izo and Uchiha Tsuki. However, upon arrival, he was met with the shockwave generated by the black barrier's explosion, which struck him head-on. Uchiha Tsuki drew half of her ninja blade and whispered, "Be cautious. This man is not to be trusted." Hearing the Ice Queen's admission of vulnerability brought a smile to Uehara's face as he replied, "I am aware." He sensed the unmasked intent to kill emanating from Uchiha Sora. Fortunately, after enduring numerous battles, Sora was greatly fatigued, possessing only a third of his peak chakra. To be honest, Uehara held a healthy respect for Uchiha Sora. The ability to employ a hybrid technique formed from 2 S-rank ninjutsu demonstrated this individual's formidable power. Uehara recognized the necessity of maintaining his composure and once again activated the 8 gates, silently converting the chakra within his body into high-density Azura chakra. Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Sora exchanged glances, their chakra surging with intensity, the atmosphere thick with tension, akin to a volcano on the verge of erupting. Initially, Uchiha Sora intended to nurture Uchiha Tsuki. However, after witnessing her battles with Yakura and Aizo, he had revised his perspective. He sensed an immense threat emanating from Uchiha Tsuki. She was not merely a junior, but a formidable adversary worthy of his attention, one capable of ending his life. Thus, he approached her with an ultimatum. If Uchiha Tsuki agreed to ally with him, he would offer her full support and assist her in becoming the next clan leader of the Uchiha, a dream she undoubtedly harbored. Should she refuse, he would be left with no choice but to disregard his dignity and eliminate this potentially unparalleled talent, one who might rival Uchiha Madara in the annals of Uchiha history. Chapter 38, Collision of Generations. Uchiha Sora, with his three-tomo Sharingan fixed upon the young, yet powerful prodigy before him, extended a hand in invitation, saying, "Tsuki, let us form an alliance. Together, we can forge a bright future for the Uchiha. I will dedicate myself to your training, support you, and aid you in becoming the next clan leader. Is that not your aspiration?" Observing a contemplative expression on Uchiha Tsuki's face, Sora felt assured of his victory, folding his arms behind his back. "Consider this, without my assistance, the obstacles you would face in your quest for leadership would be monumental. First, there are nearly no supporters within the clan, aside from Uchiha Katsu. Second, even if you gain supporters, what benefits can you offer to secure their loyalty? Third, you lack the power to suppress the entire clan. Lastly, in over 1,000 years of Uchiha history, there has never been a female clan leader." Uchiha Sora believed that with Tsuki's inherently resilient character, even if she initially hesitated to ally with him, she would agree for the sake of safety and the greater good. At that point, he could gradually win her over, alleviating any animosity. With each point he made, Uchiha Tsuki felt as though a mountain was pressing down on her. The last point particularly weighed heavily upon her, nearly suffocating her. Uehara, carrying the young girl, sensed her heart racing violently, aware that she stood at a crossroads of destiny, faced with a choice that would shape her future. A mischievous smile crept across Uehara's face as he remarked to Uchiha Tsuki, "The disparity between ideals and reality is indeed vast. Moreover, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only everlasting interests. Thus, the solution is simple. Transform reality into an ideal world by eliminating all adversaries, and everything will fall into place." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Tsuki lightly tapped Uehara's head and chuckled. "If we were to follow your logic, I wonder how many people would need to be killed." The earlier gloom lifted. Uehara shrugged dismissively, stating, "Just eliminate all the nobles, feudal lords, and bullies in the world. It's quite straightforward. If you ask me, Uchiha Madara should have rampaged through the world and unified the ninja realm. Then such trivial matters would not exist." In Uehara's view, a 12-year-old girl like Uchiha Tsuki, who was powerless and without influence, aspiring to become the leader of the Uchiha, a family renowned as the strongest in the ninja world, was akin to Wu Zetian ascending to the throne. Success would require ruthless measures. Uchiha Tsuki pondered for a solid 15 minutes before raising her head to meet Uchiha Sora's gaze. Sora extended his hand once more. If Uchiha Tsuki grasped it, her dreams would no longer be mere dreams. With a hoarse voice, her face pale, yet her eyes shining brightly like stars, she resolutely declared, "I am Uchiha Tsuki. I will determine my own future. Any entity that dares to obstruct me shall be reduced to dust and swept into the refuse. I will undoubtedly become the future clan leader of the Uchiha." In that moment, the young girl declared war against the Uchiha elder, Uchiha Sora. Sora's expression stiffened as he regarded Uchiha Tsuki in silence. After a long pause, he narrowed his three-tomo Sharingan, his gaze chillingly cold, exuding a powerful ocular prowess as he glared at the girl. "So, you wish to oppose me, do you?" Uchiha Tsuki opened her blood-red Sharingan, exuding a formidable ocular power that was not to be underestimated. "No, it is you who has persistently opposed me. This is the era of the youth. You, old relic, shall eventually meet your demise at my hands." With her long-suppressed words finally unleashed, the girl spoke with fervor, her voice growing louder and more assertive. Uehara Mori, observing from the sidelines, played the role of the comedic foil, uttering words that would make anyone blush. From this day forth, Tsuki shall no longer be the timid girl who hides and is bullied. From this day forth, Tsuki will transform into the sun that traverses the heavens. casting her unparalleled brilliance over all the prodigies of the ninja world. From this day forth, Suki shall wage war across the realms, sweeping away all who dare to defy her. From this day forth, Suki will embark on the journey to claim the position of Uchiha clan leader and aspire to become the Hokage, fighting relentlessly until her last breath. Before he could finish, Uehara Mori felt a sharp pain in his ears as the bashful Uchiha Suki had caught hold of him. Uehara defended himself. I am merely helping you express your emotions. Uchiha Ko, casting a peculiar glance at Uehara, remarked, with such a level of wit, you might as well assist Jiraiya in writing novels. Distracted by Uehara's antics, Ko resolved to demonstrate his true capabilities. A terrifying killing intent erupted from him, adding an extra chill to the night. He intended to execute this ignorant girl right here and now. Naturally, Uehara Mori, with his modest chakra reserves, was marked for death. However, Ko did not regard him as significant, merely a weakling unworthy of existence. Uchiha Suki teased playfully, "Oh, little flat top, it seems he intends to kill you too. This time, I shall not pay your wages." Uehara's expression darkened, suppressing his retort. Was he truly that kind of person? He merely wished to provide for his family. With a serene smile, Uehara turned his gaze towards Uchiha Ko. Ko cast a casual glance at the flat top, his menacing chakra pressure bearing down on him. Yet, Uehara's face remained unchanged, a fire ignited in his eyes as he approached slowly with Suki at his back. Having witnessed Ko's 2 fierce battles, his blood surged, and his fighting spirit awakened. More importantly, he found Ko, this old fool, utterly displeasing. Ko had used Suki as a pawn, and Uehara had been caught in the crossfire. Now, with the intent to kill him, Uehara felt deeply aggrieved. Uehara stared at the formidable Ko, a being akin to a deity, and said with a grin, licking his parched lips, I have finally realized something. Weakness invites even greater bullying. Unleash your claws and wreak havoc, and others will think twice before provoking you. Most crucially, who will repay my debts if you kill Suki? At that moment, he felt that his previous low-profile demeanor was foolish. Having learned from the unfortunate examples of Might Guy and Might Die, an overwhelming killing intent materialized in the air. On this frigid winter night, Ko involuntarily shivered, his skin bristling with goosebumps as he watched the youthful Uehara approach, resembling a ferocious beast emerging from countless corpses, thirsting for blood. In all his years of battle, he had never encountered such a terrifying aura. Even the notorious Uchiha Madara's killing intent paled in comparison. Through his Sharingan, he observed Uehara's chakra surge exponentially, only to diminish rapidly thereafter. Under normal circumstances, a ninja with such minimal chakra would be easily dispatched. Yet, he felt an escalating sense of threat emanating from this boy. The pressure he sensed from Uehara rivaled that of battling both Hozuki and Yakura simultaneously. Who would have thought that you were the one hiding the deepest secrets? Uchiha Suki's expression shifted slightly. She believed she understood Uehara well, having fought him in a minor skirmish and collaborated with him to eliminate Hozuki. Yet, Uehara's display of killing intent now redefined her perception. Though he had not aimed it at her, it still sent shivers down her spine. As if the figure behind her was not a mere boy but the Grim Reaper, who commanded the life and death of all beings. Uchiha Ko met Uehara's gaze, his Sharingan flickering ominously as he sought to catch him off guard. Jinjutsu, puppet manipulation technique. This was Ko's signature jutsu, previously allowing him to effortlessly control a Suna Jonin to act as a human bomb, obliterating a substantial part of a stronghold. Uehara sensed a dark chakra invading his mind. Just as he prepared to shatter the Jinjutsu chakra, he felt the surge of the murderous Shura chakra, which instinctively annihilated the invading force. So this was the high resistance of Shura chakra against illusion. It automatically recognized foreign chakra as an intruder and obliterated it. Upon grasping this principle, Uehara's fear of Jinjutsu evaporated. As long as his Shura chakra was plentiful and potent, the illusions that others revered would be mere trifles to him. Uehara turned to Ko with a slight smile, taunting loudly, "Old man, have you aged so much that your Sharingan has deteriorated? Why do you seem utterly oblivious?" Ko was taken aback. His sudden Jinjutsu attack typically ensnared even shadow-level opponents with ease. He recalled how Yakura had been similarly ambushed and controlled to stab Hozuki. Had he not been utterly convinced that Uehara had fallen prey to the illusion, he would have thought himself deluded. Ko couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness towards this seemingly inconspicuous boy. People often feared the unknown, and those in high positions, like Ko, were no exception. Until he fully understood Uehara's capabilities, he would refrain from further action. With a light chuckle, Ko remarked, "New generations of talent emerge continuously. I have witnessed your potential. Suki, you might want to reconsider our proposition for an alliance." He paused before adding, "All right, we should go conclude our battle with the Suna Ninja." Having witnessed the prowess of both Uchiha Suki and Uehara, Ko decided to play it safe. He had ample time to contend with these two youngsters. Once he had gathered enough intelligence on them, it would mark the end of their days. Furthermore, he was aware that the higher-ups in Konoha were eager for the demise of these two. Perhaps, without his intervention, they would fall to the hands of Konoha's elite. Uehara watched as Ko slowly retreated, preparing to depart, and whispered, "Should we eliminate him now and frame it on the Suna Ninja?" Ko's lips twitched, halting his retreat. As he cautiously scrutinized Uehara, from the earlier killing intent, he sensed that this flat-top was not to be trifled with. He had not anticipated this fellow to harbor such a murderous disposition. After all, he was one of the highest-ranking individuals in Konoha, and yet this boy showed no respect. Uchiha Suki shook her head, softly cautioning, "Have you forgotten how Hozuki nearly led us to our doom at the moment of his death?" Upon hearing this, Uehara retracted his murderous intent. He appraised Uchiha Ko, nodding in acknowledgement. Completed his assessment, he recognized this was a formidable opponent, perhaps one with means to take others down with him at the moment of his demise. Caution was warranted. After a tense standoff, Ko was the first to depart, heading toward the battlefield between Konoha and Suna ninjas. Uchiha Suki trailed behind Ko, quietly informing Uehara, "Ko likely has some hidden abilities. I noticed signs of sealing techniques on his forehead." Uehara nodded in agreement. Uchiha Sora wore a forehead protector, lacking the Sharingan to perceive the unseen threats behind him. Yet he sensed an impending danger. After their departure, a white humanoid creature, White Zetsu, emerged from a tree, with yellow eyes roving. It observed the retreating Uchiha Tsukihime and patted its chest. "Dear Madara, I have discovered a third Uchiha who could succeed you. Upon my return, you must reward me handsomely. I feel an urge to relieve myself." Suddenly, a signal flare exploded in the sky, signifying the Sand Ninja's retreat, its sparks transforming into a yellow fireball. The over 40 Sand Ninja, who were besieging the remaining Konoha Ninja, ceased their assault and, after a struggle, retreated. The survivors were all Uchihas, each bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan. They gazed at one another, every one of them marked by scars, their faces twisted in grief, eyes bloodshot and wild, their hair disheveled, and clothing tattered, resembling a horde of vengeful spirits. In their mutual gaze, only the towering hatred and seemingly world-drowning sorrow were visible. In this battle, Uchiha Kurenai displayed a terrifying power far beyond the past, undeniably at the level of a shadow. Not only did Uchiha Kurenai claim the most lives, but she also continuously saved others. Every individual present had been rescued directly or indirectly by her. As Uchiha Kurenai witnessed the Sand Ninja's retreat, she seized the opportunity to recount her conversation with the elder Uchiha Sora. Upon hearing her words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Some astute individuals recalled Uchiha Sora's performance during the mission and came to believe her claims, while others remained skeptical. When Uehara Shin and his companions arrived, the battle had already concluded. Out of 200 Sand Shinobi, 160 lay deceased, while the remaining had heeded the retreat signal from Leaf Storehouse. Among the 120 Konoha ninja, 110 had perished. Uchiha Sora gazed at the blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Thinking to himself, what a pitiful bunch. They squandered such a splendid opportunity to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. This was soon followed by a wave of heartache. In the aftermath of this conflict, the most formidable faction of the Uchiha clan within the Konoha camp had suffered significant losses. The overall strength of the Uchiha had thus plummeted drastically. After the battlefield was cleared, Uchiha Sora observed the grieving Uchihas and commanded, "Return to camp." At that moment, Uchiha Kurenai stepped forward, her 3-tomo Sharingan ablaze, and sternly addressed Uchiha Sora. "Elder, do you not owe us an explanation?" She had become aware of the threat posed by Uchiha Sora and the leak of Uchiha Tsukihime's strength, thus seizing the opportunity to confront the Uchiha. She did not expect to win over this group, but aimed to sow discord, perhaps even animosity, between them and Uchiha Sora. Chapter 40. The great orator Uchiha Sora activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, locking eyes with Uchiha Tsukihime before surveying the array of cold faces marked by disappointment or hostility. You are all aware of the events that have transpired. There is nothing to explain. It is all for the sake of our clan. It is all because of your weakness. Had you been more capable, I would not have had to resort to such cruelty. While the battlefield was being cleared, reports regarding Uchiha Kurenai's words and prowess reached him. He had anticipated that she would challenge him, though he had not expected her to do so soon. Uchiha Sora's words wounded many of the Uchihas deeply, breaking through their already fragile defenses. Uehara observed the reactions of the crowd, his expression impassive, yearning to slap some sense into these Uchihas, and softly remarked, "What use is crying? Strive to grow stronger. Only then can you seek vengeance. The heavens reward diligence. The harder you work, the mightier you become. It is only through formidable strength that one can protect those they cherish." At this, Uchiha Sora felt a surge of joy. Sadness was welcome. The greater their sorrow, the more likely they were to awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan. A scornful expression crossed his face as he loudly mocked. "The deaths of your kin and friends are not due to my cruelty, nor the blades of the Sand Ninja, nor the machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. Their demise is the result of your incompetence. Remember, it is you, this weakling group, who caused their deaths." The battlefield resonated with cries and Uchiha Sora's increasingly thunderous roars. One by one, the Uchihas were drawn into Sora's fervent outcry, their sorrow deepening. Uehara listened to Uchiha Sora's impromptu oration, expressing his innermost thoughts with an odd expression. This old fellow is indeed impressive. Though he had held a poor impression of Uchiha Sora, his perspective had shifted slightly. Uehara pulled Uchiha Tsukihime aside and quietly inquired, "If you were to view this situation from Uchiha Sora's perspective, how would you resolve the Uchiha's predicament?" Uchiha Tsukihime pondered for a moment before posing a question in return. "What would you do?" Uchiha Sora's actions and words had profoundly impacted her, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Uehara expressed his true feelings, wishing to confide. "I am a firm believer in power. The first option is to bide our time, endure the higher-ups of Konoha, and secretly develop our strength until we can compel them with power." Uchiha Tsukihime shook her head, rejecting this choice. "We Uchihas are proud. It is improbable that we would simply endure. In the end, we would undoubtedly erupt like a volcano, instigating a coup." Uehara glanced at the most submissive of the Uchihas, smiling. "This girl is very much like the Uchiha. She is an anomaly. The second option is to rise up and overthrow Konoha, to perish together if need be. Now, during the Third Shinobi World War, if the Uchihas were to rebel, Konoha would surely be obliterated by the other great nations." Uchiha Tsukihime regarded Uehara for a long while before smiling. "I did not expect your thoughts to be so extreme. Have you long desired to defect?" Uehara chuckled, shaking his head. Even if he wished to defect, he could never confide such a thought to Uchiha Tsukihime. Although their relationship had grown closer, they remained wary of each other. Moreover, he noted that Uchiha Tsukihime only described defection as extreme without outright denying it. This submissive individual is truly an extremist. Perhaps calling her a terrorist would be more fitting. The third option is to emulate Uchiha Sora. Go all in and nurture a true dragon. Uchiha Tsukihime nodded in agreement. Uehara then queried, "I recall that your elder was previously pursuing you. Later, for reasons unknown, he abandoned the pursuit. Then he came to threaten you again, and I sensed he harbored murderous intent." Uchiha Tsukihime mused for a moment before uncertainly responding. "Perhaps he saw some potential in me, considering the greater good, and chose not to kill me. Later, he likely witnessed my display of formidable strength and feared I might eliminate him, so he aimed to eliminate me first." Her speculation was remarkably accurate, nearly mirroring Uchiha Sora's thoughts. Uehara shrugged, glancing at the great orator Uchiha Sora, and lamented, "The human heart is truly complex." He continued to press the earlier question, "How do you propose to resolve the Uchiha's plight?" Uchiha Tsukihime gazed at the pitch-black night sky, remaining silent for a long time. Perhaps she, too, was still exploring solutions to her family's predicament, or perhaps she had already discovered the answer, yet its realization proved too daunting. Uehara recalled the four pests among Konoha's higher-ups. Although he had little interaction with them, this assignment as cannon fodder was undoubtedly of their doing. He began to encourage Uchiha Tsukihime. "Perhaps the best method to resolve your Uchiha's predicament is to eliminate the four higher-ups of Konoha. None of them are virtuous." He recognized the strength and potential of the submissive individual, considering her the most talented ninja he had ever encountered. Uchiha Tsukihime appeared puzzled and inquired, "How would eliminating them resolve our family's predicament? I believe the family's greatest issue is that we have never produced a Hokage, thus failing to fully integrate into Konoha, facing exclusion from civilians, various clans, and the higher-ups of Konoha." Upon finishing her words, a glimmer ignited within her eyes. "My aspiration is to become the clan leader, followed by the esteemed title of the 5th Hokage." This was her inaugural moment, sharing her dreams with an outsider. Her gaze brimming with hope. "I surmised that after the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, the 3rd Hokage would step down. The 4th Hokage, however, I would not have the chance to succeed. By the time the 4th Hokage relinquished his position, I would undoubtedly be the most formidable ninja in the realm, akin to our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. At that moment, my achievements would be unparalleled, and my strength unrivaled. I shall inevitably ascend to the role of the 5th Hokage." The last statement nearly erupted from her lips, her excitement impossible to contain. Uehara's son clapped, refraining from shattering this illusion. To label it merely a fantasy would be inaccurate. Should Uchiha Tsuki live to see that day, her power would indeed be formidable, potentially altering the fate of the Uchiha clan. There remained a glimmer of hope for her to become the 5th Hokage. Alas, history reveals no such individual. Uehara-san speculated that Uchiha Tsuki must have faced a great calamity, leading to her demise. Such a pity. Uchiha Tsuki, with her piercing gaze fixed upon Uehara-san, extended a hand and earnestly proclaimed, "Follow me. As my first vassal, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory and endless rewards." Chapter 41. The Strongest Genjutsu. Uchiha Tsuki was deeply intrigued by Uehara-san's prowess and potential. Prior to today, she regarded him as a diligent yet talentless, ordinary ninja. However, after several intense battles, her assessment of him had elevated significantly, believing him capable of becoming a figure etched in the annals of shinobi history. Uehara-san widened his eyes, crossed his arms, and retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Close board, I have saved you several times, and you dare to propose I become your slave. What is a vassal, if not a slave? Not only am I bound as a slave, but my descendants shall be as well." He never anticipated the depths of human treachery. Most perplexing was Uchiha Tsuki's confidence in her ability to subjugate him. Did she believe that his strength had been fully revealed, allowing her to overpower him at will? Uchiha Tsuki's outstretched hand faltered, retracting as she awkwardly said, "The atmosphere has reached that point, hasn't it? Why such a strong reaction?" She felt somewhat embarrassed. Uehara-san gazed into her eyes and inquired, "Do you truly believe your strength surpasses mine?" Uchiha Tsuki nodded slightly, not denying it. Her greatest skill was not taijutsu, but genjutsu. Coupled with the enhancement of her Sharingan, her genjutsu's potency was exponentially amplified. Uchiha Reifong, a specialist in taijutsu, would undoubtedly fall victim to her capabilities. Even though Uchiha Sora's genjutsu had been unraveled by Uehara-san, she remained confident in her ability to defeat him. Moreover, Uchiha Tsuki felt that while Uehara-san possessed formidable combat prowess, his chakra affinity was severely lacking, limiting his potential to the likes of Orochimaru. Her demonstrated talent already surpassed the recorded abilities of Uchiha Madara. At the same age, she could easily dominate Uchiha Madara. Thus, Uchiha Tsuki was resolute in her belief that she would evolve into a ninja god, surpassing even Uchiha Madara. Uehara-san remarked softly, "You spent 60 million ryo to control my body for mere minutes. How much would you pay to govern my body for a lifetime?" Close board. "You must be out of your mind to utter such nonsense." Uchiha Tsuki grew increasingly awkward, coughed, and replied, "Uchiha Sora has finished speaking. Let us go and take a look." Yet, she harbored no intentions of relinquishing her desire to recruit Uehara-san as her vassal. As they approached, they were astonished to discover that the 9 Uchiha ninjas, aside from Uchiha Katsu, seemed to have relinquished their animosity toward Uchiha Sora. 2 of them even appeared to hold a degree of admiration for him. Uehara-san discreetly glanced at Uchiha Tsuki and noted her composed demeanor. Their attempts to undermine Uchiha Sora seemed entirely futile. Truly, verbal prowess was the most formidable genjutsu. Shortly thereafter, the group embarked on their journey back to the Konoha camp. Uehara-san eagerly anticipated the astonished reactions of the Konoha villagers upon learning that he and Uchiha Tsuki had joined forces to eliminate Hozuki. Upon nearing the Sand Village camp, they arrived in just over 2 hours. By the time they returned to the Sand Village camp, It was already 6 in the morning. The news of their defeat had spread early. Uehara nervously entered the command center, her steps heavy. Skilled in the art of scorch release, her fiery personality now seemed extinguished. Her head bowed. Each step felt torturous. She hesitated to face Hozuki's sister, Chiyo. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had perished many years prior, and her most cherished grandson had gone missing. Hozuki was her sole remaining family member. The siblings had depended on each other for over 50 years. Finally, Uehara mustered the courage to enter. Inside the command center, there were no guards or advisors. She found Chiyo seated in the position of commander. Uehara lifted her head slightly, casting a furtive glance, puzzled. Chiyo should have been grieving upon learning of her brother Hozuki's demise, yet she appeared as serene and kind as ever. Uehara, lift your head. Chiyo's expression shifted as she bellowed, startling Uehara into a tremor. You are the hero of the Sand Village, the pinnacle of our strength. You must always maintain an upright posture. She admonished her with disappointment. We have lost a shadow-level powerhouse, and our strength has been significantly diminished. The shinobi will undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. You must comfort them, inspire them, and reignite their fighting spirit. She slammed her hands on the table, leaping up to shout, Look at you. You resemble a lifeless dog. Get out. Come back only when you have gathered your thoughts. Uehara raised her head, staring blankly into Chiyo's aged eyes. She found no reproach or hatred therein, only concern. Yes. She stood tall and exited the command center. She understood that Chiyo was also deeply pained. Her earlier reprimand was, in fact, a form of self-comfort. Simultaneously, it served as a reminder not to blame herself. Hozuki had perished in service to the village, dying honorably. Once Uehara departed, the command center fell into a still silence. Chiyo sighed. Brother, do not leave too swiftly. Wait for me below. There is much I have yet to say. Her earlier demeanor had merely been a facade. She was not only Hozuki's sister, but also a senior advisor of the Sand Village and the commander of the Sand Ninja Camp, bearing the weight of countless lives upon her shoulders. Chiyo could not falter. She must not reveal her own fragility. She steeled herself, reassuring. Chiyo, you must hold on. Lord Kazekage will soon arrive in the Land of Rivers and will continue to lead our village forward. Half an hour later, when Uehara re-entered the command center, she found it empty. She searched carefully and discovered Chiyo collapsed beneath the table. Rushing forward, she checked for signs of life and initiated rescue efforts. Once assured of Chiyo's condition, she discreetly summoned a trusted medical ninja to enter. The Sand Village camp was in a state of turmoil, and news of Chiyo's incident must be kept confidential. Otherwise, the situation would spiral further out of control. By the time Uehara-san and his companions returned to the Konoha camp, it was already 8 in the morning. The heavens smiled upon them, bestowing a rare radiant sun. At the entrance of the Konoha camp, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, a jubilant celebration. Thousands of Konoha ninjas lined the path, welcoming the hero's return with great festivity. Orochimaru stood at the entrance, beaming with joy, flanked by over 30 ninjas holding a massive red banner inscribed with, Welcome Konoha heroes Uchiha Sora, Uchiha Tsuki, Uehara Senator before Uehara-san and the 13 others could approach. The joyous sounds of gongs and drums reached their ears. He expressed his admiration for Uchiha Sora, truly a seasoned veteran. He had already relayed the news of victory back to strategize, garnering both merit and fame. Upon their arrival at the main gate, Orochimaru warmly greeted each of the 13 individuals, particularly focusing on Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukuha, Uchiha Sora, and Uchiha Koen. Originally, he had intended to weaken the Uchiha clan's power using the Sand Shinobi's hand, while simultaneously eliminating Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukuha. Although his goal of undermining the Uchiha was achieved, he had failed to dispose of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukuha. As for the demise of Ebizong, it was an unexpected delight. Ebizong had earned a formidable reputation during the First Shinobi World War, being a true veteran of the shadow level. He served as a senior advisor to the Sand Village and the deputy commander of the Sand Shinobi camp. Ebizong was the highest-ranking and strongest ninja among those who had perished since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. Chapter 56. The fish is hooked. With the assistance of the great-eyed monkey, they monitored the movements of the shinobi hawks in the night sky, ensuring they remained undetected. As they approached the midpoint of the primary strongholds, the meditative Rasha abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, "There is movement." He had spread nearly invisible magnetic sand dust within a 3-kilometer radius. Any living being passing through would be tainted with the sand dust, alerting him. He sensed that the sand dust attached to something was moving at an extraordinary speed. Chio inquired, "Are they enemies?" "There are 2 of them, not 5. And they are faster than typical elite jonin." Rasha meticulously sensed the direction of the sand dust. Kakuzu made a judgment. It must be them. Perhaps 2 individuals scouting for information. Should we eliminate them first? Both individuals were faster than elite jonin, indicating there was certainly a significant target among them. Let us not rush. We will follow them from a distance, Rasha decided. We will strike as they assault the stronghold. Kakuzu wholeheartedly approved. Although this approach would likely result in considerable casualties among the sand shinobi within the stronghold, it was a decision made by Rasha, the 4th Kazekage, and he felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. Furthermore, with the assistance of the sand shinobi in the stronghold, the battle would be considerably easier. His goal was to eliminate Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Tsukuha, so having strong allies was undoubtedly beneficial. Chio wished to spare the sand shinobi within the stronghold from harm, but recognized the immense threat posed by Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Tsukuha. She mused. It is unfortunate that they were born in such tumultuous times. Their lack of strength has led them to this calamity. As Sarutobi Shino and his companion were 4 kilometers away, Rasha signaled to proceed. They trailed behind, avoiding detection as the pair explored the second stronghold and then turned back. Rasha and the others evaded them to prevent raising any alarms. I wish to return home for the festival, Uehara Mori said, idly leaning against a tree, chewing on a blade of grass. You can go back. I won't stop you, Uchiha Tsukuha replied, relishing the misfortune of Uehara Mori. Seeing him at a disadvantage brought her a sense of hidden delight. What a ridiculous captain, executing a mission without regard for my life. And choosing to do so on a holiday. Uehara Mori complained, muttering to himself, expressing his growing dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Shino. He was administering eye drops to Uchiha Shursui, amplifying his discontent towards their captain, Sarutobi Shino. Uchiha Shursui, too naive and overly kind, had a distorted view of Sarutobi Shino, the son of the Hokage. Hearing Uehara Mori's words, Uchiha Shursui's expression dimmed. Sarutobi Shino's behavior was completely inconsistent with the will of fire, conflicting with his ideals. In his imagination, the son of the Hokage should embody friendliness and warmth, nurturing comrades and assisting the weak, taking the mighty Konoha as his mission. The actual Sarutobi Shino, however, was arrogant and oppressive, lacking compassion. Shursui, allow me to impart a truth. One is often influenced by their surroundings. Like father, like son. Uehara Mori's words pierced Uchiha Shursui's heart. Uchiha Shursui understood the implication behind Uehara Mori's statement, suggesting that the 3rd Hokage was not as virtuous as he appeared. He retorted, the Hokage is selfless, dedicated solely to Konoha. I will not allow you to slander him. Uchiha Tsukuha, upon hearing Uehara Mori's words, felt a stirring in her heart, finding some merit in his argument. She had little personal experience with the 3rd Hokage, having only seen him from afar, and her impression was of a benevolent elder who worked tirelessly for Konoha. Though he had some minor flaws, they were tolerable. It was common knowledge that the lights in the Hokage office rarely extinguished before 1 in the morning, a testament to the 3rd Hokage's diligence. During the tenure of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he hardly managed village affairs, delegating them to his brother Tobarama Senju. After the 2nd Hokage, Tobarama Senju, took office. He never visited the Hokage office at night, preferring to conduct research in his laboratory. Therefore, Uchiha Tsukuha concluded that while the 3rd Hokage might not be entirely selfless, he was undoubtedly a diligent leader. Uehara Mori's words ignited a curiosity within Uchiha Tsukuha to discern the true nature of the 3rd Hokage. Ah, Uehara Mori. He smiled slightly, opting not to continue the debate with Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, sometimes you must examine our Hokage from multiple perspectives. I have said my piece, ponder it well. At that moment, Uehara Mori sensed the approach of Sarutobi Shino and his companion. As they neared within 100 meters, he feigned anxiety and asked Uchiha Shursui, do you think the captain will send me to my death? His voice was loud enough that the keen-eared Sarutobi Shino overheard, prompting him to halt with Chikage Kika to observe Uchiha Shursui's reaction. Uchiha Shursui reassured him. The captain is the son of the Hokage and would never do such a thing. Uchiha Tsukuha perceived Uehara Mori's petty-mindedness. He was always intent on sowing discord between Uchiha Shursui and Sarutobi Shino. Hearing Uchiha Shirsui's words, Sarutobi Shino felt displeasure. He was aware that he was less than 50 meters from Uchiha Shirsui, who was certainly aware of his presence. Such remarks carried a moral coercion that irked Sarutobi Shino, who thought, what of being the Hokage's son? I still intend to send Uehara Mori to his doom. Let us see what you can do about it. He had resolved to abandon any attempts to win Uchiha Shirsui over, wishing instead to expel him from his team. Even if Uchiha Shirsui reported to his father afterward, he felt no fear, as such incidents were not uncommon. I am the child of destiny. To be my ally is a stroke of fortune. Uchiha Shirsui has no claim to my brilliance. While deep in thought, he and Chikage approached Uehara Mori and the others. Sarutobi Shino cast a dispassionate glance at Uehara Mori and Uchiha Shirsui, preoccupied with completing the mission swiftly. These two pawns had some utility. He would allow them to shine and burn their lives for his future. I have thoroughly surveyed the area, no abnormalities detected. Commencing the mission now. We will first attack the first stronghold, and upon success, we will then assault the second stronghold. Uchiha Shirsui raised a question. According to the mission plan, Lord Sora's support team is scheduled to arrive at the first stronghold at 11:30 to assist us. Based on your plan, if all goes well, we will have already moved to the second stronghold by then. Should we notify Lord Sora of the change in plans to redirect them to the second stronghold? Yes. Sarutobi Shino nodded in agreement. Chikage promptly documented the situation, and they all signed to confirm the authenticity of the message. She summoned a ninja dog to relay the information back. Throughout, Uehara Mori remained silent, contemplating how to ensnare Sarutobi Shino in a trap. He was a person of reason. Until he sensed Sarutobi Shino harboring murderous intent towards him, he had no thoughts of killing him. All preparations were complete. Under the guidance of the great-eyed monkey, the five-member team skillfully evaded the aerial ninja hawks and the small outposts of the sand ninjas, swiftly advancing towards the large stronghold. Unbeknownst to them, 3 formidable fishermen lurked 4 kilometers behind, patiently waiting to ensnare them. Chapter 57. Determined to eliminate the son of the Hokage 1,000 meters from the first major stronghold, Sarutobi Shino ordered a halt, stating, all trees and obstacles within 500 meters of the first stronghold must be cleared. Our approach may inadvertently alert the enemy. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Shirsui, you two will circle around to the rear of the stronghold to draw out all the sand ninjas. Kaze Tsukihime, and I will launch a frontal assault. At that moment, the 3 of us will employ S-rank ninjutsu to obliterate the enemy. Uchiha Shirsui remained silent, hesitating to comply with Sarutobi Shino's plan. His primary concern was the safety of himself and Uehara Mori. Following Shino's strategy would undoubtedly lead them to be targeted by over 100 sand ninjas, and a slight misstep could result in their demise. Moreover, with the combined strength of the 5-member team, it would be more prudent to unleash a powerful wave of ninjutsu to decimate a significant portion of the sand ninjas before effortlessly dispatching the remaining scattered forces. Uchiha Shirsui raised his gaze, locking eyes with the cold, ruthless stare of Captain Sarutobi Shino, refusing to back down. Uchiha Tsukihime, observing Shirsui's stubbornness, sighed inwardly, lamenting that such a remarkable talent as Shirsui was being coerced by Shino's obstinacy. Uehara Mori wore a worried expression, but internally, he was elated, thinking, Umitba, I sense the taste of blood. How rich it is. Captain, you have severed your only path to survival. Consider yourself a whetstone for me to test my newfound strength. He mused, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Before Uehara Mori could devise a plan to eliminate Sarutobi Shino, he realized Uchiha Tsukihime was scrutinizing him, her piercing gaze seemingly probing his thoughts. She shot Uehara Mori a warning glare, cautioning him against stirring up trouble, were it not for Mori's meddling. Uchiha Shirsui's gentle nature would likely have prevented him from contradicting Sarutobi Shino repeatedly. However, crossing her arms, she refrained from intervening between the two, feeling a thrill as tension mounted. During their time together, she had discerned that Uchiha Shirsui was an exceedingly naive individual, viewing matters through an idealistic lens. Furthermore, she noticed that Shirsui had come to prioritize Konoha over his own clan, holding the 3rd Hokage in such high esteem that he might even sacrifice his heart to prove his loyalty. If this continued, she feared Shirsui might betray his family to curry favor with the Hokage. Thus, if an opportunity arose to instill a sense of aversion toward the Hokage's faction in Shirsui, she would welcome it. Sarutobi Shino remained indifferent to the thoughts of his comrades. A flicker of rage crossed his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. What is it? Have you forgotten that when on a mission, team members must obey the captain's orders? Are you afraid of the sand ninjas, wishing to flee? Where's your will of fire? His barrage of questions left Uchiha Shursui disoriented and panicked. Uehara Mori thought to himself, Shursui is still too young. His experience and resolve are insufficient to contend with Sarutobi Shino's ironclad rhetoric. Execute the mission. Sarutobi Shino barked. In a fluster, Uchiha Shursui grasped Uehara Mori's arm, urging him to move. Sarutobi Shino regarded Shursui with disdain. Dealing with someone brainwashed by the will of fire was simple. Often, just a few words could leave others bewildered. And Shursui's endurance in the face of his tirade was commendable. Uehara Mori seized Shursui's arm, delivering a sharp slap to awaken him from his confusion. Shino, do you wish for my demise? Uehara Mori inquired directly. Kid, you are quite stubborn. I am the son of the Hokage, the future fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Shino's intent was unmistakable. If it meant sending you to your death, so be it. Uehara Mori cast a deeply contemplative glance at Sarutobi Shino and remarked meaningfully. You too are stubborn. Only you would dare to suggest such a fate to me publicly. He was eager to see whether his iron will or Sarutobi Shino's would prevail that night. With that, he pulled Uchiha Shursui along. After walking 300 meters, Uchiha Shursui's face flushed with guilt as he murmured, Uehara Mori, I apologize. Uehara Mori, unwilling to further torment the poor child, ignored his apology and advised, Shursui. Now you have seen Sarutobi Shino's true nature. Reflect deeply and do not easily trust others, especially Shino, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Shimura Danzo, those vile individuals. He could not dictate the course of Uchiha Shursui's life, but could help him recognize the poisonous elements within Konoha. This time, Uchiha Shursui did not dispute, lost in thought. The two made their way around the stronghold towards its rear. Meanwhile, the trio of Raza, Chiyo, and Kakuzu were eager for action. Raza declared, Chiyo, Kaku. Sarutobi Shino and his team have halted. They are likely preparing to attack. Let us strike. He had initially anticipated that Shino's group would launch a direct assault on the stronghold and had planned for the Sand Ninjas to intercept them. To his surprise, they had stopped, sparing the Sand Ninjas from certain death. Chiyo and Kakuzu, having followed closely, could no longer contain their impatience. The trio immediately sprang into action, racing towards Sarutobi Shino's position. Chiyo contemplated claiming the heads of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime as a tribute to her brother, Eroso, gripping the sealing scroll for her puppets tightly. Unfortunately, Uehara Mori had already fled with Uchiha Shursui, narrowly escaping disaster. Chiyo's poison was among the strongest in the ninja world, ranking within the top 3. Her puppet technique was even more formidable. When it came to that, none dared to claim superiority. Only the fully matured Sasori of the Red Sand would be able to contend with her in puppet mastery years later. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was driven by a singular ambition, to accumulate wealth. This goal was unwavering throughout his life. He also harbored a more intense desire, to seize the hearts of Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Tsukihime. His strength was deeply intertwined with the potency of those hearts. Kakuzu was no ordinary person. He was a monster fused with the threads of earth grudge fear, his form composed entirely of its tendrils. Within him lay 5 hearts. As long as one heart remained, Kakuzu would not perish. Each of these hearts had been taken from others, making Kakuzu's formidable strength not just reliant on his 5 lives, but also on the techniques of their original owners. In essence, he could learn new ninjutsu simply by claiming the hearts of others. Kakuzu's power fluctuated with the strength of the hearts he possessed. 5 hearts of elite Jonin level would grant him the strength equivalent to that of a Kage. Kakuzu held a grand ambition, to gather 5 hearts from Kage-level warriors. He firmly believed that upon achieving this, he would surpass all Kage-level figures and perhaps stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Currently, Kakuzu had acquired 2 hearts from Kage-level shinobi, making him formidable enough to challenge the average Kage. If he could collect the hearts of Uchiha Tsukihime and Sarutobi Shino, his power would undergo a monumental transformation, enabling him to overpower even the likes of Sarutobi Hizashi, the 3rd Raikage, and the 3rd Tsuchikage. Raza, too, was eager to eliminate Sarutobi Shino and Uchiha Tsukihime. He is but a commoner. Though he bears the title of Wind Shadow, his foundation is tenuous, and his authority is constrained by the higher echelons of Sunagakure. The ongoing war with Kumogakure has yielded no victories, depleting vast resources and manpower, leaving him embroiled in controversy and his position precarious. Despite the cessation of hostilities with Kumogakure, the outcome was merely a stalemate, with no reparations acquired. Now, he yearns fervently for military accolades to elevate his prestige. Should he face defeat again, his reputation would plummet to the nadir, subject to scorn. Raza, Chiyo, and Kakuzu each harbor their own aspirations, yet their objectives align harmoniously, fostering a cooperative atmosphere. As Sarutobi Shino approached the distance of 450 meters, Chiyo sensed three unfamiliar but formidable chakra signatures approaching with great intensity. "Shino, enemies approach from behind," she exclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than Raza, Chiyo, and Kakuzu materialized before them. Upon sighting them, Sarutobi Shino's heart sank. These three were all shadow-level warriors, formidable adversaries not to be trifled with. He immediately prepared to summon the Monkey King. However, Chiyo, ever vigilant, unleashed a barrage of purple poison needles to interrupt the summoning. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, acted even faster than Chiyo, forming hand seals as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, flowing along a predefined mystical pathway. With hands pressed to the earth, highly concentrated chakra surged into the ground, transforming the soil and rock. "Magnet release, sand burial," he declared. The ground morphed into a desert, engulfing Sarutobi Shino and his companions. Uchiha Suki, typically not one to charge headlong into danger, instinctively pivoted upon recognizing that the foes were three shadow-level shinobi, unleashing chakra with reckless abandon to accelerate away. Alas, Raza struck first, and the vast expanse of the desert proved insurmountable. Even at her utmost speed, Suki could not escape. Winds whipped around them, the sands rising in tumultuous waves to suffocate the entire desert. Raza's onslaught did not cease. The desert erupted with a series of explosive detonations, each creating increasingly larger craters. The cacophony of chakra detonations echoed relentlessly, the ground trembling as fissures spread in all directions. Kakuzu gazed at Raza in astonishment, reflecting, new talents emerge in every generation, each leaving their mark for centuries. Raza's power rivals that of the seasoned shadow-level warriors. It is no wonder he holds the title of fourth Kazekage. He refrained from engaging, knowing that the trio from Konoha would not perish so easily. Thus, he remained on high alert, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Chiyo was equally prepared, summoning her strongest puppet, the 10-Puppet Brigade. This assembly of the finest puppets in the ninja world, comprised of 10 distinct automata, could unleash a myriad of hidden weapons, engage in close-quarter combat, and utilize sealing techniques alongside various ninjutsu. When Chiyo manipulated the 10-Puppet Brigade, she could single-handedly annihilate a heavily fortified city. Although her power might not reshape the earth like Raza's, her capabilities were no less formidable, and her tactics were often more enigmatic. Meanwhile, as they circled the stronghold, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Shursui paused, sensing the commotion of battle. "It seems our captain is engaged in combat," Shursui suggested. "Shall we assist them?" Uehara Mori responded. "Have you forgotten the captain's orders? We must adhere to the plan. The captain has directed us on how to proceed. We should continue to draw the sand shinobi." Shursui hesitated. Circumstances often shifted unexpectedly, and assisting their captain Sarutobi Shino seemed the wisest course. The captain hasn't called for help nor signaled for retreat. What purpose would it serve us to intervene? Uehara Mori scoffed. Just then, a flare shot into the sky, bursting into crimson brilliance. "Shursui, the captain is signaling for us to retreat," Uehara exclaimed upon witnessing the retreat signal. In an instant, Shursui declared, "The captain is in peril. I must investigate. You should retreat alone." With those parting words, he vanished, leaving only an echo in the air. Uehara Mori observed Shursui's disappearing figure, resolute not to heed his advice. "I cannot abandon Sarutobi Shino. He is yet to meet his end. Moreover, he had an urgent task to attend to. With his fortune diminished, he needed to replenish it swiftly." He swiftly approached the vicinity of the stronghold, sensing the tremors that had stirred the sand shinobi within. They poured out of their dwellings. Witnessing the distant rising clouds of dust, the overwhelming chakra pressure sending shivers through their souls, making them reluctant to approach. A ninja hawk descended from the sky, alighting beside one of the sand shinobi and chirping several times, conveying the situation. Realizing their esteemed leaders were engaged in battle, the shinobi relaxed. Those privy to the details recounted the events, igniting excitement among their ranks. As Konoha faced ruin, Sunagakure would rise. The Kazekage's power was unparalleled, destined to unify the ninja world. Two sand shinobi, possessing a modicum of intelligence, loudly extolled their leader's prowess, praising him fervently. The others, feeling the sting of inadequacy for their lack of eloquence, lamented the missed opportunity to articulate even a few flattering remarks. Yet, they felt compelled to voice something. Those who spoke were clever. Those who remained silent were politically incorrect. Thus, some strained their minds, shouting, "Justice will prevail. Good shall triumph over evil. Long live the Kazekage." One clever soul brandished a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "When the path of righteousness rises, the path of evil falters." He shouted with enthusiasm, having read it in a book, unaware of its true meaning, but feeling it was impressive enough to utter. Many sand shinobi found the phrase intriguing and soon joined in the chant. A few astute individuals gathered to whisper among themselves. It sounds as though they are likening the Kazekage and Lady Chiyo to demons. Should we warn them to refrain from such comparisons? Let them continue. If the Kazekage hears them, he may punish them. If we shout a few pleasing words, we might be rewarded, they agreed unanimously. Uehara Mori, observing the sand shinobi engrossed in the spectacle with no one guarding the warehouse, felt a surge of joy. He concealed his presence entirely. Without keen eyesight, one would not discern a living figure nearby. Stealthily, he approached the back of the stronghold and reached the rear of the warehouse. Excellent. No one had noticed. He drew forth his ninja blade, enveloping its tip with a razor-sharp wind chakra. Uehara Mori's wind chakra had reached level 6 in potency. Its sharpness could slice through steel. Previously, Uchiha Suki had demonstrated the ability to cleave through reinforced alloy, as if it were mere tofu, using a similar chakra. Now, Uehara Mori could achieve the same feat moreover. The warehouse was not fortified with steel, but merely constructed of wood. Gently, he carved a sizable hole in the warehouse wall and slipped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness as he silently intoned, "Recharge." His hands brushed over neatly arranged supplies. Although he could not discern their nature, his fortune surged dramatically in increments of 10,000. Half a minute later, Uehara Mori stealthily exited the warehouse. In the woods, Uehara Mori was elated, no longer suppressing his exhilaration. "I am wealthy once more." This time, he had amassed a staggering 30 million in fortune, with an additional 30 million in cash. He could once again undergo the lightning release chakra mode's body refinement. Without this enhancement, his strength could only withstand shadow-level warriors momentarily. To surpass them would be a daunting challenge, as his chakra reserves were too meager, his physical prowess insufficient, and his 8 gates technique limited to the 3rd gate. In truth, he was merely a somewhat stronger elite jonin. Only through the bolstering of the Azura chakra mode could his power dramatically escalate, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with typical shadow-level warriors. After 21 days of rigorous training in lightning release chakra mode, Uehara Mori experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. With the 4th gate of the 8 gates of opening unlocked and an elite jonin-level physique, he possessed an array of perfected ninjutsu and honed combat skills, enabling him to reach a power level comparable to that of an average Kage. Should he activate the Azura chakra mode, Uehara Mori's strength would become unfathomable. Having accomplished his first objective, it was time to pursue the second, to eliminate Sarutobi Shino. Uehara Mori had long harbored disdain for this insufferable captain. In truth, had he chosen to be more magnanimous, he could have overlooked Sarutobi Shino's disdain and exclusion, as the latter had never inflicted any tangible harm upon him. However, Uehara Mori could not shake off his irritation and dissatisfaction. From the moment he undertook his first transport mission, he felt a palpable contempt from Konoha towards him. A mere civilian ninja, the second mission further relegated him to the role of cannon fodder. As he embarked on the 3rd task, he felt an unmistakable malice emanating from Sarutobi Shino. The way Shino looked at him was not that of a comrade, but rather akin to viewing a performing monkey in a circus, utterly dehumanizing. Thus, Uehara Mori resolved that he would no longer endure this. It would be for the best if Konoha were to fall. What was Sarutobi Shino to fear? Upon arriving at the location of the ambush against Sarutobi Shino and his companions, Uehara Mori found no sign of life, nor any trace in his sensory perception. Even Uchiha Shursui, who had come to assist, was absent. The scene was dominated by a vast desert, with flames consuming the surrounding trees. casting a fiery glow across the sky. Towering rocks and earthen spikes, remnants of earth release, punctuated the landscape. Uehara Mori also observed various concealed weapons, some black, others purple or green, evidently coated with poison, nestled among the trees. On the ground lay 5 battered puppets, crafted from unusual materials. Sealed within a scroll he had specifically purchased for the storage of food and water, now filled to capacity. Beneath a blazing tree, he stumbled upon a blood-red intestine and fragments of clothing, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. Whose could this be? Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed in the distance, and Uehara Mori hastened towards it. As he approached, he witnessed colossal rocks shattered and sturdy trees either bent or ablaze. Flocks of birds took to the skies in panic, scolding humanity for their dishonorable midnight ambush. Along the way, he also discovered the headless corpse of a large-eyed monkey. As he searched the remains, he unearthed a scroll titled Golden Body Sutra, a name that exuded dominance, claiming to grant the practitioner an indestructible physique. He did not linger to examine it closely, instead stowing it away, for his priority remained finding Sarutobi Shino. As he drew nearer to the battlefield, he could even see a massive wolf fawn club colliding with a long, thick staff, producing resounding booms that resonated through the heavens. Each impact generated powerful shockwaves, sending branches whirling and causing ancient trees to sway. Occasionally, the air was pierced by the thunderous roars of beasts, their cries striking terror into the hearts of those who heard them. Uehara Mori hurried on, only to encounter an unexpected sight. Chien Shishia, now merely a half-corpse. Her body was riddled with concealed weapons, including poison needles, shurikens, and explosive tags. The gruesome nature of her death was evident. Her upper and lower halves had been severed, and blood pooled around her, still fresh. One hand was plunged into the head of a white puppet, while the other clutched a fragment of a ninja blade, driving it into the puppet's body, splitting it in two. In her final moments, her head turned towards the battlefield, suggesting that even after her body had been cleaved, she still cared for her boyfriend's safety. Look at you, Sarutobi Shino, that treacherous wolf. You won't even retrieve her body. Now I must do it. Uehara Mori did not rush to the battlefield. Sarutobi Shino was currently engaged in a fierce struggle alongside the Monkey King against Luo Sha and Chio. He gathered all of Chien Shishia's belongings, accumulating a sum of 500,000. To his surprise, she had been a wealthy individual. Let this serve as my payment for collecting your remains. Uehara Mori extracted a puppet from the sealing scroll and placed Chien Shishia within it. Killing the son of the Hokage was not the challenging part. The true skill lay in evading the suspicion of doing so. With Chien Shishia as evidence, the intelligence division could glean the circumstances surrounding the mission from her mind, ensuring Uehara Mori's innocence would not be questioned. Having completed his tasks, Uehara Mori took out his binoculars to survey the ongoing conflict. The battle remained intense. Sarutobi Shino has been wounded. He mused. Come on, Luo Sha. You are on the verge of defeating the Monkey King. He intended to wait until the battle concluded to seize any opportunities to his advantage. If Sarutobi Shino were to perish at the hands of Luo Sha and the others, it would be even better. Should he escape, Uehara Mori would be ready to deliver the final blow. Yet, as he observed, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Whose intestine had been left behind? Tracing the ambush to this point, he deduced that 3 sand ninjas had participated in the attack. One had pursued Uchiha Tsukihime, while the remaining 2, Luo Sha and Chio, had targeted Uchiha Shursui, Chien Shishia, and Sarutobi Shino. The owner of the intestine could be ruled out from Chien Shishia, Sarutobi Shino, Luo Sha, and Chio. The one pursuing Uchiha Tsukihime could also be excluded, as the intestine had been removed, indicating severe injury. Thus, the owner could only be Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Tsukihime. Given her formidable strength, Tsukihime was likely unharmed. Even if she encountered a powerful foe, Uehara Mori believed she would prioritize her own safety. His true concern lay with Uchiha Shursui. Along the way, he had inferred from the traces of battle that Shursui had also been engaged in combat, yet his present whereabouts were unknown. Uehara Mori resolved to send a shadow clone back along the same path to search for Uchiha Shursui, as he had always treated him well, and it would be prudent to ensure his safety. As Luo Sha soared through the air, utilizing magnet release to conjure golden sand spears, he unleashed a relentless barrage of sharp, golden projectiles. Each spear shimmered menacingly, capable of piercing even granite upon impact. The spears cascaded down like rain, determined to transform Sarutobi Shino and the Monkey King into pincushions. The Monkey King, transformed into a formidable golden staff, stood poised beside Sarutobi Shino, its vast reservoir of earth-release chakra fortifying its structure. The staff spun in a protective arc, deflecting the onslaught. The fierce winds generated by the clash sent debris flying in all directions. At the moment of impact, sparks erupted, raining down upon the earth. The staff resembled a colossal stone-crushing machine, reducing the golden spears to mere dust, leaving not even a shard the size of a fingernail. Yet, Luo Sha remained undeterred, for he had another comrade. Chiyo controlled the remaining 4 puppets to unleash a torrent of poison needles, though some of her puppets had been damaged in the fray. In that moment, Sarutobi Shino faced the oncoming spears in the air, his scalp prickling at the thought of the 1,000 needles raining down upon him. The Monkey King, understanding the gravity of the situation, extended the staff's length to broaden their defensive perimeter. While Chiyo's attack had yet to bear fruit, she remained unperturbed for 10 minutes prior. She had pierced the Monkey King's outer layer with a short spear laced with bone-corroding poison. Though no blood had been drawn, Chiyo knew that the Monkey King was already poisoned. She had previously used a mere 0.1 grams of this toxin to slay a 30-meter-long whale. That whale succumbed to the poison within 10 minutes, floating lifelessly on the surface of the ocean. Subsequent fish that consumed the whale's flesh also perished, drifting upon the sea. The fact that the Monkey King had survived 10 minutes without succumbing was already a source of astonishment for her. However, she had already sensed that the chakra of the monkey demon was rapidly diminishing, indicating that it could not hold out for much longer. After a round of attacks, Rasha and Granny Chiyo ceased their offensive. Sarutobi Shino was gasping for breath. Though the battle had not lasted long, he had expended a significant amount of chakra, leaving him with only half of it remaining. The Vajra Rui staff opened its jagged maw, and the monkey demon declared, "Shino, I believe I have been poisoned. I cannot endure much longer and require treatment." Having lived for centuries and fought countless battles, he had not been harmed since achieving his perfected form, and his resistance to toxins was formidable. Currently, most toxins in the ninja world were ineffective against him. He was unsure when he had been poisoned or the nature of the toxin. He had only realized he was afflicted 2 minutes prior. Initially, he did not pay it much heed, believing he would recover shortly, but the discomfort intensified. Not only was his chakra weakening, but even his physical defenses were faltering. The previous golden spear had punctured his body, creating small holes. Chapter 60. Ruthless Shino. Sarutobi Shino's expression darkened as he lowered his voice to ask, "How much longer can you hold on?" 2 minutes, at most 2 minutes, the monkey demon replied. He had initially wanted to say 10 minutes, but he recalled how Sarutobi Shino had used his beloved grandson, the large-eyed monkey, as a shield, and right before his eyes at that, he had been tempted to stab Sarutobi Shino on the spot. What a charming little monkey, only to be brutally killed. He held great affection for this grandson, possessing immense talent and unique eyesight that allowed for long-distance vision at night. Recently, he had even bestowed upon him his most powerful jutsu, the Golden Body Technique, which was the foundation of his indestructible form. It could be said that he had regarded the large-eyed monkey as a key subject for cultivation within his clan. Sarutobi Shino, skeptical, asked again, "You truly can only hold on for 2 minutes?" He was well aware of the monkey demon's formidable resistance to toxins. He could consume poisons as if they were food. The monkey demon opened his mouth wide and falsely claimed, "I have grown old. My hair is mostly white, and my strength has diminished significantly." He had no intention of saving the ungrateful Sarutobi Shino. Although Sarutobi Shino was the son of his friend Sarutobi Hizashi, the large-eyed monkey was still his grandson. A life for a life was hardly excessive. Sarutobi Shino grunted, his heart seething with rage. "Monkey demon, once I escape this peril, you shall see how I deal with you. I will make you my loyal dog." Seemingly anticipating Sarutobi Shino's thoughts, the monkey demon dramatically exclaimed, "Oh no! How is the toxin so potent? I cannot hold on any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not allow Sarutobi Shino a chance to respond, automatically dispelling the summoning technique and vanishing from sight. Sarutobi Shino, filled with impotent fury, felt betrayed by the monkey demon at this critical moment, completely oblivious to the fact that this was all a consequence of his own actions. He gazed at Rasha in the air, Granny Chiyo on the ground, and cast a glance at his deceased girlfriend, Chika. "Ha ha." Sarutobi Shino laughed maniacally, teetering on the brink of madness. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed, seemingly losing his sanity. Rasha maintained a stoic expression, vigilantly observing every move Sarutobi Shino made. This was a ruthless individual, one who would not even save his own girlfriend. Previously, when Chika had been ensnared by Granny Chiyo, there had been an opportunity for rescue. However, Sarutobi Shino had chosen to join forces with the monkey demon to eliminate her, disregarding her fate. In the end, he survived, while Chika met a tragic demise. Granny Chiyo took several steps back to avoid being dragged into peril by a desperate Sarutobi Shino. She had not yet lived enough. She wished to witness the destruction of Konoha and see Sunagakure rise to become the strongest force in the ninja world. Sarutobi Shino quickly retrieved a pill and held it in his mouth, without swallowing. This was a forbidden drug capable of rapidly restoring chakra and even forcibly awakening latent physical potential, enhancing his combat prowess beyond its peak. Should an elderly ninja consume this pill, the depletion of its effects would herald their demise. However, being young, he would not perish from it. The worst consequence would be a permanent impairment of his physical constitution. Though severe, it was far better than death. Sarutobi Shino resolved to wait until he could no longer hold on before consuming the drug. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that Uchiha Tsuki would manage to retaliate against Kakuzu and come to his aid. As for Uchiha Shursui, he had ceased to harbor any expectations. During the previous battle, he had acted independently, while Rasha and Granny Chiyo had denied him the opportunity to form hand seals and summon the monkey demon. Fortunately, Uchiha Shursui had arrived just in time to assist him, allowing him to summon the monkey demon successfully, albeit at the cost of Uchiha Shursui suffering severe injuries from Granny Chiyo and being poisoned, ultimately fleeing in despair. Rasha, noticing Sarutobi Shino preparing to consume the drug, called out loudly, "Chiyo, put in some extra effort. This brat is on the verge of collapsing." Victory seemed imminent, and he could hardly contain his fantasies of the Sand Ninja celebrating the fall of a Konoha shadow-level powerhouse, filled with pride and allegiance. He intended to seize power gradually, ensuring that all Sand Ninjas would rally to him, aspiring to become the greatest Kazekage in history. Granny Chiyo remained calm, her aged eyes igniting with fervent flames as the will to fight and the intent to kill intertwined within her. She mused, "If I kill Sarutobi Shino, I can then pursue Uchiha Tsuki and also track down that elusive Upanishad Mori." Simultaneously, Rasha and Granny Chiyo charged towards Sarutobi Shino, resuming their fierce battle. The murderous intent of the three nearly tore apart the very landscape. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Observing this scene, Upanishad Mori focused his energy, preparing for the fight. The 8 gates released. The first gate, second gate, third gate, fourth gate opened in succession, awakening the latent power within his body. Waves of chakra surged through his entire being, imbuing him with formidable strength. However, Upanishad Mori's exterior revealed no change. His aura betrayed none of his power, for he had complete control over every ounce of strength he wielded. If Might Dai or Might Guy were to open the fourth gate, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous spectacle, felt even from a kilometer away. They were unsuited for the subtlety of assassination. Only Upanishad Mori could accomplish such a feat. Upanishad Mori fused his chakra with the intent to kill, forming a dark and profound Shura chakra. Each strand of Shura chakra was of exceptionally high quality, composed of 50 strands of ordinary chakra. In terms of quality alone, it far exceeded that of sage chakra. A deep and terrifying bloodlust surged into his mind, attempting to transform Upanishad Mori into a servant of slaughter. Yet, the strength of Upanishad Mori's will was unwavering. He effortlessly dispelled the killing intent and chose not to further refine the Shura chakra. At that moment, the quantity of Shura chakra he possessed was a staggering 2,000, equating to 100,000 ordinary chakra, comparable to that of an average shadow-level ninja. Should Upanishad Mori fill his entire chakra pathways with Shura chakra, he could reach 5,000, equivalent to 25 shadow-level chakra. Regrettably, Upanishad Mori's stamina was limited, and the amount of chakra he could convert was finite. Given sufficient time to rest, he could fully saturate himself, achieving the full power state of Shura chakra. This state was one he had yet to experience. Nevertheless, even with only 2,000 Shura chakra, Upanishad Mori felt his strength vastly surpassed that of the fourth gate of the 8 gates. Prepared, Upanishad Mori silently shifted his position, blocking Sarutobi Shino's escape route. Simultaneously, he employed a transformation technique, altering his height and appearance to resemble Kakuzu. He was unaware that Kakuzu was one of those involved in the ambush. He merely aimed to cast blame upon another. With his appearance and chakra transformed, even Might Dai, who had spent years in close proximity, would not recognize him. Upanishad Mori touched his zombie-like face, growing increasingly satisfied as he thought. Kakuzu is a renowned bounty hunter in the ninja world. It would seem reasonable for him to kill Sarutobi Shino for the sake of money. He praised his own cleverness. Chapter 61. Escape from Death, Fire Release, Burning Heaven. Wind Release, 8-Directional Typhoon. Two versions of Sarutobi Shino, one his true self and the other a shadow clone. Employed a mixed ninjutsu of fire and wind. Fire Release is an S-rank ninjutsu, while Wind Release is an A rank. When combined, their power is augmented, surpassing even two S-rank fire releases. A torrent of flames engulfed the land, forcing Rusha and Granny Chio to retreat, taking cover from the onslaught. As the flames subsided, the earth was scorched, the forest reduced to ashes, leaving only Sarutobi Shino behind. Rusha narrowed his eyes, cautiously observing Sarutobi Shino, sensing something was amiss. Granny Chio, do you think he is a shadow clone? Although he couldn't pinpoint the deception, a sense of instinctive doubt arose within him. Granny Chio scrutinized for a moment and replied, regardless of its authenticity, we must strike. A shadow clone cannot endure for long. She too was uncertain of its veracity. Sarutobi Shino, expressionless, savored the situation as he found himself flanked by two formidable foes. He silently laughed. Fools, my true self has long since escaped through the earth release, burrowing underground. If I can just delay a little longer, my true self will have a considerable head start. Once back at the Leaf Village camp, he would exact revenge on Orochimaru, the Sarutobi clan, and the Sand Shinobi. He also yearned for retribution against Uehara Mori. According to Uchiha Shursui, Uehara Mori was headed toward the Leaf camp. Although he had signaled for retreat, it was unjust that he was pursued while his girlfriend perished, leaving Uehara Mori untouched. It was simply unfair. Summoning Uehara Mori was merely a pretext for a reckless demise. Ironically, he, the observer of this farce, was the one who ended up in dire straits. Sensing that Rusha and Granny Chio were about to act against him, Sarutobi Shino's shadow clone began to flee rapidly, shouting, I am the destined child to change the fate of the ninja world. Those who oppose me shall perish. Oh heavens, assist me. Rusha and Granny Chio found his antics quite amusing. Was feigning madness truly of any use at the brink of death? Just as Sarutobi Shino's words faded, the sky erupted with thunder. Lightning slashed across the heavens, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Rusha's expression soured. His magnet release could manipulate sand, but the rain would render it wet, significantly increasing the difficulty of practical ninjutsu. Granny Chio's countenance also darkened, and she began to shiver. The night was already dark and cold, and now with the downpour, coupled with her recent ailments, her physical condition deteriorated rapidly. Uehara Mori, however, was quite pleased. This rain was fortuitous. Once it passed, all traces of battle would be washed away. No matter how adept the Leaf's intelligence department, they would be left bewildered upon arrival. Sarutobi Shino's shadow clone guided Granny Chio and Rusha away swiftly. Uehara Mori stood vigil at the site where Sarutobi Shino had performed his mixed ninjutsu. Wielding a salvaged ninja blade in one hand and clutching 3 deadly poisoned shuriken in the other. Killing his own captain was perilous business. He wouldn't use his own weapon and risk detection. He speculated that Sarutobi Shino had escaped using earth release techniques. Generally, such jutsu could only facilitate a retreat of 200 or 300 meters at best. Thus, he remained at his post, patiently awaiting Sarutobi Shino's emergence. A minute later, a young man emerged from a bear den, 800 meters away from Uehara Mori. Sarutobi Shino had just surfaced from underground, only to find himself in a bear's lair. Fortunately, the bears were hibernating. Had they awakened, his presence would surely have been compromised. Sarutobi Shino spat, relief washing over him. The shadow clone had not yet dissipated, indicating that Rusha and Granny Chio had yet to realize they were not pursuing his true self. Rusha, Chio, you truly are fools. With that, he leapt onto a large tree, bounding swiftly toward the Leaf camp. In the distance, Uehara Mori, disguised as Kakuzu, wore a ghastly smile, muttering to himself, Shino, your earth release is formidable, but alas, your luck has run out. My sensing range is precisely 800 meters, and you have appeared at that very distance. It seems you are doomed. With a flash, he unleashed his Shura chakra, propelling himself over 100 meters in a single bound, rapidly closing the gap between them. His speed surpassed sound, allowing him to approach Sarutobi Shino undetected. 800 meters, 700 meters, 100 meters. With each passing second, Uehara Mori diminished the distance by 100 meters. When they were 50 meters apart, Sarutobi Shino finally sensed something was amiss, an alarm ringing in his mind. Uehara Mori's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gripped 3 poisoned shuriken in his right hand and expertly launched them. Whoosh, 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 the sound of slicing wind echoed. Sarutobi Shino's body erupted with 3 bursts of blood, crimson streams gushing forth, swept away by the torrential rain. Had he not reacted with lightning speed, his neck and heart would have been pierced. Ignoring his wounds, Sarutobi Shino grasped one of the shuriken, glaring at the ninja before him. You are not Kakuzu. Who are you? Uehara Mori stood 5 meters from Sarutobi Shino, a distance ensuring the latter could not employ any ninjutsu, and was forced to rely solely on taijutsu. Capitalizing on his strengths to exploit his opponent's weaknesses, Uehara Mori raised an eyebrow, altering his voice to feign surprise. You actually saw through my disguise. He had never encountered Kakuzu's true form, merely conjectured his appearance. Just consider me Kakuzu. Who I am is irrelevant, for I am here to kill you. He had no intention of revealing his true identity. Who knew if anyone nearby could evade his senses and spy on him? As long as he didn't admit to being Uehara Mori, no one would discern his identity. Sarutobi Shino warily scrutinized the unfamiliar ninja before him, the pain coursing through his body akin to relentless waves. To make matters worse, this adversary's strength was terrifying, especially his concealed aura. The enemy had approached so close that he had only just realized the threat, successfully ambushed. He needed to eliminate this foe swiftly, otherwise, Rusha and Granny Chio would soon arrive, sealing his fate. A thought crossed his mind, and he resolved to consume the forbidden drug he had kept in his mouth. Gulp! The forbidden drug slid down his throat. A searing energy surged through his body, causing his chakra to swell, enhancing his strength exponentially. A vast amount of chakra overflowed, coalescing around him like a raging flame. Sarutobi Shino couldn't contain his exclamation, his skin flushed, resembling a steamed shrimp. The drug's effects were overwhelming, intensifying his suffering. The raindrops striking his skin evaporated into mist. Umitba, are you already 5 parts cooked? Uehara Mori observed Sarutobi Shino's futile struggles with calm detachment. My goodness. You are bleeding profusely. Do you require my assistance? Chapter 62. The eldest son of the Hokage's desperate struggle. Sarutobi Shino paid no heed to Uehara Mori's taunts. He felt an unprecedented surge of power. His physical strength had increased at least 3-fold, enabling him to easily suppress the entire world beneath his feet. Moreover, his strength continued to escalate, becoming even more formidable. He roared, Rusha, Chio, hurry over. I shall annihilate you. To him, this unfamiliar adversary was now a mere insect, and he yearned to vanquish more enemies. Uehara Mori had no intention of granting Sarutobi Shino time to acclimate to his newfound power. With the Shura chakra coursing through him, an unrivaled might erupted from his muscles and bones. Sarutobi Shino was stunned by Uehara Mori's overwhelming force and felt a sinister, bloodthirsty chakra emanating from him. He had never encountered such a terrifying chakra. Even the malevolent chakra of the notorious Nine Tails could not compare to this evil. Sarutobi Shino took the initiative to strike, his overwhelming power instilling in him a fearless audacity. With a thunderous crash, he stomped the ground, creating a massive crater, propelling his body forward like a missile. His immense strength was unleashed through the signature technique of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. A vast quantity of chakra flowed along a unique trajectory, converging in his left fist, which had grown to the size of a sandbag. The formidable fist descended upon Uehara Mori's chest, capable of shattering even the toughest iron. Before impact, a shockwave in the shape of a fist was already barreling toward Uehara Mori. With fervor for battle and unyielding resolve, Uehara Mori gathered black Azura chakra around his left arm and fist, as if encased in a dark, unyielding steel ring. He surged forward, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. In a mere 3 meters, 2 powerful shadow-level masters collided with one another. Their fists met with a resounding bang, the deafening shockwave reverberating in all directions. A wave of force erupted from the center, toppling trees of all sizes and churning the earth as if countless excavators were at work, rapidly creating a vast pit that continued to expand. Countless raindrops were swept skyward by the collision of their fists. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply. Alas, Sarutobi Shino's left fist exploded. Bones from his arm flying out from his shoulder, with shredded, blood-soaked muscle hanging limply. In that singular strike, he was utterly defeated. Uehara Mori's left fist trembled slightly, his knuckles marred with fine cracks. Though victorious, he bore light wounds. Seizing the moment, Uehara Mori unleashed high-quality Azura chakra upon Shino's legs. With successive strikes, he relentlessly targeted every inch of Sarutobi Shino's body, leaving no blind spots. Each blow appeared fierce, yet was executed with a gentle precision, inflicting damage to flesh and bone but sparing the skin. As the raindrops resumed their descent, pattering upon Uehara Mori, he ceased his assault. Sarutobi Shino lay on the ground like a rag doll, outwardly intact, yet utterly immobile. Were it not for the forbidden drugs coursing through his veins, continuously stimulating his potential, he would have likely succumbed immediately. However, his vitality waned rather than flourished under the drug's influence. Lying flat on the ground, his neck broken and unable to turn, he could only glance sideways to see Uehara Mori rubbing his temples. "Who are you?" Sarutobi Shino spoke in fragmented breaths, determined to understand before death claimed him. "Dear son, I am your father." Uehara Mori replied. "What grievance do you hold against me?" Sarutobi Shino interrupted, his expression darkening. Uehara Mori crouched down and looked at the dying Shino, responding in his original voice, "No great enmity exists. You used me as cannon fodder, wishing for my demise. I found you displeasing and wished for your death in return. Quite fair, wouldn't you say?" Sarutobi Shino recognized the voice, his eyes widening in disbelief. "It cannot be you, Beast." He never anticipated that the most hidden adversary would be the seemingly meek, submissive, and detestable commoner. Uehara Mori, who should be fleeing and celebrating his narrow escape, was instead this formidable, terrifying presence. They bore no resemblance to one another. He struggled to accept the truth. "Indeed, it is I," Uehara Mori replied, feeling a lightness in his body. "Had you not provoked me, you would not face this fate." Upon hearing Uehara Mori's confirmation, Sarutobi Shino grimaced. "My father is the third Hokage, the strongest ninja in the world. Should I perish, he will ensure you take my place in death. You shall not die peacefully." Before he could finish, he coughed up a torrent of blood. Uehara Mori scoffed at the notion of the strongest ninja. A mere bear, perhaps. Throughout the Third Great Ninja War, all of Konoha's powerful figures had fought on the battlefield, yet the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had never participated and showed no indication of doing so. "Beg for mercy, and I may grant you a swift death," Uehara Mori proposed, craving a touch more amusement. Sarutobi Shino remained silent, his gaze venomous, wishing to devour Uehara Mori whole. In his over a decade in the ninja world, he had never been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere Konoha Chunin. Given the chance to relive his life, he would have ensured Uehara Mori's demise before it ever began. Just as Uehara Mori prepared to teach Sarutobi Shino a lesson, he suddenly received news from his shadow clone. The good news was they had located Uchiha Shisui. The bad news was that Uchiha Shisui was gravely injured and poisoned, found in a state of unconsciousness. However, the shadow clone had extracted the poison using a specialized technique and treated his injuries with healing jutsu. The shadow clone dissipated after exhausting its chakra in the rescue. Uchiha Shisui had regained consciousness, but was temporarily unable to move. He revealed that the one responsible for his severe injuries was the very son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Shino. Uehara Mori's desire for vengeance against Sarutobi Shino intensified. Such a traitor, who betrayed his comrades, deserved no place in this world. Setting aside Uchiha Shisui for now, Uehara Mori's greatest concern was for Uchiha Suki. Since Shisui's abdomen bore no wounds, the severed intestine could not belong to him. Could it belong to Uchiha Suki? Though he found it hard to believe, the implications were undeniable. Excluding all impossibilities, only this one possibility remained. Uehara Mori hoped fervently that it was not true. If it were, the absence of Uchiha Suki in the future would likely mean her demise during this mission. Seeing Sarutobi Shino refusing to yield, Uehara Mori resolved to deliver a decisive blow before seeking Uchiha Suki. As he prepared to execute his lethal strike, Sarutobi Shino desperately called out, "Uehara Mori, do not kill me. I can pretend nothing happened. I can recommend you to my father, allowing you to ascend to Konoha's upper echelons. I can offer you wealth, women, and jutsu. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Uehara Mori snorted. Oh, in your final moments, you speak so fluently. His tone shifted, becoming cold and merciless. However, you should not have uttered my name. Chapter 63. The death of the Hokage's eldest son Uehara Mori ignored Sarutobi Shino's pleading gaze and brought his foot down. A resounding crash echoed, splattering red and white across the ground. Had Sarutobi Shino faced death with the composure of a true warrior, Uehara Mori might have held some admiration for him. However, Shino's cowardice left him disillusioned. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son was equally a coward. Uehara Mori thoroughly rifled through Sarutobi Shino's belongings, unexpectedly acquiring 15 million ryo in wealth. Truly a fortunate find. Having completed his task, Uehara Mori retraced his steps to the location where their team had initially been ambushed by Rozai, in search of Uchiha Suki. As for Uchiha Shursui, he could only wish him luck. Once he located Uchiha Suki, he would return for Shursui. Shortly after Uehara Mori departed, Granny Chiyo and Rozai arrived at the site of Sarutobi Shino's corpse. After dispersing Shino's shadow clone, they sensed something amiss and hurried back. En route, they heard the sounds of a fierce battle and, upon investigation, discovered Sarutobi Shino's lifeless body. Granny Chiyo examined the remains, stating, "Indeed, this is Sarutobi Shino. However, his muscles and bones have been reduced to dust. Only his skin remains intact." What a terrifying method. The more she touched, the more horrified she became. Chiyo's deceased brother, Hoizo, was a seasoned shadow-level master skilled in taijutsu, capable of achieving such a feat. However, when it comes to Sarutobi Shino, it is utterly impossible. Rasha furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This should not be the work of Kakuzu. Observing the traces of battle around him, he deduced, the individual who killed Sarutobi Shino must possess extraordinary strength. He pointed to a large pit on the ground, stating, "This must be the result of a clash in physical techniques." Rasha then indicated a severed arm bone and scattered phalangeal bones, analyzing to Granny Chiyo. "You see, this segment of the bone belongs to Sarutobi Shino." During their confrontation, Sarutobi Shino was completely at a disadvantage, his arm bone shattered and sent flying. Such terrifying power left him utterly astounded. Previously, when Sarutobi Shino battled alongside him and Granny Chiyo, he displayed formidable prowess in physical techniques, showcasing immense strength. Yet, against this enemy, he was utterly crushed. Granny Chiyo nodded gravely, expressing her agreement. The question remains whether this person is friend or foe. If they were an ally, they would not have departed hastily without revealing themselves. If they are an adversary, the consequences could be dire. Rasha pondered for a moment. At the very least, this person has killed Sarutobi Shino, thus they likely will not turn against us for the time being. It is even possible that this individual is an enemy of the leaf. Granny Chiyo then ventured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that this person is actually from the leaf? Many within the leaf have wished for Sarutobi Shino's demise. Rasha laughed heartily. If that is the case, then it is even better. He felt a surge of elation. The primary objective of this operation was indeed Sarutobi Shino. With his death, Rasha's status in Sunagakure would undoubtedly become more secure. Granny Chiyo, let us seek out Kakuzu and ascertain whether he has slain Uchiha Suki. Very well. Granny Chiyo secured Sarutobi Shino's body and swiftly proceeded alongside Rasha. She was eager to witness the demise of Uchiha Suki. Unfortunately, she had yet to catch sight of Uehara Mori. She surmised that Uehara Mori had likely fled and decided to devise another plan to capture him next time. Uehara Mori was positioned at the primary base number 1, 20 kilometers outside of the secondary base number 2. Uchiha Sora, accompanied by 20 fully armed Leaf Shinobi, was prepared to support Sarutobi Shino's team as per their plan. The ninja dispatched by Uchiha Sora to gather intelligence on the secondary base had just returned to report, stating that no traces of Sarutobi Shino's team had been discovered, nor any signs of battle. Uchiha Sora gazed at the distant secondary base, pondering. According to the plan, Sarutobi Shino should have already commenced an offensive against the secondary base by now. How could there be no activity? Could it be that they have encountered problems? Yet, even if they faced issues, they should have been able to relay information. Or perhaps they have encountered an exceedingly formidable foe and were unable to send word. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sora began to piece together the likely sequence of events. He turned to Nara Akifumi, the representative of the Nara clan for this operation, and inquired, "As our strategist, what should be our next course of action?" Nara Akifumi felt somewhat helpless, thinking, "Why are you asking me? You're probably worried about problems arising, so you can pin the blame on me. However, as a strategist, his role was to devise plans. Lord Sora, let us directly proceed to the first base for inspection. He made a decisive choice, unwilling to linger here. If Sarutobi Shino were truly in trouble, the consequences for the leaf would be catastrophic. None of us involved in this mission would escape unscathed. Uchiha Sora nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Very well, let us move swiftly. The one to bear the blame has been identified." After a brief moment of thought, he instructed Nara Akifumi, "I will move ahead swiftly. You follow closely behind." Nara Akifumi nodded in agreement, then watched as Uchiha Sora vanished into the distance. Uchiha Sora could not afford to delay. If Sarutobi Shino's team were indeed in peril, it was likely due to a leak of information resulting in an ambush by the Sand Shinobi. Having been a shinobi for so many years, he was quite familiar with the dark undercurrents within the leaf, reminiscent of the tragic demise of Senju Rope Tree, the heir of the Senju clan. Senju Rope Tree had undergone years of rigorous training, achieving elite jonin status at a young age. How could he have fallen victim to an explosive tag so easily? Ridiculous. If the Sand Shinobi were lying in wait, Sarutobi Shino's death would be inconsequential. What mattered was the opportunity to eliminate several prominent Sand Shinobi or Uchiha Suki. He was particularly keen on eliminating Uchiha Suki. Recently, Uchiha Suki had been basking in the limelight, with nearly 100 Uchiha pledging allegiance. In a previous mission, 6 Uchiha who had been saved by Uchiha Akane had sworn fealty to Uchiha Suki, vowing to follow her for life. Each of them bore the 3-tomo Sharingan, each an elite jonin. Furthermore, the former Uchiha clan's greatest prodigy, Uchiha Shursui, maintained a close relationship with Uchiha Suki. Most alarmingly, Uehara Mori had a strong bond with Uchiha Suki. Uchiha Sora perceived Uehara Mori as even more formidable than all the aforementioned individuals combined. He believed that if Uehara Mori truly became an ally of Uchiha Suki, then his own days of tranquility would be numbered. The combined strength of 2 exceptionally talented shinobi was inconceivable. He and Uchiha Suki were now irreconcilable adversaries. Thus, Uchiha Sora felt compelled to extinguish Uchiha Suki. Despite the high likelihood that Uchiha Suki could elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights, fulfilling aspirations that Uchiha Sora himself could never achieve. Uchiha Sora's character bore some resemblance to Shimura Danzo's. He could call upon others to sacrifice themselves with righteous resolve, but when it came to his own sacrifice, he would retreat and vehemently refuse. Chapter 64. Suki's unleashing. Uchiha Suki's abdomen had been rent open, revealing glimpses of her innards. Her body drenched in blood and her complexion pale. As she employed palm healing techniques to mend her wound, she swiftly evaded Kakuzu's relentless pursuit. Uchiha Suki's mind was in turmoil. She could not fathom how events had spiraled to this point. There was undoubtedly a traitor within the Leaf Camp. It was certain that someone had betrayed them, or else the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo, and Kakuzu would not have appeared here. The thought of Kakuzu weighed heavily on Uchiha Suki's heart. She had seen images of this man and heard numerous accounts of his exploits, yet she had still underestimated him. The moment she broke through the desert, she was met with Kakuzu's assault. Their battle had raged for dozens of exchanges, employing every conceivable ninjutsu. Yet she was unable to defeat Kakuzu. In a final clash, she severed half of Kakuzu's neck, believing victory to be within her grasp, only to have Kakuzu's hand pierce her abdomen. Had she not reacted swiftly to sever his arm, she would have perished. Then, she watched helplessly as black threads emerged from Kakuzu's body, reattaching his arm and healing the wound on his neck. She could not comprehend what manner of creature Kakuzu truly was. He certainly did not appear human. Uchiha Suki spat out a mouthful of blood, her face devoid of color, and her body felt weak and pale. Were it not for her formidable constitution and unwavering will, she would have long since collapsed. Swish, swish, swish. Kakuzu was drawing ever closer behind her. Damn Kakuzu, does he intend to toy with me as if I were prey? Each time she accelerated, Kakuzu matched her speed. Each time she decelerated, he mirrored her pace. In this dire moment, she thought of Uehara Mori. Although she did not have a favorable impression of him, she could not deny his exceptional strength, particularly his astounding speed. Would he still come to her rescue? Just as she hoped, Kakuzu's cruel voice echoed behind her. Little girl, don't slow down now. I'll be accelerating soon. You're not thinking someone will come to save you, are you? Is it Sarutobi Shino or Chiyo? Perhaps Uchiha Shursui, or that useless Uehara Mori? Kakuzu pursued Uchiha Suki leisurely, displaying an unsettling patience, continuously using words to dismantle the girl as defenses. Sarutobi Shino and Chio were likely in dire straits themselves, probably dead. Uchiha Shursui possesses commendable speed and considerable strength, yet he has remained conspicuously absent, likely in a desperate bid for survival. Uehara Mori, that ineffectual fool, is not seriously expected to rely on a mere child who has only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Kakuzu's mocking voice echoed, eagerly awaiting the moment when the girl would inevitably weaken. Uchiha Tsuki's abdomen was grievously pierced by Kakuzu's hand, her intestines torn asunder, a wound exceedingly difficult to heal. Even if he refrained from pursuing her now, returning to the Leaf Village for treatment would likely prove futile. Kakuzu's taunts did not incite Uchiha Tsuki's rage. Rather, they ignited her fighting spirit. In times of peril, one finds no reliable support. Only one's own strength can be trusted. The two adversaries engaged in a relentless chase. Uchiha Tsuki sensed that the bleeding from her abdomen had ceased, binding her wound with a bandage. Gripping her ninja blade, she pivoted and charged at Kakuzu, determined to fight with all her might. Today, it would be either his demise or hers. Uchiha Tsuki was far from a frail maiden. She had undertaken missions since the tender age of 6, facing countless life-threatening crises and formidable foes. I am a person of insatiable desires, family, friendship, career, and dreams, all clutched tightly and never relinquished. I shall not perish here. Uchiha Tsuki activated her Sharingan, her unwavering will interwoven with a terrifying bloodlust. Her ocular power, already formidable, began to ascend towards an enigmatic and potent realm. Upon witnessing Uchiha Tsuki charge, Kakuzu's expression twisted into a grimace, his green pupils reflecting the image of the girl. You refuse to follow the path to paradise, yet you dare to intrude upon the gates of hell. I shall claim your heart. Once he possessed Uchiha Tsuki's heart, his strength would undoubtedly surge to an unprecedented peak, one not seen in decades. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Vacuum sword, fire release, dragon flame, earth release, earth spear, lightning release, false darkness. Their powerful jutsu obliterated the landscape, shattering the heavens. Today, only one could emerge alive from this battleground. Uehara Mori, swift as the wind, soon caught sight of the inferno raging within the forest. The ground trembled as if hundreds of pile drivers were pounding the earth. Observing the commotion, he surmised that the washerboard was faring quite well. As he approached, he first sensed an ominously dark chakra, exuding a malevolent aura. This chakra bore a resemblance to Uchiha Tsuki's, but was far more sinister. If Tsuki's chakra felt like an ice block at 30 degrees below zero, this one seemed to plunge into depths of 100 degrees below. The transformation was so drastic that he hesitated to confirm it. Another chakra emitted a foul stench, reminiscent of a 100-year-old, preserved rice dumpling. Uehara Mori had never encountered such a repugnant chakra, one that could penetrate the very soul. Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, he finally beheld the two combatants. One was a monster, stitched together, accompanied by two dark figures adorned with masks. Kakuzu. No wonder the foul odor. He was indeed a rice dumpling. Two shattered masks lay on the ground, indicating that two masked creatures had been slain. Uehara Mori marveled at Kakuzu's peculiar form, estimating him to be at least 70 years old. Observing the lively Kakuzu, he knew that even in 200 years, he would still be spry, provided he was not killed first. Turning his gaze to Uchiha Tsuki, he thought, what in the world? Has the washerboard somehow gained extraordinary powers? Her chakra has doubled compared to before. The increase in chakra could stem from either consuming forbidden drugs like Sarutobi Shin, or from a strengthening of her body or spirit. Judging by Uchiha Tsuki's demeanor, her chakra appeared stable, not indicative of drug use. Furthermore, she had not employed any ninjutsu to enhance her physicality, leading to only one conclusion. Uchiha Tsuki's spirit had indeed grown stronger. Could it be that the washerboard had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uehara Mori retrieved his precious telescope and focused on Uchiha Tsuki. To his astonishment, she had indeed activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Unbelievable. How could a 12-year-old awaken such power? He recalled that even the prodigious Uchiha Itachi had to wait until 13 to unlock his Mangekyo Sharingan, and that was only after witnessing the suicide of his dearest friend. Uchiha Shursui. Recently, Uchiha Ko, the clan's elder, had led the elite Uchiha on a perilous mission, where many perished, and those who survived were left half-mad. Yet none could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Pondering Uchiha Tsuki's circumstances, Uehara Mori could not fathom what she might have lost. After much contemplation, he could only conclude, the washerboard's talent has shattered the ceiling of the ninja world, defying all reason. What is an insurmountable barrier for others is merely a trivial hurdle for the washerboard. Chapter 65. Uchiha Ko's ambush. Kakazu, faced with the suddenly transformed girl before him, exclaimed, "This is preposterous." He had nearly succeeded in killing Uchiha Tsuki, only to witness a miraculous change. As she blinked, her Sharingan's 3 tomos spun rapidly, coalescing into a kaleidoscopic form. In an instant, her chakra surged, and all her wounds healed, even the gaping hole in her abdomen. Kakazu, well versed in the ways of battle and having witnessed Uchiha Madara in action, recognized that Uchiha Tsuki had awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, surmising that its abilities pertained to restoration. A sense of retreat began to creep over him. Moreover, after opening her eyes, Uchiha Tsuki unleashed her might, effortlessly dispatching 2 of the masked creatures, her power truly fearsome. Vacuum Sword. A multitude of wind blades, towering as high as the trees in the forest, erupted from Uchiha Tsuki's razor-sharp ninja blade, severing all obstacles in their path and hurtling towards Kakazu. In haste, he and the 2 masked creatures sought to defend themselves. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head carving. Lightning release, false darkness. The clash of various ninjutsu and wind blades produced a cataclysmic explosion, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. As smoke billowed, Uchiha Tsuki skillfully evaded it, her Mangekyo Sharingan vigilantly scanning the surroundings, refusing to relent. Uehara Mori, positioned beyond the battlefield, had a clearer view and, with his sensing ability, discerned that Kakuzu was fleeing, his aura significantly diminished, likely injured in their recent confrontation. He chose not to intervene. Kakuzu was a well-known affluent figure in the ninja world. Eliminating him now would mean that Uchiha Tsuki would claim the lion's share of the spoils. If he spared Kakuzu's life, Uehara Mori could later hunt him down alone to seize that immense wealth. Indeed, he could even exploit Kakuzu as a source of income, reaping benefits from him time and again. As the dust settled, Uchiha Tsuki observed yet another shattered mask on the ground. Realizing that Kakuzu had fled in a desperate bid for survival, she turned to Uehara Mori, who was perched upon a stone, watching the spectacle unfold, and deactivated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Tears of blood cascaded down her cheeks. Clearly, the Mangekyo Sharingan could not be used frequently, the strain was too great. Wiping away her bloodied tears, Uchiha Tsuki staggered toward Uehara Mori, eager to present herself with an air of bravado. However, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. The toll of activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with significant blood loss, had left her body severely depleted. Once the battle concluded, she could no longer endure. Uehara Mori stepped forward, supporting her. Uchiha Tsuki's attire was tattered, drenched in fresh blood, still warm. Dazed, she opened her eyes, acutely aware of her dire state, and declared, 1 million. Carry me back to the Leaf Village. Very well, my dear boss, a generous offer of 10 million, Uehara Mori jested. Uchiha Tsuki glared at him, nearly infuriated. At such a critical moment, he dared to jest. She rolled her eyes, prepared to retort, her lips parting, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Alas, if you were to die of anger, I would inherit your fortune, he mused, delivering a slap to Uchiha Tsuki's face. Seeing her still unresponsive, he slapped her again. With a precise slap to either side of her face, Uehara Mori felt a twinge of guilt. After some contemplation, he utilized a technique to erase the marks left by the slaps. Reluctantly, he lifted her onto his back. The young girl now exhibited no defenses against men. What would happen if she were to be mishandled? He ventured into the woods, taking an alternate route to locate Uchiha Shursui. A minute later, Chiyo and Yakura arrived at the battlefield, only to find it deserted, devoid of any corpses, prompting them to seek out Kakuzu for further information. Amitba, Uehara Mori muttered to himself, I have amassed immeasurable merit today, having at least constructed 14 stupas. He skillfully evaded all the sand ninja, successfully bringing Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Shursui beyond their defenses. He carried the unconscious Uchiha Tsuki on his back, while holding the weakened Uchiha Shursui in his left hand. Slow down, Mori. Ugh. Uchiha Shursui felt no semblance of relief. Instead, he felt as though his stomach was about to expel its contents. A sense of injustice welled within him. Wasn't it said that men and women were equal? Why then did it seem that the scales had tipped in favor of women now? Uchiha Suki could rest comfortably on his broad back, while he was merely a burden, akin to a handbag. Uehara Mori expressed his dissatisfaction. Shursui, you are mistaken. The laundry board is a VTP client, having paid $1 million. And you? Not a single coin to my name. Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss for words. This mission had truly reshaped his perception of Uehara Mori. Although he had never witnessed Mori in battle, he could feel the weight of his prowess. Carrying both him and Uchiha Suki felt as effortless as lifting a piece of paper. After half an hour of running, he had not heard Mori so much as breathe heavily. Most impressively, Mori had deftly evaded the searches of over 100 sand ninja without being detected even once. Regardless of Uchiha Shursue's thoughts, Uehara Mori continued his chatter as he made his way toward the Konoha camp. After advancing another 20 kilometers, he sensed an overwhelming chakra approaching him. He did not shy away, as it belonged to Uchiha Ku. He was eager to gauge Ku's attitude towards Uchiha Suki. Uehara Mori had slain Sarutobi Shino, and while he doubted his actions would come to light, he knew the risks were ever present. If discovered, he would undoubtedly become a target for Sarutobi Hisashi. Even if he remained undetected, the possibility of being pursued by Hisashi still loomed large. Should a son of his perish while his teammates survived, it would be only natural for him to blame the living comrades. In times of strife, alliances became paramount, and Uchiha Suki was the most suitable ally, as he understood her better than anyone else. The relationship between Uchiha Ku and Uchiha Suki was fraught with tension, the specifics of which were somewhat unclear to Uehara Mori. He did not avoid Uchiha Ku, wishing to ascertain the true nature of their discord, whether they were mortal enemies or if there remained a chance for reconciliation. Mere seconds later, the imposing figure of Uchiha Ku stood before Uehara Mori. There was a distance of 20 meters between them, which might have seemed safe, yet to both, it felt as though merely 2 steps separated them. Their eyes locked in silence. Uchiha Shursui, being carried, sensed an unusual atmosphere and opted to feign unconsciousness. Mori-kun, it has been a while, Ku remarked. Indeed, it has, Mori replied, and once more silence enveloped them. Observing Uehara Mori's burden of the unconscious Uchiha Suki stirred something within Uchiha Ku, who then stated, "It is inappropriate for a man to carry a woman. Let me take her." Uchiha Shursui sensed something amiss in Ku's words. Although he was not particularly astute in matters of power dynamics, he could feel the underlying malice in Ku's tone. Uehara Mori smacked his lips, replying, "Oh, Kudano, you are a person of great stature. I shall handle this trivial matter myself." He had already discerned the outcome. Should he relinquish Uchiha Suki to Uchiha Ku, her fate would be sealed. Chapter 66. A matter of respect come now. A little respect, if you please, Uchiha Ku said with a beaming smile, extending a hand. Once they shook, he would not press Uehara Mori further. Mori's face was adorned with a smile, though he gently shook his head, saying, "Do you comprehend how significant Uchiha Suki is to me? She is my fortune incarnate. Your esteem holds no weight before her." Uchiha Shursue's body stiffened. He wished fervently to silence Uehara Mori. Goodness gracious, how could one be so foolish? Confronting a formidable foe without retreating is not the mark of a wise man. Uchiha Shursui was no fool. He surmised that Uchiha Ku had come with intentions to eliminate Uchiha Suki. He suspected Ku planned to eradicate all 3 of them without leaving a trace. Uchiha Ku scrutinized Uehara Mori for a moment before shaking his head. "By the way, how did the mission fare?" he inquired, stepping closer, his chakra surging like a rampaging beast within him. Uehara Mori swiftly knocked Uchiha Shursui unconscious, realizing that some truths were better left undisclosed. Maintaining a relaxed demeanor, he emitted no hint of his true power. In reality, he had opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, rapidly converting a large amount of Shura chakra. As long as Uchiha Ku refrained from making a move, he would surely deliver a devastating counterstrike. "Kudano, this mission has been rather unfortunate. We were besieged by the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo, and Kakazu, 3 formidable shadow-level adversaries. Chikakaza met a gruesome end." Uchiha Ku, unable to detect Uehara Mori's chakra, grew increasingly wary, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan and slowing his pace. "Mori-kun, where is Sarutobi Shino?" "I am uncertain of the captain's condition," came a feeble voice from Uehara Mori's back. Uchiha Ku halted, now merely 10 meters from Uehara Mori. He glanced at the awakening Uchiha Suki and sighed. "Suki, your timing is impeccable." Indeed, it was fortuitous. Had she awoken any later, he would have acted. With her consciousness restored, the precious opportunity had slipped away. No matter how weak Uchiha Tsuki appeared, she remained a significant threat. Elder, I have awaited your presence. Why do you hesitate? Uchiha Tsuki spoke with a light-hearted tone, laced with sarcasm. Uchiha Ku merely huffed in response, remaining silent. He turned back to Uehara Mori, asking, "What has become of Sarutobi Shino?" Feigning recollection, Uehara Mori fabricated a tale, the last I saw of the captain. He was engaged in battle with a massive ape alongside the 4th Kazekage and Chiyo. Concerned for Shursui and Tsuki's safety, I chose to disregard him. Having absorbed this information, Uchiha Ku declared, "Understood. Let us return to the Konoha camp." He surmised that if Sarutobi Shino were still alive, he would likely make his way there. If he had perished, news would come swiftly. Uchiha Tsuki called out to Uchiha Ku, who was preparing to depart, "Elder, for the sake of our clan. After the war concludes, let us engage in a duel. The victor shall claim the allegiance of the other's forces." She had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and her ambitions had expanded significantly. Understanding that the Uchiha could no longer afford internal strife, they needed to unite to enhance their strength. Furthermore, after the night's harrowing ordeal, she realized the truth in Uehara Mori's words. True power was paramount. With sufficient strength, others would naturally gravitate towards her, joining her cause. Thus, she resolved to focus on her cultivation during the war, entrusting the development of her forces to Uchiha Kun. The conflict with Uchiha Ku could be set aside for the time being. Uchiha Ku regarded Uchiha Tsuki with surprise, seemingly taken aback that the girl who had previously sought to expand her power so fervently would now utter such words. Very well, Uchiha Ku feigned agreement. He was no fool. Having surpassed the age of 50, his strength was gradually diminishing. Yet, the prowess of Uchiha Tsuki was growing stronger by the day. Should a confrontation arise between the two in the future, the outcome was uncertain. He leaned more towards eliminating Uchiha Tsuki during the turmoil of war. Uchiha Tsuki, unaware of the veracity of Uchiha Sora's words, chose to temporarily believe him. Time would unveil the truth. Uchiha Sora then turned to Uehara Mori, stating, "Mori-kun, the next time we meet, you shall be my adversary." Changing the subject, he added, "Rest assured, I shall keep your strength a secret and won't disclose it to others." After saying this, he distanced himself from Uehara Mori. Uehara Mori inquired of Uchiha Tsuki, "Do you believe what he said is true?" He perceived Uchiha Sora as cunning and deceitful, suspecting that 9.5 of his 10 statements were false, with the remaining half being a blend of truth and falsehood. Uchiha Tsuki rolled her eyes, reassuring, "Fear not, our conflict with Uchiha Sora is merely an internal family affair. Given his pride, he would never expose your strength to outsiders." Uehara Mori sighed in relief. If his abilities were fully revealed now, especially in the wake of Sarutobi Shin's demise, he would undoubtedly become a prime target for the 3rd Hokage. His fear did not lie in Sarutobi Hisashi harming him, but rather in Hisashi using his power to endanger Might Dai and Might Guy. Unbeknownst to him, despite his seemingly reserved demeanor, Uehara Mori was quite impulsive. Maintaining a distance of several hundred meters from Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Sora, they were mutually distrustful and uncommunicative. Uchiha Tsuki, her complexion pale, yet her eyes bright with joy, playfully poked Uehara Mori's cheek and said, "Little flathead, let us form an alliance." Her voice was filled with confidence, pride, and cheerfulness. "What is your monthly salary?" Uehara Mori did not respond directly. Previously, Uchiha Tsuki had mentioned 5 million ryo per month. After saving her life again, he felt a raise was in order. Uchiha Tsuki momentarily faltered in her delight. Money was a fickle beast, coveted by all, including the aloof beauty that was Uchiha Tsuki. Furthermore, she had confidently guaranteed Uchiha Kun that Uehara Mori would come seeking assurances, where she would significantly suppress his salary. Yet, recalling how he had once again rescued her, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Infinite, I shall provide you whatever you require for the month." She estimated that Uehara Mori would not spend much. After all, as a man, as long as he refrained from gambling or visiting brothels, he would not require much expenditure. "Really?" Uehara Mori exclaimed in joy, hardly believing it. "More genuine than gold." "Very well, let us ally," he declared as he shook hands with Uchiha Tsuki, symbolizing the commencement of a new relationship. Upon confirming their alliance, Uehara Mori revealed his true intentions. "Beautiful and lovely Tsuki-chan, please grant me 30 million ryo. This will cover my monthly medicinal expenses." Uchiha Suki was taken aback, having never encountered someone with such audacity. What sort of medicine cost that much? Uehara Mori explained, the medication for lightning release chakra mode. Each dose costs 100,000 ryo, and with a daily requirement of 10 doses, that amounts to 30 million for a month. Listening to Uehara Mori's words, Uchiha Suki burst into laughter. 100,000 is the price for commoners. The Uchiha only charge 30,000 per dose. Her voice dwindled. 30,000 per dose. 10 doses a day, totals 300,000, amounting to 9 million for the month, nearly doubling the 5 million. Uehara Mori fell silent, his heart nearly bursting. No one had ever dared to swindle him for such a sum. Commoners truly were like chives, easily harvested. The two simultaneously cursed, rogue merchants. Uchiha Suki continued to dishearten Uehara Mori, saying, Mori, Shimura Danzo intends to eliminate you and me. She divulged all she knew. Uehara Mori, brimming with confidence, boldly declared, Bring one, I shall slay one. Bring two, I shall slay two. He had prepared to resist the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, since his graduation. And now he had already slain Sarutobi Shin. Though the third Hokage remained unaware of these events, their destinies would eventually clash. With the addition of Shimura Danzo, Uehara Mori felt unfazed. At worst, he would find an opportunity to eliminate Danzo. Of course, he would not disclose his intentions regarding Sarutobi Shin's demise or provoking the third Hokage to Uchiha Suki. After all, friends were meant to be exploited. Uchiha Suki, with a sweet smile, advised Uehara Mori, Mori-kun, I believe you should strive to remain low-key in the future. You are our team's trump card, and hidden away. You shall yield remarkable results. This mission had been orchestrated to annihilate them, but it had faltered due to their failure to account for his strength. Uehara Mori, recognizing the seriousness in Uchiha Suki's tone, readily agreed. No problem. This approach effectively shielded Uehara Mori while granting him time to cultivate his abilities. At this stage, he was more inclined to enhance his strength rather than squander time in futile conflicts. Should an enemy attack, he would retaliate fiercely. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the reinforcements and returned to the Konoha camp together. Chapter 67. No one can dominate Konoha at 6 in the morning. Within the command center of the Konoha camp, the room was filled with the prominent leaders of various departments, enveloped in a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of subdued breaths. Each person bore a serious expression, wary of drawing attention. They had been present since 2 o'clock, with none daring to leave. They were already aware of the mission's failure and had received word that it had been compromised due to leaked intelligence. Currently, an investigation was underway regarding Uehara Mori and others to uncover the source of the leak. Only Sarutobi Shin was unaccounted for, temporarily classified as missing. Their concern over the mission's failure was minimal. Such a gathering was unnecessary. The crux of the matter lay in Sarutobi Shin's unique status, with an incident having occurred. They had come to bear witness. In truth, speculation circulated among them that Sarutobi Shin had been captured alive, as this was the most likely scenario. His death was a low-probability event. Should Sarutobi Shin indeed be slain, it would trigger a seismic upheaval. From the perspective of the third Hokage, seeking vengeance for his kin was a righteous cause. From Konoha's standpoint, the death of a Kaga-level powerhouse necessitated bloodshed and sacrifice to uphold the unassailable dignity of Konoha. Failure to exact a fierce retribution upon Sunagakure would indicate Konoha's retreat and lack of strength, provoking even more terrifying assaults from other ninja villages. From Sunagakure's perspective, having just slain a Kaga-level powerhouse from Konoha, now was the opportune moment to strike while Konoha was at its weakest. Should Sarutobi Shin perish, it would herald a significant escalation in the war. Observing the grave expressions of the Konoha dignitaries, Uehara Mori feigned a serious demeanor, blending in while secretly chuckling to himself. A bunch of fools, Sarutobi Shin has long since been dealt with by me. Instead of preparing for battle, they are here interrogating this and that. Orochimaru and Narashikaku had just concluded hearing reports from Uehara Mori, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Suki, Uchiha Sora, and others, meticulously cross-referencing their accounts. At the center of the command center, the intelligence division's Yamashiro Katsu, accompanied by a team of mind-reading ninjas, was employing the mind-reading technique on Senki Kasumi. The mind-reading technique was a marvel of ninjutsu. Even if a person had perished, as long as their brain remained intact, it was possible to extract any memories from their life through this technique, a true divine ability. Uehara Mori harbored a desire to learn this jutsu. Mastering it would allow him to extract techniques from the minds of various ninjas, liberating him from the worry of lacking jutsu to study. Regrettably, this technique was a closely guarded secret of the Yamashiro clan, accessible only to a select few within the clan and the mind-reading division. Even the sealing book of Konoha did not contain such jutsu. Half an hour later, the mind-reading technique that had persisted for 3 hours came to an end as Yamano Kaichi and the other 3 members of the analysis class put down their hands. Yamano Kaichi's complexion was pale, and his facial muscles contorted in anger, clearly having uncovered some disturbing truths from Chien Shisha's memories. Nara Shikahiza, a childhood friend of Yamano Kaichi, who understood his usually stoic friend well, recognized that Kaichi must be seething with rage to exhibit such a countenance. Had he discovered from Chien Shisha's mind who had leaked information, resulting in their failure? Kaichi, have you found anything that aligns with what Uehara Mori and the others stated? Yamano Kaichi ignored Nara Shikahiza and turned to address everyone present, declaring, Chien Shisha and Sarutobi Shino must face the direst consequences for their heinous deeds, beyond redemption. He recounted the malevolent acts committed by Sarutobi Shino and Chien Shisha, including the theft of vast resources from Konoha, collusion with foreign ninjas to undermine Konoha's interests, and the unwarranted killings of dozens of Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Shino had also murdered several Umbu members, with Yamano Kaichi's cousin among the fallen. The death of his cousin remained an indelible scar on Yamano Kaichi's heart, fueling his fury. He knew that if he did not voice these grievances in this public forum, the opportunity might never arise again. Nara Shikahiza attempted to speak several times, but remained silent. Yamano Kaichi's words were undoubtedly offensive to the third Hokage. His accusations against Sarutobi Shino would likely incur the ire of the third Hokage, jeopardizing his position. Several individuals close to the third Hokage immediately stood up to admonish him. Yamano Kaichi, what are you doing? Don't lose your mind. This is outrageous. Ignoring their remarks, Yamano Kaichi continued his impassioned speech. He refused to believe that Konoha had lost its sense of justice. The majority of those present exchanged concerned glances, but remained silent. The attendees were primarily influential figures within Konoha, and while they were not particularly invested in the specifics of Yamano Kaichi's claims, they recognized the malevolent character of Sarutobi Shino. If Sarutobi Shino survived and returned to the camp as deputy commander, they would be living in fear of his potential treachery. Their eyes communicated a shared consensus without uttering a word. Sarutobi Shino must face severe punishment and could not remain in the Konoha camp. Having concluded his account, Yamano Kaichi fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, the commander of the camp, and implored, Please, Lord Orochimaru, uphold justice. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of delight at this opportunity to win over Yamano Kaichi. In the future, should he run for the position of fourth Hokage, having Yamano Kaichi's support would significantly enhance his chances. He feigned anger, pounding the table and loudly promising, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and deliver justice to the victims. Orochimaru sought to decisively punish Sarutobi Shino, seizing this opportunity not only to thwart Shino's ascent to Hokage, but also to retaliate against the third Hokage. Nara Shikahiza also stepped forward in support, stating, Kaichi, Konoha belongs to us all. No one can dominate unchallenged. He championed his friend Yamano Kaichi, having long harbored grievances against the third Hokage, but refraining from opposing him due to his power. The majority of the remaining attendees rallied in support of Yamano Kaichi, vocally demanding that Sarutobi Shino, the malignant tumor, be punished severely. Uehara Mori observed the unfolding drama from a corner, nearly munching on sunflower seeds, inwardly reflecting. So Sarutobi Shino is truly this vile. It seems eliminating him would indeed be a commendable act. Uchiha Suki, witnessing the crowd's reaction, sighed to herself. I had hoped to rely on Sarutobi Shino to join the Hokage faction, but it appears that hope is dashed. I must distance myself from him. She set her sights on Orochimaru, who continued to denounce Sarutobi Shino, contemplating, must I cultivate a relationship with this unscrupulous snake to gain entry into the Hokage's faction? Uchiha Suki found Orochimaru repugnant and unrealistic. Each time she witnessed Orochimaru's saliva-laden tongue, she felt nauseated. The thought of engaging in jovial conversation with Orochimaru, let alone shaking hands, sent shivers down her spine. This lady had every intention of taking revenge on Orochimaru. How could she possibly forge a bond with him? Moreover, the snake's duplicitous nature was utterly detestable. The intelligence regarding this mission was known only to a select few, most likely leaked by Orochimaru himself, who pretended to seek out the traitor, inciting her disgust. Chapter 68. Uchiha Shirsue's peculiar thought process. Once a consensus was reached, Yamano Kaichi finally disclosed the information he had obtained. Shortly thereafter, Uehara Mori and his companions were exonerated from suspicion of leaking information and released unscathed. Following the conclusion of the inquiries, everyone departed from the Konoha camp. As they exited, the misdeeds of Sarutobi Shino spread throughout the camp like a virus, igniting outrage among the Konoha ninjas, who nearly overturned the command center in their fury. Soon after, a multitude of Konoha ninjas collectively submitted a petition demanding a thorough investigation into the matter, insisting that Sarutobi Shino be permanently shamed. Among them were undoubtedly Orochimaru and Nara Shikahisa, who incited the uproar. By 10 o'clock in the morning, various pieces of evidence regarding Sarutobi Shino's crimes and the ninjas' insurrection reached the Hokage's office through special channels. Uehara Mori had returned home that morning to sleep and awoke in the afternoon to find the camp in an uproar. Listening closely, he discerned that everyone was cursing Sarutobi Shino. Stroking his chin, he mused, "Umatba, he truly deserves it. Fortunately, I cleverly brought back Chien Shisha's head, otherwise, I would have missed this splendid performance." The news of Sarutobi Shino's demise had yet to reach Konoha. When it did, it would be a true spectacle. Uehara Mori pondered aloud. Given Sarutobi Hizashi's character, valuing Konoha's stability above all, he will likely hastily issue a punishment announcement for Sarutobi Shino, claiming a failure in parental guidance and promising it won't happen again. He chuckled softly. If the announcement is released before the news of Sarutobi Shino's death, the amusement will be unparalleled. Sarutobi Shino will surely be permanently marked as a disgrace in Konoha, forever condemned. At 5:30 in the afternoon, after Uehara Mori finished his meal, the anticipated spectacle indeed arrived. Two ninjas affixed a notice to the bulletin board. The announcement detailed the punishment for Sarutobi Shino, compensation for the victims, and a plethora of apologies from the third Hokage regarding inadequate oversight. As the notice was being posted, a crowd of ninjas quickly scanned it. Laughter erupted among them. That wretched man has finally faced justice. He got what he deserved. Some, however, felt it was insufficient. Sarutobi Shino truly deserves death. Being assigned to guard the borders and ordered to eliminate 3 enemy shadow-level ninjas is far too lenient. During wartime, the son of the Hokage, if not powerful or useful, would face execution, one explained. Uchiha Shirsue, having just awakened, dragged his ailing body to the bulletin board and meticulously read every word. Uehara Mori approached, engrossed in the unfolding drama, delighting in the moment. "Big Bear, you've finally fallen into my trap." He relished the thought of Sarutobi Shino, who considered him a mere pawn, now facing disgrace. Unable to voice his satisfaction, he turned his attention to Uchiha Shirsue, finding him amusingly naive. "Shirsue, what do you think of the Hokage's punishment?" Uchiha Shirsue, tears welling in his eyes, looked at Uehara Mori and said, "Mori, the Hokage is truly magnificent, selfless beyond compare. As a Hokage, the ability to impose severe punishment on one's own son is truly remarkable." Uehara's son was astonished, pondering the peculiar mindset behind such actions. Despite this, he still perceived the third Hokage as selfless. He took Uchiha Shirsue to a secluded area where certain words could not be overheard. Observing Uchiha Shirsue, who was deeply moved by the third Hokage's actions, Uehara's son remarked, "Shirsue, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities, he must be aware of the majority of what Sarutobi Shino has done, if not all. Yet he allows Sarutobi Shino to continue his malevolent deeds. Do you still believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is selfless?" He addressed the Hokage by name, omitting the honorific title, displaying a distinctly impolite demeanor towards the third Hokage. Uchiha Shirsue looked at Uehara's son with a hint of confusion and replied, "The Hokage must surely know of Sarutobi Shino's misdeeds." He clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk slowly. "Isn't it quite normal for officials to protect one another and for families to shield their kin? If my son were to commit wrongdoing and face punishment, I would undoubtedly conceal the matter. The Hokage merely made a mistake that many fathers would make. Accumulating repeated errors has led to the current situation." Uehara's son was left speechless, directly questioning, "If you are aware of this, why do you still regard the third Hokage as selfless?" Uchiha Shirsue cast a glance at Uehara's son, shaking his head slightly, as if to say, You foolish one, you still fail to grasp my point. If the Hokage were truly selfish, he would have disregarded the greater good and dealt with Sarutobi Shino harshly. Instead, he considered the bigger picture and acted for the benefit of the entire Konoha by punishing Sarutobi Shino severely. Do you believe Sarutobi Shino deserves death? Uehara-san inquired. He does not deserve to die. Why? Because Sarutobi Shino is a powerful figure. His value to Konoha far surpasses that of numerous low-level ninjas. His life is far more precious. Upon hearing Uchiha Shirsue's perspective, Uehara-san felt a sense of oppression. Shirsue's views were not solitary but echoed the sentiments of the entire ninja collective. Uehara-san believed that taking a life must be met with a life in return. It was a fundamental principle. Every individual he had slain was guilty, either as an enemy from Sunagakure or as someone harboring murderous intent against him. He had never taken an innocent life. Uehara-san became acutely aware of the stark differences between himself, a product of a law-abiding society, and the ninjas of Konoha. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Sarutobi Shino truly deserved death. Oh, but Sarutobi Shino had already met his demise at his own hands. So, it was of no consequence. Uehara-san glanced at the adoring Uchiha Shirsue and mused. Is it possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen's harsh punishment of Sarutobi Shino was merely to preserve his position as Hokage? Uchiha Shirsue was momentarily taken aback. Staring blankly for a considerable time, he shot a fierce glare at Uehara-san, tempted to exclaim, "Damn you! How dare you disrupt my convictions?" Yet, the more he pondered, the more he found merit in Uehara-san's words, prompting him to turn away. The next day, a shocking revelation reverberated throughout the Konoha encampment. Sarutobi Shino had been slain, taken down by the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Early that morning, Raza taunted Konoha from the front lines, displaying Sarutobi Shino's lifeless body atop a flagpole in the Sunagakure camp. The head and heart were conspicuously absent, an act of brutal savagery. This display was tantamount to humiliating Konoha. Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku raged against the indignity, yet felt utterly powerless. They longed to retrieve the body from the Sunagakure encampment, but their hands were tied. Orochimaru had orchestrated the assassination of Sarutobi Shino, yet he had not anticipated Shino's utter incompetence. It was one thing to be killed by another, it was another to leave one's corpse for others to claim. He could have taken a page from Hiruzen Sarutobi's book, who, at the time of his demise, not only sought to ensnare his enemies but also ensured the destruction of his own body to leave no loose ends. Chapter 69. Urgently save the Hokage. He is nearing his breaking point upon learning of this news. Uehara-san cursed under his breath. Raza is utterly shameless, claiming undeserved glory. Yet, this turn of events inadvertently relieved Uehara-san of some blame, and he found a sense of satisfaction in that. The death of Sarutobi Shino did not incite widespread outrage in the Konoha encampment. Rather, many felt a sense of relief. Konoha had rid itself of a significant menace. The wronged souls could finally rest in peace. The one most elated was Uchiha Ku, who had spent a lifetime battling Sarutobi Hiruzen, seldom emerging victorious. Upon hearing the news, he gathered numerous clansmen to indulge in drinks and merriment, engaging in light-hearted conversation. However, a considerable number of Konoha ninjas felt a sense of dread, not due to Sarutobi Shino's death, but because of the arrival of the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Many understood the implications of his presence. It signified the conclusion of the conflict between Sunagakure and Kumogakure, heralding an impending large-scale battle and foreshadowing the loss of many lives. The previous afternoon, Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku, among other high-ranking officials, had received intelligence. An army of 10,000 sand ninja was en route to the Land of Rivers, expected to arrive in 4 days. When the sand ninja army arrived, the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha would escalate dramatically. In Konoha, within the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage sat, puffing on a pipe, drawing deep breaths as thick clouds of second-hand smoke enveloped the room. The 2 Umbu operatives in the shadows, who had been present all morning, would have surely questioned whether a mist ninja had unleashed a technique of obscuration had they not been prepared with gas masks. These 2 Umbu were astute, having anticipated the need for protection, having endured a day of second-hand smoke the previous day, their lungs nearly blackened. If they had failed to take precautions today, they might have perished. The 3rd Hokage was oblivious to the Umbu's concerns. Having gone a day and night without sleep, he was beset by a multitude of worries. First, he was grappling with the poisoning of his longtime summon, the Monkey King, which was still under emergency care. Then, there was his son's failed mission and subsequent disappearance. Furthermore, the revelation of his son's past indiscretions led to unrest among the ninja ranks. In an attempt to quell the turmoil, he was compelled to personally intervene, ultimately sacrificing his son's aspirations of becoming Hokage. To compound matters, the fourth Kazekage had made his appearance, with an army of 10,000 sand ninja advancing towards the land of rivers. Fortunately, the third Hokage's extensive experience had enabled him to arrange reinforcements for the Konoha defense line in the land of rivers, with supporting teams poised to depart at any moment. At present, the third Hokage was consumed by thoughts of his rebellious apprentice. Damn you, Orochimaru, you must have leaked this information. Did I not merely assign Shino as the vice commander? I was not sending him to assassinate you. Why the overreaction? I have nurtured you for so many years. With a forceful slap, the third Hokage shattered the newly replaced desk, splinters embedding into his palm, blood oozing forth. The two Umbu listened intently, for they were members of the Sarutobi clan, loyal to the third Hokage, and would not divulge what they overheard. The third Hokage's fury was far from quelled. He continued to destroy office supplies while hurling curses at Orochimaru. He had not contemplated the fact that he and Orochimaru were not indebted to one another, nor had he considered his own betrayal of Orochimaru, consistently undermining his interests and emotions. He only remembered his role as Orochimaru's sensei, having cultivated him, while forgetting that Orochimaru had provided him with far more assistance in return. After venting his frustrations regarding Orochimaru, he turned his ire towards Sarutobi Shino. In his mind's eye, the third Hokage envisioned Sarutobi Shino's figure, directing his anger at an empty space. You fool, you imbecile, you stinking brat. I told you to maintain a low profile, to cultivate friendships, and to avoid making enemies. Look at the chaos you've wrought. You maliciously sought to harm Uehara's son and conspired against Uchiha Shisui. What pains me the most is that you dared to provoke Orochimaru. I do not even dare to criticize his experiments, and yet you, a mere novice, have no understanding of the gravity of the situation. The third Hokage was acutely aware of how much Orochimaru valued those experiments. He had, on numerous occasions, infringed upon Orochimaru's interests to pave the way for Sarutobi Shino, yet Orochimaru had always endured, for his bottom line was his experiments. After enduring an incessant barrage of insults, the third Hokage sought respite in a chair, only to discover that all the seats had been reduced to rubble. Dejected, he sank to the floor and resumed his tirade against the ninjas of Konoha. I have safeguarded this village for decades, diligently and without a hint of sloth, amassing countless achievements. Without my intervention, Konoha would have been obliterated in the Second Shinobi World War. Is it such a grave matter that Shinjiro has merely taken a few lives? How can your hearts be so cruel as to wish for his demise? A pack of ungrateful wretches. His fury was not solely directed at Sarutobi Shinjiro's reckless actions, but was compounded by the treachery of Orochimaru, the mutiny among the Konoha ninjas, and a profound concern for the safety of Shinjiro and the Sarutobi clan. The entire day had passed without a whisper regarding Shinjiro's whereabouts. The Sand Shinobi had also remained silent concerning whether he had been captured or had fled. The only one who had escaped the battlefield, the Monkey Guardian, lay unconscious and barely alive, his vitality waning. Were it not for Tsunade's relentless efforts to heal him, he would have likely succumbed by now. The third Hokage was engulfed in impotent rage, filled with regret and sorrow. A loud crash echoed in the Hokage's office, the sound of flesh colliding with steel. The door had been replaced with a formidable steel barrier. Outside, Shimura Danzo's face twisted in anguish, a single tear escaping from the corner of his eye as he leaned heavily on his cane, one foot raised and restless. With an impassive expression, the third Hokage opened the door and remarked, I had it replaced. Do you have a problem with that? Danzo was about to respond when the acrid stench of second-hand smoke assailed him, nearly suffocating him. Peering into the office, he was met with a thick cloud of smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As the door swung open, a gust of wind swept through, causing the smoke to billow out like a torrent. Instantly, the entire Hokage building was filled with the sounds of coughing. After a prolonged wait, once the smoke had dissipated, Danzo stepped into the office. The once orderly space was now in ruins, littered with shards and dark ash. Observing the destruction, Danzo lamented the lack of respect for public property. Had it been his office, he would have cherished it, even sleeping within its confines at night. Turning to the third Hokage, whose eyes were bloodshot, he inquired. Is there still no news about Shinjiro? He already suspected that Sarutobi Shinjiro had perished. His inquiry was merely to inflict further anguish upon the third Hokage. The third Hokage, fully aware of Danzo's intentions to eliminate Uehara and Uchiha Tsuki, had nonetheless included them in Shinjiro's team, attempting to win them over. At that moment, Danzo's resentment towards the third Hokage deepened. Now cognizant of Shinjiro's death, he yearned to witness the agony on the third Hokage's face as he grasped the reality of his son's demise. The third Hokage ignored Danzo, preferring silence in his moment of grief. Time was of the essence. News of Shinjiro's death must soon arrive. Danzo calculated the passing moments until an Umbu entered the Hokage's office, presenting a scroll of intelligence to the third Hokage. Upon a brief glance, the third Hokage's eyes widened in horror. The onlookers were oblivious to the contents of the scroll, only noticing the pallor of the third Hokage's face. His expression one of disbelief. Soon after, he began to froth at the mouth and collapsed, the scroll rolling from his grasp. Danzo seized the opportunity to feign concern, exclaiming, "Quick, save the Hokage. He is about to die from rage. Hurry, take him to the hospital." Once the others had escorted the third Hokage to Konoha Hospital, he remained alone in the office, reveling in the memory of the Hokage's suffering. Danzo closed his eyes, savoring the moment, when suddenly the figures of Uehara and Uchiha Tsuki flickered into his mind. "Hokage, you now truly comprehend my torment. Surely, you wish to eliminate those wretched insects. Fear not. Let us unite to vanquish them. Furthermore, you would never suspect that Shinjiro's demise was orchestrated by me." Alas, he proved rather inept. I had intended for him to eliminate Uehara and Tsuki, yet he failed to accomplish either. However, such detritus was destined for demise. Chapter 70. No justice. How shall we eliminate Uehara, Tsuki, and Uchiha Shursui? The third Hokage inquired. Overwhelmed by the anguish of losing his son, he had been swayed by Danzo's persuasive tongue. With the death of his son, who had been the team leader, how could the others remain unscathed? He even began to suspect that his son's demise might be connected to the trio, albeit the likelihood was slim. A glint of malice flickered in Danzo's eyes. Eliminating Uehara and Shursui will be straightforward, but Tsuki poses a challenge. Our strategy must involve assigning them endless tasks, depriving them of rest, ensuring they perish at the hands of the enemy during perilous missions. Thus, we would also be making use of their incompetence. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, weighing the implications. Such a plan lacks legitimacy. Uehara is a Genin, Tsuki a Chunin, and Shursui a special Jonin. I must elevate them all to Jonin. They should be assembled into a special squad alongside Tsuki, tasked with executing the most dangerous missions. Only then is their demise assured. Yes, let this squad be named the White Fang Team. After further reflection, he amended, Uchiha Kuro and Tsuki are sworn enemies. I shall promote Tsuki to vice captain, letting them tear each other apart. Within the camp, Uchiha Kuro, Tsuki, and Shursui would conspire to undermine Orochimaru's authority. I trust that Orochimaru's ruthless nature will not disappoint us. Danzo applauded with a sinister grin. Hokage, your malice surpasses even that of the most venomous viper. The third Hokage's face darkened at the remark. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Yet Danzo's concerns persisted. If they still do not perish, what then? The third Hokage rapped his fingers against the newly reinforced steel desk, brimming with confidence. They will undoubtedly meet their end. Those three wretches cannot escape my grasp. He then cautioned Danzo, we must proceed with utmost caution, leaving no traces behind. Danzo nodded, departing the Hokage's office with a smile. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, a twinge of regret gnawing at him. Have I erred? Was my impulsiveness misguided? Uehara, Tsuki, and Shursui are innocent. Both Uchiha Shursui and Uehara are steadfast inheritors of the will of fire, the future of Konoha. Tsuki possesses boundless potential, according to Shursui's intelligence. She dreams of becoming Hokage. Have I truly erred? Clutching his chest, he suddenly opened his eyes with a frenzied shout. I am not wrong. My son is dead. Why must they live? In the shadows, Umbu operatives trembled, whispering, is the Hokage unhinged? After a bout of chaotic shouting, the third Hokage quieted, contemplating his actions. He found solace in his reasoning, convinced that Danzo was correct. Yet deep down, he recognized that the true culprits behind Sarutobi Shinjiro's death were the fourth Kazekage, the Sand Village, and this wretched war. He resolved to unleash a portion of the Sarutobi clan's amassed forces in pursuit of vengeance. The following day, 2,000 elite shinobi from the Sarutobi clan surged forth with immense vigor toward the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. Days had passed since Uehara and Suki had formed their alliance. On this day, Uehara received an invitation to Suki's home to celebrate their newfound bond. During the gathering, Uehara, Suki, and Shursui exchanged laughter and conversation, the atmosphere vibrant with camaraderie. After their meal, Uchiha Tsukihime produced over 30 ninjutsu scrolls, all classified as B and A rank, encompassing Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and various elemental techniques. Consider these ninjutsu as my investment in you, she remarked, pushing the scrolls towards Uehara Mori. Uehara's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He felt undeserving of such generosity, especially since he had yet to truly assist Tsukihime. His frequent visits over the past few days to procure medicinal materials for the hot baths only amplified his discomfort. Uchiha Q, gently twirling a strand of her silky hair, spoke softly, "Mori-kun, there is ample time ahead of us. The stronger you become, the safer we all are. Remember, among the three of us, you are the only man. There will be many burdens for you in the future." Uehara ceased his refusals and accepted the ninjutsu scrolls, recognizing their potential to greatly enhance his abilities and fill the gaps in his skill set. Suddenly, a loud bang drew his attention as something struck the window. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a rotten egg. Anger surged within him. Who would dare to bully two women? Before he could step outside to confront the culprit, another 2 eggs hit the glass. Fuming, Uehara opened the door, ready to teach the offenders a lesson. Uchiha Q restrained him, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Mori-kun, don't go. We've grown accustomed to this." Uehara, puzzled, inquired, "What is going on? Who has the audacity to provoke 2 elite shinobi? They must be seeking their own demise." Q explained, "Ever since Sarutobi Shino died, we have been pelted with rotten eggs and stones at night." They blamed Tsukihime for the loss of an elite shinobi. With a heavy sigh, Q continued, "They are not entirely wrong in their actions. A brutal war is on the horizon, and with Sarutobi's death, we have lost a formidable ally. Tsukihime was his teammate, and she bears some responsibility for not protecting him." Seeing Q's troubled expression, Uehara quickly offered comfort. "Q-chan, the blame is misplaced. She nearly lost her life that day, suffering grave injuries." He then retrieved an item from his sealing scroll, something he had intended to return to Tsukihime after witnessing her recovery. He waved the object in front of her, his eyes clear. "Here, let it return to its rightful owner." Q's eyes widened in shock as she beheld what Uehara had produced. While she had seen many intestines in her time, none were as precious as those of Uchiha Tsukihime, and she never wished to see them. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed to Tsukihime, losing one of her shoes in the process, checking her for injuries while scolding, "Tsukihime, why didn't you tell me? It infuriates me." Tsukihime shot a fierce glare at Uehara, who had unintentionally revealed her secret. She had kept it from Q to spare her worry, yet Uehara had exposed it. He waved his hands, indicating it was not his intention, although deep down, he knew it was. Chapter 71. The coming conflict. 2 ruthless elite shinobi would hardly allow such incidents of egg-throwing to persist for days without addressing them. It was absurd. Uehara recalled his first encounter with Q, when she had severed the arms of several Uchiha, and Tsukihime was even more formidable, possessing a depth of cunning and restraint. They did not bully others, but if provoked, it was tantamount to courting death. Uehara suspected they were using this situation to elicit sympathy from him, perhaps to compel him into undertaking perilous tasks. He remained unaware of the true nature of the dangers involved, as they presented him gifts and performed theatrics. Q spent over 10 minutes examining Tsukihime, her eyes reddened from tears. She shot Uehara a stern look, stating, "Mori-kun, I require your assistance with something significant." Tsukihime concurred, "Indeed. Today's primary objective is to collaborate with you on a monumental task." "What task?" Uehara listened intently. Tsukihime lowered her voice, wary of eavesdroppers. "I plan to assault the Sand Ninja's defenses and eliminate 1,000 of them." Noticing Uehara's lack of reaction to her ambitious plan, she elaborated, "In the Land of Rice. The Third Raikage launched a surprise attack, causing our defenses to collapse and resulting in the deaths of thousands of shinobi. I intend to seize this opportunity to establish my name in the shinobi world, facilitating my future endeavors." Uehara pondered, stroking his chin. Tsukihime aimed to capitalize on the prevailing fear within Konoha, positioning herself as the hero they desperately needed, thereby garnering immense admiration from the shinobi and amassing a following. Uehara acknowledged the merit in her strategy. Tsukihime observed him nervously, fully aware of the formidable challenges ahead, particularly the peril of slaying 1,000 sand ninja, a task akin to bringing down 1,000 wild boars. Moreover, there loomed the greatest threat of all, the pursuit by elite shinobi such as the 4th Kazekage. Tsukihime estimated that, assuming success, the endeavor would require at least a day and night, providing ample time for the Sand's elite to surround and eliminate them. Although she possessed immense confidence in her abilities, even she felt trepidation at the thought of facing multiple elite opponents, knowing that even a moment's carelessness could be fatal. As Uehara remained silent, Tsukihime braced herself for rejection, understanding that fear was a natural response. However, Uehara's expression turned serious as he addressed her. "I cannot support your course of action. Your audacity." He shook his head disapprovingly. Tsukihime slumped back in her chair. "I understand. You need not elaborate." Uehara's voice boomed, startling Tsukihime. "Nonsense. You are far too timid. In my opinion, you should aim to eliminate at least 2,000. 1,000 will hardly garner any renown." He crossed his arms, looking down at Tsukihime with a teasing smirk. "I am your steadfast ally, after all." Tsukihime playfully retorted. "Do not flatter yourself. You are merely my kept man." Hugh watched the exchange with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Uehara bid farewell to the two beautiful women, clutching a bundle of ninjutsu scrolls. Once he departed, Hugh secured the doors and windows, sighing, "This little flat top proves to be quite a challenge, yet he possesses some conscience." Tsukihime rested her chin in her hand, contemplating. "I am now nearly certain that Uehara was responsible for Tsurutobi Shino's demise. His claim of slaying 2,000 sand ninja indicates immense confidence in his abilities. Generally, it is beyond the capacity of an elite shinobi to defeat 1,000. The plan Tsukihime proposed was not only a scheme to be executed, but also a test of Uehara's resolve. Hugh nodded in agreement, indeed. Fortunately, while we were investigating the true culprit behind Tsurutobi Shino's death, we stumbled upon intelligence revealing he was killed by a powerful taijutsu user. Today's trial has confirmed our suspicions." After a brief pause, she added, "Let us keep this from Uehara. He is willing to assist us, and we must not betray his trust." On January 8th, 46th year of Konoha, 3 pieces of news struck the Konoha camp like meteors, causing widespread shock. The first announcement revealed that the Sand Ninja army had arrived, totaling over 16,000, a terrifying force indeed. In the second report, on the battlefield of Taienshiguo, a fierce clash erupted between Konohagakure and Kumogakure, during which the third Raikage made a sudden appearance, leading to the collapse of the Konoha defense and the slaughter of 3,000 Konoha ninjas. Shortly thereafter, the Kuminen army is poised to invade the Land of Fire. The third report indicates that the reinforcements from the Land of River have arrived at the Konoha camp. However, only 6,000 of the 10,000 ninjas made it there. The remaining 4,000 Konoha ninjas have rushed to the border of the Land of Fire to intercept the Kuminen forces. At the Sand Ninja Command Center, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, seated at the head, has now taken over the role of Supreme Commander, previously held by Chiyo. Before him stood several elite jonin, all standing tall with radiant smiles. The 4th Kazekage rose, his expression joyful and brimming with confidence, exclaiming, "Comrades, a new era for our Sand Ninjas is about to dawn." Konoha originally had 5,000, and with the addition of 4,000 ordinary ninjas and 2,000 elite members of the Tsurutobi clan, they total merely 11,000. We possess 18,000 elite forces, nearly double their numbers. The most significant moment in the history of Sunagakure is imminent. He raised his hands high, his voice resonant and passionate. "Whose is the fertile land of the Land of Fire?" The Sand Ninjas shouted fervently, "It is ours! It is ours! It is ours!" Repeating thrice, their fighting spirit soared, nearly overturning the command center. Waves of immense chakra intertwined to form an even greater power, creating gusts of wind within the room. After a considerable time, the war mobilization meeting concluded, leaving only the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo, and Yakumo, Sunagakure's remaining shadow-level combatants. "I wish for the Jinchuriki to take the battlefield," the 4th Kazekage declared. Chiyo inquired, "Are you truly prepared to send Fubuki to the battlefield? The power of tailed beasts is perilous. If it spirals out of control, the consequences would be dire. Fubuki is a Jinchuriki, harboring the formidable Shikaku, which has long been a source of concern for Tsunagekyure's upper echelons. The fourth Kazekage looked at Chiyo, his gaze resolute. This is a critical period. As long as we can vanquish Konoha, any risk is acceptable. Although Yakumo had little contact with Fubuki, he was aware of Fubuki's frailty, remarking, "Given Fubuki's condition, can he still fight? He has become as emaciated as a skeleton over the past year. Moreover, our forces far exceed Konoha's, even if they possess more shadow-level combatants. Their overall strength pales in comparison to ours. A steady and measured approach will surely lead us to victory." Seeing the opposition from both individuals, the fourth Kazekage outwardly acquiesced, while inwardly plotting to discreetly transport Fubuki to the battlefield. Chapter 72. The cunning serpent faces adversity. Zizizizi. Uehara Mori was at home, honing his body through lightning release chakra mode. The immense current meticulously tempered every inch of his muscles and bones, activating his cells with lightning release chakra and enhancing his strength. Since acquiring medicinal bath materials from Uchiha Tsuki, he had entered a frenzied mode, consuming 30 portions of medicinal ingredients each day. Countless medicinal energies were absorbed by Uehara Mori, rapidly augmenting his physique and causing his chakra to surge dramatically. With the increased dosage, his chakra increment rose from 100 per day to 300. His total chakra now reached 10,000, comparable to that of a jonin. His physical prowess had ascended from A to A grade. In terms of physicality, few elite jonin could rival him. Within a mere span of 10 days, he achieved results that would typically require 3 to 4 years of diligent training. Furthermore, due to his enhanced physique, Uehara Mori's 8 gates technique had also grown stronger, unlocking the 5th gate, the gate of dying. Upon opening the 5th gate, his chakra surged to 100,000. If he were to gradually accumulate 10,000 high-quality Ashura chakra using the Ashura chakra mode, he could amass a reserve equivalent to 500,000 ordinary chakra. This was extraordinarily formidable, bringing him close to the prowess of Uchiha Tsuki. The significant enhancement of his abilities was a crucial reason he felt emboldened enough to propose a joint effort to slay 2,000 sand ninjas just a few days prior. However, he now sensed a slowdown in his physical growth, nearing a bottleneck. Uehara Mori was aware that this was due to physiological constraints. He was still too young at merely 13. As he matured, his physique would naturally evolve into that of a shadow-level warrior. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Uehara Mori had just completed his training when he opened the door to find a ninja summoning him to the command center. He felt puzzled. "I'm merely a genin. What business do I have in a meeting?" He found it somewhat amusing. Despite possessing shadow-level strength, he was still classified as a genin. It was said that the genin of Konoha were the most formidable, and it proved to be quite accurate. In the Konoha Camp Command Center, bang! Orochimaru slammed his fist into the wooden table, creating a large hole and sending splinters flying. His golden eyes surveyed the more than 100 jonin seated in the command center, causing them to bow their heads in deference. Even Nara Shikaku was no exception. "What time is it?" Sarutobi Hisashi is still playing power games. His words, though disrespectful to his master, the third Hokage, were understood by all. Even Sarutobi Hisashi, leading 2,000 members of the Sarutobi clan, comprehended him. Shikaku, with his head bowed, fiddled with his fingers, thinking, faced with the immense pressure from the sand ninjas. Hisashi must choose between retreating or holding the line. A rational mind would know to retreat. Yet, he does not choose either, leaving Orochimaru to decide. If Orochimaru were bold enough to bear that responsibility, he would not have sought Hisashi's input. Hisashi had become utterly corrupt, having spent many years with Orochimaru. Nara Shikaku sighed inwardly at the sight of the enraged snake. If the war is lost, Orochimaru will undoubtedly be the scapegoat. What a tragedy to have such a master. Seated in the front row, the shadow-level powerhouse Uchiha Izumi struggled to suppress his amusement, his cheeks flushed with mirth. Witnessing the cunning serpent-face setbacks was a source of great joy. In a corner of the command center sat Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsuki, Uchiha Shursui, and a dozen other ninjas. Uehara Mori regretted not bringing a bag of sunflower seeds. He had been seated for 3 hours, listening to various discussions on how to counter the sand ninjas and their recent peculiar behaviors. Uehara nudged Uchiha Tsuki and whispered, "Tsukikage, it's already January 15th. The sand ninja army has been here for nearly 10 days. Why have they yet to launch an attack? They seem like turtles, utterly immobile, not even engaging in small-scale skirmishes. Do you think there is some hidden agenda?" Uchiha Tsuki was equally perplexed by the sand ninjas' intentions. They might be awaiting reinforcements, possibly coordinating an assault with other ninja villages, or perhaps they were waiting for the right moment. The possibilities were numerous. Uehara leaned closer to Uchiha Suki and whispered, "When will that heroic plan be implemented?" "In the coming days. I have gathered all the intelligence. We just need the right opportunity." Shortly after, the meeting concluded. But no one dared to make a definitive decision, fearing the responsibility. Everyone understood that without subsequent reinforcements, the battle against the Sand Ninjas would likely result in a catastrophic defeat. Just as everyone prepared to leave, Orochimaru announced, "There is a second agenda item, the promotion of Jonin." Everyone who had stood up promptly sat back down. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and two ninjas entered, carrying boxes containing Jonin vests and forehead protectors. With an impressive memory, Orochimaru read aloud a list of names. Those beside Uehara Mori stepped forward to collect their Jonin vests and forehead protectors, their faces lighting up with joy. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Why had Uehara and his companions not been called? Were they merely there as spectators? Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukihime, and Uchiha Shursui exchanged glances, feeling the weight of an awkward silence. Orochimaru observed the trio, questioning whether he had perhaps overlooked mentioning three significant individuals. As he meticulously recalled, he had not erred. He continued, "There are two more esteemed figures I have yet to announce, Miss Uchiha Kurenai and Mr. Sarutobi Hizashi. They shall serve as our new vice commanders." The assembly rose in applause, with Uchiha Sora also standing to offer a few polite claps. Previously, he had been the sole vice commander. Now, two more had joined. One of whom, Uchiha Tsukihime, was an adversary, and the other, Sarutobi Hizashi, a longtime rival. "The meeting is adjourned," Orochimaru declared. "Wait," he added. "The Hokage has also promoted the three of you to Jonin, and I shall make the announcement now." All eyes turned to Orochimaru, who typically handled such promotions. It seemed he was unaware of the elevation of the other three to Jonin status. The Jonin present eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Orochimaru huffed disdainfully. "You announce it yourself?" His tone frigid and evidently displeased. Sarutobi Hizashi seized the opportunity to taunt him. Hizashi looked at Uehara Mori, Tsukihime, and Shursui with a smirk. "You three youngsters have been promoted to Jonin by the Hokage." This was the Hokage's first task for him, to thoroughly diminish the reputations of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime, rendering them a laughingstock. Laughter erupted in the hall. "Ha ha. Uehara Mori is still a Jonin, I suppose. Uchiha Tsukihime is stronger, yet merely a Chunin. I recall they were all comrades of the deceased Hokage's son." The Jonin understood that the third Hokage's decision to elevate the three youths to Jonin was far from benevolent. Uehara Mori turned to Tsukihime and Shursui. "Have we been ensnared in the third Hokage's scheme? How can one leap from Jonin directly to Jonin?" Jonin tasks were relatively elementary. While Jonin missions often ranged from A to S rank, sometimes even involving perilous Super S rank assignments, Uehara Mori yearned to strike back and demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Chapter 73. The Hokage has lost his mind, and so has Orochimaru. Uchiha Shursui remained silent. His admiration for the third Hokage was profound, yet this maneuver left him bewildered. The fact that they were not punished was surprising enough. To be promoted was utterly confounding. A thick air of conspiracy enveloped him, causing his admiration to plummet. Uchiha Tsukihime raised an eyebrow, excitement glimmering in her eyes. "No matter the enemy, I shall sweep them aside." Her audacious declaration sent shivers through the assembly. The enemy she spoke of was none other than the third Hokage himself. While most would merely mock such bravado, the audience was well aware of Tsukihime's formidable record. She had vanquished the shadow-level powerhouse, Hozuki, and defeated the legendary bounty hunter and S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, showcasing terrifying strength. Challenging the third Hokage was indeed a bold endeavor. Sarutobi Hizashi erupted in laughter. "That little Uchiha Tsukihime has some guts. By the way, you've also been promoted to vice commander. Come, collect your vests and headbands." The crowd was taken aback. The first thought that crossed their minds was the sheer absurdity of a 13-year-old vice commander. Another thought was that her virtue did not match her position. Tsukihime lacked experience, achievements, and connections. In short, she was unworthy. Orochimaru's and Uchiha Sora's expressions darkened upon hearing of Tsukihime's promotion to vice commander. This young girl was already a source of apprehension for them, and now she would hold a position that equaled theirs. Furthermore, the addition of another vice commander would dilute their power. Uehara Mori, Tsukihime, and Shursui stepped forward, prepared to receive their vests and headbands. Saratobi Hizashi tossed the vests and headbands to the ground and carelessly stepped on them, feigning an apology. "My bad, I slipped." His intention was clear: to avenge the 2,000 Saratobi ninjas slain by the Sand Ninjas. He aimed to eliminate Uehara Mori, Tsukihime, and Shursui. He glanced at the trio and shrugged. "Though the third Hokage sees potential in you, I believe you need more experience, youngsters." Laughter erupted from the crowd. They could hardly tolerate Hizashi's insufferable demeanor. Uehara Mori, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Some small-minded individuals simply envy talent. We will prove ourselves." Tsukihime beamed. "How about this? The three of us will visit the Sand Ninja front, eliminate a few Sand Ninjas, and boost our comrades' morale. If they tremble at the sight of the Sand Ninjas, I shall see if they are indeed fierce tigers or merely sickly cats. Upon our return, we will be promoted to Jonin." Shursui, with a flicker of inspiration, attempted to contribute but found himself at a loss for words, shouting, "Me too." Saratobi Hizashi applauded loudly. "You truly are promising talents. If you wish to serve Konoha, then go." He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of the three meeting their demise. The Sand Ninja front was heavily fortified, and even a shadow-level powerhouse would face annihilation there. He doubted the trio would return. Uchiha Kurenai intervened. "Tsukihime, Mori, Shursui, do not act impulsively. If you go, what if it triggers a full-scale conflict with the sand? It is far too dangerous." Saratobi Hizashi countered. "Youthful enthusiasm is commendable. Hey, little punk, how many Sand Ninjas do you plan to take down?" Uehara Mori cleared his throat. "Old man Hizashi, such fervor is dangerous. Tread carefully on your nightly walks. As for how many Sand Ninjas to slay, you need not concern yourself. The Sand Ninjas are but trifles. Lady Tsukihime can handle them with ease." Tsukihime nodded proudly, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Uchiha Kurenai. Saratobi Hizashi snorted dismissively, uninterested in quarreling with Uehara Mori. His objective had been achieved. Now, he merely awaited the outcome. He had originally intended to present a document regarding the appointments of Uehara Mori and the others, but he deemed it unnecessary to bring it up, suspecting he would not have another opportunity. Orochimaru, too, voiced his approval of the trio's request. "No problem, go ahead, eliminate as many as you can." He had decided to let them wreak havoc at the Sand Ninja front, hoping to ignite a war and create a significant upheaval. Orochimaru was eager to witness the outcome. If over 10,000 Konoha ninjas perished, what would Saratobi Hizashi do to win the Third Shinobi World War? If he faced hardship, then Hizashi would face even greater tribulation. The others understood Orochimaru's intentions and refrained from dissent. Retreating was the rational course of action, while engaging in battle was a manifestation of their primal instincts. Soon after, the meeting concluded, and the participants dispersed. News of Uehara Mori and the others spread rapidly throughout the Konoha camp like wildfire. Uchiha Kurenai accompanied Uehara Mori and his companions to retrieve their weapons. Once everyone had departed, Orochimaru, the highest authority in the Konoha camp, remained alone in the command center, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "You have truly presented me with a challenging predicament," he mused. In a single camp, there were 4 vice commanders, 3 of whom belonged to the Uchiha clan. They sought to usurp my authority. Is this your form of retaliation? Yet another round of power games. Are we not finished? You continue to pressure me. With his head bowed, Orochimaru's finger taps quickened. He wished to cultivate a good rapport with Uchiha Tsukihime and Uchiha Kurenai, but previous attempts had proven futile. The arrangement to send Uchiha Tsukihime and Kato Tera to annihilate the Sand Ninja stronghold had earned him Tsukihime's intense hatred. While they had not reached the point of mutual destruction, the animosity was palpable. Uchiha Kurenai shared her sentiments. Uchiha Sora is an undeniable factor, and the discord between the two has roots extending back to the Second Shinobi World War. Even Saratobi Hiruzen finds it challenging to coexist amicably with him. A glance around the entire Konoha camp reveals nothing but adversaries, each more formidable than the last. Orochimaru yearns to escape this filthy Konoha, to establish his own influence and immerse himself in the pursuit of immortality. Being the commander is exceedingly burdensome and stifling. Nara Shikaku entered, glancing at Orochimaru, and inquired, "Will those two be able to proceed without causing much commotion?" He favored a staunch defense, resolutely opposing any Sand Shinobi incursion into the Land of Fire that could harm its populace. This was the paramount reason for establishing the defensive line in the Land of Rivers at the onset of the war. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. It's of no concern. The disturbance will be considerable. He estimated that if Uchiha Tsukihime returned alive, she could potentially eliminate 500 or 600 Sand Shinobi, provided she survived the encounter. He had resolved to inform the Sand Shinobi of the mission undertaken by Uehara Mori and his companions, leaving it to the Sand Shinobi's capabilities to locate them. Orochimaru harbored an uncontrollable desire to eliminate Uchiha Tsukihime, unwilling to witness the enemy's growing strength. He was exceedingly confident in his cunning, believing that even should Uchiha Tsukihime survive, she would suffer grievously. As for Uehara Mori, he could only express his regrets. He held him in high regard, though perhaps not deeply so. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru decided to take another stab, declaring, "Let us hold a celebration banquet while we await their return. Since we are already adversaries, we must seize the opportunity to strike them down decisively, ensuring they can never rise again." Nara Shikaku, rarely one to confront Orochimaru, shot him a glare. Their mission hasn't even commenced yet. Proceeding in this manner seems rather inappropriate. You are essentially setting them up for failure. It was not merely inappropriate. It was tantamount to roasting them over an open flame. Should the mission succeed, all would rejoice. But if it were to fail, Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukihime, and Uchiha Shisui would be left in disgrace, facing public scorn. The repercussions for their futures would be devastating. The allies Uchiha Tsukihime had painstakingly gathered might very well abandon her. Orochimaru regarded Nara Shikaku with amusement. Isn't this precisely what our esteemed third Hokage wishes to see? For me to cultivate enmity with the Uchiha clan, vying for power. This opportunity has been presented to us. I cannot be blamed. Nara Shikaku could not help but exclaim, "Orochimaru, you have truly lost your mind." Sarutobi Hiruzen has also gone mad. They disregard the broader interests of Konoha. He believed Orochimaru had lost his sanity due to the betrayal of his most revered teacher, harboring extreme thoughts of self-destruction that could lead to the world's ruin. Orochimaru propped his chin on his hand, his expression relaxed. "Shikaku, you are mistaken. I am not mad, but rather quite rational. Konoha has always been a domain for a select few individuals at the pinnacle. Their grand vision is Konoha's grand vision. We are merely pawns, and it is only natural to employ any means necessary to secure our own interests. I did not fully grasp this before, but I have come to understand it over the years." Orochimaru fixed his serious gaze upon Nara Shikaku. "Shikaku, you may choose not to assist me, but do not hinder my endeavors. Otherwise, we shall become enemies." Chapter 74. The indomitable will to destroy us. After Uehara Mori and his companions departed from the Konoha camp, they did not head directly to the Sand Shinobi's defensive line, but instead stealthily approached the entrance of Orochimaru's underground research facility. Uehara Mori had long anticipated Orochimaru's treachery and had thus discovered the location of his underground base well in advance. "Mori, do you truly believe Orochimaru would relay our intelligence to the Sand Shinobi?" Uchiha Shisui inquired curiously. He found it hard to believe that Orochimaru would betray his comrades. Uehara Mori had insisted upon bringing Uchiha Tsukihime along. He activated his sensory abilities to locate any small white snakes that might be used for transmitting intelligence. How could it be impossible? Have you forgotten how Orochimaru regarded me and Tsukihime as expendable? During the mission with Sarutobi Shinji, they had all been searching for the leak, and Mori was convinced it was Orochimaru. No one else fit the bill. Uchiha Tsukihime remained silent, having harbored similar suspicions but refraining from voicing them. Just as Uchiha Shisui was about to counter, Uehara Mori covered his mouth. They're coming, he whispered, swiftly capturing a small white snake. Each individual has their own habits. For instance, Orochimaru was known to utilize white snakes for delivering information. Very few were aware of this, but Uehara Mori was one of them. He snapped the snake's head and extracted a small scroll from its abdomen. Upon opening it, Uehara Mori let out a cold smirk. As expected, Orochimaru's intentions to destroy us remain unquenched. Uchiha Tsukihime and Uchiha Shisui took the scroll, examining it closely, their expressions darkening. Orochimaru had indeed informed the Sand Shinobi, seeking to use them as instruments of destruction. Although Uchiha Tsukihime was opposed to Orochimaru, she had never contemplated killing him. She was taken aback by his intent to eliminate her first. Uchiha Shisui was filled with rage, his blood boiling, itching to return and settle the score with Orochimaru. Uchiha Tsukihime tucked the intelligence scroll away. "Shisui, Scout the vicinity of the camp to see if anyone else is relaying information to the Sand Shinobi. I will go with the crew-cut fellow to the Sand Shinobi's defensive line. Just the two of you? Uchiha Shursui expressed his concerns. I possess elite Jonin strength. I can assist. Uchiha Tsukihime waved her hand assertively. It is decided, the fewer, the better. Uchiha Shursui had no retort, for Uchiha Tsukihime's strength far surpassed his own. Once Uchiha Shursui departed, Uchiha Tsukihime turned to Uehara Mori, explaining, Shursui leans towards the third Hokage and frequently reports to him. Certain matters must remain concealed from him. Uehara Mori nodded in agreement, understanding that his own strength was not yet ready for exposure. He was left pondering which unfortunate soul would next fall prey to Orochimaru's schemes. Uchiha Tsukihime continued discussing Orochimaru's machinations. It seems that only one of us can survive this encounter with Orochimaru. Uehara Mori shrugged, a relaxed expression on his face. Orochimaru is not so easily dispatched. He is terrified of death and adept in various techniques for self-preservation. However, we must find the time to retaliate against him. He enjoys conducting his research in that underground base. We ought to destroy it. Uchiha Tsukihime's eyes widened, rubbing her hands together in agreement. There may be valuable items within his underground base. We must seize those as well. Let us first execute our mission. Destroying the underground base requires careful planning. We cannot afford to leave any traces. Uehara Mori wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, I suspect that the underground base harbors unspeakable secrets, possibly even human experiments. Should these be revealed, Orochimaru's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he would be reviled by all Konoha shinobi. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime moved with remarkable speed, traversing several kilometers in mere minutes. Within half an hour, they found themselves not far from the Sand Shinobi's defensive line, seeking a place to rest momentarily. Tsukihime, it feels as though you have unlocked a hidden potential. Your strength has surged dramatically. Your previous speed pales in comparison. In your presence, Shursui seems utterly insignificant. Uehara Mori lavished praise upon her. Uchiha Tsukihime regarded him, replying, You are also exceptionally formidable. Just half a month after the mission's conclusion, your chakra has nearly doubled. They exchanged compliments, creating an increasingly harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Uehara Mori recalled Uchiha Shursui. Without us to accompany him on the mission, he is likely to be quite upset. What of a small weakling? What does it matter if he is angry? Uchiha Tsukihime held a rather low opinion of Uchiha Shursui. With even Uehara Mori only managing to earn her a modicum of respect, the transformation following the awakening of her Mangekyo Sharingan had been monumental. Merely in terms of chakra, it had increased more than threefold, and her physical constitution had similarly doubled. Uchiha Tsuki felt her body rapidly developing, her strength doubling like a small dumpling. The most terrifying aspect was the two ocular techniques of her Sharingan, which rendered her invincible against any adversary. Her left eye, known as regaining light, could instantaneously restore both physical and mental injuries, making her virtually immortal. The power of her right eye, dubbed Vajra, provided unparalleled defense, effortlessly shielding her from any physical or energy attacks. With one eye for defense and the other for restoration, Uchiha Tsuki's survival capabilities reached their zenith. While there might be foes capable of defeating her, none could ever truly extinguish her life. Little flathead, this time we shall embark on a grand venture. All the accolades and achievements will belong to me, while the spoils will go to you, Uehara Mori declared, thumping his chest with confidence. He sought no glory, only wealth. Moreover, he recognized that Uchiha Tsuki's promotion to deputy commander had drawn scorn from many, who looked down upon her. Thus, she was in dire need of substantial accomplishments to validate herself and lay the groundwork for her future ambitions of becoming clan leader and Hokage. Uehara Mori considered it a mere favor. After a brief respite of half an hour, night descended. Let us depart. Within a significant stronghold of the Sand Ninja, nearly 200 Sand Ninjas gathered for dinner, relishing the delightful meal crafted by the chef, whose skills had notably improved. Since the arrival of the fourth Kazekage, the number of Sand Ninjas stationed at the stronghold had doubled, along with their morale and rations. They were eager for the fourth Kazekage to lead them to glory and territorial expansion. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by urgent cries of enemy attack. The Sand Ninjas hastily grabbed their weapons and rushed out from the mess hall. Two diminutive figures from Konoha strolled leisurely outside the stronghold, appearing quite relaxed. The Sand Ninjas exhaled in relief. dismissing the notion of fearing mere children. However, they remained wary, suspecting these two might be bait for a greater threat. As Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki approached within 50 meters, the sand ninjas finally discerned their identities and gasped in horror. "Oh no, it's that witch, Uchiha Tsuki," they lamented, realizing the peril of facing a shadow-level powerhouse. Uehara Mori frowned at the cacophony, noting that none were discussing him, all eyes fixed on the formidable Tsuki. Uchiha Tsuki raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in her gaze. "Whoever slays the most shall be the leader." "Agreed," Uehara Mori replied, knowing that should he falter today, he would lose the confidence to speak boldly to Uchiha Tsuki in the future. With a slight smile, Uchiha Tsuki stepped forward, covering dozens of meters in a single bound. With a swift draw of her blade, she unleashed a barrage of wind blades that enveloped the sand ninjas. Earth release, earth flow wall, puppet technique, fire release, explosive technique. The sand ninjas concentrated their fire upon the formidable Uchiha Tsuki, yet they overlooked Uehara Mori, underestimating the threat posed by the small flathead. Uehara Mori set his backpack down and opened it, revealing it was brimming with steel beads. After Uchiha Shursui had gifted him the beads, he had diligently trained for this moment, aiming to eliminate weaker foes. Today, his preparation would bear fruit. Chakra surged through his arm, unleashing immense power. With a flick of his wrist, the steel beads shot forth like bullets from a sniper rifle, each one striking its target with pinpoint accuracy, as though guided by an unseen compass. Within a mere minute, Uehara Mori had launched 200 steel beads, and the sand ninjas, in a show of respect, met their demise with the beads striking their heads or hearts, hastening their journey to the afterlife. While Uchiha Tsuki was engaged in a fierce battle with several sand ninjas. Having just dispatched the 13th, she caught sight of Uehara Mori sitting atop his backpack, watching the spectacle. She noticed him applauding, which infuriated her, causing veins to bulge on her forehead. How despicable! Why resort to hidden weapons when we have blades and ninjutsu? She resolved to learn this method herself, as it proved effective for dealing with weaker foes. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Tsuki concluded her battle, having eliminated 54 sand ninjas, a stark contrast to Uehara Mori's 136. "It seems I have lost this time. You shall be the leader henceforth." Faced with this undeniable truth, Uchiha Tsuki reluctantly lowered her proud head, accepting defeat. "But mark my words, once I surpass you, you shall heed my commands." Uehara Mori laughed heartily, ruffling her hair. "Oh, a teachable child." Uchiha Tsuki, irked, prepared to clean the battlefield. Uehara Mori interjected, "Tsuki, I possess space ninjutsu, which is far more efficient." As Uchiha Tsuki pondered the nature of this space ninjutsu, Uehara Mori touched a kunai, making it vanish instantaneously. She gasped in astonishment as, in mere seconds, he had gathered a substantial amount of spoils. Observing Uehara Mori's deft movements, her frustration boiled over. All the previous uncertainties were finally resolved. The supplies from their transport mission had been entirely seized by Uehara Mori, as had the resources from the last major stronghold. Not long after, Uehara Mori had collected every valuable item from the entire stronghold, amassing a total fortune of 50 million. "Let us depart, Tsuki," he said cheerfully, now referring to her by her name rather than Flathead. Uchiha Tsuki yearned to strike Uehara Mori, but reconsidered, recognizing that his willingness to reveal such a clandestine ability was a testament to his trust in her, which touched her heart. Seeing that Uchiha Tsuki asked no questions, Uehara Mori's impression of her grew increasingly favorable, understanding the balance of inquiry in their relationship. It was this mutual understanding that allowed for their enjoyable collaboration. "Wait, we must collect some evidence first," Uchiha Tsuki stated, swiftly removing the forehead protectors from the sand ninjas, which could serve as proof of their kills upon their return. Uehara Mori, seizing the moment, obliterated the heads of all the sand ninjas, fearing they might utilize mind-reading techniques to extract information from the dead. Shortly after their departure, several patrolling sand ninjas returned to the stronghold, only to be met with a scene of carnage. Blood flowed like a river, and bodies lay strewn everywhere. With not a single survivor, they hurried to relay the grim news to the sand ninja encampment. 30 minutes later, the fourth Kazekage received the intelligence from a ninja hawk. With a resounding crash, he smashed a table with his palm. Ever since assuming the role of Kazekage, he had frequently exhibited such fury. It was rumored that other Kage shared this propensity. Damn Konoha, damn Uchiha Tsuki. He had refrained from seeking trouble with Konoha, yet they had audaciously provoked him. The fourth Kazekage hastily gathered Chiyo and a cadre of elite shinobi, totaling 10, and set off towards the front lines. Before they could even exit the Sand Ninja encampment, fresh intelligence arrived, reporting that a major stronghold had been obliterated, resulting in 150 casualties. They pressed forward at full speed, wasting not a moment. However, no matter how swiftly they moved, they could not outpace Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki. Just as they reached the vicinity of the front lines, news came of a third stronghold having met the same fate, bringing the total death toll to 600. The fourth Kazekage roared in rage, 600. 600 ninjas. Each one a seasoned warrior honed through at least a decade of training. Even 600 pigs couldn't be slaughtered in such a short span. They hastened their pace, calculating the trajectory of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki to predict the location of the fifth target. The fourth stronghold was deemed a lost cause. Even if they managed to reach the fifth stronghold, they were certain they would not capture Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki. Yet, they had miscalculated. Upon arriving at the fifth stronghold, they found it intact, with no signs of disturbance. In contemplation, it appears that Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki have altered their course. An hour later, they received new intelligence. A stronghold 100 kilometers away had been annihilated, resulting in the loss of 250 lives. With merely 5 patrolling sand ninjas managing to escape, they continued their pursuit, while simultaneously dispatching ninja hawks to soar high above, surveying the surroundings. Yet the past had long since been vacated. This relentless chase persisted for the better part of the night, and still, the figures of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki remained elusive. Their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies weary and exuding an aura of lethal intent, compelling them to haphazardly unleash jutsu to vent their frustrations. The fourth Kazekage and Granny Chiyo discerned that these two individuals were extraordinarily formidable opponents. Not only had they anticipated their movements, but their speed was also astonishingly swift. Around 4 in the morning, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki had just obliterated the 14th stronghold, having dispatched over 2,000 sand ninjas. It could be said that the entire defensive line of the sand ninjas had been penetrated by the two of them throughout the night. Uchiha Tsuki carefully stowed away the last sand ninja's forehead protector. All done. Handsome, she remarked, her mood buoyant. Having replaced her earlier moniker for him, from flat top to handsome, she was exceedingly pleased with Uehara Mori. Chapter 76. A dog cannot change its nature at 6 in the morning. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki, utterly exhausted, approached the vicinity of the Konoha camp. Uehara Mori was drenched in sweat, as if he had just returned from an outing. In stark contrast, Uchiha Tsuki was covered in blood, the scent unmistakable from a distance. Tsuki, why do I sense something amiss at the camp? He inquired. There are throngs of people gathered at the entrance, at least 8,000, and the numbers are rapidly increasing. Uchiha Tsuki, equally puzzled, replied. There doesn't seem to be any significant event today. Could they have learned of our achievements and come to welcome us back? That is a possibility, Uehara Mori surmised. Sensing that something was afoot, he retrieved a loudspeaker from the ceiling scroll, prepared to respond should anyone insult him. Tsuki eyes lit up at the sight of the loudspeaker, finding it an amusing novelty. At the entrance of the Konoha camp, a sea of people buzzed with discussion. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Kakashi, Orochimaru, and others stood at the forefront of the crowd. Uchiha Shursui was visibly troubled. What does it mean that Mori and Tsuki executed their mission without me? Do they look down upon me? He had spent several hours outside the camp yesterday before returning and had noticed preparations for a grand banquet being laid out early. The peculiar detail was that Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki had departed the Konoha camp at 5 o'clock, while the banquet preparations began at 5:20. Shouldn't the arrangements have waited until news of their victory was confirmed? Behind Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Hakadai whispered, Shursui, I fear that Uchiha Tsuki and Uehara Mori are in for a rough time. Why do you say that? Shursui inquired. The camp is abuzz with rumors that they promised to kill at least 800 sand ninjas. That's no small feat. It would take hours to behead them one by one. Many are waiting to see them fall from grace. Uchiha Hakadai gestured towards Orochimaru, the Sarutobi clan, and ninjas close to Uchiha Kakashi. Shursui followed the direction of his finger and indeed saw disdainful and mocking expressions on their faces. The most pronounced was that of Sarutobi Hisashi, the leader of the Sarutobi clan, who, arms crossed, incessantly chattered about how two 12 or 13-year-old children could have any real strength. They'll be lucky if they return without being captured, he scoffed. His words were harsh, yet no one dared to contradict him. He was the newly appointed vice commander, wielding authority, background, and influence. Recently, when he had brought 2,000 Sarutobi clan ninjas for support, his demeanor had been exceedingly arrogant, making it seem as if he were the Hokage himself come to oversee matters. The onlookers were largely entertained, having heard whispers of the banquet preparations circulating since the previous afternoon, speculating that it was tied to power struggles involving significant figures. Early that morning, they had rushed to the entrance to welcome the heroes home, eager for gossip. Some keen-eyed individuals noticed Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime sauntering towards them. One appeared immaculate, while the other was a disheveled sight, drenched in blood. The crowd watched in confusion, speculating that Uehara Mori was but a pretty boy, leaving the fighting to Uchiha Tsukihime while he sought refuge elsewhere. Sarutobi Hizashi, tall and handsome, with captivating peach blossom eyes, bellowed, "It's over, Konoha is doomed." And a pretty boy has emerged from the sea of corpses. Several from the Sarutobi clan echoed his sentiments loudly, affirming, "The second elder speaks the truth. This flat top may look dashing, but he is merely a silver-plated spearhead." Uehara Mori, with keen ears, overheard this before even reaching the gate. He nudged Uchiha Tsukihime, now clad in bloodied attire, jesting, "Tsukihime, they say I'm your kept pretty boy." Uchiha Tsukihime shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "Isn't that the case?" Upon reflection, Uehara Mori couldn't help but agree. He had sold his house, which Tsukihime had purchased back, and he was devoid of resources and wealth, all provided by her. He could simply rest easy. As he pondered, he found himself at the gates, which had now amassed over 10,000 ninjas, creating an imposing spectacle. Sarutobi Hizashi scrutinized the handsome Uehara Mori, bursting into laughter. "Upon my assessment, he is indeed a pretty boy." The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Uehara Mori, unashamed and proud, seized the loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Tsukihime, the vice commander pays me 90,000 ryo a day, a testament to our unwavering friendship. Each medicinal bath costs 30,000 ryo. And with 30 baths a day, that amounts to 90,000 ryo." Before he could finish, the crowd fell into stunned silence, a wave of envy washing over them. 90,000 ryo a day, 2,700,000 a month, over 300 million a year. Such immense wealth was beyond their grasp in a lifetime. They too wished to be pretty boys, but even the Hokage wouldn't rake in such riches. Orochimaru's golden pupils turned green with envy as he fixated on Uehara Mori, who he believed was merely a fortunate individual, yet it seemed he truly was a lucky one. At that moment, no one dared to call him a pretty boy. They were inundated by shock and admiration. Even Sarutobi Hizashi was left speechless, unsure of what to say. He glanced at Uchiha Tsukihime, desperately blinking his alluring eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Though he said nothing, his intentions were clear. Uchiha Tsukihime's expression hardened, offering no warmth to Sarutobi Hizashi. Witnessing her indifference, he quickly feigned a congenial demeanor and inquired, "Vice Commander Tsukihime, how did the battle fare? It is said that shadow-level ninjas can take on thousands. I imagine you must have dispatched at least 1,200 sand ninjas." The onlookers, initially taken by his amiable demeanor, quickly recognized the pretense upon hearing his words. This was no change of heart. A dog cannot change its nature. He was merely embellishing to undermine Uchiha Tsukihime. Uchiha Kakashi vociferously countered Sarutobi Hizashi. "Hizashi, your words are overly exaggerated." Sarutobi Hizashi feigned a listening posture, responding, "Please enlighten me." Uchiha Kakashi stroked his beard, asserting, "Killing requires time. In a single night, I believe Vice Commander Tsukihime could manage to eliminate at most 1,000. He had already included Uehara Mori in his calculations, for even he could not fathom slaying 500 sand ninjas in a single night. Not only was there excessive consumption of physical strength and chakra, but also the relentless pursuit by the 4th Kazekage and others left little time for slaughter. Upon receiving intelligence, it was reported that the 4th Kazekage had departed early yesterday to hunt down Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime. Thus, he concluded that the duo's gains would be minimal. In Chapter 77, Uehara Mori observed the two miscreants harmonizing in their malevolence, and he felt an irrepressible urge to laugh. Uchiha Tsukihime maintained a stoic demeanor, her eyes evasive, reflecting a sense of guilt, while secretly relishing the thought of their imminent humiliation. Uehara Mori turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "What do you think?" Orochimaru gazed into Uehara's eyes, as clear as a pristine spring, and a flicker of guilt crossed his mind. Uehara had not opposed him and had significantly contributed to his research on immortality. Yet he had ensnared Uehara on multiple occasions. Imagining Uehara trembling during his mission filled Orochimaru with unease. He quickly suppressed the guilt, adopting a cold and ruthless facade. Adorned with a facade of insincerity. I believe there must be at least 800. He possessed more information than Uchiha Ku, aware that several strongholds had been decimated, with the 4th Kazekage and Shio pursuing them relentlessly throughout the night. Orochimaru speculated that a considerable number of sand shinobi had perished, but not excessively so. Uchiha Kurenai remained silent, unwavering in her belief in Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime's prowess. Particularly when she noted Uehara's pristine attire, she understood there was little cause for concern. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime feigned exasperation as they awaited their impending disgrace. Orochimaru, Uchiha Ku, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly anticipated their downfall, eagerly awaiting the declaration of results, which would signify Uchiha Tsukihime's complete ousting from this power struggle. Uchiha Tsukihime pretended to be distressed as she slowly retrieved a sealed scroll containing the sand shinobi headbands. Sighing dramatically, "I am truly weak, so very weak. This mission has illuminated my insignificance. I am as fragile as a mere speck." After speaking, she cast a sorrowful glance at Uehara, her eyes filled with regret and remorse. She extended the sealed scroll to him, saying, "Perhaps you should open it." "I feel too embarrassed." Uehara shook his head and stepped back, lying without a hint of hesitation. "The sand shinobi were all dispatched by you. How could I dare to open it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen snatched the sealed scroll, exclaiming, "What are you hesitating for? Everyone is waiting. After all, they were all destined for humiliation. What was there to fear?" He unsealed the scroll and formed hand seals. With a loud bang, a mountain of sand shinobi headbands appeared, burying Sarutobi Hiruzen beneath them. A hand emerged, batting several headbands away, as Uehara seized one that flew out and struck his arm. With a crack, the sound of bone fracturing resonated. "Ouch!" Sarutobi Hiruzen yelped, leaping out, his face contorted in pain, clutching his injured arm, and bellowing. "Who did that?" "He was the vice commander. Who would dare assault him?" Uehara whistled and raised his hand. "It was I? I initially thought I was striking a dog, not realizing it was you." His tone was brash, his expression boldly challenging, as if proclaiming, "If you have the capability, strike me." Sarutobi Hiruzen huffed, refraining from retorting, for he noticed Uchiha Tsukihime's 3-tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon him, a palpable aura of menace encircling his neck. With at least 2,000 headbands in play, he dared not confront such a formidable adversary. Regret washed over him for the foolish words he had uttered, wishing he could strike himself. The others, witnessing the mountain of headbands, were left speechless, their astonishment evident. Uchiha Tsukihime feigned vulnerability, lamenting, "Alas, I am so weak, having only taken down a mere 2,300. What a failure." The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. "Goodness, how are we to survive if you are so powerful?" They feared that even a mere sneeze from her could annihilate them. Those who had previously disparaged Uehara and Uchiha Tsukihime discreetly retreated to the back of the crowd, seeking distance from danger, hoping to extend their lives a little longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to withdraw. Uchiha Tsukihime and Uehara Mori were the significant contributors. Even if he were to strike them, he would not face repercussions. Moreover, with his dignity already shattered, he had no choice but to flee. Uehara intercepted him, stating, "Vice Commander, please count the headbands. I sense your dissatisfaction with us." He gestured to the pile of headbands, urging, "Please, go ahead." Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the verge of tears, cradled his fractured arm, feeling excruciating pain. To ask him to count the headbands was a cruel task. Uchiha Tsukihime added, "You should do it." Her calm words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a hammer, amplifying his distress. Uchiha Kurenai chimed in, "I believe Vice Commander Tsukihime's suggestion is quite reasonable. You previously mentioned that she might defect, and now she requests you to verify the results. It is imperative that you comply, is it not?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a pleading glance at Orochimaru and Uchiha Ku. Counting the headbands had transitioned from a matter of embarrassment to a complete loss of dignity. Uchiha Ku remained impassive, watching him with amusement, clearly unwilling to intervene. This fool had been spoiled by Sarutobi Hiruzen's leniency. He had strength, but lacked wit. Orochimaru cleared his throat. "I, too, find it quite reasonable." He sought to reassess Uchiha Tsukihime's strength. As for Uehara Mori, he regarded him as a mere waste. Though his chakra had recently surged to the level of a jonin, it paled in comparison to Uchiha Tsukihime's capabilities. Orochimaru surmised that Uehara's sole purpose was to collect headbands post-battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Uehara, threatening, "You should be aware that both your masters, Might Guy and Might Die, are in Konoha. Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me?" He could not comprehend how a humble commoner would dare oppose him. Uehara casually scratched his nails, indifferent. "What significance do you hold? I have never heard of your achievements, nor witnessed you eliminate any sand shinobi. I have not wronged you. Yet you chose to insult me during such a solemn occasion as the promotion to jonin. Now you dare to threaten me? You seem quite unaware of your own limitations." Should Sarutobi Hiruzen continue his blustering, the consequences would be far more severe than a mere fractured arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing his threats were ineffectual, begrudgingly began to count the headbands. He understood that from this day forth, his words as vice commander would carry no weight, his authority utterly diminished. 10 minutes later, Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm had turned purple, and he was on the verge of losing it without immediate treatment. Fortunately, he finally completed the count. He proclaimed loudly, "A total of 351 headbands. Konoha emerges victorious. Uehara Mori is unparalleled. Vice Commander Tsukihime is magnificent." With that, he hung his head and exited through the gate. Having intended to make Uehara and Uchiha Tsukihime the jesters, he ultimately became the true fool. The crowd watched his forlorn retreat with no sympathy. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen had become a testament to Uchiha Tsukihime's authority, cementing her supremacy. Uehara Mori's reputation soared, and no one dared to underestimate him again. The moniker Lucky Little Crew Cut faded into obscurity. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime's names became renowned, celebrated far and wide, destined to be etched in history. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's departure, the crowd erupted in jubilation. No one dared to question Uehara Mori's promotion to jonin or Uchiha Tsukihime's ascension to vice commander. They even vocally praised them, eagerly seeking their favor. At the feast, Uchiha Ku and Uehara Mori stood together. Uchiha Ku remarked, "I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable." Others believed the credit primarily belonged to Uchiha Tsukihime, while Uehara served merely as an accompaniment. Only he could discern the subtle clues from Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime's attire upon their return, realizing that Uehara Mori was the true powerhouse. Uehara Mori smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. "Are you still prepared to oppose Tsukihime?" "Of course. Why? I am a hard whetstone. Either the blade breaks, or I do." Uehara Mori sighed. "You and Tsukihime are both Uchiha. Unity benefits both parties. What a splendid opportunity." Uchiha Sora's smile was radiant, yet he disregarded the council, asserting, "There is no perfection in this world." Just as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ended the Warring States period and created the most peaceful village in the world, the Leaf Village they established has birthed an era far more terrifying than the Warring States. The number of civilians and ninjas lost during that time pales in comparison to the casualties of the Ninja World Wars. In the Second Ninja World War, a staggering 3/5 of the entire ninja population perished. I shudder to think how many will fall in the third. A silence enveloped them, extinguishing any further conversation. Snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky as Uchiha Sora departed. Uehara Mori understood that this elder would ultimately confront Uchiha Tsukihime, determining their fates. Before long, the guest of honor, Uchiha Tsukihime, approached Uehara Mori. "Thank you, Mori-kun," she said earnestly, with great formality. In this mission, Uehara Mori had slain at least 1,500 sand shinobi, yet all the accolades were bestowed upon her. Uehara Mori felt immense joy and replied, "My gains are substantial as well. A win-win collaboration." He had accrued a fortune of 10 billion chakra points, ensuring he would not lack for fortune in the coming year. Had it not been for Uchiha Tsukihime generously providing a plethora of medicinal herbs for his lightning release chakra training, Uehara Mori's strength would not have surged, making this mission's success improbable. After the banquet concluded, Uehara Mori received further gratitude from Uchiha Tsukihime, along with a substantial collection of medicinal bath ingredients. He also learned that Might Guy and Might Die were soon to arrive, becoming part of Uchiha Tsukihime's ninja team. He felt a warmth in his heart, recognizing Tsukihime's thoughtful intentions in eliminating one of his weaknesses. Chapter 78. The hero becomes a fool. On the following morning, at the Konoha Command Center, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a scroll containing the second appointment regarding Uehara Mori and his companions. The first appointment had elevated them to Jonin status. A group of Jonin below watched Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking gaze, making him quite uncomfortable. The disdainful looks from Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime particularly made him feel like a performing monkey. However, he believed that soon Uehara Mori would find himself the butt of the joke. I hereby announce the second appointment bestowed by Lord Hokage, he declared. Uchiha Tsukihime, Uehara Mori, and Uchiha Shursui shall form the Special Combat Unit, Team White Fang, with Uehara Mori serving as the captain. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted towards the trio. Having suffered a fracture at the hands of Uehara Mori the previous day, coupled with their triumphant return, he had refrained from making an appearance. After waiting all night, he was eager to witness the internal discord among Uehara Mori's team. Orochimaru stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating. Sensei is truly cruel. If he wishes to eliminate Mori-kun, he should say so outright. To allow a novice to lead a team of elite shinobi is reckless. I hope Mori-kun is resilient. Orochimaru recalled Uehara Mori's meager chakra reserves and Uchiha Tsukihime's formidable prowess, his eyes filled with pity. The others shared similar sentiments, turning their attention to Uehara Mori, who received applause, half in celebration of his newfound fortune and half in anger at the Hokage's machinations. The third Hokage's intentions were evidently malicious. Having orchestrated such a scheme against two of Konoha's greatest heroes, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime had just slain 2,300 sand shinobi, significantly narrowing the gap between Konoha and the sand. Recently, they had even dispatched the sand's general, Chiyo, avenging countless Konoha comrades while simultaneously weakening the sand's might. If such heroes were treated in this manner, how would those far less accomplished fare? This Hokage had become a malignant tumor within Konoha. Many urged, Mori-kun, you need not accept this captaincy. Uehara Mori waved his hand dismissively, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was indeed elated. Not only had he attained Jonin status, but he was also captain, and of Uchiha Tsukihime's team at that. He looked at her with a sense of triumph, thinking, now, she will not dare defy me. I can command her to warm my bed, and she will not resist. But he dismissed the latter thought, realizing it was not worth pursuing. Uchiha Tsukihime, initially in high spirits, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Pointing at the smug Uehara Mori, she exclaimed, is the third Hokage blind? Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing her flushed face, was tempted to agree, acknowledging the Hokage's apparent blindness. Tsukihime, the third wishes to convey that you are young and impetuous, while Mori-kun is diligent and composed. After yesterday's lesson, he dared not speak out of turn, shrinking back in deference. However, witnessing Uchiha Tsukihime's wrath, he knew his scheme to incite discord between the two had succeeded. Uehara Mori jumped in front of Uchiha Tsukihime, teasingly repeating, I am diligent and composed. He was aware of the third Hokage's ploy, yet he did not care. His joy outweighed any concerns. Uchiha Tsukihime, her fair face flushed with anger, leaped up and struck Uehara Mori on the head, causing a sizable bump to form. Reluctantly, she uttered, Captain. Ah, good girl. Uehara Mori was elated, feeling as if he could soar. Captain, Uchiha Shursui echoed, acknowledging Uehara Mori's position. Uehara Mori had saved his life, so he felt gratitude rather than animosity. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui had regained his clarity, realizing there was a hidden agenda behind the third Hokage's appointment. Is the Hokage attempting to sow discord between Tsukihime and Mori? Why would he do such a thing? Is he blaming them for not saving Sarutobi Shinji, that scoundrel? In that instant, he felt a growing distrust towards the third Hokage. The Jonin, who had initially contemplated offering Uehara Mori words of encouragement during his misfortune, were taken aback when the two promptly hailed him as captain. Could it be that this charming youth had mastered the art of taming powerful women? They would never dare to believe that Uehara Mori surpassed Uchiha Tsukihime and Uchiha Shursui. Some had already begun to plot how to seek Uehara Mori's guidance on how to manage a fierce partner. Many observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's green visage and could not suppress their laughter. Some openly remarked, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen, the newly appointed vice commander, may soon be ousted. Even if he were not dismissed, no one would heed his words. Not so fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen commands 2,000 Sarutobi troops and holds significant power. Indeed, as long as the Hokage continued to trust Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would remain in power. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, feeling the weight of the audience's derision, his face burning with shame. He could not bear to linger any longer, mentally cursing the third Hokage. What a ridiculous idea. None have succeeded, all have taken advantage. That blind old fool. Later that day, he was inundated with messages, his temper flaring as he found himself berated by Sarutobi Hiruzen for his incompetence. He has eyes yet cannot see the situation. To provoke Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime, who are at the peak of their influence, is sheer folly. He should have consulted me before making such decisions regarding the captaincy. Foolish pig. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his innocence, saying, "Did I not follow your instructions? How could there be a mistake?" Furthermore, he added, "Although I was born in the year of the pig, it does not imply that I am a foolish pig." In the Hokage office of Konoha, a loud bang echoed as Shimura Danzo slammed his fists onto the steel desk of the third Hokage, roaring, "Are you backing down now? With enough courage. Even a pregnant woman can take maternity leave. There is nothing that cannot be accomplished." The resounding voice reverberated through the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling like a bear of a teammate, lamented that the mission had barely begun when he fled. The third Hokage reclined in his chair with closed eyes, resembling a salted fish, resigned to his fate. What else can be done? He thought. With the remarkable feat of slaying 2,300 sand ninja, who would dare to trouble them? If you wish to die, then go ahead. Regret weighed heavily on him. He cursed himself for believing Danzo's ominous words. Hiruzen knew that if he dared to betray Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki, the Konoha ninjas would undoubtedly oust him from the Hokage's seat. Unlike Danzo, he possessed reason. As for the promotion to Jonin and the deputy commander position, he considered it merely a reward. Danzo squinted his malevolent eyes, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen, and said, "Have you forgotten the hatred your son, Shino, harbors? He was killed by Raikage. What do Uehara Mori and the others have to do with it?" The third Hokage had now regained his clarity. Danzo and the third Hokage exchanged glances. "I received intelligence that Shino was not killed by the fourth Kazekage. It was someone else. The murderer is a master of body techniques. Moreover, a significant portion of the 2,300 sand ninja perished from steel pellets, struck dead in one blow." The third Hokage's expression darkened. To slay so many sand ninja with steel pellets, the assailant must possess formidable strength. Likely a master of body techniques, correct? Danzo stated emphatically. Uchiha Tsuki and Uehara Mori are undoubtedly connected to this body technique expert. The third Hokage inquired, "Could this person possibly be Uehara Mori?" It was a bold speculation. Danzo wanted to assert that this was absolutely impossible. He had conducted a thorough investigation into Uehara Mori. With mediocre talent, Uehara had only unlocked the third gate of the 8 gates 3 months prior, making it improbable for him to possess such power. However, driven by his desire to eliminate Uehara Mori, he replied, "It is possible." Suddenly, he recalled the cause of his son Mizuki's death. Danzo had always been puzzled about the nature of the hidden weapon that claimed Mizuki's life. Now, it dawned on him. It was a steel pellet, a single steel pellet. His suspicions towards Uehara Mori intensified. Danzo then asked, "Are Might Guy and Might Dai still in Konoha?" The third Hokage paused, replying, "They have been reassigned to the Konoha camp in the Land of Rivers, under Uchiha Tsuki's jurisdiction. If Uehara Mori truly is the culprit, his decision to relocate them may stem from a desire to protect them from potential harm." The third Hokage picked up his pipe, taking a puff. "Let Sarutobi Hiruzen probe Uehara Mori's true intentions. As for Uchiha Tsuki, it is best to leave him be for now." The third Hokage continued, "There is no rush for these matters. You are to engage in battle with the IWA Shinobi as the overall commander tomorrow. Be cautious." Danzo nodded and turned to leave, his mind consumed with thoughts of that steel pellet. Chapter 79. Hesitation. Early in the morning, Uehara Mori arrived at the entrance of the Konoha camp. The gatekeeper, Ninja Yamashiro Takashi, gazed enviously at Mori's green jonin vest and pristine ninja headband. Looking at himself, a mere special jonin at 30, he sincerely remarked, "Mori-kun, may I cling to your leg?" "Get lost. I don't like men," Uehara Mori replied, visibly disdainful as he distanced himself from Yamashiro. Embarrassed, Yamashiro chuckled awkwardly, shifting the topic. "Mori-kun, what do you think the sand ninja are plotting? After you and Lady Tsuki took down so many yesterday, they haven't made a peep. Could there be some conspiracy at play?" Uehara stroked his chin, without a doubt. "When the wind comes, it shields. When the water arrives, the earth conceals. By the way, Mori-kun, don't you usually train at this time? Why are you here?" Are you planning to go on another rampage? Yamashiro inquired. I'm here to pick up two very important individuals, Uehara Mori replied, glancing into the distance where he could faintly see three figures approaching. Among them were two with distinct watermelon hairstyles and one stunning blonde beauty with a slender waist. It was Might Guy, and Tsunade. Uehara Mori couldn't contain his excitement and dashed forward, his heart racing. He had never been apart from Might Guy for so long. From afar, he could hear Might Guy's boisterous laughter. Lady Tsunade, Mori is truly remarkable. He has diligently trained since the age of 3, never once slacking off. After 10 years of hard work, he has gained fame overnight, slaying the likes of Hozuki and over 2,000 sand ninja, becoming a great hero of Konoha. There was a proud tone in his voice. Tsunade, intrigued, asked, wasn't it said that Uchiha Suki did most of the killing? Mori has always been humble and low-key, indifferent to fame and glory, and he dislikes being the center of attention. Among all those sand ninja, he at least took down a third himself, simply allowing his teammates to share the credit, Might Guy explained. Tsunade trusted Might Guy's words and found them to be more reasonable. Throughout their journey, she had walked alongside Might Guy and Might Guy, recognizing their integrity and learning of Uehara Mori's formidable prowess from their honest accounts. She also understood that the duo's praise was intended to encourage her to support Uehara Mori's advancement. Uehara Mori sprinted forward, covering great distances with each stride, and leaped into the embrace of Might Guy and Might Guy, reuniting in a tearful embrace. They had not conversed long before Might Guy introduced Tsunade to Mori. Uehara Mori gazed at the enchanting figure before him, the dream girl of every man. With her lustrous golden hair tied into a high ponytail, it shimmered in the sunlight. The blue diamond mark on her forehead added to her allure, her delicate and fair complexion resembling that of an angel, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her graceful figure resembled that of a siren, donned in white battle armor, with a ninja blade at her waist, exuding an air of elegance that defied gender norms. Most importantly, such a goddess would never age. Tsunade scrutinized Uehara Mori, carefully observing the recently renowned youth. With his short, sharp hair, handsome features, and upright posture, his well-defined muscles conveyed a beauty of strength and masculinity. When Uehara Mori approached at high speed, Tsunade had noticed him moving with incredible swiftness. Although he seemed not to be using body flicker technique, it had already been integrated into his every movement, reflecting an astonishing level of skill. Such extraordinary performance she had only witnessed in the likes of the renowned speedsters, Namikaze Minato and the Third Raikage. Tsunade exhaled in admiration. Indeed, the name is well-deserved. Uehara Mori engaged her in conversation, learning that she had come to deal with Chiyo. Previously, the Monkey King had been afflicted by a new poison developed by Chiyo, known as bone dissolution, which nearly claimed its life. Tsunade's purpose was to combat this poison. The following evening, Uehara Mori hesitated outside Might Guy's door, uncertain about entering. Yesterday, Might Guy had expressed a desire to have a heart-to-heart with him, but feeling guilty, he had avoided it. Before leaving, Might Guy had cautioned him against indiscriminate killing and warned him not to harm his comrades, stating that his expulsion from the clan was due to the bloodthirsty dragon within him, fearing the repercussions. Having been away from Might Guy for merely 3 months, Uehara Mori had already slain over 1,000 sand ninja, showing no mercy towards his comrades in Konoha. Even the Hokage's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, had met his end at his hands. It could be said that Uehara Mori had done everything Might Guy had advised him not to do. Yet, Might Guy remained a man of integrity, filled with the spirit of fire. Uehara Mori was filled with trepidation at the thought of Might Guy clearing out his ranks, pondering whether he should deceive old Guy. Come in. Might Guy's voice resonated. Uehara Mori swallowed hard, cautiously pushing the door open as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In that moment, the decisive warrior transformed into a hesitant maiden. He inched closer to Might Guy, who wore an impassive expression. Gathering his courage, Uehara Mori thought, if I am to die, then so be it, master. I have slain my first, second, and third captains. Might Guy's demeanor immediately darkened, akin to a brewing tempest. The first captain, Shuein, he intoned, his face now a thundercloud. The second captain, Kato Pingen. The third captain. Uehara Mori recounted in meticulous detail the circumstances surrounding the demise of these 3 leaders, including the various plots he had navigated. A palpable aura of menace enveloped Might Guy. Lowering his gaze, Uehara Mori submitted, "Master, I leave my fate in your hands." Might Dai placed a firm hand upon Uehara Mori's head, delivering a sharp reprimand. "You wretched disciple, why should I punish you? You have committed no wrongdoing, merely employed ruthless methods. I am incensed that Konoha harbors such despicable wretches deserving of death. Had I encountered such individuals, I too would have eliminated them." Uehara Mori's heart soared with elation. He had feared Might Dai would turn against him. "Mori, I am proud of you," Might Dai declared, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I owe you an apology." He elaborated on the reasons for expelling Uehara Mori from his tutelage, unraveling the knots in Uehara Mori's heart. The explanation left Uehara Mori blushing. In his youth, he had boasted to Might Dai about ideals of peace, freedom, equality, and order. Coupled with the murderous intent emanating from his training space, Might Dai had misconstrued his dissatisfaction with the brutal world as a desire to forge a peaceful realm. To prevent himself and Might Dai from becoming adversaries, Might Dai had sought to sever the ties with Uehara Mori, hence the expulsion. The two conversed throughout the night, their dialogue seemingly endless, leaving Uehara Mori invigorated despite a sleepless night. His perspective shifted, previously burdened by apprehensions about being discovered by Shimura Danzo and the Hokage. He had hesitated in the face of various schemes, yearning for invincibility to bulldoze through. Now, Uehara Mori resolved to no longer conceal his true self. Should he encounter gods or Buddhas, he would vanquish them. Anyone who dared to conspire against him would meet their doom. He also harbored a vague aspiration to depart Konoha and forge his own path. In a hidden chamber, Sarutobi Hizashi, clutching a recently received secret letter, addressed the memorial plaque of Sarutobi Shino. With a cunning smile, he mused, "Shino, just now, Brother Hizen ordered me to test Uehara Mori. That little crew-cut boy from your team. After so long, I suppose you've forgotten his visage. It's understandable. Such a minor character would hardly linger in your memory. Yet, I recall him vividly. Just a few days ago, he had the audacity to humiliate me. While I refrained from touching Uchiha Suki, I have no qualms about eliminating this little brat. Fortuitously, Brother Hizen's command has arrived. I comprehend his intent, to eliminate Uehara Mori and send him to join you." "What? You claim I misconstrue my brother's wishes? Nonsense. I am as familiar with his thoughts as if I were a worm in his belly. By the way, it seems rather cruel to send Uehara Mori off alone, so I will ensure his disciple also accompanies him." Soon, Sarutobi Hizashi dispatched 4 elite shinobi from the Sarutobi clan, disguised as Umbu, to execute the plan of eliminating Uehara Mori and his disciple, Might Dai. The rationale behind their disguise as Umbu was purely pragmatic. It afforded them an imposing presence while deterring any potential interference, much like how root operatives self-identify as Umbu. On training ground number 3, while Might Dai passionately instructed his comrades in taijutsu, he suddenly noticed 4 Umbu appear before him. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" he asked. The 4 Umbu, temporarily designated as Yaru I, Yaru II, Yaru III, and Yaru IV, were led by Yaru I, whose voice was devoid of warmth. "Umbu handle matters without question. You will accompany us." This was not the first time Yaru I had masqueraded as Umbu for such endeavors. In fact, he had grown fond of the role. Upon uttering those words, the comrades previously being instructed by Might Dai recoiled, distancing themselves as if faced with a great calamity. Might Dai scratched the back of his head, puzzled as to why 4 Umbu sought him out, yet instinct told him that these 4 bore ill intentions. Nevertheless, trusting in the credibility of the Hokage and the Umbu, he followed them. Before long, he observed one Umbu departing, claiming to deliver a message to Uehara Mori. Could this matter be connected to Mori? Might Dai pondered. Shortly thereafter, he was led out of the Konoha camp, gradually moving away until they arrived at a dark pine forest. At that moment, the 3 Umbu, Yaru I, Yaru II, and Yaru III, finally revealed their true intentions. They encircled Might Dai, brandishing weapons. Might Dai fought back valiantly, yet the odds proved overwhelming, and he ultimately collapsed in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Uehara Mori, having bid farewell to his master after an entire night of conversation, opened the door to return to rest. Just as he swung the door open, a shuriken embedded with a note struck it. The assailant vanished in an instant. Uehara Mori retrieved the note, which read, "Might Dai has been captured. Come to the pine forest 20 kilometers east of the camp." Uehara Mori's mind erupted in fury. How dare they abduct a fellow shinobi in broad daylight? Just yesterday, He had been relieved that Uchiha Suki had foreseen the need to transfer Might Guy and Might Die for protection against hidden machinations. Now it appeared. There was no subterfuge, only a brazen abduction. Without further thought, Uehara Mori sprinted in the direction from which the shuriken had been launched. In a flash, he traversed hundreds of meters, activating his sensory abilities to easily locate the rogue shinobi. Like a specter, Uehara Mori approached silently, closing in rapidly. He noticed that the shinobi wore a mask and donned Umbu garb. With a swift strike, he incapacitated the Umbu shinobi, only to discover that it was a shadow clone. Furrowing his brow, Uehara Mori mused, "This adversary is formidable." He had honed his shadow clone technique to perfection, capable of discerning the true nature of any clone at a glance. Even the shadow clones utilized by Orochimaru were easily identifiable to him. Yet, this time, he had been deceived. Carefully, he scanned his surroundings for chakra signatures, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the genuine Umbu. Since commencing his physical training, his physique had strengthened, and his mental acuity had enhanced, thus amplifying his sensory capabilities, which now extended for 1,000 meters. After a thorough examination, Uehara Mori failed to detect any trace of the Umbu shinobi. Employing his body flicker technique, he began a more extensive search. Indeed, he soon spotted the Umbu fleeing toward the entrance of the Konoha camp. Uehara Mori concealed his presence, appearing behind the Umbu and swiftly incapacitating him, dragging him into the underbrush. With a resounding slap, Uehara Mori struck the Umbu shinobi's face, sending several teeth flying and visibly swelling his cheek. As Yaru 4 regained consciousness, he recognized Uehara Mori. Pain coursed through his body, prompting a scream. His joints had been dislocated, rendering him immobile. What a nightmare. I've been captured, he thought, his face ashen, fully aware that disaster loomed, and death was a very real possibility. Uehara Mori grasped his throat with a fierce glare, lifting him off the ground. I shall ask only once more. Who are you, and what is the purpose of that note? Yancy felt the tightening grip around his neck. Struggling desperately and gritting his teeth, a sharp slap resounded, mingled with blood, sending him reeling. He wept silently, his heart raging. How can I speak with you choking me? Please, have some common sense. Noticing Yancy's silence, Uehara Mori struck him fiercely in the chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed like firecrackers exploding. Yancy felt a level of humiliation he had never experienced before. His eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. He yearned to bellow, "Brother, I am merely a coward. One who fears the strong and has no iron will. Please do not torment me." With a thud, Uehara Mori released him, slamming him to the ground. "Brother, you are a tough man. I shall grant you a tough man's demise. Brother, I confess. Please, do not hit me." Yancy cried out from the ground in haste. Uehara Mori nodded, his voice dripping with malice. "You have 10 seconds to clarify everything." Yancy dared not delay. "I am from the Sarutobi clan. My name is Yancy. I was instructed by Sarutobi Hizashi to kill you and Might Guy. 3 companions have already taken Might Guy to the pine forest. Are you truly part of the Umbu? We are all false troops." He swallowed blood. "Brother, there is one more thing I must tell you." "What is it?" "In the future, when you question others, do not choke their necks. They cannot articulate." "I know. It was intentional. And one more thing," he continued. "Please allow my 3 brothers to experience the pleasure of being questioned by choking." "As you wish." With a crack, Uehara Mori snapped Yancy's neck. Yancy could hardly fathom that after his inquiries, Uehara Mori would still choose to end his life without mercy. Uehara Mori dispatched a shadow clone to take Yancy to find Might Die, Uchiha Suki, and Uchiha Koen. He intended to escalate the matter, seeking to eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi. Meanwhile, his main body raced towards the pine forest. 10 kilometers east of the main camp, he observed traces of battle and blood. The direction of the blood also led eastward. Uehara Mori surmised that Might Guy had been ambushed here and taken away. Chapter 81. The true face unveiled in the Konoha camp. Many were astonished by a peculiar sight. Just after achieving great merit, Uehara Mori strode through the streets, furiously brandishing the battered corpse of an Umbu operative. Passers-by, hesitant to intervene, speculated on the events that had transpired. "Goodness, Uehara Mori is rebelling. That Umbu is surely dead. No, it must be that the Umbu did something wrong. What wrong could the Umbu commit? That is a direct unit under the Hokage's personal jurisdiction, always acting for the greater good. Have you forgotten how the Hokage schemed against Uehara Mori, promoting him to Jonin and placing him as Suki's deputy commander? The Hokage is not the same as before. We are on the brink of war with the Sand Ninja, and yet there is infighting. Lord Orochimaru will likely smooth things over. Fortunately, Lady Tsunade has arrived. She will surely administer justice and punish the true culprits. Let us go watch the commotion. Sarutobi Hizashi, who had been closely monitoring Uehara Mori's movements, sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "This is bad. Why is that little brat not rescuing Might Guy, but instead killing Yen Si? I must hurry. I cannot allow the analysis team to extract information through mind reading. I must also halt Sarutobi Yen and the others' actions. If they truly kill him, everything will be turned upside down. I will no longer be able to maintain my standing in Konoha. My family will be shamed, and Hizashi will be held accountable. Damn you, Uehara Mori. Why did you have to escalate this situation instead of going to the pine forest to meet your demise?" Little did he know, Yen Si had been cautious enough not to use his main body to deliver the message, yet he was still captured and killed. It can only be said that Uehara Mori's revealed strength was underestimated, leading to a flaw in their plans. Sarutobi Hizashi dispatched a shadow clone, instructing his main body to prevent others from interrogating Yen Si while the clone headed to stop Sarutobi Yen and his companions. He fervently hoped that it was not too late. As long as Might Guy was alive, there was still hope. The punishments for crimes committed and attempted crimes were entirely different. Sarutobi Hizashi was a formidable master of wind and fire ninjutsu, as well as taijutsu, his strength residing between elite jonin and shadow-level power. His shadow clone moved swiftly, and before long, he departed the Konoha camp, heading toward the pine forest. Along the way, he noticed traces of battle and blood, silently hoping, "I hope Might Guy is still alive. Otherwise, my future is ruined." He had dared to order the assassination of Might Guy and Uehara Mori because he believed that as long as the matter was handled discreetly, it would not implicate him. But now, he estimated the likelihood of exposure was significant. He had to act before the situation spiraled beyond recovery. While Sarutobi Hizashi rushed toward the pine forest, Uehara Mori had already arrived. "You scoundrels, what do you want with me?" Uehara Mori shouted, furious, brandishing several steel balls. Before him stood only the false Umbu, Sarutobi Yen, while the bound Might Guy lay at his feet, with no one else present. Before Sarutobi Yen could speak, the tightly bound Might Guy shouted, "Mori, don't come over. It's a trap. They want to kill you." Sarutobi Yen kicked Might Guy viciously, causing him to spit blood, threatening, "Shut up, brat." He turned to Uehara Mori, a cruel smile on his face, growling, "Kneel, or I will kill him." As he spoke, a kunai was pressed against Might Guy's throat, revealing a villainous demeanor. Uehara Mori clenched the steel balls tightly, mimicking the act of throwing them as he confronted Sarutobi Yen. Beads of sweat trickled down Sarutobi Yen's forehead as he stared intently at Uehara Mori, feeling as though his head had been locked onto a target. And any lapse in attention would result in an explosion. The small steel balls were no trifling matter. He had heard that among the over 2,000 sand ninja who had perished, many were killed by having their skulls crushed by steel balls. Initially, he had thought it was Uchiha Suki who was responsible for the deaths. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Sarutobi Yen cursed inwardly. "Damn old coin. What a useless person. Why did I have to cross paths with such a wretch? If you had mentioned your strength was immense, would I have dared to take the mission to kill you? Now, I find myself in a predicament. If I confront him, I may well be blown to bits." Sarutobi Yen steeled himself, his eyes wide, teeth clenched, thinking, "Even if I die, the little flathead and the watermelon head will accompany me to the grave." The figure before him, claiming to be Might Guy, was actually a disguise by Sarutobi Air. The real Might Guy had been captured by Sarutobi San and hidden away. With a bang, one steel ball shot forth like a bullet from a Barrett sniper rifle. It pierced through a spherical object, sending red and white fragments scattering everywhere. To engage in battle while distracted, such a foolhardy choice. The body of the disguised Sarutobi Air went rigid, his hair standing on end. Turning his head, he witnessed Sarutobi Yen's headless body collapsing, and a row of trees behind him sprouted numerous large holes. Sarutobi Air swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, stammering, "Mori, I am scared, please untie me." He had planned to launch a surprise attack when Uehara Mori approached, seeking vengeance for Sarutobi Yen. Regret lingered in his heart for having been so foolish as to accept this task. A single misstep could lead to a fate similar to that of Sarutobi Yen, revealing his true identity. How tragic. "Guy, I am scared too. I dare not approach. You are covered in red and white. I fear it will soil me. Uehara Mori toyed with the remaining steel ball, his tone filled with mockery, his expression relaxed. Sarutobi Heir's heart raced as he watched the spinning steel ball, deeply suspecting he had revealed his vulnerability. Yet, he could not fathom where he had faltered. Son, you scoundrel, untie me at once. He feigned anger, hurling curses. Within, Uehara had already steeled himself for sacrifice, thinking it not too great a loss to take Might Guy down with him. Suddenly, a corpse resembling an umbu was thrown over. Upon inspection, it was Yuan-san. He turned to look behind and saw another Uehara-san standing there. With Might Guy approaching slowly, Uehara-san, possessing keen perception, had sensed something amiss during their journey. Thus, he had sent a shadow clone to confront Yuani, diverting attention while his true self discreetly approached and swiftly dealt with Yuan-san. Uehara shed his pretense, kicking off to free himself from his bindings. In a swift motion, a lone steel ball shot forth, piercing Uehara's heart. Uehara-san deftly sealed the three corpses within a scroll, erasing all traces of the battle and rearranging the scene to mask any signs of conflict. Uehara-san departed with Might Guy, halting behind a massive boulder to tend to his wounds. Son, why did they do this? The events of the day had profoundly shaken Might Guy. To him, the concept of companionship had always been beautiful, yet today that beauty had been tainted. A chill wind swept through, causing him to shiver from head to toe. Uehara-san remained silent, merely wrapping his bandages with quiet diligence. After a moment, he spoke. Konoha is a grand tree, inevitably harboring some pests. Chapter 82. The ridiculous little jonin. Not long after Uehara-san and his companion departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone arrived at the battlefield. Observing the ravaged forest, Sarutobi Hiruzen was perplexed. Hadn't Uehara-san taken Yuan-si to stir up trouble? How had a battle ensued? Or did Might Guy retaliate in his final moments, resulting in this chaos? Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the scene but discerned no clear evidence, concluding that it must have been a last-ditch effort from Might Guy. This was dire. If Might Guy had perished, the situation was irretrievable. Only one strategy remained: to play the rogue. Yuan-e and the others must have hidden after executing my orders, and Might Guy's corpse had surely been dealt with. The only concern lay with Yuan-si. As long as I prevented the analysis team from scrutinizing him, all would be well. Orochimaru, considering the greater good, would likely not allow any disturbances in the main camp and would most probably shield Yuan-si from scrutiny. He would surely downplay the matter, allowing it to fade into obscurity. Even if the analysis team did examine Yuan-si, I could threaten Yamashiro Kaichi from the intelligence department to falsify information for me. After all, he had faced punishment for the previous incidents involving Shin Shinosuke, losing his position as the head of the analysis team. If I requested his assistance now, he would undoubtedly comply for the sake of his future. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, the clearer his thoughts became. He then connected with his shadow clone to relay the information back to his true self. Before the Uchiha clan's compound, a large gathering of ninjas had formed, comprising Uchiha, Sarutobi, and a multitude of spectators, totaling over 2,000. They were densely packed, even crowding rooftops, fixated on a small clearing in the center. There stood Uchiha Tsukihime, Uehara-san, Might Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Yuan-si's corpse lying nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grim, brimming with displeasure. Despite all attempts at negotiation, Uchiha Tsukihime remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on Yuan-si, who lay prostrate at Tsukihime's feet, anxiety coursing through him. His heart pounded, echoing as if a kangaroo were practicing punches within his chest. Uncertain of the situation with Yuani, he knew he must not allow the analysis team to employ mind-reading techniques on Yuan-si's information. This matter must remain concealed, otherwise his reputation and position would be obliterated. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, might very well cast him aside to quell the situation. Such a fate would ruin him for life. Suddenly, a memory surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, a recollection from the shadow clone. He exhaled in relief. The burden had finally lifted. A smile spread across his face. Now that he had options, he felt reassured. He had already dispatched someone to summon Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku, and all he needed was to delay until their arrival, after which everything would be resolved. Just then, Yuan-si, lying at Uchiha Tsukihime's feet, suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. A gasp swept through the crowd. What just happened? Had that Yuan-si always been a shadow clone? Uehara-san and Uchiha Tsukihime had been deceived. This had merely been a shadow clone, and they had failed to see through it. They were about to face dire consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to unleash his true power. Witnessing Yuan Si dissipate into a shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not contain his joy, thinking, I knew Yuan Si could not have been slain. That meticulous individual always used shadow clones to mislead others. He would never fall so easily. He must have already fled. All of this was merely a false alarm. Uchiha Tsukihime and Uehara's son exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a flicker of surprise. This Yuan Si was actually a second-generation shadow clone of Uehara's son, intended to lure Sarutobi Hiruzen. To bring about his downfall, one must first incite his madness. In their joy and despair, they believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's temperament would lead him to reveal his true colors, ultimately slandering Uehara's senator at that moment. They would present the true witnesses to decisively condemn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uehara's son and Uchiha Tsukihime had long held disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and today they were determined to ensure he would never rise again. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, pointing at Uehara's son, "You little brat, how dare you slander me? A mere jonin, and defy authority. It seems your audacity knows no bounds, intending to harm the Umbu and disrupt the unity of Konoha. At such a critical juncture before the impending war, you jeopardize the morale of our forces, deserving the gravest of punishments. Seize him." His voice boomed, infused with a sense of glee. Two ninjas from the Sarutobi clan surged from the crowd to apprehend Uehara's son, only to be swiftly incapacitated by his powerful strikes. Observers recognized that this incident had been orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and upon witnessing the key witness's disappearance, he hastily attempted to slander Uehara's senator. Such shamelessness. The crowd murmured, engaging in hushed discussions. How could the Sarutobi clan produce such scum, only ever engaging in nefarious deeds? Both Shin Shinosuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen were bad seeds. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrival, he had accomplished nothing good, only inciting infighting, tarnishing the legacy of our great heroes. We should distance ourselves from the Sarutobi clan. If they dare to scheme against Konoha's heroes, I suspect that the legendary White Fang was also betrayed by this band of villains. The surrounding ninjas' words reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, yet he paid them no heed. Bolstered by 2,000 elite Sarutobi warriors and the support of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt unperturbed. He aimed to seize this opportunity to bring Uehara's son down, relegating him to a death row inmate and sending him to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Uehara's son and Uchiha Tsukihime remained composed. Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation and status dwindling further in the eyes of the crowd, smiles creeping onto their faces. With a clap of his hands, Uehara's son signaled to two Uchiha ninjas, who brought forth the true corpse of Yuan Si. Sarutobi Hiruzen dashed forward. With a swift motion, he struck Yuan Si's head, exploding it without a moment's thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "You dare use fake corpses to deceive me." The onlookers from the Sarutobi clan felt a chill run down their spines at the scene. They could not have anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's brutality. Death was paramount, and Sarutobi Hiruzen spared not even the dead. Some Sarutobi clan members murmured, "This Sarutobi Hiruzen is a wicked man. We cannot assist him in the future. He is far too dangerous. Heartless and ungrateful, he shows no concern for his fallen kin, only thinking of his own interests." I remember this Yuan Si. He was Shin Hino's cousin, and he could turn against even his own flesh and blood. Hearing the murmurs of his clansmen, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly helpless, regretting his actions deeply. In a moment of impulsiveness, he acted without forethought. However, having already taken the step, what could he do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the crowd's outrage, his own gaze filled with self-reproach. A chill enveloped his heart, for he recognized that he had once again failed to fulfill the third Hokage's directives. Regret flooded his mind. Had he known better, he would not have resorted to cunning tricks, wielding the authority of others to covertly transform the test of Uehara into a death sentence. It was likely that punishment awaited him from the third Hokage. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the situation was irretrievable and prepared to retreat. Let us conclude today's events here. Shall we shake hands and seek peace for the greater good? Uchiha Suki looked toward Uehara, aware that this matter involved Might Guy, and refrained from saying much. Uehara gazed at Might Due, wishing to spare his mentor from any discomfort. Chapter 83. Relentless resolve. Might Due had remained silent. Yet he discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the true mastermind behind the abduction of his son and the intent to harm his disciple. He patted Uehara on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, "Forrest, proceed as you see fit. I support you." At last, Might Due comprehended the depths of darkness that plagued Konoha. If even a vice commander dared to act in such a manner, one could only imagine the shamelessness of those in higher positions. He truly grasped Uehara's fury when confronting Mizu-in, Kato Heian, and Sarutobi Shino, and understood the depth of his desire to eradicate this scum. A wave of concern washed over him. Uehara faced too many formidable foes. Might Due resolved to wholeheartedly support Uehara to safeguard him. Uehara felt an influx of strength as he placed his hand over Dewey's rough, yet warm hand, reminiscent of a father's reassuring grip, providing him with immense spiritual solace. Stepping forward, Uehara fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to an eagle locking onto its prey, poised for the fatal strike. "Old thief, do not flee just yet. There are surprises in store." He anticipated that his true self would soon arrive at the Konoha camp, and there would undoubtedly be a surplus of corpses. Uehara had allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak freely, diminishing his standing among the masses. He deliberately orchestrated the shattering of Sarutobi's kin's head, fostering estrangement among Hiruzen's clan. Yet this was insufficient. He needed to inflict genuine harm upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's very foundation. Uehara aimed to strip Sarutobi of his vice commander position, nailing him to the pillar of Konoha's disgrace, and he envisioned Hiruzen dying in agonizing suffering, while Uehara and Sarutobi engaged in their duel of wits. Orochimaru and Tsunade were sipping tea within the camp. "Tsunade, now you comprehend the depth of my suffering," Orochimaru remarked. "These individuals bicker incessantly, and even the teacher has to meddle. He is no longer the mentor I once knew. He has transformed from a hero into a mere bear." Tsunade's exquisitely delicate face betrayed no emotion, yet her inner fury simmered like a volcano on the brink of eruption. "You are not faring much better." She chastised Orochimaru for colluding with Danzo, for betraying Shino's information, and for provoking Uehara and Uchiha Tsuki, formidable adversaries. Though Orochimaru concealed many truths, as an old friend of many years, Tsunade could easily guess the mischief he had been up to. "I am powerless in this situation. You know my disinterest in power. Were it not for my aspiration to become Hokage, I would not engage in such affairs. If not for the teacher's incessant betrayals, I would not have acted this way. I too am compelled." Orochimaru gazed into Tsunade's eyes and sincerely stated, "At times, I truly wish to leave Konoha, to escape entirely, just as you did." Tsunade fell silent. After the Second Shinobi World War, she had left Konoha, wandering alone through the shinobi world, unable to endure the repugnant machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon returning after the Third Shinobi World War, it was solely out of concern for Konoha's safety. As they lapsed into silence, a ninja hurried into the command center to inform Orochimaru of Uehara's and Sarutobi's latest developments. Upon hearing Uehara's mention of surprises, Orochimaru addressed Tsunade. "Having lingered here for so long, it seems the time for resolution has come. Let us go and witness the conclusion of this farce." Tsunade nodded, eager to observe this young prodigy, Uehara, of the new generation. The participants may be clouded by their own perspectives, but the observer sees clearly. She noted that Orochimaru appeared to have consistently misjudged Uehara's strength. Perhaps Uehara had concealed his abilities too well, but now they were gradually coming to light. Tsunade donned her sunglasses, shielding her eyes from the sight of blood, as her fear of blood had yet to be cured, and stepped out of the command center with Orochimaru. While on their way, they encountered Uehara's true self and Might Guy, who were heading toward the Uchiha camp. Spotting Uehara at the eye of the storm, Orochimaru greeted him warmly. "Forestkin, were you not confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Uchiha camp? What brings you here?" Uehara waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "The hearts of men are treacherous. My pure-hearted, innocent, and adorable junior nearly met a gruesome fate. Thus, I ventured outside to rescue him." As he spoke, he brought forth Might Guy, who was nearly wrapped like a mummy, for Tsunade to assess his injuries. Tsunade infused a strand of chakra into Guy's body, her expression growing serious. Guy had sustained 6 knife wounds, 13 fractures, and had lost a significant amount of blood. He could still stand only due to sheer willpower. "I cannot believe the cruelty displayed here. To think that fellow Leaf ninjas could act with such malice. Orochimaru, you must impose severe punishment." Orochimaru chuckled lightly. one hand idly playing with his nails, and counseled, "The greater good must take precedence." Uehara vehemently disagreed. "You prioritize the greater good, while Sarutobi Hiruzen disregards it. Why should we sacrifice ourselves and Guy? We are mere commoners, born to be bullied, born to die, are we not?" Faced with Uehara's piercing inquiry, Orochimaru lowered his head. He could argue fiercely with anyone, but not with Uehara. Uehara had enlightened him on the path to immortality, guiding his forward momentum. Moreover, he had indeed betrayed Uehara repeatedly without gratitude, and the guilt within him only deepened. Seeing Uehara today intensified that guilt. Uehara pressed on relentlessly, "Orochimaru, in your pursuit of immortality, you should understand that life is equal and precious. Your life, my life, Guy's life are fundamentally the same. They are the most precious things in this world, singular and irreplaceable. Today, I shall not yield." In that moment, as Tsunade was examining Might Guy, he suddenly collapsed. Uehara rushed to support him. Tsunade, witnessing the collapse of the kind, optimistic, and ambitious Guy, hastily declared, "Orochimaru, you should go. I will take Guy for treatment." "Very well. You go. I will take care of matters here," Orochimaru replied. Uehara expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I shall surely pay you a visit soon. Please take good care of Guy." After sending Tsunade and Might Guy off, Uehara walked alongside Orochimaru, engaging in conversation. "Orochimaru, how do you plan to handle this situation? I would like to hear your thoughts." Uehara was indifferent to Orochimaru's opinion, for he had already resolved to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen. No one could deter him today. He merely wished to chat and pass the time. Orochimaru's demeanor remained calm, akin to an ancient well. "Forest Kuin, you are still young, brimming with passion and vigor. Once you have faced countless life and death situations and reach my age and position, you will understand everything. I still possess fervor and drive, yet I do not act recklessly. When you stand upon the Hokage rock, gazing down upon the statues of the great Hokages of the past, overlooking the entire village of Konoha. In comparison to the entirety of Konoha, one realizes how insignificant an individual truly is. I reiterate, the greater good must prevail." Chapter 84, The Greater Good? I embody the greater good. Uehara Mori recalled a few days prior when he, along with Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Shursui, had ventured out on a mission, only for Orochimaru to hastily leak intelligence to the Sand Shinobi. The Orochimaru of that time bore no resemblance to the seemingly altruistic figure he presented today. Prioritizing the greater good. Uehara Mori could only conclude that, when personal interests are not at stake, everyone becomes a sage, wielding moral superiority as they critique the world. Yet, once their own interests are involved, their demeanor shifts entirely, becoming meticulous and calculating. As Uehara Mori paused, Orochimaru did likewise. "I hope you remember your words today, and do not come to regret them," Uehara Mori said. Orochimaru remained silent, introspective, acknowledging that he could not entirely prioritize the greater good. He too harbored selfish motives, and they were substantial. Upon reaching the Uchiha clan's encampment, they were met with a throng of people, jostling for space. Upon seeing the two approach, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru emerging from the passage, relief evident in his smile. However, when he noticed Uehara Mori closely behind, his smile faltered. "What are you doing here?" he stammered, pointing first at Uehara Mori's original form and then at his shadow clone, utterly perplexed about which was real. An unsettling feeling began to well up within him. The onlooking shinobi exhibited expressions of astonishment, as the situation seemed to escalate in intrigue. Uehara Mori's shadow clone dissipated, transmitting memories back to his original self. He approached the resolute Might Guy and softly reassured, "Kai has sustained injuries and has been taken away by Lady Tsunade for treatment. There is no need for concern." Might Guy's previously taut demeanor relaxed. "As long as he is safe, that is a relief," he said, casting a grateful glance at Uehara Mori. Had it not been for Uehara Mori today, Might Guy's fate would have been dire. Having calmed his mentor, Uehara Mori turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "How do you propose we handle today's events?" With no hesitation, he wished to see how Orochimaru would choose to act, whether to shield Sarutobi Hiruzen or to administer justice. Uchiha Tsuki stepped forward in support. "I need only say 2 words, fairness." A Uchiha in the crowd was the first to shout, "Fairness." Thousands echoed the call, "Fairness." What transpired today was a profound manifestation of the will of fire. The Konoha shinobi had endured numerous injustices at the hands of the Sarutobi family, bolstered by the third Hokage. Many had their achievements usurped, important positions taken from them, suffered grievous injuries over trivial matters, or had precious spoils robbed. The events that befell Uehara Mori and Might Guy were not isolated incidents. Empathizing with one another, all were determined to shatter the darkness that loomed over Konoha. Orochimaru surveyed the indignant faces and then glanced at the cowering Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had long spoken of the greater good, yet witnessing the shinobi's fervent cries illuminated what truly constituted the greater good and what was most vital. The tide was turning. Unstoppable, even for Orochimaru. Hiruzen, can you explain the situation regarding today's events? Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, ready to fabricate a lie, only to see Uehara Mori produce the corpses of Saru I, Saru II, and Saru III. His mind buzzed. The world seemed to spin as he realized they should have been hiding. How were they here and dead? It dawned on Sarutobi Hiruzen that Uehara Mori's original self had dispatched them, while the shadow clone stayed behind to play a part with him. From the beginning, he had been ensnared in a trap. It's over, utterly over, he murmured. The repeated calls for fairness struck him like a hammer to the heart. Hiruzen was in a daze, his eyes hollow, hunched over as if his very spine had been drawn from him. Observing his state, Orochimaru comprehended everything. Shall I summon Yamanaka and Noichi to delve into their minds for information? Sarutobi Hiruzen flinched, shaking his head vigorously. He understood the tide had turned. The truth could not be concealed or altered. Yet to reveal the truth, that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the true mastermind, would lead to his demise, and the Hokage's reputation would plummet, subsequently devastating the once thriving clan. Thus, for the greater good, he would become the sacrifice. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen confessed, all of this stems from my own folly, harboring resentment against Uehara for his repeated humiliations. Thus, I dispatched individuals to abduct Might Guy in a quest for vengeance. This is entirely my fault. Orochimaru turned to Uehara Mori and stated, I shall report this matter to Hokage-sama, so that he may punish Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uehara Mori nodded. I have but one request. Sarutobi Hiruzen must die. In the afternoon, the bulletin board displayed an announcement once more. The previous notice had been the third Hokage expressing regret for punishing his own son. This announcement declared the third Hokage's decision to strip Sarutobi Hiruzen of all positions and send him to battle until death, while expressing profound remorse. The Konoha shinobi erupted in cheers, chanting Uehara Mori's name. He was a true hero, merciless against the Sand shinobi, selflessly defending his friends, and courageously resisting malevolent forces. Uehara Mori accomplished what they dared not. That evening, Uehara Mori visited the homes of Uchiha Kurenai and Uchiha Tsuki. Sister Kurenai, I no longer wish to conceal my strength. I aspire to become the vice commander and attain a higher status. If I project the power of a shadow, Sarutobi Hiruzen will hesitate to harm Kai and will think twice before provoking me. I do not wish for such events to recur. Uehara Mori sat upright in a chair, his piercing gaze fixed upon the two captivating women. He sought to prove himself in the impending conflict against the Sand shinobi to establish his name. Uchiha Tsuki, Uchiha Kurenai, and he were allies, a community of shared interests. Uehara Mori's reveal of his strength would be akin to laying his cards on the table for others to exploit. However, the weight of Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Kurenai in his heart did not compare to that of Might Guy and Might Die. Thus, Uehara Mori resolved that, regardless of their opposition, he would unveil his strength. Uchiha Kurenai casually toyed with a strand of her dark hair and remarked, well, it seems this blockhead has finally had a revelation. Uchiha Tsuki raised her hand. I wholeheartedly agree. You have endured too much. We three are shadow-level warriors and should dominate all. Anyone who dares to provoke us will meet their end. We must be like crabs, marching sideways, unrestrained, until we are caught and consumed. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Uehara Mori rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. What I meant may not have been clear. I merely wish to demonstrate that I have recently attained shadow-level strength, not to expose everything. I am not a fool like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two women chuckled, signaling their agreement with Uehara Mori's perspective. Uchiha Tsuki settled beside Uehara Mori and quietly inquired, Little bald head, just how strong are you? I have yet to grasp a clear impression. Uehara Mori cast a sidelong glance at the envious Uchiha Tsuki, crossing his arms and huffing. You inquire about my strength? I am uncertain. I have never fought with full effort. Moreover, I am growing at an astonishing rate, stronger by the day. Uchiha Tsuki seethed with frustration at his arrogance. Having awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan, she understood that with relentless training, she could rapidly enhance her power. Yet, her progression paled in comparison to Uehara Mori's. This little bald had merely soaked in baths and consumed medicinal tonics, and his strength surged exponentially. It seemed this growth knew no bounds, far easier than her own. If she recalled correctly, it had only been a brief span of 3 months since Uehara Mori embarked on his initial mission, yet his chakra had already multiplied tenfold. The most disheartening aspect was that all of this was a consequence of her providing Uehara with the lightning release chakra mode, the medicinal bath formula, and the necessary herbs. The rival she had longed to surpass was one she had nurtured with her own hands. Such a grave misdeed. Upon noticing the glint in Uchiha Tsuki's eyes, Uehara Mori immediately surmised her thoughts. He then revealed a powerful ninjutsu, the Golden Body Sutra, acquired from a mighty giant monkey. This was the first time he had encountered a ninjutsu named so boldly. The Golden Body Sutra was the true reason behind the indestructible physique of the shadow-level summoning beast. The Monkey King. In a world where most ninjas were as fragile as paper, the existence of the Monkey King was decidedly unique. Possessing a physique that reached the rare heights of super shadow level, Uchiha Tsuki and Uchiha Kaze exchanged glances filled with barely concealed excitement, their lips curling into smiles. Uehara Mori addressed them. "Tsuki, Kaze, consider this ninjutsu a modest gift from me." With that, he turned to depart, estimating that lingering any longer might lead to an unwelcome confrontation. The Golden Body Sutra was indeed formidable, but one must possess the ability to master it. After all, it was crafted for monkeys, not humans, and the circulation of chakra pathways was fundamentally different. The disparity in physique between humans and monkeys was stark. Otherwise, after so many years of the Sarutobi clan's contract with the Monkey King, why had no one succeeded in mastering the indestructible body? Uehara Mori had brought forth the Golden Body Sutra in hopes of leveraging Uchiha Tsuki's brilliant intellect to refine it. Having spent half a month pondering it himself without any breakthroughs, he held great faith in Uchiha Tsuki. Such a remarkable being could conjure miracles. Chapter 85, The War Begins. On January 20th, 46th year of Konoha, a bitter cold enveloped the land of rivers and the land of fire, with heavy snow blanketing the terrain, leading to countless fatalities among those caught off guard. Yet within the Konoha camp, everyone was outdoors, either patrolling diligently or intensifying their training. The long-awaited war had finally arrived. Like this sudden snowfall, it came with ferocity and urgency, catching many unprepared. On this day, the 3 great ninja villages, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Awagakure, simultaneously sent declarations of war to Konoha. A grand battle was set to unfold the following day. Unlike previous skirmishes, this conflict involved a terrifying number of over 10,000 ninjas. All Konoha ninjas felt a chilling fear deep in their bones. Within the command center, the Supreme Commander Orochimaru sat at the forefront, flanked by Tsunade and Narashikaku, followed by Uchiha Tsuki, Uchiha Kaze, and Uchiha Kaze. The seat for Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vacant. He had been dismissed from duty and was unworthy of sitting among them. In fact, he had not even been summoned to today's high-ranking ninja meeting. The remaining 160 elite ninjas sat opposite Orochimaru and the others. Uehara Mori occupied the front row of the elite ninja ranks, signifying his extraordinary status. "My comrades, Konoha stands at its most perilous moment. A brutal war awaits us," Orochimaru declared, rising and shouting. "Tell me, what lies behind us?" "Our homeland." The elite ninjas responded in unison. "What must we do?" Orochimaru's voice grew louder. "Eliminate the sand ninjas." The elite ninjas rose, roaring in fervor. "Eliminate the sand ninjas. Eliminate the sand ninjas." Their shouts grew fervent. And Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki were no exceptions. As the gathering dispersed, Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsuki, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Kaze walked side by side. Typically, passers-by would greet them warmly, eager to become familiar faces. Now, however, encounters were met with averted gazes, as if the bystanders were willingly blind to their presence. More accurately, the populace was engulfed in despair, indifferent to the world around them, their hearts frozen by the relentless snowfall. Outside the command center, many gathered. Yet the atmosphere was devoid of vitality. The ninjas lowered their heads, silent and expressionless, their eyes vacant, resembling soulless husks. in stark contrast to the morale-boosted elite ninjas. These were merely chunin and genin. The peril of the battlefield was already substantial, and with the overwhelming forces of the sand ninjas, the danger escalated. Uehara Mori and his companions were privy to information beyond that of these low-ranking ninjas. The numbers of sand ninjas in both the jonin and chunin ranks surpassed those of Konoha by a factor of 2. The true powerhouses who would determine the course of the war were not inferior to Konoha's elite, but rather, they were stronger. The sand ninjas, aside from the 4th Kazekage, Chiyo, and Yakura, had summoned formidable reinforcements. Their strength was formidable. The sand ninjas had abstained from attacking, waiting for these external allies. Among these allies were the legendary bounty hunter Kazu, renowned for his collaborations with the sand ninjas, as well as the super-strong figures from Kirigakure, the formidable Zabuza Momochi, Suigetsu Hozuki, and Yugo. Speaking of Kirigakure, one cannot neglect the 7 ninja swordsmen and their 7 extraordinary blades. Each member of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a force to be reckoned with, capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the ninja world. Standing atop the hierarchy of power, the 7 legendary swords were the great sword Samahata, the dull sword Kubikurabocho, the explosive blade Daibutsu, the twin sword Toko, the lightning blade Raijin, and the decapitating sword. They were indeed remarkable creations. Zabuza wielded the decapitating sword, a blade that could repair itself and never dull. Suigetsu possessed the great sword Samahata, a living blade capable of absorbing the chakra of enemies to empower its wielder, and even merging with the wielder to form a powerful merman. As the master of Samahata, Suigetsu grew stronger in the presence of formidable foes, unafraid of any shadow-level adversary. Yugo commanded the lightning blade Raijin, a sword capable of manipulating thunder and lightning, rivaling and even surpassing the sword of the 2nd Hokage. Zabuza, though not one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was merely 14 years old yet possessed an astonishing amount of chakra, more than the combined total of the other 3 hidden mist ninjas. His prodigious chakra, paired with his innate talent, rendered him a genius capable of overwhelming ordinary elite jonin. When one carefully assessed the situation, the Sand Ninja's shadow-level combatants numbered 7. Konoha's side boasted Orochimaru, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Suki, Tsunade, Uehara Mori, and Might Guy, also 7 in total. However, Tsunade's hemophobia rendered her unfit for the battlefield, leaving only 6 shadow-level fighters on Konoha's side, 1 fewer than the opposition. This missing unit was critical. It represented a pivotal advantage. As long as Konoha's 6 shadow-level fighters were entangled with the 6 from the sand, the additional shadow-level fighter from the sand could swiftly coordinate with their peers to eliminate Konoha's elite one by one. Uchiha Shursui, observing the pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloping the Konoha camp, furrowed his brow and asked, "Mori, can we emerge victorious?" The usually brave and fearless Uchiha Shursui was engulfed in confusion. Uehara Mori, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the vast white expanse and replied, "Be confident. We absolutely cannot lose. Unless you can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan to turn the tide." He held great expectations for Uchiha Shursui's potential, exerting pressure in the hopes that, like Uchiha Suki, he would unleash his latent power in a moment of despair. Upon hearing Uehara Mori's words, Uchiha Suki felt a stirring in her heart. "Shursui is my cousin. If he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, could we exchange eyes to attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?" While the Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, it bore a flaw, progressive blindness with use. Only by exchanging Mangekyo Sharingan with a close blood relative could it transcend into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which would never succumb to darkness. As Uchiha Suki contemplated, she feigned despair and addressed Uchiha Shursui, saying, "Shursui, do not be afraid. If I perish in battle, you must remain strong. You must endure." Before she could finish her sentence, 2 lines of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Upon witnessing her tears, Uchiha Shursui hastily declared, "I will surely awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suki, you are my dearest friend. I will not allow you to die before me." He thumped his chest, fervently assuring her with heartfelt emotion. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Kuin looked at the dramatic Uchiha Suki and the nearly tearful Uchiha Shursui, turning their heads away, stifling their laughter. They could not laugh. It was absolutely forbidden. The group continued their conversation as they made their way to the prison within the Konoha encampment. They intended to visit Sarutobi Hizashi, the troublemaker who had become the bane of their existence. They came to witness his fate, to mock him, and to lighten their spirits. Prolonged suppression could lead to illness. Hence their visit was akin to a remedy. Chapter 86. Transformation. The prison comprised 5 levels, with Sarutobi Hizashi confined in the innermost cell of the 5th level. This level housed the most vicious criminals, those subjected to the severest punishments, all sentenced to death. However, in this dire time, they were being repurposed for the battlefield to extract any remaining value. Upon reaching the 5th level, Uehara Mori and his companions found the criminals either lying down or sitting, all having lost hope in life. They were aware that tomorrow would be their execution day. Yet, before they reached Sarutobi Hizashi's cell, they heard a series of melodious laughter. Uchiha Suki inquired curiously, "Who is so joyful in here?" The answer soon became evident. Sarutobi Hizashi was surrounded by 4 beautiful women, reveling in their company. A table laden with delectable food and drink was set before him, featuring a sumptuous array of delights from the skies, the earth, and the waters. Observing the joy radiating from Sarutobi Hizashi, Uehara Mori muttered, "This is no prison, it is clearly paradise. No work to do, only enjoyment. No interruptions, just unbridled freedom. If Sarutobi Hizashi survives the battlefield, I shall ensure he meets his end." Upon seeing Uehara Mori and his companions, Sarutobi Hizashi, seated in an ornate chair adorned with white tiger fur, remained unfazed as a beauty fed him wine. The manner was somewhat enviable, filled with allure. "Mori-kun, would you care to join me in some fun?" Uehara Mori gazed at the 4 enchanting women, tempted to partake. He was still a virgin, having never even touched a woman's hand. However, the thought of this being his adversary incited a peak of displeasure within him. "Deputy Commander Hizashi, oh, I stand corrected. You are not the deputy commander. You are a prisoner. A death row inmate." Sarutobi Hizashi immediately fell apart. It was due to Uehara Mori that he had lost everything. Because of this impudent little brat, barely 13 and yet to fully mature, he had fallen from the lofty position of deputy commander to a condemned prisoner. It was this shameless little buzzcut that had transformed him from a promising elder of the Sarutobi clan into a family outcast. Sarutobi Hizashi forcefully shoved the 2 beauties aside, eliciting cries of pain. He swiftly approached the doorway, glaring intensely at Uehara Mori. "Brat, do not rejoice too soon. If I perish, you shall not fare any better. Offending the Sarutobi clan and the Hokage will ensure your demise will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad times worse than mine. Furthermore, even if you have concealed your strength, you are but an elite jonin. On the battlefield, even those of Kage level may fall, let alone you." Uehara Mori chuckled, dismissing his words. Yes, you're absolutely right. His prowess was not merely that of an elite jonin. He was formidable even among Kage level shinobi. Moreover, on the battlefield, he would not flee but strive to achieve merit, eventually replacing Sarutobi Hizashi as the new deputy commander. He would challenge Sarutobi Hizashi and usurp his position from the Hokage. Uehara Mori waved goodbye. "Enjoy your last meal. I recall you have no offspring, correct? Make an effort today to leave a legacy. Do not be shy in your cell. Just look at the brothers in the adjacent cells. Their eyes are glued to you. If you lack techniques, you may seek their guidance. I am sure they would be delighted to demonstrate." The other 3 took turns ridiculing him, each delivering their barbs. After half an hour, they left the cell, thoroughly satisfied. At noon, Uehara Mori bid farewell to Might Guy and Might Dai, who were to remain at the camp to guard against any underhanded enemy assaults. Before parting, Tsunade sought out Uehara Mori, presenting him with a box of soldier pills. "Mori, this is my exclusive concoction of special soldier pills, crafted from various rare herbs. Rich in nutrients, and delightful in taste. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." Uehara Mori bowed in gratitude, politely responding, "Thank you." Tsunade was the 2nd Konoha high-ranking official he felt a sense of closeness to. The first was Nara Shikaku, the camp strategist. Tsunade regarded the dashing young Uehara Mori with a sigh. "Had you been born 20 years earlier, I would undoubtedly pursue you. I believe you could still give it a try," he remarked. "You are too young. We are not a good match. Suki is more suitable for you. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a natural pair." Uehara Mori felt a surge of embarrassment. He harbored a slight infatuation for Uchiha Suki, but it was minimal. He was uncertain if Uchiha Suki felt the same about him. Both were fervent practitioners of their arts, their interest in power far exceeding any romantic inclinations. Besides, at their age, was it not too early for romance? Tsunade leaned closer to Uehara Mori, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was near, and gossiping. Suki has been consuming papayas and drinking milk lately. Have you not noticed her growth? Uehara Mori's handsome face flushed crimson. He had indeed not noticed. A washboard was still a washboard, regardless of its doubling. After some casual conversation, Tsunade revealed her true purpose in seeking Uehara Mori. Mori, you must be vigilant regarding Chiyo's bone decomposition poison. It is exceedingly dangerous and nearly unsolvable. At least, I have been unable to neutralize it. She had issued this warning to many within Konoha, urging them to be cautious. Uehara Mori inquired, "You mean the poison from the Monkey King?" "Yes. Then how did you eliminate the Monkey King's poison?" Tsunade's delicate, fair face reflected a look of reminiscence. "I used the extraction technique 40 times to cure the Monkey King. His survival was solely due to his terrifying constitution, surpassing even Kage level. This poison breeds. As long as even a trace remains within the body, it will rapidly proliferate. Therefore, once infected, even Kage-level warriors are almost certain to perish." Uehara Mori stroked his chin, pondering, a breeding poison? Is it akin to a virus? He was well versed in medical ninjutsu, having perfected the B-rank extraction technique and the A-rank healing technique. His ninjutsu prowess had undergone a qualitative transformation. Uehara Mori was uncertain if he could utilize the extraction technique to deal with this poison. He was not prepared to test the poison on himself. Life was singular. Attempting could lead to demise. Even the Monkey King, with a physique exceeding Kage level, could not withstand it. He did not believe his own frail elite Jonin body could endure. "It is not a virus, but it bears similarities," Tsunade replied. "Mori, it would be best if you donned several layers of armor to protect yourself entirely, leaving no openings." Uehara Mori nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Previously, he had assumed that Tsunade could neutralize all of Chiyo's poisons, unaware that some poisons even she could not dispel. Shortly thereafter, he sought out Uchiha Suki, who was dressed in striking red armor, complete with a helmet and visor, resembling a female general. Her conspicuous attire made her the most striking figure in the entire encampment. Uehara Mori approached and asked, "Suki, may I ask you something?" Uchiha Suki took a step back. Outside of formal occasions, Uehara Mori typically referred to her as Washboard. Now, affectionately referring to her as Uji, coupled with the mischievous smile of this little fox, a wave of malice washed over her. "Do not approach. What do you intend to do?" "I have come to borrow a few sets of armor to guard against Chiyo's poison." Uchiha Uji snorted coldly and beckoned Uehara to follow her. Before long, they found Uchiha Koen. "Beautiful and generous Sister Koen. I heard you have prepared battle armor for me." Uchiha Koen replied with a gentle smile, "You are the support of both me and Uji. How could I not protect you well?" As she spoke, she produced a black-scaled armor that could envelop the entire body. Uehara looked at the thin metal plates, puzzled by their efficacy. Upon receiving the scaled armor, his hands felt an unexpected weight. What appeared to be no more than 10 pounds turned out to weigh 100. The material of the armor was extraordinary. He tugged at it with all his might, yet it did not budge. Gradually channeling his chakra throughout his body, still, there was no response. "Sister Koen, your scaled armor is remarkably sturdy. Uehara, feel free to pull. I have prepared something of great quality for you." Uchiha Koen wore a warm smile, resembling a caring sister from next door, both heartwarming and enchanting. Uehara activated the first gate of the 8 gates, his chakra doubling and his strength surging. Yet, the scaled armor remained unscathed. He continued to unlock the 8 gates until he reached the 5th gate, still finding it remarkably resilient. "This truly is a treasure. Thank you, charming Sister Koen." Uehara showered praise upon Uchiha Koen with sweet words. Uchiha Uji snorted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Only Sister Koen could pity you enough to have crafted this armor specifically for you, costing a staggering 100 million ryo. She sensed that Uchiha Koen's affection had shifted towards Uehara. Most importantly, it was her money that funded this armor. Uehara was deeply moved, realizing that both Uchiha Uji and Uchiha Koen had their own factions and were in dire need of funds. Yet they still took the time to consider him so thoughtfully. Moreover, this scaled armor fit him perfectly, suggesting that it had been prepared by Uchiha Uji and Uchiha Koen long ago. Such treatment, akin to that of a family member, he had only experienced from Might Dai and Might Guy, the two most pivotal individuals in his life. At 2 in the afternoon, 4,000 ninjas from Konoha set out for the front line, while Might Dai and Tsunade, along with 3,000 ninjas, remained at the Konoha camp. The 4,000 ninjas on the front line would engage in a fierce battle against the Sand Shinobi. Among those heading to the front were Uehara, Uchiha Yuji, Uchiha Sora, Uchiha Kuin, and Orochimaru, 5 formidable figures of the elite. Uchiha Shursui, as a member of the White Fang Squad, also proceeded to the front lines. Chapter 87, Achievements Konoha, Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood atop the Hokage Tower, braving the biting wind and snow, which engulfed him halfway. Today marked the day the Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure allied against Konoha. He was not overly concerned about Iwagakure, with old friends like Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate-in, Tsurugi Komatsu, and Akimichi Torafu to contend with. He felt secure against the formidable trio from Kumogakure, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. However, his greatest apprehension lay with Sunagakure, which held an undeniable advantage in strength, deploying 7 elite figures, not to mention Chiyo's creation of an unknown, terrifying poison. The third Hokage recalled the ghastly condition of the Monkey King and felt a chill run down his spine. The ultra-elite body of the Monkey King, with muscles harder than diamonds, had nearly met his demise, and even after healing, he was gravely weakened. The entire monkey had withered to a skeletal frame, merely a thin layer of skin clinging to his bones. To this day, he could not manage on his own. The torment he endured was horrifying. The third Hokage speculated that even Orochimaru, known for his survival skills, would be left helpless against such poison, let alone others. Alas, a time of turmoil, he sighed, praying for the safety of Orochimaru and his comrades. As he prayed, the Umbu, his most trusted forces, observed him from the shadows. A few exchanged glances, their eyes betraying disdain, hatred, and pity, secretly murmuring, "Now you seek divine favor. Where was your wisdom before?" Orochimaru offered the choice to retreat or hold the line. Yet you insisted on playing your power games and made no choice. Now, he has opted to hold fast, while you feign concern here. It's quite nauseating. Furthermore, you claim to be the strongest Hokage in history, with numerous titles and immense power. Yet while the leaders of other villages are on the battlefield, you remain in Konoha. The third great ninja war has raged for a year, and you have not set foot beyond Konoha. Truly, a bear has become a mere fool. These thoughts remained unspoken among the worldly wise Umbu, for the Hokage was their superior, and they feared repercussions. Between the Sand Ninja's defensive line and Konoha's, the landscape was blanketed in white, the dense forest covered in snow. This vast, unnamed forest served as the battleground between Konoha and Sunagakure. Konoha deployed 5,000 ninjas, with 3,000 remaining at the defensive line and another 3,000 at the camp. Sunagakure fielded an even larger force, sending 8,000 ninjas, with 5,000 stationed at the defensive line and 5,000 at their camp. Each sand ninja brimmed with enthusiasm, their faces alight with smiles that melted the spring snow. As the impending battle approached, the heavy snowfall abruptly ceased, and thunder rumbled in the sky. In front of the 5,000 sand ninjas stood 7 formidable figures, exuding an aura of terror. Their powerful chakra surged skyward, shattering the heavens and instilling fear in all directions. The fourth Kazekage, Chiyo, Kakazu, Pakin, Suigetsu, Kuratsuchi, and Kisame stood shoulder to shoulder on the ground. Chiyo's eyes gleamed with dark resentment as she solemnly declared, "Uchiha Yuji, Uchiha Sora, and Uehara, I command you to eliminate them with all your strength upon encountering them. If successful, I shall reward each of you with 100 million ryo." The crowd gasped, their excitement palpable as they rolled up their sleeves, eager to engage. This was a staggering amount, akin to the entire annual income of a large ninja clan. Even elite figures would struggle to amass such wealth in a few years. Kakuzu was particularly exhilarated, his zombie-like visage grinning widely, capable of hanging 2 bottles from his lips. He was a fervent admirer of wealth, his bed lined with cash and gold, ensuring a comfortable sleep. Furthermore, he held a grudge against Uchiha Yuji, having narrowly escaped death at her hands previously. However, today he brimmed with confidence, ready to overpower Uchiha Yuji. Kakuzu's power was linked to the 5 hearts within him. The stronger the hearts, the greater his strength. Having preserved 2 elite hearts from the last battle and acquired another from the corpse of Sarutobi Shino, his strength had doubled. He could proudly declare, "All of you standing here are mere rubbish. I shall take on 7 alone. I am no longer the weak Kakuzu of old. I am the enhanced Kakuzu." Boom. Thunder reverberated through the air. Kuratsuchi laughed heartily, wielding the Raijin blade. He could manipulate lightning. In this thunderous weather, he was nearly invincible, unafraid even against 2 or 3 elite figures. The weather is splendid today. Our plan shall proceed smoothly. Kuratsuchi was overjoyed, envisioning a swift victory over the Konoha ninjas. Kisame, baring his sharp teeth, wore a bloodthirsty expression. Water is my favorite, for it conducts electricity. Soon, the foolish Konoha ninjas will flip over like fish. The fourth Kazekage stepped forward, proclaiming, "This battle is ours." Meanwhile, a kilometer away, the 5,000 Konoha ninjas wore relaxed expressions, exchanging playful banter, possibly as a means of releasing tension. At the forefront stood Uehara, Uchiha Yuji, Orochimaru, Uchiha Koen, and Uchiha Sora. Uehara Mori, clad in 4 layers of armor and burdened with a large sack of steel balls, brandished a loudspeaker towards Orochimaru's battle-hardened visage, proclaiming with fervor, "Orochimaru, I aspire to achieve great feats. Can I petition the Hokage for the role of deputy commander?" Today, he intended to make a significant impact. Orochimaru, his ears ringing from the loudspeaker's volume, dismissed Uehara's words, assuming them to be jest. He replied boisterously, "Mori-kun, what constitutes a great achievement in your eyes? 1,000 sand shinobi heads, or perhaps one among those 7 before us?" The resounding voice echoed from the loudspeaker. Uehara's bold declaration ignited a wave of encouragement. "Go for it, Lord Mori. We believe in you. If you can slay 2,300 sand shinobi alongside Lady Tsukihime, then 1,000 is merely a trivial task. Should you succeed, I will follow you." Yet, there were detractors, such as the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. 2,000 of us stand here, unyielding. You, with your boyish charm, only know how to boast. May you meet an early demise. They scorned him, deeming him merely a body technique ninja, easily dispatched. Uehara, however, remained undeterred. He yearned for glory, to be a figure of significance, a decision-maker. Tired of being outmaneuvered during every mission, he was resolute. Tsukihime Uchiha seized the loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Today, it is either life or death. I commend Morikuin's bravery. Why not grant him this opportunity?" Orochimaru, in a spirited response, declared, "Today, I shall forge a pact with Morikuin. If he truly can slay 1,000 foes or eliminate a shadow-level expert, I shall make him my deputy commander, even at the cost of my own position. Let blood bear witness." He slashed his palm, blood spilling forth. Uehara followed suit, and they clasped hands, raising them high. Together, they shouted, "Victory is ours. Konoha shall triumph." The fervor ignited within the ranks of 5,000 Konoha ninjas, who raised a hand in unity, chanting, "Victory is ours. Konoha shall prevail." They repeated this chant thrice, their spirits soaring, dispelling the previous gloom. Orochimaru, with a smile, whispered to Uehara, "Morikuin, your strategy is quite impressive. I never anticipated my troops' morale could be so easily rekindled by you." Uehara laughed heartily. "It is your cooperation that has made this possible. But let it be known, this is no mere strategy, it is my earnest desire. You have sworn an oath, and it must not be broken. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses." Orochimaru responded with unwavering resolve. Chapter 88, The Rising Sun Kill. 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 The forces of Konoha and the Sand Shinobi surged towards one another. The multitude of ninjas clashed like a torrential flood. The first to break through were Kiba Juzu, Suigetsu, Raiga, and Kisame, leading the charge. As they approached within 200 meters of the Konoha ninjas, Kiba, Suigetsu, and Kisame simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of powerful chakra akin to a raging river. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. 3 colossal water spheres rapidly expanded before the trio, each swelling to over 300 meters in diameter. In unison, the spheres detonated, unleashing a deluge towards the 5,000 Konoha ninjas. Raiga bared his shark-like teeth, brandishing 2 lightning-infused blades. Countless bolts of chakra surged upward, resonating with the storm clouds above. ZZZZT. Lightning roared as it danced through the clouds. The Konoha ninjas were battered by the relentless waves, with at least a quarter enveloped in water. Fortunately, their formations were dispersed, averting disaster. Uehara, the quickest to react, shouted, "He aims to summon lightning. Get out of the water, leap into the sky." As he spoke, he leaped high into the air, soaring dozens of meters above the surface. Hearing his command, the Konoha ninjas sprang from the water, escaping the impending doom. Many cast grateful glances towards Uehara. Raiga's expression twisted into a fierce snarl as he yelled, "Lightning release! Thunderstrike!" He swung his blades down towards the ground. 1,000,000 volts of electricity surged from the sky, sending countless serpentine bolts crashing into the water. Zzzt. In an instant, the deadly currents surged through the water, creating an explosive cloud of hydrogen and oxygen. Orochimaru called out to Uehara, "Well done, Mori-kun. Without your timely warning, we would have suffered great losses. Our war would have faltered before it even began." The Konoha ninjas, aware of the explosive potential from the hydrogen and oxygen, rushed into the water where the electricity had dissipated. Before Suigetsu could ignite the hydrogen with his fire release, Uehara unleashed his own fire release, diving into the water. Boom! The ignited hydrogen released a tremendous amount of heat, generating a shockwave that sent the 4 mist ninjas flying. Uehara, alongside the elite from Konoha, charged into the ranks of the Sand Shinobi, each seeking their own adversaries. Kings against kings, generals against generals. Orochimaru clashed with the 4th Kazekage. The 2 supreme commanders locked in battle. Uchiha Izumi, clad in formidable purple armor, approached Chiyo, a master of puppet techniques. Uchiha Tsukihime sought out Kakuzu, intent on settling scores, unleashing an S-rank jutsu right from the start. Remarkably, Uchiha Sora took on 4 opponents single-handedly, confronting Kiba Jizu, Suigetsu, Raiga, and Kisame, the finest of the Mist Village. Uchiha Sora, in his prime, wielded a gleaming long blade, his chakra immense, surpassing even that of shadow-level experts. His overwhelming chakra, akin to a tailed beast, formed a thick armor around him. Uehara's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "This old man is indeed extraordinary." He sensed the immense chakra pouring from Sora's forehead, likely sealed within a technique akin to Tsunade's In seal, allowing immense chakra storage for battle. But that was not all. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sora swung his ninja blade, roaring chakra coalescing into tangible golden flames that engulfed the weapon. In an instant, he unleashed 4 slashes. Each strike, reminiscent of a crescent moon, radiated an astonishing heat capable of melting ice and igniting forests. Each slash was an S-rank ninjutsu. The 4 mist ninjas were taken aback, either hastily raising their blades in defense or fleeing in desperation. Following a series of earth-shattering collisions, the previously formidable Raiga was severely wounded, while Kisame suffered extensive burns. Only Suigetsu and Kiba Juzu, utilizing their unique abilities to absorb chakra, managed to escape unscathed. Uehara observed keenly, recognizing Uchiha Sora's attack as a manifestation of the ultimate transformation of fire-style chakra, an unrivaled S-rank technique. Such a terrifying ninjutsu had never been reported in the current ninja world. It was noteworthy that the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had attempted to incorporate elemental transformation into the A-rank Rasengan, yet had never succeeded. Watching Uchiha Sora, whose chakra remained abundant and seemingly inexhaustible, Uehara's mind raced with thoughts. This old man had claimed to be of mediocre talent, inferior to his peers, and not a fraction of Uchiha Madara, all of which were blatant fabrications. Such formidable strength, even if not able to match Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, could certainly contend with Senju Tobirama without issue. The tides of battle were about to shift dramatically. Such a powerful adversary would prove formidable even against the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan will suffice. After a moment of reflection, Uehara Mori felt invigorated. Uchiha Sora was akin to the setting sun in the west, while he was the rising sun in the east. Uehara Mori was destined to surpass Uchiha Sora in the future. He turned away from the shadowy battlefield to rescue the beleaguered lower-tier forces of Konoha. For the time being, he had no intention of slaying the shadow-level adversaries, as they served little purpose. Eliminating some of the weaker sand ninjas would not only accrue merit in preparation for becoming the vice commander, but also save a substantial number of Konoha ninjas, garnering their gratitude. The earlier retreat of Orochimaru before the furious Konoha ninjas underscored the formidable power of the masses. Uehara Mori was following the path of the people. The battlefield was densely forested, with Konoha ninjas engaged in a chaotic melee with the Sand ninjas. However, the Sand ninjas numbered a staggering 8,000, while Konoha had only 5,000. The Konoha ninjas often faced a greater number of foes, placing them in perilous situations. Kill. Elite Jonin by Yun Yesan fought alongside over 10 Konoha ninjas against a full 30 sand ninjas. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Huh. Taste my poison needle. Various ninjutsu intertwined within the dense forest, obliterating everything in their path. Flames, raging winds, poison needles, and puppets, all manifesting wondrous yet brutal powers. The treacherous sand ninjas exploited their numerical superiority, showing no chivalry. A guaranteed kill for one, and a bountiful gain for two. The Konoha ninjas rallied themselves. Yet the numerical advantage of the sand ninjas proved overwhelming. Soon, only 6 remained on the Konoha side, standing back to back. Meanwhile, the sand ninjas suffered minimal losses, having only 3 fatalities and still 27 remaining. Elite Jonin by Yun Yesan relentlessly wielded his ninja blade, employing the A-rank ninjutsu vacuum blade, unleashing hundreds of wind blades to push back the sand ninjas. He was drenched in blood, both that of his enemies and his own. Lord Yesan, let us use explosive tags and perish together, suggested a Konoha ninja with a severed arm. Orochimaru and the others face insurmountable difficulty in achieving victory. We see no hope. Some expressed in despair. We are the weak, destined to be cannon fodder. Others lamented in resignation. By Yun Yesan tightened the bandages around his wounded arm, shouting, "You all escape. I will hold them back." From a kilometer away, Uehara Mori sensed the dire situation of Bai Yun Yesan and shot forth like an arrow, hastening towards them. As he moved swiftly, he retrieved 2 steel balls from his pack. Chapter 89. This generation is unworthy of being human. My life is at an end. Bai Yun Yesan thought, watching the ninja blade swing towards his neck and the frenzied face of the sand ninja, knowing his life was about to conclude. Yet, he felt no regret, for the 5 remaining ninjas were unwilling to flee, choosing instead to stay and fight alongside him. With a whoosh, a steel ball shattered the air, piercing through the thick trunk of a great tree, severing the hardened ninja blade. Bai Yun Yesan's eyes widened as he witnessed the blade break, but before he could react, he saw the head of the elite Jonin attacking him explode with a resounding bang. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of exploding watermelon reverberated in his ears. This sound was all too familiar. It was the same sound he had heard when hundreds of Konoha ninjas perished at the hands of the 100-handed Azura Senju Chikage. The sand ninjas' arrogant expressions froze as they witnessed their comrades' heads bursting before their eyes. The terror of being ruled by Chikage's formidable steel balls descended upon them. Several quick-witted sand ninjas immediately retreated, shouting, "An enemy is hiding in the shadows. Quickly, take cover. Damn it, the enemy is too strong. All the Jonin are dead. We must flee. Oh my, the speed of the steel balls is too fast. We cannot escape. Quick, use Earth Release, underground submarine to hide underground. Or take cover behind the rocks. Damn it, hiding behind the rocks is useless." In less than 10 seconds, the sand ninjas, once formidable in the eyes of the 6 battered Konoha ninjas, lay defeated. The sound of light, joyous footsteps echoed behind the 6. Bai Yun Yesan jolted, turning swiftly with his ninja blade drawn. Uehara Mori grasped the blade's edge with his bare hand and remarked, "Jonin Yesan, have you betrayed us?" Bai Yun Yesan saw it was Uehara Mori and sighed in relief, hastily retracting his blade, stammering, "Forgive me, enemy. You are the enemy." As he spoke, his words tangled, overwhelmed with tension. After a moment, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead and vapor rose from his body. "Mori-kun, was it you who just saved me?" Uehara Mori glanced around. "There is no one else here. I must depart to eliminate the sand ninja brats. Mori-kun, please be careful." Uehara Mori bent down to collect the forehead protectors of the sand ninjas. The other Konoha ninjas assisted, expressing their gratitude profusely. Uehara Mori waved and vanished from sight. Bai Yun Yesan gazed at Uehara Mori's departing figure, motionless for a long while. The dismembered Konoha ninja questioned, "Captain Yesan, Uehara Mori." He slapped himself, realizing he had failed to use honorifics with his savior. Isn't Lord Mori only supposed to possess the strength of a Jonin? How can he? He pointed at the headless corpses, including those of Jinin, Chunin, and even Jonin, astonished to find elite Jonin among them. Elite Jonin are absolute powerhouses in any ninja village and could lead even in smaller villages. Such beings had been effortlessly slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Bai Yun Yesan was filled with emotion. Every generation produces talents. This generation is truly unworthy of being human. He stood where he had just been saved, pointing at a large tree, saying, Look at this tree with a hole. The steel ball first penetrated this tree before severing the ninja blade. See those trees ahead? They too have holes made by the same steel ball. Bayun Yeshan leaped up, tapping the head of the dismembered ninja. You tell me this is the strength of a jonin. Does that make me a false elite jonin? Did Lord Mori kill the majority of the 2,300 sand ninjas? Another asked. Most likely, Bayun Yeshan pondered, stroking his chin. Lord Mori might indeed become Konoha's next vice commander. He turned to the other 5, declaring, we must follow in Lord Mori's footsteps. With his strength, he will undoubtedly save many. We shall unite these people and stand against the sand ninjas. Yes, the 5 Konoha ninjas responded loudly. For hours later, Uehara Mori was unaware of how many sand ninjas he had dispatched, humming a cheerful tune. I am thus conquered by you, he sang. While the rescued Konoha ninjas hurriedly gathered the sand ninja forehead protectors, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Uehara Mori had grown weary of their thanks, having heard it countless times over the past 4 hours. This was far easier than his previous assault on the sand ninja defenses alongside Uchiha Tsukihime. Back then, the sand ninjas were scattered. After defeating one wave, he had to travel great distances to reach the next stronghold, while also being wary of the 4th Kazekage and others. Now, with no shadow-level adversaries in play, he wielded absolute dominance on the battlefield. His sensory abilities allowed him to easily locate the scattered sand ninjas, while the steel balls enabled him to eliminate them from a distance. The combination of these powers rendered him unparalleled on the battlefield. Just as he picked up the last sand ninja forehead protector, Bayun Yeshan suddenly appeared before him. Bayun Yeshan knelt on one knee, bowing his head, and proclaimed loudly, Lord Mori, I have finally found you. Uehara Mori felt somewhat embarrassed yet proud at the sight of the elite jonin showing such deference. Other vice commanders had not received such honors. Not even Orochimaru could command Bayun Yeshan to kneel. Bayun Yeshan's actions reflected his profound respect for Uehara Mori. He had followed Uehara Mori in rallying Konoha ninjas, amassing over 1,000, all saved by Uehara Mori. It was unimaginable how many sand ninjas Uehara Mori had slain and what great merits he had earned. Uehara Mori helped Bayun Yeshan to his feet and inquired, What is it? We have prepared a gift for you. Uehara Mori, filled with curiosity, followed Bayun Yeshan as they departed. Shortly thereafter, he and Bayun Yeshan arrived at a gathering of over 1,000 Konoha ninjas. Surrounding them lay the corpses of Konoha ninjas, numbering more than 1,000. Upon Uehara Mori's arrival, everyone knelt on one knee in unison, exclaiming, We welcome you, Lord Mori. Uehara Mori was taken aback. He had never anticipated such treatment. However, considering they were on a battlefield, he felt that such ostentation was inappropriate. Thus, he inquired, Why are you all gathered here instead of engaging the enemy? Bayun Yeshan laughed heartily. The battlefield is divided by the strength of shadow-level ninjas. We are positioned to the east of the shadow-level battlefield. Most of the sand ninjas around have been eliminated by you, and the rest have been dealt with by us. To the west, many sand ninjas remain. But after a brief respite, we shall advance. Hence, we have prepared a surprise for you during this break. With your fortuitous presence, victory in this battle is assured. Uehara Mori nodded, accepting their goodwill. A stunning beauty, with curves that captivated the eye, approached gracefully, draped in a red cloak. Her gaze sparkled with warmth, and with a soft touch, she placed the cloak upon Uehara Mori. Inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Uehara Mori mused, This is the essence of power. He caressed the red cloak, a smile adorning his face. He wondered which flamboyant individual had prepared such a cloak. It was ostentatious yet undeniably stylish. Just like a superhero who, despite the absurdity of wearing their underwear over their trousers, transforms into a figure of charm with a cape. Uehara Mori, already possessing striking good looks, appeared even more handsome in the cloak, captivating many female ninjas. Thank you all for your kindness, he expressed. Bayun Yeshan replied resolutely, Lord Mori, we are all saved by you. Once the war concludes, we shall petition for your promotion to vice commander. Uehara Mori did not expect such a delightful surprise. He understood that even without Orochimaru's recommendation to the Hokage, he would undoubtedly ascend to the role of vice commander. After exchanging a few more words with Bayun Yeshan and the other ninjas, Uehara Mori stated, I will head to the western battlefield first. Please stay safe. Bayun Yeshan added, Be cautious as well. I see your chakra is significantly depleted. It would be wise to rest for a while. Your strength is formidable, but you are not invincible. Uehara Mori nodded slightly and vanished from their sight in an instant. Chapter 90. The ultimate trump card at the junction of the eastern and western battlefields. Uehara Mori sat cross-legged atop the tallest tree, enjoying a panoramic view while savoring a box of soldier pills gifted by Tsunade. Indeed, the beautiful Tsunade spoke the truth. The pills were nutritionally rich and delicious. This one had a beef flavor, and surprisingly, this one was strawberry flavored. Like chewing candy, he consumed the pills, finishing half the box and saving the rest. Uehara Mori had fought continuously for over 4 hours, and his stamina was severely depleted. Each steel ball required minimal chakra, yet the physical exertion was substantial. After launching countless steel balls, his hands and waist felt as if they might break. This battle marked the longest duration of combat for Uehara Mori. He finally understood why most ninjas couldn't engage in prolonged battles. It was entirely due to their lack of stamina. Despite a decade of rigorous training and the resilience forged by the lightning release chakra mode, even he felt the strain, let alone those ninjas less adept in physical combat. After resting for half an hour, Uehara Mori felt significantly revitalized, though complete recovery would likely take 2 or 3 days. He estimated he could utilize the 5th gate of the 8 gates again, but doing so would lead to severe exhaustion. He envied those with the ability to perform sit-ups, marveling at their prowess, while he considered himself a fragile ninja. Opening his backpack, he discovered only about 100 steel balls remained. Before entering the battlefield, he had commissioned the crafting of 2,000 steel balls, expecting them to last longer, but he was taken aback by how quickly they were depleting. Suddenly, 2 swift gusts of wind approached. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai, both elite jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan, emerged from the woods beside Uehara Mori. Uchiha Shursui urged, "Mori, you must leave here. A terrifying enemy is approaching." Uehara Mori, looking at the 2 shadow clones, questioned, "Who is it?" "It's Suigetsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist," responded Shursui. Uehara Mori exclaimed, "Isn't he engaged in combat with Uchiha Sora? I recall that at the onset of the battle, Suigetsu and 3 other mist ninjas were easily crushed by him. How could Uchiha Sora let such a prime target slip away?" Upon hearing Uchiha Sora's name, Uchiha Shursui's demeanor shifted to one of anger. Rarely did the gentle Shursui show such emotion. His fists clenched tightly as he declared, "That old ghost is responsible for creating the formidable Suigetsu." After Uehara Mori listened to Shursui's detailed explanation, he grasped the situation. Following Uehara Mori's departure, Uchiha Sora had continued to demonstrate his prowess, nearly annihilating the 4 mist ninjas on his own. However, during this time, the now elderly Uchiha Sora, affected by the icy weather, suffered from his chronic ailments, which left him in excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Suigetsu absorbed a substantial amount of chakra, significantly amplifying his strength. As if that weren't enough, Uchiha Sora, intent on eliminating the mist ninjas, attempted to utilize the vast chakra stored within the seal on his forehead to unleash a powerful output, hoping to explode Suigetsu. However, rather than causing an explosion, Suigetsu became overly nourished. At that moment, Uchiha Sora, having expended a tremendous amount of chakra, became weak and was subsequently gravely injured by the enhanced Suigetsu. In the final moments, Uchiha Sora fled, vanishing from sight, while Suigetsu ruthlessly continued to dominate the western battlefield, absorbing chakra and growing stronger. Consequently, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai, along with a dozen elite ninjas, sought to encircle and eliminate him. Such a formation would suffocate a common shadow-level ninja, but against the fortified Suigetsu, they found themselves overwhelmed. Ultimately, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai, victims of the will of fire, prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country. Their plan was to lure Suigetsu to a less populated area and then launch a suicide attack. It was then that their shadow clones encountered Uehara Mori. Soon, their true forms would draw Suigetsu into a fierce battle. Uehara Mori rubbed his buzz cut, furrowing his brow. He thought, if Suigetsu remains, all my over 1,000 supporters will surely perish. That lovable fool Shursui will likely meet the same fate. Moreover, this war could be lost due to Suigetsu, leading to a collapse of the Konoha defense in the Land of Rivers. Such an outcome would significantly conflict with my interests, as I rely on those supporters to secure the position of vice commander. As for the promises made by the double-faced Orochimaru, he could only chuckle derisively. "Shursui, let us eliminate Suigetsu together," Uehara Mori declared with unwavering determination. "Mori, are you out of your mind? I have few friends. I don't want you to perish so soon. Uchiha Shursui exclaimed anxiously. In his view, while Uehara Mori had concealed much of his strength, he was merely an ordinary elite jonin at best. In such a high-level battle, he would be of little use, essentially walking to his own demise. Uchiha Hakadai placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha Shursui's shoulder, proclaiming, "Trust in Mori. His strength exceeds expectation." This statement was meant to comfort Shursui, as well as Hakadai himself. Uchiha Sora had once informed him of Uehara Mori's shadow-level capabilities. Yet he was acutely aware of Mori's current exhaustion. Upon arrival, he had witnessed Uehara Mori resting, clearly drained of stamina. Nevertheless, the presence of an additional powerful ally brought hope. Suigetsu had to be vanquished. Uehara Mori confidently proclaimed, "You all hold the line for a moment. I possess a secret technique that can turn the tide of battle, though it requires some preparation." Presently, Uehara could only resort to the Azura Chakra mode. For victory seemed elusive otherwise. Yet, he had previously vowed to Uchiha Suki and Uchiha Katsu not to reveal his ultimate trump card, lest the enemy discern his true strength. In this dire situation, he felt compelled to act. Uehara continued, "You must not disclose this secret technique to anyone. It is my last resort." "Of course," replied Uchiha Shursui, reluctantly accepting Uehara's insistence to remain. He expressed his admiration, saying, "Mori, you truly embody the essence of the will of fire." Uehara, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his short hair, for he felt that his own will of fire had been extinguished in its infancy. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai, both in shadow clones, would soon draw the attention of Suka Mountain's pufferfish demon. Without hesitation, Uehara swiftly devoured the remaining half-box of military rations. The intense heat radiated from his stomach, absorbed by his body and rapidly transformed into chakra. This ordinary chakra, infused with Uehara's formidable killing intent, metamorphosed into a higher quality of Azura Chakra. The Azura Chakra, refined through his training with the Azura Blade, represented Uehara's greatest asset, a power surpassing that of sage arts. Should he elevate his chakra reserves to 100,000, reaching the level of a Kage, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Might Guy in the 8th Gate of Death. And if he could amplify his chakra to 1,000,000, transcending the Kage tier, he would dare to confront the Sage of Six Paths himself. Chapter 91. Your abilities are ineffectual before me. The pufferfish demon of Suka Mountain, having merged with the shark skin, transformed into a fearsome shark man, striking with legs as robust as tree trunks, aiming for Uchiha Shursui, who deftly evaded the attack. The ground quaked under the impact, reverberating with a deafening roar. As if lamenting, "Why must I always bear the wounds?" The earth shattered, debris flying as if bombarded, a region of 100 meters resembling a war zone. Towering trees, having withstood centuries of storms and quakes, toppled one after another. Using the shadow clone technique, dozens of Uchiha Shursui's clones emerged, brandishing short blades as they collectively assaulted the terrifying Sharkman. Uehara perched atop a great tree, shielding his eyes, also covering the injured Uchiha Hakadai's eyes beside him. "Oh, Shursui's potential is indeed boundless. I thought he would fall, leaving only himself to last at most 5 minutes. Yet here we are, half an hour later. And he remains standing. Truly, he is the instantaneous Shursui, elusive as ever." Uchiha Hakadai, utterly exhausted, struggled to remove the hand covering his eyes and weakly remarked, "Mori-kun, having a friend like Shursui truly indicates our ancestral burial grounds are cursed." Truth be told, after the prolonged battle, he had ceased to place hope in Uehara. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Shursui could only evade the pufferfish demon, let alone the already drained Uehara. Both were exceptional prodigies of their generation. Hakadai believed that even at Uehara's peak, defeat was inevitable. Hearing a cry nearby, Uchiha Hakadai sighed, "Forget about me. Just escape while you can." Suddenly, the hand before him vanished, as did Uehara, and then he witnessed Uehara reappearing on the battlefield. In an instant, Uehara held the gravely injured Uchiha Shursui, crossing 600 meters to stand beside Uchiha Hakadai. Shursui widened his eyes in astonishment at the sudden change of scenery, coughing up blood. "Hakadai, was that Mori just now?" He crossed 600 meters in less than a second. Known for his instantaneous technique, Shursui found himself outpaced by Uehara. Indeed, Uchiha Hakadai thought he had been hallucinating when Uehara first appeared on the battlefield. The next moment, Uchiha Shursui materialized, confirming Uehara's astonishing speed, which even outstripped sound. Hakadai, do you believe Mori can defeat the pufferfish demon? Uchiha Shursui felt a mix of surprise and fear at Uehara's displayed prowess, fearful for his potential demise. The pufferfish demon, now merged with the shark skin, had significantly amplified its strength. Not only had its speed, power, and defense increased, but it also inherited the ability to absorb chakra. Even the most skilled illusion techniques wielded through his Mangekyo Sharingan would prove ineffective, as the chakra used for illusions would simply be absorbed. Hakadai sensed that the pufferfish demon was an invincible entity. Aside from the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, none could contend with this monstrosity. Lacking confidence in Uehara's capabilities, Hakadai mused that if Uehara faced another adversary, even a pinnacle powerhouse like the Third Reikage, he could confidently assert, a tie is the least to expect. But the pufferfish demon was different. Its bizarre ability to absorb chakra and convert it for its own use was too uncanny, almost a natural counter to ninjas. Even-tailed beasts of the highest caliber would be drained, let alone chakra-wielding ninjas. Their discussion bore no fruit in the heat of battle, as Uehara and the pufferfish demon. Now the shark man stood face to face. Uehara's presence was nearly imperceptible. Without the naked eye, one could hardly sense his existence. Yet, his usual ability to conceal his aura failed against the pufferfish demon. The demon sniffed the air and grinned with sharp teeth. Little boy, do you know how sensitive sharks are to the scent of blood? I can smell the unmistakable scent of blood emanating from you, one that cannot be washed away. Your concealment techniques are utterly futile against me. Uehara smiled lightly, appearing relaxed, while internally brimming with vigilance. From the demon's words, he sensed an overwhelming confidence. Dismissing the notion of defeating him through exploiting weaknesses. With a single strike, I shall end you. As he spoke, not a hint of his aura escaped. However, to eliminate the pufferfish demon, a powerful technique was necessary, one that would guarantee a fatal blow. Otherwise, the demon could utilize its formidable chakra to recuperate from wounds, even healing from a gaping hole in its abdomen. Uehara suspected that only a strike to the head could truly vanquish it. Even destroying its heart might not ensure its demise. Only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have the right to battle me. Even the Sage of Six Paths could not vanquish me in a single blow. Surely, you are not awake. Fear not. I shall ensure you sleep so deeply that you shall never awaken. The pufferfish demon erupted into laughter. Suddenly, he noticed Uehara vanishing from sight, startling him. With a twitch of his nose, he caught a whiff of blood, pivoting on his axis, using his waist as a pivot and his leg as a whip to strike at Uehara from behind. The air transformed into a blade, shattering everything behind the pufferfish demon. Uehara had already retreated, stroking his chin and muttering, so he truly can detect the scent of blood. It is no mere illusion. Observing the ground, nearly reduced to dust, his pupils constricted. He reappeared behind the pufferfish demon for yet another trial. The outcome remained unchanged from the last encounter. However, Uehara remained undeterred, repeatedly probing the demon's defenses. After several fruitless attempts, the pufferfish demon grew increasingly irate, exclaiming, "Damn it! This little brat is even slipperier than the last. He is nothing but a reincarnated loach." What enraged him further was the unsettling agitation within his own shark skin, transmitting feelings of fear. This had never happened before. He bellowed at the shark skin, "Fool! How can you be afraid of a mere loach? Useless! You weren't afraid when facing Uchiha Ko, yet now you tremble. What? You wish to flee? It is unacceptable. I am the master, and you must heed my commands." Despite my threats, Jiaji remained fearful. Uehara Mori, with his extensive combat experience, immediately discerned that the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon was distracted. A prime opportunity. He summoned all his high-quality Ashura chakra, condensing it within his fists, and bellowed, "Star Serpent." In an instant, countless fists, imbued with unparalleled power, were unleashed. The air was compressed into a furious black-red serpent, bearing its fangs, and ensnared the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon in its grasp. The relentless barrage of air punches, each infused with earth-shattering might, struck the Sharkman's seemingly indestructible form. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, racked with excruciating pain, roared, "Jiaji, quickly devour the chakra." Chapter 92. A modicum of understanding. Jiaji squeaked incessantly, questioning, "Where's the chakra? I can't sense it. Oh dear, The enemy before us is terrifying. The chakra is daunting. The watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, bewildered by Jiaji's words, thought, "Do not tell me that this serpent before me is merely the result of pure physical prowess. Is it truly that exaggerated?" Before he could react, he succumbed to endless agony, his upper body obliterated. 600 meters away, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai, witnessing Uehara Mori's repeated yet fruitless attempts to attack, believed defeat was imminent. However, they were taken aback as they beheld Uehara Mori unleash a formidable serpent, its presence utterly menacing. Dust filled the air, obscuring their view. This is bad. Mori's chakra will be absorbed. How could he be so careless? Combat is no jest. Had I known, I would have adamantly prevented Mori from engaging. After Shursui lamented, he saw the serpent vanish, leaving only a thick cloud of dust obscuring their vision, and he deduced the outcome of the battle. It's over. It's all over. Mori's chakra must have been completely drained. Uchiha Hakadai issued a grim chuckle. If Mori is dead, it will soon be our turn. We in Konoha are doomed. Cursed be the Mist Village and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. As the smoke slowly dispersed, their hearts sank as they beheld no trace of Uehara Mori, only a gruesome pool of crimson flesh. "Mori, I am so sorry," Shursui wept bitterly. "You died so tragically, not even leaving a whole corpse, merely a heap of shredded meat." "Shursui, whom do you curse?" A voice emerged beside him. Shursui turned to see Uehara Mori, draped in a red cloak, wielding the formidable Jiaji, exuding an air of vigilance. After activating his Sharingan, he scrutinized Mori several times before confirming his authenticity. Uchiha Hakadai, despite coughing up blood, activated his Sharingan to observe. Upon realizing the truth, he sighed in relief, only to expel another mouthful of blood. "Mori, what in the world has transpired? How did the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon perish?" Uehara Mori, exhausted, perched upon a stout branch, leaning against the trunk. His body felt utterly drained. How else could he have died? "He was foolish enough to become distracted during our battle." Mori refrained from divulging the complete truth, knowing Uchiha Hakadai, a confidant of Uchiha Ku, was present. Moreover, Jiaji was already secured in his grasp, intended for future taming, and he would not reveal his weaknesses to his adversaries. "Shursui, do you have any soldier pills left? Hand me a box." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui retrieved a finely crafted box from a sealing scroll. Uehara opened it to find it filled with large soldier pills. After consuming one, he grimaced. "I long for Lady Tsunade's soldier pills, beef flavor, strawberry flavor. Yet here on the battlefield, I cannot afford to dwell on such thoughts. I must swallow them down." 1, 2, 3. Each was more repugnant than the last. Drawing upon immense willpower, he finished the entire box. His stomach churned with rapid digestion. If a sand ninja were to appear now, they could easily claim 3 kills and achieve renown. Uehara reflected. "I was too reckless before. I didn't think things through. In the future, I should refrain from meddling in such matters. One life is all I possess." Fortunately, during their moment of weakness, no sand ninja approached, preventing the occurrence of a miraculous event where a mere genin could slay an elite jonin. An hour later, Bayunyama unexpectedly appeared before Uehara and his companions, exclaiming, "Lord Mori, it's dire. Vice Commander Tsukihime is gravely injured. Vice Commander Sun is severely wounded and unconscious. Vice Commander Ku has vanished. Lord Orochimaru is gravely wounded and carried away by the summoned beast, Manda. Vice Commander Tsukihime requests your presence urgently." Uehara hurriedly inquired, "What is the situation with the sand ninjas?" "The 4 from the Mist Village have disappeared, and both Kakazu and Vice Commander Tsukihime have sustained injuries and vanished. Granny Chiyo is gravely wounded, and the 4th Kazekage is also severely injured. All sand ninjas are retreating, and our forces are also in withdrawal," Bayunyama relayed swiftly. "Very well, take all 3 of us away. We are all wounded." Uehara's voice was laced with fatigue. Were it not for the battlefield, he would have wished to sleep for 7 days and nights. Without hesitation, Bayunyama hoisted Uehara onto his back and sprinted away, leaving Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Hakadai behind. As he ran, he explained, "This is an urgent matter. You'll understand upon arrival. It pertains to Vice Commander Sun's injuries." Uehara furrowed his brow. "How severe is Sister Sun's injury?" "It is said she has been poisoned with the unresolvable poison described by Lady Tsunade and is currently undergoing emergency treatment." "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "Hurry. Use the body flicker technique. Saving her is of utmost importance." Bayunyama transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing with astounding speed. Curious as to whether Uehara possessed medical ninjutsu. I've learned a bit over the past 2 months, Uehara modestly replied. If Uchiha-sun had indeed been afflicted by Chiyo's bone-dissolving poison, the only solution would be the extraction technique to forcibly draw out all toxins. Fortunately, Uehara had perfected this technique, surpassing others in detoxification efficacy. Even the most skilled medical ninja, Tsunade, would fall short compared to Uehara's prowess. Bayunyama, being straightforward, queried, "Then why the rush? You're not going to treat her yourself." With a swift strike, Uehara tapped Bayunyama on the head. Unwilling to speak further as his mind was consumed with concern for Uchiha-sun. Before heading into battle, Uehara had received an extraordinarily precious full-body fish scale armor from her, intended to protect him from hidden weapons. Yet, who could have foreseen that while he remained unscathed, the one who gifted him the armor would sustain injuries? Bayunyama moved with incredible speed, covering 10 kilometers in just 3 minutes, delivering Uehara to a makeshift medical facility. As soon as he set Uehara down, Bayunyama collapsed. Unconscious from exhaustion, Uehara felt deeply appreciative, recognizing that Bayunyama had fought continuously for 5 or 6 hours and had pushed himself to the brink to deliver him swiftly. The makeshift medical facility, situated at the edge of the battlefield, was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting of merely a tent surrounded by remnants of battle. A few individuals stood outside while most injured personnel had been transported to the front lines for treatment. Uchiha-sun was being treated here due to the urgency of her condition. Had she been taken to the front lines, she might not have survived the journey, necessitating immediate care. Before Uehara could arrange for the unconscious Bayunyama to be settled, he spotted Uchiha Tsukihime, her battle armor tattered and hair disheveled. Her once red armor, capable of withstanding explosive tags, was now stained a grim dark red with blood, riddled with holes revealing her skin, evidence of a fierce struggle against Kakazu. Her body was unusually flushed, likely due to the use of stimulants to bolster her spirits. Seizing Uehara by the collar, Uchiha Tsukihime bellowed, "Had it not been for you, Sister Sun would not have come to harm. What does this have to do with me?" Uehara was bewildered. He had not harmed Uchiha Tsukihime. Chapter 93. Truly terrifying. Your fish-scale armor was originally prepared by Sister Sun for herself. After forming an alliance with you, she instructed the craftsman to alter the half-finished fish-scale armor to your size and present it to you. As a result, you emerged unscathed, while she faced grave peril. Uchiha Tsukihime's eyes glowed crimson, tears staining her dust-laden cheeks. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Uehara Mori, palpable hatred coalescing into a tangible force. With deliberate clarity, she declared, "If Sister Kyun perishes, I shall ensure you accompany her in death. With your chakra diminished to less than a fraction, I promise to uphold my word." Uehara Mori, brow furrowed, pried away the hand gripping his collar and inquired, "What is Sister Kyun's condition?" "Stop with the nonsense." He did not chastise Uchiha Tsukihime for her outburst. Her feelings for Uchiha Kyun ran deeper than the ocean. She was merely overwhelmed with emotion, having lost her reason. Sister Kyun is undergoing emergency treatment, utilizing the extraction technique to remove the toxins, she explained, her voice tinged with desperation. However, the toxins cannot be wholly extracted each time. A residue remains, rapidly proliferating anew. Regaining a semblance of composure, Uchiha Tsukihime quickly elaborated, "I am proficient in the extraction technique. I can assist. You've only been learning for 2 months. You cannot compare to seasoned physicians with decades of experience. Do not complicate matters," Uchiha Tsukihime retorted, irritation evident in her tone. "Trust me," Uehara Mori insisted. His gaze intensely fixed upon the girl, earnest and grave. He dashed into the tent. Inside, Uchiha Kyun lay in deep unconsciousness, her breath faint and delicate. Her cheeks were sunken, and her legs swollen and bruised. Once robust muscles now appeared emaciated, and her once lustrous skin had lost its sheen. 3 seasoned medical ninjas, aged around 40 to 50, were wholly engrossed in employing the extraction technique. Their hands manipulated a specially concocted elixir that coursed through Uchiha Kyun's body, incessantly drawing out toxins and merging them into the solution before sealing it within a container. They were acutely aware that their skills were insufficient to extract all the toxins in one go. Even combined, they could not succeed. Uchiha Kyun's survival depended solely on her resilience. The 3 elder physicians were oblivious to Uehara Mori's intrusion, while 4 assisting nurses shot him disapproving glares, silently urging him to leave and not impede their efforts. Ignoring them, Uehara Mori grasped Uchiha Kyun's hand, extending a tendril of chakra to assess her condition. Fortunately, there was still hope. He calculated the meager chakra within him, realizing it sufficed for a single application of the extraction technique. It had to succeed on the first attempt. Seizing a basin of elixir from a nurse, he plunged his hands into the mixture, enveloping it with vibrant, life-giving yang chakra before channeling it into Uchiha Kyun's body. Extraction technique. Just as a nurse prepared to rebuke him, witnessing his adept technique led her to assume he was there to assist, and she remained silent. As Uehara Mori guided the elixir into her system, it swept through her body like a tempest, purging every trace of toxin in its wake. The 3 elder doctors, heads bowed, dared not divert their focus when they suddenly sensed an unfamiliar chakra skillfully manipulating the elixir, effortlessly extracting all toxins. They exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking, "It must be Lady Tsunade. Only she possesses such extraordinary medical ninjutsu." They thought little of it. When one elder doctor prepared to continue treatment after expelling the elixir, he was taken aback to find a young man with a buzz cut beside him. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he noticed the green yang chakra enveloping his hands and immediately realized the truth. The expert was not Tsunade but Uehara Mori. The youth of today is truly formidable. We, the old bones, are rendered obsolete. After Uehara Mori had successfully expelled all toxins, he noticed the 3 elder physicians, 4 nurses, and Uchiha Tsukihime staring at him in astonishment. As he prepared to smile, dizziness enveloped him, his vision blurred, and before consciousness slipped away, he heard a chorus of praise and glimpsed Uchiha Tsukihime's tearful, joyous face. Uchiha Tsukihime hurriedly supported the unconscious Uehara Mori. One elder doctor assessed Uehara Mori's condition and remarked, "He has overexerted himself, triggering his body's protective mechanisms, causing him to faint. He requires proper recuperation." Uchiha Tsukihime pondered for a moment, a fierce glint in her eyes as she warned the elder doctors and nurses, "What transpired today must remain confidential. Let it be known that you cured Deputy Commander Kyun." Otherwise, her actions were motivated by a desire to protect Uehara Mori. Today, Uehara Mori's displayed prowess had already astonished many. Should he reveal extraordinary medical ninjutsu, figures like the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo would likely spare no effort in eliminating him. Sensing her murderous intent, the group nodded vigorously, pledging to keep silent. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Tsukihime ensured Uehara Mori and Uchiha Kyun were settled before sending a shadow clone to assess Orochimaru's condition. Orochimaru had also fallen victim to Chiyo's poison and was brought to the Konoha camp by Manda in search of Tsunade's aid. Uchiha Tsukihime was not worried about Orochimaru's demise, but rather that he might survive. Her hatred for Orochimaru ran deep, as he was significantly involved in Uchiha Kyun's poisoning. During the battle, Orochimaru's opponent was the 4th Kazekage, while Uchiha Kyun faced Chiyo. Subsequently, the 4th Kazekage was lured towards Uchiha Kyun by Orochimaru, leading to a 4-way combat. Shortly after, Uchiha Kyun succumbed to poison. Some Konoha shinobi heard Uchiha Kyun furiously shouting Orochimaru's name. Others believed it was merely her anger at being entangled due to Orochimaru. Yet Uchiha Tsukihime was convinced that this was all part of Orochimaru's scheme. Numerous missions had proven one thing. Orochimaru harbored a ruthless intent towards her, Uchiha Kyun, and Uehara Mori. In the Konoha camp, within the field hospital, Orochimaru anxiously observed the blonde beauty Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia. He was not his true self, but a shadow clone stationed at an underground research base. Upon discovering the predicament of his true body, he promptly sought out Tsunade for treatment. "Tsunade, I am one of your best friend's closest allies. We have lived, trained, and fought together through countless life and death trials. Will you simply stand by and watch me perish?" The shadow clone of Orochimaru began to console Tsunade, recalling the sorrow both felt over the deaths of Rope Tree and Kato Dan. Having assessed his true body's condition, he knew that without his mastery of various life-preserving techniques, he would have long since perished. Now he survived solely due to the efforts of 5 experienced medical ninjas employing the extraction technique. However, he recognized that only Tsunade possessed the skill to truly save her. Tsunade remained lost in memories of the past, her mind flashing with images of her brother Rope Tree and lover Kato Dan as they fell in battle. Orochimaru, with no other option, forcibly dragged Tsunade into the operating room. Chapter 94. Orochimaru. God bless, perhaps the power of bonds, is the most wondrous and magnificent of all. Under Orochimaru's relentless encouragement, Tsunade astonishingly overcame her fear of blood, shedding the shadows of her past. When Orochimaru's shadow clone exited the operating room, the toxins in his true body had been completely eradicated, though vital signs remained weak, and Tsunade was still performing emergency measures. Orochimaru knew his true body would ultimately be fine, requiring only a lengthy period of recuperation. Yet he had pressing matters to attend to. The first being to eliminate Uehara Mori. His desire to kill Uehara Mori was also tied to the day's battle. The events traced back to when Uchiha Sora was gravely injured by Suigetsu, the pufferfish ghost. After suffering severe wounds, Uchiha Sora immediately fled toward Orochimaru's direction, resulting in Orochimaru nearly being defeated just as he was on the brink of claiming victory over the fourth Kazekage. After sustaining injuries, Orochimaru was further assaulted by the severely weakened fourth Kazekage, nearly falling unconscious on the spot. Orochimaru, a cunning trickster, cunningly redirected disaster towards Uchiha Akira in a bid to escape. Unfortunately, Uchiha Akira fell victim to a barrage of poison from the fourth Kazekage and Shio. And Orochimaru himself did not evade the calamity, succumbing to the same poison. The incident nearly cost Uchiha Akira his life, which did not go unnoticed by many, including Uchiha Tsukiheim. Thus, this war forged a bitter enmity between Uchiha Tsukiheim, Uchiha Akira, and Orochimaru. Orochimaru was acutely aware that Uehara Mori was the most intimate ally of the two, and Uehara Mori's terrifying prowess incited a murderous intent within him. Furthermore, having betrayed mission intel multiple times at Uehara Mori's expense, he had subconsciously classified Uehara Mori as an adversary. With Uehara Mori still in a coma, it presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, one that, if missed, would haunt him for a lifetime. Orochimaru shuddered at the thought of facing the formidable, potentially limitless foes in Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukiheim in the days to come. Dear Mori, my comrade, I can only impose upon you, he mused. May you never cross paths with me again in your next life. As he gazed at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, he caught a few in his hands. Shortly thereafter, he summoned his spy, Sarutobi Nikaritsu, embedded within the Sarutobi clan's shinobi forces, instructing him, seek out Sarutobi Nichiu, feign orders from the Hokage, and have him assassinate Uehara Mori. Understood, replied Sarutobi Nikaritsu, bowing before departing. Orochimaru clasped his hands behind his back, reflecting, Oh, my mentor, how fortunate you are to be so unscrupulous, enabling Sarutobi Nichiu to feign death on the battlefield. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find a suitable candidate. He recalled how the third Hokage had deliberately avoided making a decisive choice in battle, intending to cast the blame upon him. Mentor, if Sarutobi Nichiu fails, do lend me your support in bearing the brunt of the blame. Should he succeed, I shall honor you, for you too wish to see Mori eliminated, do you not? Orochimaru's next course of action was to clear out all human specimens from his underground base and pack them away, with his true form still in slumber, and countless enemies lurking. Should they breach the base and uncover evidence of his human experiments, his fate would be sealed. His aspirations of becoming Hokage would come to a swift end. The best outcome he could hope for would likely be a life as a rogue ninja. Lost in thought, his shadow clone felt a deep melancholy, regretting the carelessness that nearly cost him his life before he could achieve immortality. Just as Orochimaru was en route to the underground research facility, he was confronted by a shadow clone of Uchiha Tsukiheim, who had been seeking his location. Without a moment's hesitation, she attacked. With my true self protected, can I not unleash my wrath upon your shadow clone? Orochimaru thought frantically, quickly making his escape. Why must the bad things come when the good ones do not? This is perilous. Soon after, Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated, his last thought being, Heaven help me. May no old relic intrude upon my underground research base. The morning following the conclusion of the conflict between Konoha and Tsunade within the command center, elite Jonin Bayun Yesan represented over 1,000 Konoha shinobi in petitioning Tsunade to elevate Uehara Mori to the position of vice commander. Lady Tsunade, this is a blood-written letter signed by 399 of our Konoha ninjas, earnestly requesting the Hokage to promote Lord Mori to vice commander. Bayun Yesan presented a large silken cloth, stained with blood, revealing names inscribed in the crimson liquid. This demonstrated the profound respect and admiration the Konoha ninjas held for Uehara Mori. The names belonged solely to the surviving shinobi from the eastern battlefield, as nearly all from the western front had perished. Bayun Yeshan could only imagine the fate of the Konoha ninjas on the eastern front had it not been for Uehara Mori's intervention. His gratitude and reverence for Uehara Mori were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Tsunade, her expression grave, took hold of the blood letter and remarked, "You place me in a difficult position. While I currently stand in for Orochimaru, it is merely a temporary arrangement. I am reluctant to engage in power struggles, especially knowing that the third Hokage harbors discontent towards the illustrious achievements of Uehara Mori." Bayun Yeshan, sensing her hesitation, replied, "We wish to accomplish this before Lord Mori awakens from his coma, presenting him with a surprise as a token of our gratitude for his life-saving efforts. Moreover, Orochimaru publicly pledged this before the war. Should Lord Mori eliminate an S-class threat or slay 1,000 Sunagakure ninjas, he would be promoted to vice commander." Lord Mori not only felled nearly 2,000 Sunagakure ninjas, but also defeated the formidable Kage-level enemy, Suigetsu Hoshigaki, far exceeding the requirements. Without him, we would have lost this war and not enjoyed the victory we now celebrate. If this does not merit the title of vice commander, our hearts will be heavy with disappointment. A cloud passed over Tsunade's delicate features as she sighed. "Yeshan, do not be so hasty. I will do my utmost to address this matter. Whether it is approved, however, will depend on the Hokage's disposition." She found herself in a predicament, patiently explaining, "You are aware that the Hokage and Mori are at odds. Presenting this blood letter to him may be perceived as a provocation." Bayun Yeshan slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What use is a Hokage like this to us? All he knows is to engage in schemes and vie for power." He recognized the truth in Tsunade's words, understanding her character and that she would strive to fulfill her promise, so he did not press further. After imploring Tsunade repeatedly, Bayun Yeshan departed the command center. Upon returning, he did not conceal the matter and explained the situation to over 1,000 Konoha ninjas. One shinobi remarked, "Lord Mori saved me when I was on the brink of death from my 7th wound. I vowed to repay him then." The other ninjas responded in kind. "If the Hokage refuses to promote him, we shall directly ally with Lord Mori for the rest of our lives. Indeed, with Lord Mori's strength, aligning with him offers us protection and boundless opportunities. But is the Hokage truly so petty and unreasonable? We shall observe how events unfold, without complicating matters for Lord Mori." One clever ninja proposed, "Let us leverage all our connections to relay Lord Mori's achievements back to Konoha. This way, the Hokage will be compelled by public opinion to agree, even if he wishes to refuse." Indeed, the ninjas nodded in agreement. Some thought, if this endeavor fails, the Hokage's reputation will undoubtedly suffer, painting him as envious of talent. Does he not value the Hokage seat above all? He may find it increasingly precarious. Chapter 95, Deserving of Death within the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. The air was thick with smoke ever since Uehara Mori had graduated to the battlefield, causing the elite Umbu tasked with protecting the third Hokage to suffer greatly. Donning gas masks, the third Hokage seemed to recognize the suffocating atmosphere and opened a window. The villagers of Konohagakure immediately noticed the smoke emanating from the Hokage's office. Uninformed onlookers speculated it was a fire, while those familiar with the situation recognized it was merely the Hokage's habitual smoking and contemplation. A woman shopping for groceries glanced up at the Hokage building, accustomed to the sight. She remarked to Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma, who were also shopping, "The Hokage is truly a diligent and hard-working leader. I just wonder when this war will come to an end." Kurenai smiled and replied, "Auntie, soon, soon. With a hero like Morikuen, victory is assured." Not only did he slay the Sunagakure general, Kaizoku, but he also annihilated thousands of enemies. With such a guardian, we in Konoha will surely remain safe. Sarutobi Asuma, who had returned to the village after his last encounter with Uehara Mori, noted that the most discussed topics during this time had been the exploits of Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime. From initial disdain to self-doubt, then to acceptance, and finally to admiration, merely over the span of 2 months. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Sun Quan has once again vanquished the formidable terror of the Hidden Mist Village, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, earning great merit. He is indeed the star of our Leaf Village." Upon hearing the praise for Uehara-san, the aunt couldn't help but smile broadly, declaring, "Based on your words, I shall give you an 80% discount on your vegetables. Lord Sun is as formidable as the Yellow Flash and the legendary 3 ninjas of the leaf. He is the pillar of our village. You must learn much from him. The third Hokage, who was listening from the opened window, felt increasingly vexed by the villager's words, prompting him to ascend directly to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Just yesterday, he was here, braving the heavy snowfall, praying for victory in the battle against the Sand Shinobi, which indeed came to pass. One elite from the Sand had perished, along with 5,000 of their ranks, nearly 2,000 of whom fell at the hands of Uehara's son alone, including the only elite killed by this unassuming boy. If only it were someone else. But why must it be you? The third Hokage stood alone at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the bustling leaf village, which was his domain. Despite his tremendous power, he found himself powerless against a mere 13-year-old boy. With such formidable strength, why did you not save my son? Why the utter lack of compassion? His voice shifted from sorrow to a chilling tone, akin to a demon's wail. Or is it you who took the life of Sarutobi Shinji? The third Hokage recalled a piece of intelligence shared by Shimura Danzo before he took command at the battlefield of Sunagakure. Sarutobi Shinji was killed by an elite adept in taijutsu. At that time, only Uehara's son possessed taijutsu of that caliber. Who else could it be? Of course, it was also conceivable that an unknown assassin lurked in the shadows, responsible for the demise of Sarutobi Shinji. The third Hokage's suspicions towards Uehara's son escalated to an extreme, nearly compelling him to rush to the Land of Rivers to confront him directly. Not long after, he rejected the application sent by Tsunade for Uehara-sen's promotion to vice commander, citing the unauthorized killing of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon from the Hidden Mist village, which could incite an attack on the leaf, a grave transgression. Balancing merits and faults, he deemed no rewards or punishments were warranted. This was the true reason for his rejection, buried deep within his heart. Much like in the future, when a ninja from the Hidden Cloud village was slain for abducting 3-year-old Hinata Hyuga, only for the Hidden Cloud to threaten the third Hokage for the culprit's surrender. Upon hearing this, the Hokage's resolve weakened, and he menacingly demanded the Hyuga clan surrender the perpetrator. Ultimately, it was the suicide of Hinata Niji's father that quelled the Hokage's wrath. In his earlier years, the third Hokage was ambitious and resolute, suppressing all dissent. Yet now, in his old age, he was feeble and indulgent, clinging to power. He was strong internally, expelling dissenters, yet a coward externally, fearing conflict with other ninja villages. Thus, upon hearing of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demoness death, his immediate reaction was that it should not have happened. He feared it could provoke a genuine assault from the Hidden Mist village. What was most alarming was that, should the Hidden Mist indeed attack, the current Leaf village lacked sufficient strength to mount a defense, unless he himself took to the battlefield or dispatched the remaining Sarutobi clan forces. Yet, there were no alternatives, for he could not bear to part with them. Deep down, the third Hokage was acutely aware that the Hidden Mist village was a predator with malevolent intentions towards the Leaf. Slaying the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon weakened the Hidden Mist. Yet he remained apprehensive about an impending assault. Orochimaru once aptly remarked, "The once great ninja has now become a mere bear." That afternoon, a whisper spread through the Leaf village, due to Uehara-sen's unilateral decision to slay one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. It could provoke an attack on the Leaf village, a crime deserving of death. This news stirred a tempest of reactions. Some malcontents cursed Uehara's son, while the majority, possessing a sense of reason, recognized that Uehara's son was not only blameless but had performed a service. The spy sent by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Nichis, was exceedingly perturbed as he regarded the elder with peach blossom eyes, who had feigned death on the battlefield and altered his appearance. Sarutobi Nichio, I have feigned death and escaped. Everything here is no longer my concern, and I am no longer a member of the Sarutobi clan. Nichis, no matter how much you plead, I cannot acquiesce, Sarutobi Nichio replied, equally agitated. Nichis insisted that the Hokage had commanded him to eliminate the still unconscious Uehara Sr. Have you forgotten the honor of our clan? Moreover, 2,000 of our clan's shinobi perished in the western battlefield, hardly any remain. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Or do you believe you can evade the clan's retribution? Sarutobi Nichis pressed with persuasion and threats. I too wish to kill that scoundrel Uehara senator, however. Look at the tight security surrounding his hospital room. The moment I act, I would be slain. He produced 1,000 explosive tags and handed them to Sarutobi Nichio, saying, These are enough to obliterate the entire hospital. Contemplate wisely. Time waits for no one. Once Uehara's son awakens, your chance for revenge will vanish forever. He pointed a finger, shaking it at the disheartened Sarutobi Nichiyo. Look at yourself. After a month on the battlefield, you've lost your position as second elder, your role as vice commander, and even your close clan members. You've lost all face, appearing neither human nor ghost. All of this is Uehara-sen's doing. Sarutobi Nichiyo murmured. All of this is my own doing. The victor claims the throne, the vanquished are scorned. It is I who was overconfident, lacking the skill. Frustrated, Sarutobi Nichis departed. Before long, Sarutobi Nichiyo, still unsatisfied, resolved to pay a visit. Should an opportunity arise, he would eliminate Uehara's senator. This individual must die. Otherwise, he would never find peace. Chapter 96. Cataclysmic strike within a heavily guarded hospital room. Rumors circulated outside that the still unconscious Uehara's son was tormenting the Jinchuriki. Streams of high-quality Shura chakra coursed into the Jinchuriki's body, only to be expelled rapidly. Were the Jinchuriki capable of speech, it would surely lament, "What chakra is this? It induces nausea." At that moment, Uchiha Tsukiyaki entered, bearing an extravagant spread of dishes. Uehara's son, unreserved, devoured the feast with fervor. Not to criticize, but your culinary skills are exquisite. Why must you always have Sister Katsu prepare the meals? Uehara's son exclaimed, wolfing down a melt-in-the-mouth pork hock. The table was laden with a variety of foods, even including bear paw, a nourishing delicacy, all prepared by Uchiha Tsukiyaki herself. The beautiful girl rolled her eyes. If I were to cook just once at home, and Sister Katsu were to taste it, then I would be responsible for all future meals. Do you think I am such a fool? Uehara's son pointed at the still unconscious beauty, Uchiha Katsu, lying on the adjacent bed, remarking, even in her slumber, "She might still hear us." Uchiha Tsukiyaki, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "If Sister Katsu could awaken, I would surely cook for her every day." "Really?" a feeble voice responded. Uchiha Tsukiyaki rushed over, and the two girls shared their heartfelt confessions. Before long, Uchiha Katsu consumed some food and drifted back into slumber. With reddened eyes, Uchiha Tsukiyaki declared, "Little Flat Top, let us seek vengeance against Orochimaru. Sister Katsu has been so grievously harmed by him." Uehara's son pondered, stroking his chin. Since Sister Katsu has awakened, it seems Orochimaru will also awaken in the coming days. We should visit Orochimaru's underground laboratory. There must be unspeakable secrets within. Uehara Mori recalled the numerous betrayals orchestrated by Orochimaru, whether it was the incident with Suna's fodder or the treachery he faced alongside Uchiha Tsukuha at the Suna defense line, all of which filled him with immense rage. Ironically, Orochimaru, a reclusive figure, remained ensconced within the Konoha camp, rendering Uehara powerless in his quest for vengeance. However, with Orochimaru now in peril, Uehara felt compelled to strike while the iron was hot. Even if he couldn't extinguish Orochimaru's life, he was determined to tarnish his reputation. After a brief discussion about their plans, Uchiha Tsukuha mentioned another matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen had died, and someone had seen his corpse. Uehara smirked mysteriously, asserting, "Who says he is dead? Isn't he just loitering outside the hospital? I am simply awaiting his attempt to assassinate me, so I can personally deal with this fool." Noticing Uchiha Tsukuha's skepticism, he refrained from elaborating. "I recall you mentioning that my application for promotion to vice commander was rejected last night. Once I present evidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempt on my life, let's see what he has to say." Uchiha Tsukuha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the news of your application being denied is known only to you, me, and a select few, and it hasn't circulated widely. If Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely comes to assassinate you, we could leverage that to coerce Sarutobi Asuma. Your promotion to vice commander is entirely plausible." Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Tsukuha took her leave. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Hakuyunyama entered. He observed Uehara Mori lying unconscious in a blue and white striped hospital gown, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Lord Madara has an impeccable sense of timing. Uehara Mori is indeed still in slumber. While resting, Uehara sensed the palpable aura of malice emanating from Hakuyunyama, perplexed by his intentions. "I saved Yama. Why would he wish to kill me? Is this Hakuyunyama an imposter? Yet his chakra signature is identical. And when he mentions Lord Madara, could he possibly mean Uchiha Madara?" Uehara's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Hakuyunyama swiftly approached Uehara and drew a ninja blade. With a swift motion, The hospital bed was cleaved in two. Uehara nimbly maneuvered behind Hakunyama, manifesting wind chakra in his hand, and struck, severing Yama's head. No blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it appeared white, devoid of flesh. Upon witnessing this bizarre injury, Uehara realized it was white Zetsu. After Yama's head was removed, it transformed into a white humanoid entity, igniting in flames. Explosive tags. Uehara hurriedly scooped up the slumbering Uchiha Tsukuha and smashed through the window, leaping to safety. The hospital room erupted in flames, collapsing into ruins. Outside the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated on whether to initiate a suicide attack, only to be taken aback by the unexpected explosion. He felt the 1,000 explosive tags in his possession and pondered. They are still here, but why did the hospital explode? Could it be someone else's ambush? He spotted Uehara Mori leaping from the 3rd floor, cradling Uchiha Tsukuha as he landed weakly on the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with elation. He sprinted forward, drawing his ninja blade, and shouted, "Heaven helps me. My fortune has finally turned." In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned himself behind Uehara, raising his blade to strike at his neck. Uehara, cradling Uchiha Tsukuha, wore a triumphant smile. "The fool Sarutobi Hiruzen has finally fallen for my ploy. Watch me take my revenge." With a powerful push, he transformed into an arrow, evading the strike. Observing the throngs of ninjas drawn by the explosion, Uehara bellowed, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would have thought you so insidious? Not only did you feign death to escape, you now attempt to assassinate both me and Vice Commander Tsukuha. Truly, you are a criminal of the highest order." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, discarding his ninja blade, and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of chakra coalesced, and flames erupted forth, engulfing a 100-meter radius in a fiery inferno. Uehara, like a specter, suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouting, "Destruction super critical hit." His legs became a blur as he relentlessly struck at his adversary. Hiruzen howled in agony, clutching his severely injured groin, soaring into the sky. Nearby male ninjas instinctively clamped their legs together, some even frightened into covering their lower bodies. Uehara smiled at them, his gaze softening, causing them to avert their eyes in fear. The genuine Hakunyama rushed over, nursing an injured hand, and apologetically stated, "Lord Mori, I was just attacked by a white creature and couldn't protect you. I am deeply sorry." Uehara nodded, stepping back a few paces, and replied, "Yama, keep your distance. An enemy disguised as you just assaulted me. He is the one responsible for the hospital explosion." Hakunyama's pupils dilated in alarm. "I am real. You must trust me." He retreated as he spoke. Uehara felt satisfied and turned to the injured Sarutobi Hiruzen. TSK, is this not the #1 fool of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why change your face? Instead of fleeing, you attempt to assassinate me." Hakunyama exclaimed, "You old rogue, who sent you to assassinate Lord Mori and Vice Commander Tsukuha? Speak quickly." Chapter 97. Unresolved grievances. A pool of blood spread beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen, who coughed up deep crimson blood, mumbling incoherently, "No one sent me. I did this of my own volition. Furthermore, I never intended to assassinate Uchiha Tsukuha. My target was Uehara Mori." Regret washed over him as he realized the magnitude of his blunder. Nevertheless, he believed that his clan leader and Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, would come to his aid out of familial loyalty. After all, he convinced himself that he was merely executing the Hokage's orders. The spectators among the Konoha ninjas were furious. This old man Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to fabricate excuses, and they could see the unconscious Tsukuha. He clearly intended to eliminate both. Fortunately, Lord Mori was lucky to awaken in time. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly despicable. The previous lesson had not taught him caution, and he dared to assassinate their hero once more. Many believed he had powerful figures backing him. After all, his appearance had changed, suggesting he was preparing to flee. Yet here he was attempting to assassinate again, undoubtedly under duress. Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught red-handed, and only the Hokage could save him. Alas, being from the Sarutobi clan, with the Hokage's protection, he was fortunate. Otherwise, I would truly wish to end his life. Hakunyama, recognizing Uehara Mori's murderous intent, suddenly shouted to the gathered ninjas, "This scoundrel is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves death," serving as a warning to other lawbreakers. What do you all think? A hush fell over the crowd. hesitant to voice opinions for fear of offending the Hokage or the Sarutobi clan. Several ninjas saved by Uehara Mori rallied, declaring loudly, "If the Sarutobi clan dares to conspire against Lord Uehara and Vice Commander Tsukuha today, they will surely target us tomorrow. We must unite to protect ourselves." The crowd began to see the logic in this, recognizing the Sarutobi clan's unjust actions. Given their knowledge, it had always been Sarutobi clan members targeting Uehara Mori, and now even a formidable figure like Uchiha Tsukuha was caught in the crossfire. The audacity was astounding. The masses began to chant, "He must die?" Hakuyunyama, possessing keen insight, turned to Uehara Mori and declared, "I find this situation intolerable. I hope you will forgive me." Without further ado, he swiftly struck off Sarutobi Hiruzen's head and sealed it within a scroll. Uehara observed Hakuyunyama's performance, recognizing his talent and the loyalty he was demonstrating. "Yama, you have done well. If Lord Hokage were to blame me, I would undoubtedly shoulder the responsibility." Bayun Yesan understood that Uehara Mori had accepted him and immediately sought to demonstrate his capabilities. "Lord Mori, I will summon Yamanaka Katsuchi. We must extract the true mastermind from Sarutobi Hizashi's mind." Embracing Uchiha Katsu, Uehara Mori suddenly appeared amidst the crowd, delivering a powerful kick that severely injured a ninja. "Who is this person that harbored murderous intent against me?" one ninja inquired. "Lord Mori, this individual is also from the Sarutobi clan, named Sarutobi Nichiharu. I suspect he is an accomplice and must be captured for interrogation." Bayun Yesan swiftly approached the dazed Sarutobi Nichiharu. With a series of slaps, he transformed Nichiharu's face into a grotesque sight. "You dare to harbor malice against Lord Mori? You shall not escape punishment today. Come, we shall take you to the intelligence department." Gripping Sarutobi Nichiharu, Bayun Yesan assured Uehara Mori, "Do not worry, I shall clarify this matter promptly." An hour later, the furious Uchiha Tsukihime and Uehara Mori sat in a hospital room beside the recently awakened Uchiha Katsu. Bayun Yesan and Yamanaka Katsuchi entered the room. Yamanaka Katsuchi gazed at the still youthful Uehara Mori, feeling fortunate for having befriended him and arranged for his accommodations during their previous encounter. Otherwise, given Uehara Mori's current influence, it would have been perilous for him to cross paths with Katsuchi. "Mori-kun, the true mastermind behind this assassination attempt is rather extraordinary," Yamanaka Katsuchi stated solemnly. With a hint of hesitation, Bayun Yesan immediately interjected, "It is Orochimaru." "Isn't it Sarutobi Hizashi?" questioned Uehara Mori, puzzled. "Orochimaru can manipulate Sarutobi Hizashi." Bayun Yesan and Yamanaka Katsuchi alternated in explaining the situation. Orochimaru feigned orders from the third Hokage, hoping to frame him. However, had Sarutobi Nichiharu not been captured on the spot, the third Hokage would have been unjustly blamed once he escaped. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uehara Mori asserted, "Brother Yesan, Brother Katsuchi, let us keep this matter confidential for now. I will inform Lady Tsunade and the third Hokage directly." "Understood." The two nodded and departed. Uchiha Tsukihime, who had remained silent, glared with fierce intensity, her expression icy. This slippery serpent, Orochimaru, truly knows how to orchestrate chaos. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he plots our demise. I have gravely underestimated him. Uchiha Katsu, eyes narrowed and breath weak, recalled how Orochimaru had nearly cost him his life and resolutely declared, "Orochimaru must die." Uehara Mori wholeheartedly concurred. "Sister Katsu, you are gravely injured and will need at least 2 months to recover. Leave this matter to me and the others. Mori, Tsukihime, ensure you proceed with caution. Do not kill Orochimaru and end up in a worse predicament." Uchiha Tsukihime squinted. "Fear not, we shall not act impulsively. Orochimaru is under the protection of Tsunade and numerous ninjas. If we were to confront him directly, we may succeed in eliminating him, but our reputations would be irreparably tarnished." Uehara Mori cracked his joints, filled with confidence, and declared, "We shall not only eliminate Orochimaru, but do so in a manner that is public and honorable. We shall have countless Konoha ninjas beseeching us to carry out justice. If we must strike, let it be with dignity." In the Konoha camp's command center, Uchiha Tsukihime's shadow clone and Uehara Mori reclined leisurely in ornately carved armchairs, draped in blankets. They had discreetly taken control of Orochimaru's experiments, uncovering a trove of evidence regarding his human trials. They remained silent, preparing for Uchiha Shursui to detonate this bomb at 4 in the afternoon. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime were engaged in another matter. Lady Tsunade, has the Hokage yet reached a decision regarding my promotion to deputy commander? Should he delay any further, we may have no choice but to release news of Orochimaru's assassination attempt on me and Sister Katsu. He seeks to coerce the third Hokage into submission through this assassination plot. As long as the third Hokage regards Orochimaru as his apprentice, he will inevitably cover for him. Besides, this assassination also implicates the Sarutobi clan's reputation, which would significantly impact the third Hokage. Uehara Mori shifted into a more comfortable position, crossing his legs and bouncing them slightly. He regarded the apologetic Tsunade and the grim-faced Nara Shikaku with a light-hearted chuckle. Why do you wear such expressions of apology? This matter does not concern you. I have grown accustomed to the treachery of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hizashi. It is hardly the first time. Moreover, this time Sister Katsu is involved. Two heroes of Konoha have been ensnared. The atmosphere within the command center grew increasingly somber, almost icy. Uchiha Tsukihime shook her head, remarking with sarcasm, if these events were to become public, no one would likely believe them. Konoha, which has long championed the will of fire, harbors such filth beneath its surface. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime exuded a commanding presence that overshadowed even the renowned Tsunade and Nara Shikaku. Both Tsunade and Nara Shikaku felt a sense of guilt, unable to hold their heads high. The derisive remarks from the two youths made them wish they could vanish into the ground. Tsunade, seething with anger, thought to herself, once I return, I shall certainly give that old man the third Hokage a thrashing. At such a time, he still engages in schemes and plots. She recalled Orochimaru's complaints upon her arrival and now fully comprehended his grievances, harboring deep resentment towards him. Despite their long-standing friendship forged through countless battles, the sordid events following the Second Great Ninja War had dulled their bond. Orochimaru was indeed a nefarious character. The village of Konoha, founded by my grandfather, has been sullied by such vile beings. Morikuin has always been right. It is all a forced retaliation. Tsunade turned to Nara Shikaku with a complaint. Shikaku, you must devise a plan. You witnessed by Yun Yeshan's blood oath along with over 1,000 ninjas. If we do not promote Morikuin to deputy commander, it will be challenging to quell dissent. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, a look of despondency crossing his face as he sighed, alas. You have also sensed the recent abnormalities in the Hokage, haven't you? He has long since lost his former rationality. Even if we apply pressure now, the impact is likely to be minimal. Rising from his seat, he began to pace back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. The threat from the Sand Ninjas grows increasingly significant. We are uncertain when the Second Great Ninja War may reignite. How many comrades will fall victim to this? Uehara Mori scoffed. Brother Shikaku, do not try to play the emotional card, feigning pity, and speaking of the greater good. I am a person, a living being with flesh and blood, not a mere weapon. When wronged, one must express their grievances. Orochimaru, when the war arrives, do not blame me for being unreasonable. You may then come to seek my aid. Nara Shikaku recognized that had it not been for his past assistance to Uehara Mori, their discourse would likely have escalated into conflict rather than conversation. This once underestimated youth had evolved into a figure capable of stirring the winds of Konoha. Even he had to approach this individual with caution, carefully discerning his thoughts. Uchiha Tsukihime, composed, analyzed the situation. I estimate that within a month, once the injuries of the Sand Ninjas have healed, the Second Great Ninja War will commence. By then, Sister Katsu, Orochimaru's injuries will surely not have mended. As for me, the little flat top, Lady Tsunade, and Uchiha Ku, we are the only ones with the strength of a Kage. Additionally, with our recent losses of 3,000 ninjas, resisting the Sand Ninjas will be exceedingly challenging. Not to mention, the two of us will be occupied with other matters and will not have the time for battle. Nara Shikaku inhaled deeply, understanding the implications of Uchiha Tsukihime's words. He realized that for this endeavor to succeed, what she spoke of must not come to fruition. If it were to fail, the consequences would surely be dire. Yet, he found himself unable to counter these two, for both had substantial backing from numerous ninjas, equally formidable as his own. In terms of strength, Uehara Mori could easily overpower Nara Shikaku with one hand. Moreover, Tsunade did not show any favoritism towards Nara Shikaku, maintaining an appearance of fairness and impartiality. As time ticked away, the clock approached 3:58 in the afternoon, and Uehara Mori exchanged a glance with Uchiha Tsukihime. In just 2 minutes, the matter regarding Orochimaru's underground base was to be revealed. They had been at the command center since 10 in the morning, and 6 hours had already elapsed. Using an urgent communication method, it would only take an hour for the news to travel from here to Konoha and back. 5 hours remained for the third Hokage to ponder the situation, which was more than sufficient. If he had not resolved the promotion to deputy commander in that time, there would be little hope left. Uehara Mori stood up, brushed off his clothes, and flashed a radiant smile at Tsunade and Nara Shikaku. Orochimaru intends to kill me. Yet I have granted Konoha some grace, allowing a dignified retreat. If Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees to my promotion request, I shall let this matter rest. It seems Konoha cannot provide me with justice after all. His tone shifted, turning icy and filled with menace. In that case, let us take revenge on Orochimaru. It is only just. Konoha cannot interfere with us. Can they, Lady Tsunade, Lord Shikaku? Upon hearing Uehara Mori's words, Uchiha Tsukihime sprang from her seat, eager to speak. Let us go, forget about them. Had I known it would come to this, I would have stayed away. If not for Uehara Mori's promotion, I would not waste my time here. Uehara Mori nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. I appreciate your words. Tsunade rose, her face clouded with worry. As the acting commander, she was faced with a difficult decision. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. She bent at a 90-degree angle, pleading, "Please give me a little more time." Uehara Mori disregarded her, counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous noise erupted from the underground experimental base outside the Konoha camp, startling the entire encampment. Thousands of ninjas rushed to investigate. Nara Shikaku, hearing the noise, felt a chill of dread wash over him, thinking, could something have happened at Orochimaru's base? The four quickly departed the command center, racing toward the source of the sound. Along the way, Uehara Mori overheard ninjas discussing the event. What is happening? Are we under attack? Since Orochimaru had been gravely injured and fallen unconscious, the atmosphere was tense and anxious. Now that something had occurred, panic ensued. Uncertainty loomed over when Orochimaru would awaken to take command and vanquish the Sand Ninjas. Although Orochimaru was known for his cold demeanor and lack of empathy, he had been rational and fair, always leading from the front since assuming command. Everyone hoped for his swift recovery, recalling how he frequently visited the battlefield hospital to assist in healing the injured. Listening to the comments about Orochimaru, Uchiha Tsukihime mused that he still possessed a certain charm, with many supporting and admiring him. Thankfully, her short-haired companion had advised her not to act impulsively. Had she gone directly to Konoha Hospital to eliminate Orochimaru, countless individuals would have despised her. It appeared that tarnishing Orochimaru's reputation was indeed the correct strategy. By the time the four arrived, hundreds had already entered the underground base. Nara Shikaku shouted for the scene to be secured, preventing any remaining ninjas from entering. Uehara Mori halted Tsunade, who was intent on entering, saying, "Lady Tsunade, it would be best if you refrained from going in. I fear it may place you in a difficult position." Tsunade froze, as if comprehending the gravity of the situation, and silently turned to leave. Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime rushed into the underground base, eager to witness the collective hatred towards Orochimaru. Chapter 99. Orochimaru's downfall. As the gathered crowd surveyed the horrors within the underground base, silence enveloped them. The contents were chilling. Alongside a multitude of unidentified organs lay the corpses of Konoha warriors. Voices rose in vehement denunciation of Orochimaru's brutality. Some recalled his frequent visits to the battlefield hospital to offer treatment, feeling a wave of cold realization wash over them. He had not come to aid the sick. He had merely sought experimental materials. Nara Shikaku thundered, "Today's events must remain confidential. Anyone who dares to leak this will face military justice." The hundreds within the base fell silent, the air thick with tension. Uehara Mori crossed his arms and inquired, "Brother Shikaku, are you suggesting we prioritize the greater good?" He kicked a canister containing a mass of discarded Byakugan. "I believe these belong to the Hyuga clan, don't they? We are ninjas, not cowards. We must not shrink back." Nara Shikaku scanned the room, searching for Tsunade to seek her support. Uehara Mori was a foe he could no longer contend with. More importantly, his sense of justice informed him that concealing Orochimaru's actions was inherently wrong. After turning around in vain for Tsunade, he recognized that if he did not provide an explanation today, an uprising would surely ensue within the entire camp. Uehara Mori stoked the flames of discontent, proclaiming, Narashikaku. Do you understand what the greater good entails? The people's will is the greater good. Uchiha Tsukihime played the role of the supportive voice. Orochimaru has incurred the wrath of the masses. Suppressing his pain and despair, Narashikaku exclaimed. Our ancestors followed the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to quell chaos and establish Konoha, all to enable a peaceful and happy existence for everyone. Such actions today cannot be tolerated. Narashikaku had always held Orochimaru in high regard, but he understood the sentiment of the people. Recognizing that Orochimaru had erred and must now face the consequences, despite the potential for those consequences to be devastating, perhaps even ruinous for his life. The incoming ninjas erupted into applause. Their previous trust and admiration for Orochimaru had now transformed into profound disappointment and loathing. It was akin to witnessing a once reliable hero devolve into a treacherous villain who stabbed them in the back, particularly after the recent battle, which had claimed many lives, including those of their relatives and friends. Their grievances against Konoha's higher-ups had intensified. Now, to discover that their leader harbored sinister intentions only fueled their anger. Lord Shikaku is right. Orochimaru must be punished for being a traitor, they cried. Who could have imagined that Orochimaru, who appeared so cruel on the surface, was even more monstrous behind closed doors? Such a person deserves to be executed to atone for the deceased. I believe that Lady Tsunade would be a far more suitable choice for the role of commander than Orochimaru. Lord Mori and Lady Tsukihime would also be excellent choices. They possess a strong sense of justice, unlike that scoundrel Orochimaru. As the crowd exited the underground base, news of Orochimaru's clandestine human experiments erupted like wildfire. Simultaneously, Uehara Mori disseminated news of his assassination attempt, further igniting the ninjas' fury towards Orochimaru. Uehara Mori, Uchiha Tsukihime, and Uchiha Shisui watched with satisfaction as the enraged ninjas stormed the battlefield hospital, intent on ending Orochimaru. Tsukihime and Shisui exchanged knowing glances, affirming that Orochimaru's downfall was inevitable. His reputation lay in ruins, and with it, his aspirations of becoming Hokage were dashed, marking a resounding defeat. Uchiha Shisui, his eyes aflame with emotion, spoke coolly. A person like Orochimaru is not worthy of lament. Having endured numerous dark events, he had matured significantly, no longer viewing the third Hokage and others through rose-tinted glasses. The once naive and innocent Uchiha Shisui had transformed into a warrior resisting the shadows. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazed at the stars, his heart heavy with melancholy. Uehara Mori, are you my nemesis? Since the formidable rise of Uehara Mori, every action taken against him has met with failure. The once infallible strategies have seemingly lost their efficacy. You were the one who exposed Orochimaru, weren't you? Although there is no intelligence indicating who stirred trouble at the underground research base, the third Hokage is 90% certain it was Uehara Mori's doing. The third Hokage recalls a recent piece of intelligence. The Mist Ninja has dispatched reconnaissance teams into the Land of Fire. The impending war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village seems unavoidable. Uehara Mori, the invasion of the Hidden Mist Village is largely a consequence of your slaying of the Kawaii Mountains Fugu demon. How can someone of your humble beginnings not consider the well-being of the entire Konoha and act with such impulsiveness? If you had been more composed, I would have long since appointed you as the deputy commander. He then reflects on the recent turmoil involving Konoha ninjas in the Land of Rivers, realizing that failure to address the situation could lead to even more dreadful outcomes. After much internal struggle for the greater good, he ultimately concedes. The third Hokage shatters his treasured pipe, a relic of many years, in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Cursed brat, you have won. You have triumphed. Orochimaru shall be dismissed, imprisoned, and reduced to a mere prisoner. You will ascend to the position of deputy commander, second only to me. Are you satisfied now?" Once he calms down, the third Hokage picks up the fragments of his pipe, cradling them in his palm, feeling a pang of sorrow. He stands in contemplation for a long while, reflecting on myriad thoughts. Finally, he gazes upon the now desolate Konoha, murmuring to himself, "I have grown old. Who will protect this vast Konoha in my stead?" Images of Konoha's formidable warriors flash through his mind. Shimura Danzo is the first to be dismissed. His capabilities and character are lacking. Appointing him as Hokage would surely lead to Konoha's downfall within 3 years. Orochimaru has also been excluded from consideration. With the exposure of this experimental base, Orochimaru's fate is sealed. The third Hokage's sentence for him is death on the battlefield. Should Orochimaru survive the Third Great Ninja War, the best outcome awaiting him would be a lifetime of imprisonment and the worst, execution. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both immensely powerful and popular, yet both possess a free-spirited nature, disinclined to be constrained. Forcing them to guard Konoha for a lifetime would be more dreadful than killing them. Among the younger generation, the most outstanding is Minato Namikaze, whose roots are strong and whose power is formidable, masterfully wielding the Flying Thunder God technique. In terms of combat capability, he is already among the elite of the ninja world, and his strength continues to grow. Then, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsuki appear in the third Hokage's mind. His expression darkens, darker than the bottom of a pot. Yet, he cannot deny that these two are the most promising figures in all of Konoha. In terms of talent and strength, they surpass even the legendary Senju Hashirama of their age. Their unparalleled grace and achievements overshadow all the younger generation, even eclipsing Minato's accomplishments. Minato has never slain an enemy of the shadow level, nor taken down thousands of foes at once. The future of Konoha undeniably belongs to these two. Yet, paradoxically, these two potential dominators of the entire ninja world are at odds with the third Hokage. Never before has he so clearly recognized the profound conflict between himself, Uehara Mori, and Uchiha Tsuki. I must delve into the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. I need to ascertain who killed Shin no Suk. If it was you, I will fight you to the bitter end. If it was not you, the third Hokage is uncertain how he would confront the two. Should he continue to oppose them until a victor emerges, thoroughly defeating the other? Or should he shatter the dignity of the Hokage, bow his head in humiliation, and beg for forgiveness? Chapter 100. The 10 extremities seal beneath the frigid night sky. The Konoha ninjas gather at the largest training ground, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Uehara Mori, Tsunade, Uchiha Tsuki, and Uchiha Sora stand in a row before the throng. Tsunade, now officially assuming the role of commander-in-chief, addresses the sea of Konoha ninjas. Now, let us congratulate Uehara Mori on his appointment as our new deputy commander. With that, she leads the applause. Uehara Mori strides forward, his steps light, yet resonating deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, sending shivers through them. An overwhelming aura of menace radiates across the training ground, as if the specter of death beckons them, rendering their bodies immobile. The blade-like gaze sweeps over the crowd, compelling all to lower their heads, even Tsunade, momentarily taken aback. In that instant of eye contact with Uehara Mori, images of a blood-soaked ancient battlefield flood her mind, nearly provoking a resurgence of her recently healed hemophobia. Fortunately, their gaze meets for but a fleeting moment, yet that moment feels eternal. Tsunade will forever remember that glance. Uehara Mori retracts his menacing presence, revealing a warm, neighborly smile, declaring, "Our Hokage has finally made a right choice." While the words are disrespectful towards the third Hokage, the crowd shows no sign of discontent. Instead, they loudly celebrate Uehara Mori. Lord Mori will surely lead us to victory against the Sand Ninjas. That previous aura was terrifying. I nearly thought I would perish. The stronger Deputy Commander Mori is, the safer we will be. From now on, Lord Mori will be my idol. I shall learn his spirit of resistance. If anyone dares to bully me again, I shall bite off a piece of flesh, regardless of the cost. Tsunade hands Uehara Mori a scroll, saying, "Mori, inside is the punishment for Orochimaru. You may present it." She wishes for Uehara Mori to express his pent-up grievances. Uehara Mori understands the intent. Taking the scroll and opening it, he clears his throat, and the clamor of thousands of ninjas falls silent. Uchiha Sora observes this, sighing inwardly. Uehara Mori has matured. He is no longer that innocent lamb. His presence is even more formidable than Tsunade's. A mere utterance from him would likely attract countless followers. Gazing into Uehara Mori's clear, bottomless eyes, he cannot help but mutter, "It's hard to reconcile that visage of a harbinger of death. The deception is too profound. I wonder how many will be ensnared by those eyes." Uehara Mori, holding the scroll, reads aloud, "In light of Orochimaru's clandestine human experimentation, which constitutes a grave violation of Konoha's laws, he is hereby deemed guilty. His position as commander is revoked, and he is to be imprisoned for life. Given the circumstances of war, he shall be assigned to the dead soldier's unit to atone for his sins." Upon hearing this verdict, thousands of Konoha ninjas erupt in cheers. Justice has been served. After the meeting, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Suki walked side by side. Orochimaru received a punishment too lenient. Uchiha Suki expresses dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's sentence. Uehara Mori leisurely replies, "This is merely the first step of our plan. The next step is to wait for Orochimaru to defect." Defect? Uchiha Suki is skeptical. Orochimaru is, after all, the third Hokage's disciple and one of the legendary three who has fought valiantly for Konoha. How could someone of his stature possibly betray us? Surely you don't mean to imply that. Uehara Mori lets out a smug hum, offering no explanation. The truth will unfold in due course. As a transmigrator, he possesses foresight into the general trajectories of certain individuals. Orochimaru is destined to defect after his human experiments are uncovered. Uehara Mori has come to understand Orochimaru's character. He is a selfish and ruthless individual. With his future now in ruins, what awaits him is either death in battle or a lifetime of imprisonment. Moreover, Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality would be impossible to fulfill within the confines of a prison. Thus, Orochimaru's path has always been singular, defection. Uehara Mori estimates that the day of Orochimaru's betrayal will not be far off, at most 2 to 3 months. This is a wait Uehara Mori can readily endure. Uchiha Tsukihime possesses a keen intellect, grasping the implications of Uehara Mori's words. "You mean, when Orochimaru defects, you will strike him down on the spot. This way, you not only evade punishment, but also earn accolades and applause, correct?" Uehara Mori feigns surprise, remarking, "Ah, the stereotype holds true, large-chested yet dull-witted. You, lacking in bosom, are indeed quick-witted." The two engaged in playful banter as they meandered through the camp. "Mori, I wish to exchange for the weapon known as the shark's skin from the pufferfish of the western watermelon, Uchiha Sora." With a forehead adorned by a ribbon inscribed with the word struggle, sat solemnly at the tea table. Shortly after the training ground meeting concluded, Uehara Mori and Uchiha Tsukihime were invited for tea to discuss matters. As Uehara Mori observed the over 50-year-old Uchiha Sora, he harbored a desire to enact a scene reminiscent of a rebellious youth chastising a wayward elder. A glance at Uchiha Tsukihime suggested a favorable outcome was likely. However, recalling how this elder had nearly vanquished 4 mist shinobi single-handedly during their battle with the Sand Shinobi, Uehara Mori deemed it prudent to deliberate further. What concerned him most was the sealing technique that stored chakra upon Uchiha Sora's forehead. Who could fathom the extent of chakra contained within that sealing space? "Speak of what you wish to exchange." Uehara Mori resolved to first ascertain Uchiha Sora's ulterior motives. Uchiha Sora unfastened the ribbon from his forehead, revealing 2 diamond-shaped sealing marks. One black and one blue, strikingly similar to Tsunade's sealing mark. He pointed to the blue seal and said, "This is a sealing technique I developed to store chakra, named the 10 Extreme Seal. It can contain chakra up to 10 times my own capacity and allows for transfer to others. Be aware, Tsunade's seal does not permit such liberties." Uehara Mori felt a flicker of interest. Uchiha Sora's chakra reservoir was substantial, boasting 500,000 points. Thus, the 10 Extreme Seal could store an impressive 5 million points of chakra. If it were to contain 5 million points of Shura chakra, it would equate to a staggering 250 million points of ordinary chakra. Even-tailed beasts would bow before Uehara Mori in submission. This far surpassed the capabilities of the shark skin. Uchiha Tsukihime pinpointed the crux of the matter. Mori, acquiring the 10 Extreme Seal increases chakra, but the shark skin offers similar advantages. If Uchiha Sora acquires the shark skin, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. You must think this through. Uchiha Sora interjected, "Mori-kun, the materials you use for your medicinal baths are running low. Several ingredients were procured through smuggling from the Land of Lightning. Given the current crackdown on smuggling, you will find it impossible to continue utilizing the lightning release chakra mode for your medicinal baths." Uehara Mori turned to Uchiha Tsukihime, as she typically managed the medicinal materials. Indeed, they had only half a month's supply remaining. Given the crackdown was likely to persist until the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Tsukihime shot a glare at Uchiha Sora, reluctantly divulging the truth. Chapter 101. Orochimaru. "I am still dreaming." After a moment of contemplation, Uehara Mori replied, "Very well, I agree. Should he obtain the 10 Extreme Seal, his strength would increase far more significantly than Uchiha Sora's. It was a guaranteed profit." He explained to the sulking beauty, "Tsukihime, do not be upset. By exchanging for the 10 Extreme Seal, Both you and Sister Keiru can benefit. Our strength will undoubtedly surge. Uchiha Tsukihime nodded, her anger dissipating, recognizing the mutual benefits of the arrangement. However, the thought of Uchiha Sora's already unfathomable strength growing further weighed heavily upon her. Uehara Mori turned to Uchiha Sora, promising, "As the shark skin is not in my possession at present, I will deliver it to you by tomorrow." Uchiha Sora immediately presented the scroll for the 10 Extremes seal, a colossal scroll over 2 meters in length. "Mori-kun, I trust in your integrity. I shall grant you the 10 Extremes seal. May our collaboration be fruitful." With smiles, they shook hands. Uchiha Sora observed Uehara Mori, contemplating that he had never studied sealing techniques, and thus could not possibly comprehend the complexities of the S-rank 10 Extreme seal, even with prodigious talent. Mastering it would take Uehara Mori no less than 3 to 5 years. In the future, when I wield the shark skin against him, he will surely regret this decision. Uehara Mori, considering Uchiha Sora, mused, "I eagerly anticipate the day when Uchiha Sora attempts to confront me with the shark skin. He remains blissfully unaware that the shark skin does not consume my Shura chakra. He is likely to find himself in dire straits." The 2 foxes, one large and one small, laughed joyously as they departed Uchiha Sora's residence, strolling along a moonlit path. Uehara Mori reflected on the 2 diamond marks on Uchiha Sora's forehead. The blue mark stores chakra, but what do you suppose the black mark conceals? Since leaving Uchiha Sora's abode, Uchiha Tsukihime had been deep in thought, pondering what the black mark might hold. "I speculate it could be a seal for vast eye power," she ventured. "Eye power?" Uehara Mori furrowed his brow. What purpose would he have for sealing eye power? Could it be for practical use in Genjutsu? After much contemplation, Uchiha Tsukihime voiced a bold hypothesis. "I have heard that Uchiha Sora has been researching Susanoo. He might intend to utilize immense eye power to execute techniques akin to Susanoo." Uehara Mori rubbed his buzz cut vigorously. "This is troublesome. Uchiha Sora possesses such high aptitude, and he is incredibly diligent. He leaves no path for us juniors." He clasped his hands behind his back, confidently declaring, "This mere Uchiha Sora I shall subdue with one hand. At that time, I will devise a technique specifically targeting old ailments and lumbar disc issues, reducing him to tears." Uchiha Tsukihime chuckled. "Such unrefined thoughts. Teacher, do not kill me." Orochimaru was jolted awake from a nightmare. He had just dreamt that his underground research facility had been exposed, provoking the 3rd Hokage's wrath, leading to his dismissal from command. In his rage,